A third U.S. Navy carrier strike group headed by the USS George H.W. Bush is preparing to deploy towards the Middle East soon. Fox. Yeah, no, we're going in. It's done. 100%. We're fully going in, I think. NBC exclusive. Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. His comments have been focused on the idea of a small contingent of troops that could be used for specific purposes. Oh, it's over. It's over. It's done. It's done. It's so over. It's so done. Oh my God. America didn't need to do this to invest so much in political capital and military firepower just to shore up second-run Israeli operation, nor is it reasonable. You have to be an idiot to believe this, says Sammy Gold. Habib Reddick Gore only exists to be a flunky for Hasbara, and even he is bad at it. The U.S. was actually focused on China's growing role in the Middle East. They would be instead trying to delink Saudi Arabia and the Gulf states, ostensibly our close allies from good Chinese relations. Even if this were about Chinese influence, purposely depleting our munitions in the Pacific is pretty hazardous to that line. Yeah, Sammy is going on his own ideological journey right now. He still has that like NATO Atlantis' dog in him a little bit. That's why he's still talking about like depleting our Pacific munitions and stuff like that. It's over. It's done. It's over. It's done. Draft Barron, draft Asmongold, draft Lindsey Graham, draft Kai Trump or whatever her name is, the girl that was posting in front of the American helicopters. Send Burnt Peanut to the front lines, okay? Draft Tone. Send them all. Bro, after watching this, every Zoomer is going to want to be drafted.
Wake up, Daddy's home.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Mavericks inbound.
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of! Finishing this fight.
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice in the American way.
I am the danger.
Time to find out. Maximum effort.
Okay, when I see stuff like this, I do kind of feel I can't speak on what we deserve, but we are kind of getting it right now. You know what I mean?
Here it comes. Now end this!
The White House posted this, bro. We can't even make good propaganda anymore. It's like all propaganda. It's just so ass. Everything is ass. Oh my God. Oh, I need to bleach my eyeballs. Ay, ay, ay. I can't even sit in the glory of vindication too. Like I can't even sit here and be like, see, I told you, look at how it's unfolding. What a disaster this has been, because I know what's coming next, and President it's not going to be good for Americans either.
Unconditional surrender is when he, as commander-in-chief of the United States military and the leader of the free world, determines that Iran can no longer pose a threat to the United States of America and to our troops and our personnel in the Middle East. That is, again, the ultimate goal of Operation Epic Fury, to annihilate their navy, to take out their ballistic missile threat, which we have largely done in the course of just 6 days, and then of course to ensure they can never obtain a nuclear weapon, to significantly weaken their proxies in the region that have killed and maimed hundreds of Americans throughout the years. We've seen the Houthis and Hezbollah have hardly put up a fight over the past 6 days, so we're already well on our way to achieving the objectives of Operation Epic Fury. And when the president determines that Iran no longer poses that threat, that's when that unconditional surrender will take place. As for the next leader of Iran,
it's going so good. Things are going so well. Operation Fortnite Epic Chungus is fantastic. Operation Epstein's Fury is going so good. You guys, you don't understand. We love burning through $8 billion worth of radar systems in a matter of a week, peppered with $10,000 drones, just flying lawnmowers over and over and over again, ballistic missiles every now and then too, in between the barrage of Shahed drones. It's been so good for us. Guys, I know you think things are bad, but what if I were to tell you it's actually really good? By your logic, it's a waste of time. President Trump rules out ground action in Iranian soil. That was yesterday. Today's news is different. He's saying he's not ruling it out. He wants it to happen now. President Trump rules out ground action on Iranian soil. In an interview with NBC, the U.S. president referred to the possibility of ground action in Iran, dismissed it. It's a waste of time. They lost everything. They lost their fleet. They lost everything. They lost their fleet. They lost everything they could lose. I think he ended up saying the only thing they have that remains is their guts or something, which is, again, kind of a cool thing to say about your enemy. But Felix says, Operation You're the Real Drug Addict. Your ass should go to rehab and not me is coming to a close. Operation It Would Be Gay and Boring to Beat Your Ass and I Have Better Things to do, such as have sex with adult women, is just beginning. It's awesome. We're doing so good. So good. A spokesperson for Iran's Revolutionary Guard challenged U.S. President Donald Trump to deploy U.S. naval assets to escort oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, Iranian state media reported on Friday. Oh, the U.S. Navy could begin escorting oil tankers through the Strait of Hormuz if necessary, Trump said on Tuesday. The conflict in the Middle East has halted shipping and energy exports through the vital Strait of Hormuz. Guard spokesperson Ali Mohammed Naini said Iran strongly welcomes the escort of oil tankers and that U.S. forces will be there for the crossing of the Strait of Hormuz. And we are, by the way, awaiting your presence, according to state media. What ambush, Lon? They're invading a foreign country? Ambush? What do you mean? I'm not putting a negative association to Hezbollah ambushing foreign invading forces by the Israeli Nazi brigade. Are you kidding me? It's fine. You can do an ambush. It's just like a tactical move. It doesn't mean a bad thing. We recommend that before making any decision, the Americans remember the fire on the American supertanker Bridgeton in 1987 and the oil tankers that were recently targeted, Naini said. At least 9 vessels have been attacked since the U.S. and Israel first began strikes on Iran on Saturday, and the guards ordered ships not to cross the strategic waterway. We're gonna be winning so much. We're gonna be winning so much. You're gonna say, please, Mr. President, no more winning. No more winning. The funny thing is that currently the ship owners, the insurers, won't even pay for the regular security escort that most ships purchase, even when there isn't war. Yeah, because there's the movement is halted entirely. Remember what I said. Burn this image to the back of your mind. An American naval asset trying to escort an oil tanker through the Strait of Hormuz and getting lasered with Iranian rockets, because that will be the resounding image of American empire's collapse, okay? Because think about how easy it is for Iran so far, even with all of the American and Israeli strikes taking place, to pepper Bahrain. The Strait of Hormuz is 20 kilometers long. They will not be able to get American naval assets to walk the oil tankers through. It's like 20 to 30 kilometers wide. Not only is it an incredibly narrow passage, but Iran has a lot of go-fast boats that they deploy. Those are still fine, because America keeps talking about how, like, oh, we're destroying the Iranian naval assets and all this stuff. They still have plenty, I suspect. But outside of that, they can just lob unlimited missiles. They can lob unlimited missiles. I don't even think they didn't even mine it. No, they did not even mine it, for the record. They could mine it if they want to. I don't think they mined it. I don't think they will mine it. They don't have to mine it, because as it stands currently, they can just do a missile barrage, a drone barrage, any naval asset that tries to ensure and pull through an oil tanker from that incredibly narrow passage. That will be Donald Trump's final move here. There's a reason why they haven't attempted it yet, and I don't think Donald Trump is crazy enough to do it. It will be over. Houthis might face off with the USS Gerald Ford soon. Oh yeah, USS Gerald Ford is moving as well. Seen a lot of questions about why Ansar Allah has stayed out of this, and we may soon discover it's because they're going to solo the Ford CSG. This is a dramatically riskier situation for the USN than what the Lincoln has been dealing with, because if the Ford wants to make it to the Arabian Sea, it'll have to pass through Bab el-Mandeb Strait, which is only 16 miles wide at its most narrow point. Either that, or they're about to attempt the funniest possible thing in the Hormuz. U.S. military planners are reportedly examining options to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Any viable solution would likely require heavily escorted merchant traffic. Yeah, that part is insane. I'm telling you right now, any sort of naval warfare in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be devastating. Any sort of naval warfare or any sort of naval positioning in the Strait of Hormuz is going to be devastating for the Americans. I'm telling you right now, I haven't been wrong so far with what I've been explaining to you. It just doesn't make any sense as to how they would just, like, you might as well be feeding the Iranian death machine more and more American troops, more and more American naval assets at that point. Can you explain why? Isn't America's Navy better? Brother, America's Navy is still living in the real world, okay? It's still limited by physics. What do you think happens when hundreds of Shahed drones, you know, many of them will be intercepted, but 100 Shahed drones are swarming a naval asset? What are you talking about? It's literally a choke point that has a ton of missile launchers directed at it from the Iranian side. We're talking about American naval assets that could not even open the Red Sea. The Houthis were able to successfully give them too strong of a fight. We have submarines. Okay. I don't think you understand. What the submarine going to do to transport a oil tanker? Iran doesn't just have boats to possibly laser these oil tankers. What's a submarine going to do to 1,000 drones? Also, Trump has defined this war as basically being no threat to America, like zero losses. His loss condition is very different than Iran's. Yeah, no, he has not defined this war as basically being no threat to America. He has literally openly said over and over again, some people are going to die. As a matter of fact, he keeps increasing the casualty count every day. Every day they ask him, Mr. President, how's the war going? He's like, a lot of you are going to die. You're going to die a terrible death. You're going to die like a dog. You're going to die for Israel, and you're going to like it. And like every Republican on the timeline is like, yes, Mr. President, love dying for Israel. I'm a dog. I'm a slave. I'm so castrated, Mr. President. I love you. Love you, Mr. President. My wife, my firstborn, my wife. That's basically what MAGA's position is in this entire process. Look, Donald Trump says, I guess Americans should worry about Iran retaliating on U.S. soil. Like I said, some people will die. To which I responded with, MAGA is cattle. This polling at 84% in the Republican base. Anyone that tells me we got to pivot right to win these people over should never be listened to again. You can offer them social safety nets, but you cannot pivot right to win over these troglodytes. That's why Kamala Harris's we're going to have the most lethal military argument was one of the most idiotic arguments of all time. It was so dumb. And then this person goes, there's a whole bunch of independent and swing voters who don't agree with this, who you do need to win over by culturally moderating. Dumb. I said, yes, the swing voters who hates free healthcare and loves hearing diet fascism, but with abortions. Or do we concede on that too? These guys are so stupid. They're too busy tweeting this, which, by the way, is insanely humiliating. This is reportedly footage that Lebanese border guards caught on thermal. Channel 12 Israeli helicopters are attempting to land on the Syrian border. Clashes are heard in the area. The occupation army is launching airstrikes in the area. This is usually a bad sign. Yeah. If the occupation forces are launching airstrikes in an area where there's Israeli troops, that means that the Israeli troops have been captured. That's literally the only thing that means. That's their contingency plan. As of 30 minutes ago, Greg Stoker is getting reports from active duty military combat units are getting deployment orders. He suspects the ground invasion is imminent. Oh, brother, that is so dumb. God damn, they're stupid.
It looks like a ground invasion of Iran is being planned for, and active duty military units are now getting deployment orders. The 82nd Airborne Division has been told to cancel training exercises and become deployable. Same with 3rd Special Forces.
Oh, brother. This is, oh, brother. Oh, brother. Oh, God. Having the dumbest guys in charge, turns out, was maybe not the best idea for the continuation of American empire. I'm in a Discord with active duty people. They're also getting ordered to be ready. There's a chance they're just deploying to train and advise proxies. No. When's the last time Americans actually deployed advisors just to train? That's usually the first step before boots on the ground invasion. There is never a situation where they just only send the trainers and the advisors. Okay, who are they training? It's the Fort Bragg Airborne. Oh, it's done. We're invading. It's literally the immediate response force. This was earlier today. The U.S. Army has abruptly canceled major training exercise for headquarters elements of the 82nd Airborne Division at Fort Bragg in North Carolina, fueling speculation within the Defense Department that soldiers specializing in ground combat and a range of other missions may be sent to the Middle East to join the war against Iran, sources tell the Washington Post. 82nd Airborne Brigade Combat Team consisting of several thousand soldiers. This is not like a guarantee. This is just OSINT Defender. Scoop, the Army in recent days canceled the training exercise for the headquarters elements of the 82nd Airborne Division. This is from the Washington Post. Fueling speculation among soldiers that they may be called out. Again, this is still speculation. Convincing Trump, here's an AEI fellow suggesting the use case for the 82nd Airborne could be dropping them on a tiny island off the coast of Iran to seize a key oil terminal. Setting aside the suicide mission dimension here, though, maybe that's the point. Oh my God. Ain't no way. That's even dumber than like a full-blown troop deployment. If the administration elects to send ground force into Iran, one early target analysts have said could be Karg Island. Located about 50 miles from the mainland of the Persian Gulf, the island is home to some of Tehran's most significant oil infrastructure, with about 90% of the country's oil exports moving through facilities there. A U.S. seizure of Karg Island would give Trump administration control of a centerpiece of the Iranian economy, but leave U.S. troops vulnerable to attack. Michael Rubin, a senior fellow at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, calls securing Karg Island Island a no-brainer and said it appears that the Trump administration appears to be coming around to the idea that Iran is a much greater problem set than perhaps they went in thinking. While U.S. troops could take incoming fire if deployed there, Rubin said capturing the island would give the U.S. significant strategic advantages, including potentially choking off Tehran's ability to pay its military. Securing Iran's most significant oil infrastructure also would follow a pattern for Trump, who has previously sought to secure oil wealth for the United States through the capture of the Oh no, they're going to convince him. They're going to say this is going to be just like Venezuela. Oh no. I don't know how difficult of a military mission it is to defend Karg Island. This is completely outside of my realm of comprehension. I don't know. I just suspect that they would be lasering at the point of deployment anyone that's trying to get to the island. Iran will just bomb it. They wouldn't care. That's crazy. I don't think they'll bomb their own infrastructure that 90% of its oil revenue flows through. That's what they're banking on. It would be quite difficult for them to deploy the IRGC there, though. Don't you think troops on the ground will trigger impeachment talks with this Democratic Party? With this Democratic Party? With our current Democratic Party, you say? That's a good one. Chuck Schumer will impeach you for suggesting such a silly thing before impeaching Donald Trump. Remember, they literally held back the War Powers Act until Donald Trump started the war. That's number one. Not only did they hold back the War Powers Act, yesterday they literally positioned their caucus so that only 4 uncompromised Democratic Party votes that were necessary for the no vote could go and caucus with the Republicans instead. 4 Democrat defectors. How do you think that happened? House rejects effort to rein in Trump's war powers in Iran. In a 212 to 219 vote, the House of Representatives rejected the measure requiring the president to seek congressional approval for more military action against Iran. Now, you might say, oh, it's those 4 Democrats that are up. Is the broke boy mentality. The real woke boy mentality is to know that more than half of the Democrats in the caucus are also absolutely on board with this initiative. They just don't want to fall on the sword. So internally, it was Jared Golden, Henry Cuellar, Greg Landsman, and Juan Vargas that were the 4 Democrats that were the safest seats, that were the ones who were seen as the rotating villains this time around. The Democratic Party does this all the time, okay? The Democrats do this all the time. They get together internally, look at who is the least likely to get thrown out of their seats, least likely to get punished. Sometimes the most right-wing seats or the most right-wing congresspersons, let's be real. Like the idea that these guys had to vote in favor or had to vote against the War Powers Act is bullshit. Okay, they didn't have to do it at all. That's the silly attitude. That's the simpleton's mindset. Okay, this is how you create a controlled opposition while still simultaneously making it seem like, oh, the whole Democratic caucus wanted to do this. It's just these 4 spoilers ruined it. 4 spoilers are actually protecting something far more consequential and far worse. They are protecting the rest of the Democrats that are also on board with this. They just don't want to come across like they're in support of something that is objectively unpopular to their own base. Okay? Those are the 4 patsies. And they are hand selected because they have the least likelihood of being thrown out of their position of power. Do you understand? They are not even drawing the shorter straws or the shortest straws. This happens all the time, by the way. They will choose people who are either retiring or choose people that just won their primaries, right? With like a wide margin like Henry Cuellar did. It's very common. This happens every time the Democrats have an initiative where they have to win, like a must-pass bill or something like that. Who selects them? The party gets together and internally figures out who's going to be falling on the sword. That's the real truth. Yeah, at first, it seems Democrats are always caving to the Republicans. But when you watch it happen over and over again, you eventually wake up and realize it's more sinister than caving. Democrats are colluding with the Republicans because they serve the same donors and the same corrupt system as them. Amazing how they always come up with the precise number of votes needed to block anything good from happening, almost like it's a coordinated strategy for them leadership to cover their complicity. This is exactly how it works. It happened in the shutdown. Do you not remember? It happened in the shutdown. The Democrats that came out and voted to end the shutdown, those weren't the only Democrats that wanted to end the shutdown. There were a ton more Democrats that wanted to end the shutdown as well. They were just too pussy to come out and say it because they were afraid of facing their actual voters. This is how it always works. When you think like, oh, it's just Kyrsten Sinema, it's just Joe Manchin. Remember, it's not just Kyrsten Sinema. It's not just Joe Manchin. There are ton more Democrats that are also, if push comes to shove, willing to play the role of that spoiler, okay? It's to preserve the idea that the Democrats are an opposition party, that they do this like precise number of votes required to fail these sorts of initiatives. It's kind of wild that a lot of people don't understand this. This is the same song and dance that they play all the time. The rotating villain structure, I've described it before. John Fetterman is too brain broken to play that role convincingly, so he's basically just swap sides at this point, right? And people understand that. People hate him for it. But the reality of the matter is, John Fetterman is supposed to play that role in the Senate. It's just that he stroked out so hard he can't even play that role convincingly, so he's just a Republican now. Yeah, it protects people like Moskowitz, who said the bill was to protect Ayatollah Bill. Yeah, exactly. That's something you got to understand. That's why I said that whoever calls out the Democratic leadership for their complicity here will actually become the legend. The first Democrat that called us out for a clear gaming of the system by the party leadership to hide the compliance of the rest will become the ascendant leader of the party. This is why all these like centrist Democrats who like come in here and consistently talk about how like, Hassan, you don't understand, the Democrats are significantly better than the Republicans. Like when push comes to shove, how dare you say there's a uniparty approach to like war, for example. Like there are certain areas where there's always agreement. Uniparty to war, keeping the government open, refusing to fight, like backing down from that fight. Like that's uniparty. Most Democrats want it, okay? Most Democrats want that. Most Democrats want to go to war with Iran because they're stupid, because they're also slaves to Israel in the same way that Trump is, in the same way that like the entirety of the Republican caucus, with the exception of Thomas Massie, is. How can you look at the situation and see anything different? Now, having said that, there are some who are legitimately disturbed by these incidents, but many are like Ruben Gallego, right? One day he comes out and he's like, I don't want to go to war for Israel. And then the next day he's like, we got to give more money to defend Israel. A third U.S. Navy carrier strike group headed by the USS George H.W. Bush is preparing to deploy towards the Middle East soon. Fox. Yeah, no, we're going in. It's done.
The Saudi
100%. We're fully going in, I think. Oh, they're so stupid.
Third U.S. Navy aircraft carrier strike group is getting ready to cross the Atlantic and join the war against Iran. The USS George H.W. Bush has completed her workups just off the coast of Cape Hatteras and is expected to deploy soon. She's expected to head to the eastern Mediterranean after the aircraft carrier USS Gerald R. Ford crossed the Suez Canal on Thursday and is now in the Red Sea. In addition,
it's got to be so stupid to have like joined the military thinking you're just going to get like a comms degree later down the line, and now the pedophile president is making you die for Israel, and you know it. You got access to the internet. You're sitting on the aircraft carrier. You're totally aware of what's going on, and there's nothing you can do. You're just like marching towards your death. You don't want to do it. You thought it was going to be sweet. Maybe you get to see the world a little bit, and now you are marching towards your death for literally no reason other than for Israel. This is why I always tell you to not join the military. This a joke, especially because like best case self-preservation scenario, you still end up like killing children. That's disgusting. Phone has been ringing off the hook. A lot more units have just been activated for the deployment that the public knows about. Service members, if you agree Trump's war on Iran is wrong, you don't have to participate. We can help you explore options. Okay, I'll show you guys this as well. If you drop a conscientious objection packet now, regulations require your command to accommodate your beliefs. This is just one of the many options we can help you explore. Talk to a professional rights counselor now. Is free, secure, and anonymous. For the Hassan Abi heads in my chat right now, 1-800-379-2679. If you're about to be deployed, I'm not even kidding when I say this could be saving your life. It will definitely save your life from doing something really f***ed up. Do not die for Israel. Downloadable leaflet as well.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual Tuesday, Wednesday, Casual Hump Day, Thursday, Casual Thurs. That's what we call it. And Friday, Casual Shabbat. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
It is Friday, July 18th, 2025. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today, Heather Digby Parton, the Uber blog Hullabaloo, and contributor to Salon.com, to wrap the week, to share secrets with us. Also on the program today, Francesca Fiorentini, comedian and host of The Bitchuation Room, will be joining us later in the program. Meanwhile, public broadcasters and foreign aid programs devastated by Republican clawback cuts. It's going to hit local public radio stations the most. And on the foreign aid side, the Lancet Medical Journal anticipates at least 14 million deaths by 2030 because of these cuts. Meanwhile, Trump threatens to sue Rupert Murdoch and the Wall Street Journal after they had the audacity to release a super cryptic bromance birthday card that Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Corporate Democrats joined Republicans in passage of the Genius Pro-Money Laundering Act. That's not its official name. ACA prices to skyrocket in the wake of the Republican Big Bill's healthcare cuts, as insurance companies are looking to raise rates. CBS canceling the highest rated late night show, that's the one with Stephen Colbert, in what looks like a sop to Trump to grease its Skydance merger. Trump administration tells embassies to stop criticizing foreign elections. Attorneys sue to restore deportation protections for abused migrant children. Trump diagnosed with chronic venous insufficiency. However, his chronic venality still more than sufficient. Jim Jordan may be deposed over his turning a blind eye to the Ohio State University student sex abuse case. Maybe there's a problem within the Republican Party to this. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. It is
Casual Friday.
Casual Friday, yes. Emma Vigland in with the catchphrase that we use on Fridays to justify dressing down a little bit.
Right. Soft collars for you.
Yep. There we go. It's my time to sit back, relax, think about the
state
week.
Of the world.
Yeah, exactly. It's very relaxing.
Like a desecration, but you go ahead.
You go ahead.
Yeah, you go ahead. We should let's put up let's put up number 8, and then we'll do the number 10 stuff. Apparently, the White House is known for some time that the Wall Street Journal is working on this big story about Donald Trump's very, very intimate bromance that he had going with Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, people sort of had a good notion that they were buddies. At one point, I think Jeffrey Epstein said oh, we're best friends.
Oh, he told a journalist that, a few years before his death. But Sam, this is so puritanical of you. I mean, the personal is not political. You can't endorse everything your friends do, right?
No, of course not. Of course not. But here's Donald Trump calling in to a radio show. What is this?
It's called Just the News. I think it's a like a Roku news channel.
Real America's Voice show. Just the news, no noise.
No noise. And he's calling in, and in anticipation of this article dropping, I think on some level, they were trying furiously to stop the Wall Street Journal from publishing this because I don't know, government secrets. I'm not sure how what grounds that they would say don't.
Well, he says it's fake, and he told Rupert Murdoch that it was fake, and they published it anyway.
Boy, well, I don't care. All right, go ahead.
For all the things that have happened, there's the Russia collusion against you. There is Jack Smith against you. There's all the things that happened in 2020, not investigating China interference in the
Pause it for a second.
election.
Is this Jonathan Solomon? Is that who that guy is? Is that guy like an AEA guy and former I think AP reporter? It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
No idea.
Happened. There's the Russia collusion against you. There is Jack Smith against you. There's all the things that happened in 2020, not investigating China interference in the 2020 election. Where do you think, what are the things that are most important that you would like to see the FBI get to the bottom of?
I think they could look at all of it. It's all the same scam. They could look at this Jeffrey Epstein hoax also, because that's the same stuff. That's all put out by Democrats.
Yeah.
And, some of the naive Republicans fall right into line like they always do. They just don't have the sustainability. They don't have the something. They don't have that stick to it like glue. The Democrats, they have bad policy. They have bad candidates. They have bad everything, but they stick together. The Republicans don't do that. But they ought to look into the Jeffrey Epstein hoax too, because that's another hoax that's frankly put out by the pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
No, they definitely set the Republicans up. One big prosecutor.
Pause it. They definitely set the Republicans up.
Yep. I've been saying this the whole time. They're playing a real long game. First of all, Trump has accused Hillary Clinton of helping forge these documents, which we should look into it because she's diabolical, as we know. She was playing the long game by, having her husband become very close friends with Jeffrey Epstein, being photographed with him all the time, inviting Ghislaine Maxwell to their only daughter's wedding, that kind of thing. She was so burned by being humiliated, and rightfully so, by the Monica Lewinsky thing, that she just played this really long game to set her husband up and then also take down the Republicans.
You know who forged this stuff, of course, was Vince Foster. That's why they had to, that was a loose end.
That's a great point.
That they had to get rid of. But let's go back to listen to how the Republicans got set up here.
Pushing the Republicans and put out by the Democrats.
No, they definitely set the Republicans up. One big prosecutor look at it all. Would that make you feel good, you think?
Well, I think it's in the case of Epstein, they've already looked at it, and they are looking at it, and I think all they have to do is put out anything credible. But, that was run by the Biden administration for 4 years. I can imagine what they put into files, just like they did with the others. I mean, the Steele dossier was a total fake.
Right.
It took 2 years to figure that out for the people. And all of the things that you mentioned were fake. Yep. So I would imagine if they were run by Chris Wray and they were run by Comey, and because it was actually even before that administration, they've been running these files. And so much of the things that we found were fake with me, but especially you look at that Steele dossier where they paid like 14 or 16 million. That's more than James Patterson gets paid to do a number one bestseller. And the thing turned out to be a total scam.
Just to remind folks, Donald Trump was president from 2017 to 2021, really. I mean, technically speaking. And Jeffrey Epstein was arraigned and imprisoned in 2019.
And died, yeah.
And died. Right. But my point being, died. But my point being that all of those files actually were in the hands of all people that Trump had control over for those 3 years and leading up to it. Now, I guess it's possible that after those files were assembled, upon his death, when Biden got in, They said, we've got to reopen these files. We've got to make it look incriminating for Trump. And in the run up to the election, we're not going to say anything about it. We're going to wait for him to win the election. Then we're going to start having calls to release the information. This is a brilliant plan.
We'll put him in the most powerful office in the country, in the world, and then we'll have him right where we want him.
Exactly. You know,
that was the Pied Piper strategy. Oh, wait.
Hey, man, you know the old strategy, of course, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. So we'll wait until he's president to release these documents. But Trump is worried in that conversation about the article that comes out in the Wall Street Journal. And there is apparently one of the things that they found was a birthday card that Donald Trump sent to Jeffrey Epstein for his 50th birthday. And
yes. By the way, this was like a booklet that Maxwell had put together for Epstein, and it included, according to the Journal, other cards from Alan Dershowitz and Wexner, who Epstein managed his money for decades. What'd you say?
Is Wexner the Victoria's Secret guy?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So there are other letters in there from his known associates bolstering the claim that this is not a fake letter like Donald Trump is alleging here.
All right. And we obviously need to read the card. It was typewritten within the outline of a nude woman. Which of course is, that's very classic divorced 50-year-old guy birthday card. But this one is
we signed Donald to look like we'll call Southern hair on the lady.
His name, Donald. Well, we've seen how he signs his name. Yeah. It's very inky. So he was attempting to make it look like the woman's pubic hair. I don't know why I'm dancing around this.
Why are you dancing around the word hair as opposed to pubic? That's what I don't understand.
I'm not like James Patterson. I don't have a way with words. James Patterson.
Here
is reference.
Here is the card, and it starts with a voiceover, which of course, because it's a voiceover, I'll read in a British accent.
Okay, so this is an imaginary conversation that Trump wrote out for Epstein in the third person of them talking.
There must be more to life than having everything.
Oh, God.
The note begins. Donald. Yes, there is, but I won't tell you what it is. Jeffrey. Nor will I, since I also know what it is. Donald. We have certain things in common, Jeffrey. Jeffrey. Yes, we do. Come to think of it. Enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? That's what they always say. Enigmas never age.
What about who's aging?
They never age.
Dude, that's statutory age.
They never age. They all stay the same age.
Things that confused me when I was 10 confuse me now.
Jeffrey, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Donald, a pal is a wonderful thing. Happy birthday, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
So that's like the most incriminating thing I've ever seen in my life.
Well, but this is what the strange thing is that like the best thing is that like Donald says enigmas never age. Have you noticed that? And Jeffrey says, as a matter of fact, it was clear to me the last time I saw you. Now, like, is Donald talking about himself and then having Jeffrey compliment him for Jeffrey's birthday card?
It would. That's
I
what
wrote
makes
this
it sound
card
like
in a
Trump.
way so that you have an opportunity to compliment me for your birthday.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot that you could make from this in terms of like, I wonder what the secrets that they share.
It's so hard to figure out.
Well, I don't think it could be just the fact that they that Epstein has a huge child trafficking ring that Trump enjoys. Not to wildly speculate here, but to wildly speculate, and of course this is just wild speculation. The late Wayne Barrett, who reported on Donald Trump more than any other person in New York from the Village Voice for 30 years, who died literally, I think, on the day he was inaugurated the first time. He was on the program and he was saying it is all about Felix Sater. And who was Felix Sater? Well, he was a big name in the first Trump administration, but we don't hear from him at all anymore. He was a special advisor to Donald Trump. He had a card. He had his office in Trump Tower. But he also, it turns out, was a CIA asset and an FBI asset, so much so that Loretta Lynch, when she was U.S. attorney in the Eastern District of Manhattan, wrote an affidavit in support of leniency for him when he stuck a guy in the face with a champagne flute in a bar fight. And Felix Sater supposedly has been attributed with getting Osama bin Laden's cell phone number that they used to track Osama bin Laden when they killed him. And Sater was basically helping launder money from Russian oligarchs into the Trump properties. And Wayne Barrett was always convinced it was all about him. So who knows what Donald Trump was doing at that time? I mean, I've often wondered, like, how is it possible that nobody ever went after Donald Trump after like 1972 when the DOJ just gave him a consent decree? Like the idea that Donald Trump was on the up and up and wasn't a perfect target for an ambitious attorney general or district attorney or whomever. I mean, it's sort of fascinating.
He and Epstein might have that in common. Somebody,
a couple of enigmas.
Somebody who got away with seemingly in broad daylight crimes over and over and over again. And Acosta, Matt found this old clip of Acosta right before he was fired in 2019 over this scandal from the Trump administration, or had to resign. And he's asked about the claims that Epstein belonged to intelligence, and he gives a complete non-answer. Like, it was shocking. I hadn't seen that clip before about how evasive he was at that reporter's question. So, I mean, I think that he might have more in common with Epstein in terms of, like, their collaboration with intelligence than we might think, and that's part of why Trump is down to keep covering this up, despite it being a political problem for him. And I would hear you on this if the whole card wasn't filled with illustrations of naked women, which seem relevant to the little secret he's talking about.
Well, two things can be true.
Two things can be true.
It's irony, Emma. It works on two levels. Okay,
I'm sorry.
Look it up. Take an
First
English
of all,
course for Christ's
I
sake.
never draw for pictures. I've never drawn a picture ever in my life. But if I were, I wouldn't do a full woman's body. I'd just do the breasts. It's much easier to
And the
draw.
pubes.
Yes.
Look at my calculator.
Well,
I wrote 8,005. What is it?
Yes. 8,00008 or
80,085.
80,085. You know what I'm talking about.
I pretended to be slow on that.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
All right, we got a couple of sponsors, and then in a minute we'll be talking to Heather Parton, who I would imagine also has some thoughts about this stuff. One of today's sponsors, ExpressVPN. How did you choose which internet service provider to use? Well, the sad thing is most of us have very little choice. Why? Because ISPs operate like monopolies, in the regions they serve. Then they use this monopoly to take advantage of customers. Data caps, bandwidth throttling, the list goes on. But worst of all, ISPs have the ability to keep a log of every website you visit. And so can a ton of other third parties unless you use ExpressVPN. Visit expressvpn.com/majority. You can get an extra 4 months free. Without ExpressVPN, third parties like your internet service provider, your mobile network provider, your Wi-Fi at work, or your school network administrators can see every website you visit, even in incognito mode. ExpressVPN reroutes 100% of your traffic through secure encrypted servers so third parties cannot see your browsing history. ExpressVPN is the best because it hides your IP address, making it extremely difficult for third parties to track your online activity. ExpressVPN is easy to use. All you do, fire up the app, click one button, and you are protected. Works on all devices, works on your phones, your laptops, your computers, your smart TVs. Also, it allows you to stay private on the go. That's my biggest use case for a VPN when I go to like an airport or to a mall or to a coffee shop with Wi-Fi. It's great. Oh, free Wi-Fi. That's fantastic. I hope there isn't some dude sitting in the corner basically intercepting that traffic and getting into my stuff. So one click on my phone or on my computer, I'm protected by ExpressVPN. Super easy to do. Protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/majority. That's expressvpn.com/majority. You can get an extra 4 months free. expressvpn.com/majority. Also sponsoring the program today, one of my favorite sponsors, sunsetlakesabade.com. I have even more reason to love these guys. They have brought back their two most popular topical products as convenient extra strength sticks that you're sure to love. These guys know a thing or two about sore muscles after the harvest. So trust me, these sticks are packed with powerful relief. Sunset Lake took their classic Sebade Solve with Arnica, an extra strength muscle rub, put them in twist up, mess-free sticks, just like chapstick or deodorant. Twist from the bottom, apply where you need it, and you're good to go. No more digging around in a jar or messy hands. Plus, they doubled the Sebade per ounce in both formulas. That means more relief and longer lasting effects, all for the same price you are used to. I got to tell you, 2 days ago, I had eczema on my finger. People who have eczema, they know it's the worst possible place to get it is on your hand or on your knuckles. And it's an off label use of the Arnica stuff, because that's used for muscles, or the other one with the lidocaine used for your muscles, you're sore. But I don't know how I ended up doing it. It was just like, I need some relief, and I first used the Solve, and I used the stick, and it is practically gone. Never mind, I mean, it gives you pain relief almost immediately, but it's, I don't know, I don't get it, but I love it. I love all their products. They're all third-party tested. They're all grown up in Vermont with no pesticides. They use integrated pest management. They are movement supporters. They have donated tens of thousands of dollars to strike relief funds, to carceral reform, Planned Parenthood. Right now, you can try these new sticks for 25% off with the code new sticks. That's NEW sticks. That's new sticks, all one word. The sale ends July 20th at midnight. Head over to sunsetlakesabade.com. Use the code new sticks to treat your aches and pains to some much deserved relief. Check it out. See their site for terms and conditions. Quick break. And we'll be talking to Heather Digby Parton. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. Want to welcome back to the program the proprietor of the Uber blog Hullabaloo and the commentator or writer, essayist at salon.com. Digby, welcome back to the show.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here. Happy Friday.
Yes. Well, let's talk about some fun stuff up front, and then we've got some grimmer stuff to talk about. I mean, it's been pretty grim over the past, even since the last time you've been on, the passage of that big bill, the rescission package that happened, the Genius Act passed. Want to get into like those things and what you feel the Democrats are doing about it too. But first, let's talk about this Epstein thing because it's sort of fascinating. Here is, I want to play this clip from Harry Enton on CNN. And it shows that Donald Trump's polling amongst Republicans, just to be clear, this is just Republicans, has not been hurt by this Epstein, MAGA saga, as we call it. Here we go.
I mean, look, I think this one surprised me a bit because of all of these complaints online going after Trump and the Epstein files. You might think his approval ratings were going down, Republicans. If anything, they're going up. Republicans who approve of Trump, look at our CNN poll. The prior one, 86%. The one out this week, 88% were Republicans. How about Quinnipiac? The prior poll, 87% approve of Republicans. This week out, 90% were Republicans. If anything, Donald Trump's approval rating has gone up since this whole Epstein saga started. He is at the apex or close there too in terms of his popularity with Republican voters, Epstein files, complaints or not.
You just proved that not everything online is real.
Yes,
in real life.
Who knew?
Amazing.
Twitter and X are not reality.
Pause it for 1 second. Pause it for 1 second. That's incidentally not what it proves. It just proves that there might be other people besides Republicans online. But nevertheless, let's just keep going. There's
but the margin of error is 6. Like, I don't understand the framing of. I'm not saying that Trump's supporters are going to abandon him. I'm not saying that, but it's a very odd framing when it's both of these are within the margin of error to frame that he's increased his support.
Well, let's put it this way. I mean, if the poll had said he's losing 3 points a poll, we wouldn't be talking about it now. But let's keep playing this.
Complaints or not.
You just proved that not everything online is real.
Yes,
in real life.
No, I didn't.
Amazing.
Twitter and X are not reality.
Is there any reason that you can find that this hasn't taken hold and hurt him?
Yeah. I mean, on X, all you hear about is the Epstein files. But how about out in the real public? Republicans who said the top issue was Epstein case. The answer is one, and not 1%. One responded. This is a great little finding that Ariel Edwards-Levy, who of course is part of our polling unit, found. Just one single Republican said that the nation's top problem is in fact the Epstein case. Not much of a surprise that therefore Donald Trump's approval rating has not suffered with Republicans because of the Epstein case. Because the bottom line is most Americans say it's not high up on their priority.
Now, I have no doubt that it's not up on their priority list, but it is important. It's sort of an interesting narrative that they're trying to push here. But let's put up the graph of Trump's actual approval rating. It appears there's more than just Republicans in the country. I mean, it's not going well for him. It really isn't. I mean, he's and this is the poll average. His disapproval is about as high as it's gotten.
Could you just scroll up quickly to see which polls are also included in this as well? I mean, Rasmussen is a joke,
yep,
and that's included in the average. So right there, there are some junk Republican polls that have kind of, I think, proliferated over the past maybe 2 presidential election cycles. But yeah,
definitely. But nevertheless, his approval rating appears to be, going down, not dramatically, but So Heather, like, give me your sense of like what interests me about this is why are all the right-winger media people still pursuing this? Like, how come they haven't been able to get past this?
Well, I mean, I don't know what to make of the Harry Enton stuff. It doesn't make a lot of sense to me. Not because we've seen this before. When Bill Clinton was under, the scrutiny over the Monica Lewinsky thing, his poll ratings went up. They went up substantially, and not just with Democrats. They went up among everybody who felt that it was kind of a media, created scandal and that people were making too much of it. And of course, the country was doing very well at the time. Economically, things were going well. People did not want to rock the boat. I mean, it was a very different sort of circumstance, but the same thing kind of happened. So I guess that part of it doesn't really surprise me, that Republicans would sort of do a quick rally around the flag kind of thing, especially for Trump. The media, though, I think that there is a sense among the right-wing media, and this is, starting with the influencers on the right, who I think have much more clout than people give them credit for, among the mainstream right-wing media, meaning Fox or, I don't know, the New York Post or whatever. Although I would have said the Wall Street Journal until a few days ago, or maybe last night. But they know that the MAGA movement they are dependent on it. These influencers are dependent on what we think of as the MAGA movement, which is very, very online. It's very, very much concerned with these kind of things. And they do care about this. And, we'll see whether or not this, kind of emphasis on it, people like Alex Jones, people like Joe Rogan, people like, what's her name, Libs of TikTok or Laura Loomer, or, these kind of people who we look at and go, why is anybody paying attention to these people? They do have a following that it seems to me pretty clearly that there are plenty of people who are very worried about that following. And that following is where their money is made. And honestly, that's where I think down in Bongino was this past week. I mean, just to recap, Bongino was in the midst of this whole release by the Department of Justice saying that the Epstein files is nothing. We found nothing. Case closed. Let's move on. And Bongino reportedly was very upset by this. Now, I don't know if that's actually what happened, because what I read, and I can't remember where I read this, but I think it may make a little more sense than what people are saying, was that he was being blamed for leaks that went to the press, because they leaked that memo, and he was being blamed for it and got very upset with Pam Bondi, and they had a screaming fight in the White House, and Bongino didn't go to work the next day, and they thought he was going to quit, et cetera, et cetera. Bongino is a creature of this influencer world on the right. That is what he is. That is his life. He misses it. Obviously, he said so. He doesn't really like his job. He liked being a podcaster, and he also made a boatload of money doing it. He made a lot of money, and all these people made a lot of money doing it. Having this thing out there, this is going straight directly to their financial bottom line, is this Epstein thing. They made money on it to begin with. They will make money. They will lose money if it disappears. There's a whole lot of incentives there for them to, be at least concerned with it, if not obsessed with it. So I think that that's part of it. I don't know it's a full explanation, but I think that it's a big part of it. I mean, I really felt from the beginning when I saw that Bongino was thinking of quitting, I'm going, he wants to go back. He's preserving his ability to make a lot of money. And he doesn't want to be caught up in some cover up of, Epstein.
Well, this is the thing that I think is really important about this story. And regardless of your feelings about, like, I still think it's just incredible that it's not being screamed from the rooftops that they edited out 3 minutes of that supposedly raw footage that they released. Like, I mean, that's insane. And the incompetence is insane, too. Mm-hmm. But what it hits at is the Democrats for Trump for the past 10 years have enabled this narrative of Trump being an outsider who is combating the elites. That's how he won in 2016. The deep state, right? And they've continued down that course with the MAGA extremists. You hear this every time from frickin' Hakeem Jeffries on TV, now calling them Republicans, tying him to the establishment of the party. What this does for his base is it makes it look like he's covering up for the amorphous elites that they've been talking about him combating. And so I am skeptical that this is not going to actually hurt him, at least a little bit.
I am too.
And so I found the inclusion of like saying he increases support with a 6-point margin of error to be a little weird, because it may take a little bit longer. And the hardcore MAGA's Republicans, they'll always be with him. But what this really hurts him with are like the bro manosphere people who voted for him after, you know, Taylor Lorenz did this piece about how in the aftermath of the pandemic, 2020 on, there wasn't this divide between the online world and the traditional political world that used to exist. Podcasts exploded. All of these right-wingers started to consume this kind of media as well, including like anti-vax stuff and more conspiracism. And that's where I think this could cause an issue for him, is in this new media ecosystem.
Oh, there's no doubt. And I think also, I mean, keep in mind, there was some fraying around the edges before the Epstein thing happened in that manosphere group. There was Joe Rogan was complaining about the immigration thing, saying, hey, I didn't know they were going to do that. They weren't going to go after guys working at, you know, as gardeners and at Home Depot. I thought it was going to be the worst of the worst. This guy, what's his name? Adam Schultz? Is it Adam Schultz? Andrew, sorry. Yeah, Andrew Schultz. I mean, he was kind of going on and showing some skepticism and kind of going, you know what, this isn't really what I thought it was going to be. So then along comes the Epstein thing, and it's exactly what you said, Emma. They had they had based everything on this idea of him being the guy who was going to clean up this cabal of whatever among the Epstein, and you know, there's a direct line between QAnon and Epstein. Obviously, it's about this international pedophile cabal. And that they, you know, when Epstein came along, all those QAnon people went, Eureka, there it is, the proof. Here's the big pedophile, and he was flying around with Clinton and had, you know, Ehud Barak and the Mossad. You know, this was a perfect conspiracy theory for them to latch onto. So, you know, there's that, you know, that kind of hardcore there among the MAGA faithful, that actually for them, this is it. I mean, I think Glenn Beck called it the Rosetta Stone of the MAGA movement was the Epstein files.
I would like to see what the polling is on Pam Bondi, because I think to a certain extent we could be in that stage where it's like Donald Trump is getting screwed by his advisors, and they're, you know, like Pam Bondi could be part of the deep state, and but I think the point you guys are making about this Epstein thing being less about Donald Trump being a pedophile and more about him not cleaning the swamp and protecting people, I don't think it's landed on him yet. I think it's on Pam Bondi, and frankly, like, I'm okay with that insofar as like make them fire Pam Bondi, make them hire, you know, a new Department of Justice. I mean, that to me ultimately is the value of this whole scandal, is just how can it like make it more difficult for them to govern.
And I think that the next step, though, I don't think they're going to fire Bondi right away. The next step will be a special prosecutor, and you guys aren't going to believe who they're talking about among the MAGA people. As
Laura Loomer will be the special prosecutor.
It's even wilder than that, although that would be good. They're thinking that the guy, the one that is most obvious to choose is Matt Gaetz. They're actually saying that. That's not a joke. I looked it up. And you know, they're right, because when it comes to underage sex trafficking, that guy knows his stuff. He
takes one to know one.
Expert.
You got to know exactly what you're looking at.
I have no doubt that guy knows what he's doing when it comes to that. So, you know, I mean, that's a real thing. They're actually talking about it. So, you know, this is, I think there are several steps here. And I actually thought about this the other day. I thought, you know, what we're dealing with, Trump is finally dealing with the Clinton rules. The Clinton rules are when a scandal like this comes along, which is always something sexy. It's got some sexy thing going on, whether it was was Clinton back in the day, or I don't know, Anthony Weiner, or, there's always, the right wing is a dog with a bone on this. They love this stuff. They love it. They love it. They won't admit that they love it, but that's what it is. And they're not going to let it go. So every time you do something, and I don't think Trump has learned this, because if he had learned this, he would not be feeding it the way he is. He's insulting his followers. He's saying this is all nonsense, it's a hoax and whatever. If you do that, it just fans the flames. And that's Clinton rules. And the next step is we're going to do something. We'll name a special prosecutor. We'll fire Dan Bongino, or Dan Bongino will quit. Or, there's these steps that you go through. Oh, he already started. He said that, we're going to release the grand jury transcripts. And in the process,
the ones that are relevant,
the credible ones, not the ones that had to do with, anything to do with me.
The beautiful ones.
Yeah, the beautiful, the perfect ones. So he's already started. And by the way, in the process of that, he also, proved that he's ordering the Department of Justice to do stuff, which the president isn't supposed to do. And he's claimed, I have nothing to do with it. And then he orders Pam Bondi, and she goes, yes, sir, we're on it right there. We'll do it in the morning. So that's you start doing these steps. It's never enough, right? Never enough. There will always be a next step. It will always be something else that they're going to need. So the scandal isn't going to die as long as they're doing this stuff. And then you've got people like the Wall Street Journal. Now, the Wall Street Journal has, a following of a very special, discrete part of the Republican coalition called people with money. Mm-hmm. And Trump's already got some issues there, right? I mean, they got their tax cuts. That's done.
Right.
It's over.
Now they're just
got
like,
him.
We're done. We got what we wanted.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks.
They're worried about the tariffs and the markets and yeah, it's
they've
interesting.
Got their own stuff going on.
See, that's what I think is going on here on some level. That's the thing that makes this different, right? Like, I mean, I get the idea of that this is a very easy thing to talk about, and it's got intrigue, and it's not really political, and except for. We should also say Ron Wyden has a whole nother front of this, which is about the finance, and which I think ultimately could be more important.
I do too.
But I do think that this is being pushed. Like, this isn't coming from the left. I mean, I think I should say center to the left. This isn't coming from Democrats. No. It isn't coming from the DSA. I think people are hopping on the bandwagon. We certainly are. But I think part of this is a function of now it's time to discipline Trump because we got really what we want. We had the largest wealth transfer from a single piece of legislation in history. Nothing else in this administration is going to pay off the big money in the way that did. And so now it's just now it's time to discipline and sort of trim his sails a little bit. And so this is getting more sort of resonance. Nobody the New York Times certainly doesn't, and nor would the Wall Street Journal. We should focus on the gulags that are being built, or the scandal of the detention centers, or what they're doing to mothers and grandmothers. Yes, and the cuts. No, they'll push this because this is the way that they can discipline Trump without having to get into the politics of things.
Mm-hmm. I think you're right. I mean, I hadn't thought of it that way, but I think that makes sense. That this is they're going to jump on that bandwagon. The fact that the Wall Street Journal, the Wall Street Journal just has a regular journalistic enterprise. It's not that bad. I mean, in the straight reporting that they do, it tends to be as good as anything. It's not any worse anyway. The editorial page is a totally different story. But this was surprising that they would be the outlet that would publish that story from last night about the letter. You don't think so, Emma? What?
No. I just think you kind of sparked something, just a theory. They've been getting all the scoops, and the New York Times has been getting nothing. Maggie Haberman is reduced to going on CNN to give her extremely dry opinions about the Trump administration because I just find like her background, her parents were like PR fixers for the Trumps, and then she gets all these sources and gets hailed as the savior of journalism. Anyway, but she's not getting anything anymore because they're all vindictive and they don't trust the Times. So the Wall Street Journal's been getting leaks from what it looked like Rubio about certain, like the stuff with Elon Musk and the fights. It sounded like Rubio or Bessent talking to them. I could see Bongino being the guy behind this
or Bessent. I mean, this could be, look, this could be right now we've got a deadline looming in 2 or 3 weeks that I think most people who follow the economy think this is going to really could seriously derail the economy, and also the firing of Powell. And so there's a lot of incentive for people who are close to the Wall Street Journal, who would have those relationships to, I don't know, trim Donald Trump's sails.
And the other theory Sam and I were talking about before the show, just throwing this out there, I don't think Bongino and Kash Patel are the guys editing the Epstein video in Adobe. Someone left 15 markers at the time that they cut as a door looked like it was going to be open near Epstein's cell. Take with that what you will. But Wired found that metadata that was left there as breadcrumbs, or it's incompetence or it's breadcrumbs. It's one of the two.
Well, and I had heard, that obviously, I mean, when I read that article in Wired, I'm going, you've got to be kidding me. You've got to be kidding me. I mean, this is so, nothing could spur conspiracy theories more than something like that. And yet there it is. And you would have thought that if they really wanted to shut this down, that would have been something they would have, said, I want get Elon in here and his, top Doge boys. I want them to look at this before we put this out to make sure that everything's.
I feel like the FBI forensics people know how to get rid of metadata.
I think they're pretty good. Yeah, I think they are too. And by the way,
if they want to,
but not this time.
No, for whatever reason, whatever. Send it out there; it'll be fine. Nobody will look at that.
Or maybe. I think Emma's point is they will look at it.
Yes, exactly.
Like if I'm the guy in the forensics department at the FBI, I know how to make it look like there's more here, whether there is or isn't. And
I mean, who would have had access to the notebook or the birthday book that they gave to the Wall Street Journal to look at, other than people who were doing that investigation that had access to that information? And by the way, apparently, and I think this has been underreported. They sent, in the quote investigation, they sent a bunch of FBI agents and various people in the DOJ, attorneys, to some off-site, institution somewhere, I guess in Virginia, to look at all that stuff, to look at everything. They were all sitting there looking at the child porn and Jeffrey Epstein and all that stuff. And so who knows how many, the pressure on the Department of Justice and FBI, they put a guy in to run the FBI, Kash Patel, who talked about the FBI like they were a bunch of criminals for years. Every FBI agent, in fact, somebody said, they were complaining that, we're going to find out if any FBI agent ever said anything derogatory about Donald Trump, they'll be fired. And some guy who worked at the FBI, former FBI agent, said, well, that means every single FBI agent is going to be fired because there's not one who hasn't said derogatory things about Kash Patel and Donald Trump because of the fact that they were blaming the FBI for years for everything. They treated them like garbage. So, you put those guys on this story, it is not surprising that someone might leak that. And of course, you're absolutely right. Leaking it to the Wall Street Journal makes perfect sense. There are huge incentives. And, some of these people might be right wingers, too. I mean, I would assume, you'd assume they have to be, right? I mean, who are the liberals in the FBI? They didn't exist in the first place. And in the administration itself, in the White House. I mean, there might be, in the first administration, there were plenty who were leaking all over the place. And as you say, they're leaking to right wing organizations, not to mainstream New York Times or Washington Post. So there's a lot going on there. And I think you're so right, Sam, about this idea that the Jay Powell thing. I think that absolutely sent shockwaves because Trump is acting out of control, right? I mean, he is just so drunk with power or kind of losing his mind a little bit or some combination that I think they're afraid that he could fire Powell on a whim.
And crash the
wake
market.
Up in the morning, just do it. Yeah, and just crash the market and just do it. The tariff thing, I think, something like the thing that he did with Brazil, right? Putting a 50% tariff on Brazil over his buddy Bolsonaro, which makes no economic, even in his twisted economic logic, it makes no sense. This is just, I'm doing it because I can, because they're persecuting my buddy. That had to start worrying some of the money people. They've got their tax cuts, so they're fine. And now they've got to start looking at the big picture. What's happening? What is going to happen to the global economy if this guy really is so drunk with power that he's doing things like that? And then he said, and he went to the Republicans, and this did happen this week, with a piece of paper in which he said that this was the firing memo of Jay Powell, and he showed it to the Republicans in Congress. And he said, should I do it or not? And he showed that, and they all were suddenly telling everybody. They went out, the market went boom, it sunk like a stone. And then he was asked about it in the meeting at the cabinet with whoever or in the meeting in the White House. And he said, oh no, I don't think we'll be doing that. And the market went back up. Okay, clearly and I don't know if he was testing anything, but I don't think he was. I think he was thinking about it. He wanted to do it. And they told him the market just sank and he decided to go back up. But that's what they're worried about. That is what they are worried about. They want to put Kevin Hassett or somebody like, I wouldn't be surprised if he names Peter Navarro to run the Fed. And that's death to the global economy if that happens.
Or Ron, what is it?
Matt was just making that joke off mic.
Ron Vera.
Ron Barron is going to be.
Yeah, he's going to be the new. Navarro will still be at the White House advising, but Ron Vera will be the head of the Fed. I wouldn't be surprised. He's that. Inconsistent? What's the word I'm looking for? He's nuts. I guess that's the word I'm looking for. So yeah.
We had a lot more that we want to talk about, but let's talk about it more broadly. You have a great piece on the cuts to biomedical research. That are going to both inhibit the development of new medicines, new treatments. It's also going to drive a lot of scientists out of the country. It's already happening, frankly, at this point. We're going to be subject to a brain drain. It's also going to drive a bunch of capital that would invest in these things out of the country into different countries. On and on.
We had the envy of the world. Our biomedical research institutions were the envy of the world. There was a lot of money put into it, went through universities. Much of that is being dried up because of the, Trump's agenda to get rid of DEI. And in the midst of it, he's getting rid of cancer research for some reason. Then what they're doing at the National...
Black people get cancer? Yes.
No.
So let's get rid of it.
Yeah, exactly. We don't need to talk about that. The NIH, you had Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz and Dr. Makary, the head of the new FDA, coming out and saying ridiculous things all week about how, it's our patriotic duty to stay healthy and we shouldn't eat carrot cake. Literally, that's what Dr. Oz said. People have to stop eating carrot cake because and eat healthy, eat real food, he said.
This is patriotic duty to remain healthy. Honestly, I start hearing Uber Alles playing in the background when that kind of talk starts happening.
Me too.
It's also exactly what Michelle Obama said, and they called her a communist or whatever.
Well, and all she wanted was
put it as it's our patriotic duty. That's the thing. That's the weird part about it.
And if you don't stay healthy, that means you're not a patriot, right? Yep. So if you get sick,
because you've
betrayed the country.
That's like the baby steps towards eugenics.
Yes.
That's
absolutely. And that Donald Trump is he's a eugenicist for sure. Apparently Bobby Kennedy is too. And this group is, this is what they're pushing now, is this idea you need to stay healthy, and you need to go to work. If you want to get health care, you better work for it. You don't deserve it if you're not contributing something. This whole idea is very terrifying. And meanwhile, they are cutting all of this research. The National Institute of Health is going to cut like 40% of its budget. And there are all these studies. Now, the one that I concentrated in my piece is the one that just absolutely makes my skin crawl. The mRNA platform that has been developed, it's been developed over the last 20 years or so, a couple of decades. And it just happened to have been really coming online when COVID hit. And of course, they were ready to develop those vaccines, which saved a ton of lives all over the world. Millions and millions of lives were saved that would have died if they hadn't had the vaccines. They may have gotten COVID, they may have gotten sick, but they didn't die. They didn't go to the hospital. Okay, miracle, right? Happened just overnight. Even Donald Trump was the guy who signed the paper. They put the pen in his hand and he signed it to do to warp speed, program. Well, mRNA is a potential game changer in medicine. It's a vaccine that they are looking at, this platform that is curing. They really believe that it has the potential to cure a huge number of diseases, cancer among them. They've done a study recently about pancreatic cancer, one of the most deadly cancer, I would say, because it's not discovered usually until it's too late. It has the potential to cure. They cured a number of people of pancreatic cancer with this. Okay, we're still in the early stages, but they're talking about it.
I know some people working on this type of, specifically on mRNA technology. They've been doing this obviously for 10 years, I think, or so, or more, in terms of cancer.
I mean, and in terms of Alzheimer's, in terms of heart disease, it is a potential, huge. It could be, the discovery of the century. It is that big of a possibility of doing this. Now, I don't know anybody in America who doesn't have. We're all going, as Joni Ernst said, we're all going to die, right? And many of us are going to get sick with these diseases, and many of us have family members who already are. Many of us have it and are dealing with it. You want a kitchen table issue, America? Here's a kitchen table issue. If you get sick, and they've got a potential cure out there that these scientists have been working on, and they are very close to finding all kinds of breakthroughs on this. They are canceling the mRNA contracts. The NIH is. They are canceling the research that's going to these universities. Yep. They are basically ending this as something that the government is going to support. And why are they doing it? Because of these stupid conspiracy theories about mRNA because of the vaccines. That is nothing but a deep, rabbit hole that a bunch of stupid people went down, and they are benefiting from it politically. And as a result, they're canceling it. They put a bunch of cranks in. This guy, Makari Bhattacharya, who's at the NIH. You've got Oz. You've got RFK Jr. They are all right-wing extremist cranks outside of the mainstream of medical science. And I'm not saying that medical science, or love big pharma or any of the rest of it. And we all know that all of that stuff has to be carefully watched and policed, and there's too much profit motive, on and on and on. But come on. I mean, these are people who are bathwater. Absolutely. And it's just devastating for me. I mean, every time I read about this, so I wrote a piece about it this week. I hope people continue to talk about this. I mean, the Democrats, they want the kitchen table issues. This is one, and they should be talking about it. People care about cancer research. They really do. This is a voting issue.
The thing is, too, is that aside from the electoral power that it has, this is not something that's going to come back.
No.
If you, we just got an IM saying that, from somebody who's at the Max Planck, I think it was, Max Planck Institute in Germany, the number of American researchers applying for positions has skyrocketed.
Wouldn't you? I would if I was a researcher. Of course. I'd
and
get
again,
the hell out.
The researchers are going to go, the capital's going to go, and you would need your head checked at the end of the Trump administration. Let's just say Trump administration ends. AOC and Bernie, and Zoran Mamdani get a co-presidency, you're still one of those entities or one of those researchers, and you're gonna be like, I'm not going back there.
No,
I'm not. I'm going to need like 8, 12, 16, 20 years before I trust America
before
again.
I come back.
Yeah, and I need to see,
and then maybe I'll come.
It needs to be fixed long term. I'm not moving back and forth here. I've set up a life. The money's here. You've developed relationships. I mean, this is stuff that is not going to come back. And I mean, I feel the same way about the Department of Education. I don't know how you fix this stuff because they're starting cuts right now. They're worried about September. You can't just like turn these programs back on. You can't turn on the faucet of people who work with kids with special needs or these after school programs. I mean, these are long-term sort of scars this country is going to have.
Absolutely. It's generational. It really is. It's generational.
And that's to say nothing about Medicaid cuts, which are also eugenicist too.
Yeah, of course. And USAID, the amount of death and destruction that is caused by that. And by the way, just to punctuate this a little bit, they did all of these things in the big beautiful bill. And then they came and last night they did the rescission on the USAID money and of course NPR and PBS too. But the USAID money, $9 billion. Every Republican, save for a tiny handful, 2 in the Senate and I think it was 3 in the House, voted for that rescission to kill USAID. Basically, that's it. The $9 billion gone. They saved PEPFAR for now, but they're going to go after it again. They saved it, but all the rest of that money for starving kids in Africa and et cetera, this is going to result in, they've done a study in the Lancet that said that 14 million people are going to die but in the next 5 years because of these cuts. 4.5 million of them are children under 5. There is blood on the hands of every one of those Republicans. And for all the bad that Democrats do, and I will say, maybe it's just a sign of how extreme these Republicans are. Not one Democrat voted for it. And there are plenty of centrists out there who want to vote for something bipartisan if they can. And they did with the Genius Bill. They did not vote for it. The Republicans own it. It is them. They are the ones who killed those people. I'm sorry, they killed them. They are mass murderers in taking this money. Meanwhile, they're spending money on gold sconces in the Oval Office and protecting Mar-a-Lago and putting a garden of wing nuts in the White House.
Hundreds of billions of dollars on detention centers and immigration
and building concentration camps. Yep. I mean so this is the priority. This is the Republicans. This is what they've done. It is not Donald Trump. Donald Trump didn't vote last night. This was the Republican Party en masse, all of them voted for it. So I'm sorry, they should never be able to forget it. And all these people who are going to die of cancer because we didn't, we stopped the studies right halfway, 3/4 of the way through because they didn't want to pay for the money for it. Because some, Chaya Rachik or whatever libs of TikTok didn't like it. I mean, this is the kind of stuff. And as you say, this is not going to be easy to ever put back in place. I don't know if it ever will. I don't know that it's possible to rebuild that. This is decades upon decades. The entire post-war second half of the 20th century, they are basically throwing in the toilet and flushing it. And so we're just going to have to,
and this is the stuff. I mean, Emma mentioned the Medicaid cuts.
Yeah.
Medicaid, we saw you can expand it with Obamacare. Not easy to do, but it can be done because the infrastructure remains. These are things where we're going to lose the infrastructure for these things, where you can't just sort of like expand it. It's a fundamentally sort of like different relationship to it's incredibly
well, Dr. Oz is in charge and he says just don't eat carrot cake and it'll be fine, just stay healthy for America.
It's such a weird thing to choose too. It's such a crudité comment. Like,
well, carrot cake isn't real food. I mean, who said that? I mean,
well, it was on the screen. I think they had some sort of carrot cake there in the studio.
Okay.
So
I mean, that makes a little more sense. I mean,
I thought, why pick
don't
that?
Don't eat Twinkies. I can understand somebody saying, but Don't
I mean,
eat,
as desserts go, carrot cake is pretty healthy, at least.
But lay off that tiramisu.
Right.
Like,
this is how rich people talk about healthcare. They talk about it in the way that they engage with it. And RFK Jr. is the same way, where it's like this bespoke choice, and it's libertarianism, and they have no answer for healthcare affordability because they don't even consider anything being unaffordable. They're just like, okay, I'm going to have my second homeopathic doctor prescribe this for me or whatever.
Right, exactly. And have a little organic orange juice. That's gonna solve. You get cancer, take some, cod liver oil. That works just great.
Digby, one last question. I am less inclined to believe that, frankly, the Republicans care about those 14 million people who are projected.
Right.
I don't even know that they care about the people largely who are going to die from cancer. I mean, one of the things that COVID sort of exposed was sort of like this nihilism. Yeah. And okay, 1 million people, if they're sick, they, I mean, there's a eugenic, there's a, this, but where are Democrats in what their ability to message this stuff? I mean, the polling for Democrats is just absolutely just awful. And the Jeffries, Schumer, the messaging has just been anemic. They haven't done anything. It's all been messaging. They didn't block any bills. They could have slowed the rescission down. They, it would have been a procedural thing, and it would have been slow. And they could have made it more difficult. But I mean, lawmakers are human too. And if you make things more and more difficult, people remember Fetterman whining like, I want to go home and go to July 4th celebration with my family. I mean, there's a lot of that on the Republican side as well. And I don't see them doing anything. They just keep saying, hypothetically, people are going to be upset about these Medicaid cuts. Well, yeah, that's happening in 2027. Right. It's all like, well, people are going to be upset about these hypothetical things. We're going to see the ACA, we're going to see the insurance premiums go skyrocketing at least 15% over the next year. They should be messaging these things that are actually going to be felt short term. They should be out there saying from the beginning, this bill is just nothing but a rollback of the ACA. They're going to try and destroy the Obamacare. Yeah. They didn't do any of this stuff.
I just don't know. I feel like, part of me says, it's a very tough environment to actually be able to penetrate with anything, but then you don't really see much effort to do that. So that remains a big question mark. Are they just not, do they just don't have any ideas? Is that what it is? They don't know how to do these things, or is it that they're just waiting? I mean, sometimes I think they're just waiting for the James Carville thing, just let them, let them shoot themselves in the foot over there. And that's all you need. And I'm not sure it is. One of the things I saw Nancy Pelosi yesterday, they were talking about the Epstein thing and, Trump being upset. And she goes and said, it's all a distraction. It's just a distraction from the kitchen table issues. We have to talk about the kitchen table issues. And it's just a distraction. I'm just sitting there going, and I mean, again, this is the part of the generational problem, right? I mean, Nancy Pelosi's in her 80s. I think maybe some of it is that they have not yet grasped that we are in a new political world. They can't seem to understand that the rules that we have lived, that they lived by for decades, I lived through it too, that just is not the way that it works anymore. There needs to be creativity. And you see something, well, you see Mamdani is a good example. I mean, he's going to face some real, it hurts my heart to think about what he's going to be faced with what they're going to throw at him. But what you do see from him is something that I don't see anywhere else in the Democratic Party, which is this kind of, hopeful joyfulness kind of thing. It's an attitude that is so much of a contrast between all the ugliness that you can't help, when you look at it, you're kind of drawn into it. Just it's like a balm, a breath of fresh air. That's,
it's
to me,
a positive
creative
vision for the country, which when we're talking about what Jeffries and Schumer are doing, they seem to be spending more time and energy eschewing him and his movement and his overwhelming grassroots victory.
The Baileys told me to do it.
I think it's fine to go after Trump. Some people are really good at it. Let them do that.
They're going after Mamdani.
That's what I mean.
Right. Okay. Well, going after Mamdani, it's like, what are they talking about? I mean, and I don't, whatever. I mean, obviously, I think he's great, and I enjoy watching his videos. I look at that, and it's almost like, I sometimes, because I have to bleach my brain because of so much horrible stuff that I have to read and look at every day, that I watch animal videos, right? I'll watch some cat videos or something. He's kind of like that for me. I will go and watch a Mamdani video and go, oh, I feel, well, I mean, people need that, and I think that's something that's creative. That's something different.
It's also, that is the style in which he maintains strength and fights.
Yeah,
like
of course. It's not weak. It's not a weak thing at all.
Aside from Jeffries and Schumer's sort of like crappy aesthetics, they're not doing anything. They are literally just waiting. They are just waiting for Trump to implode. And I'm sorry, that just doesn't cut it. It's just so frustrating.
But they're also compromised. I mean, we should just be like, they are corrupted in a way that Mamdani is not, or AOC is not, or other members of the squad, where they can go after Trump and not piss off their donors. And that is part of the problem here, is they're incapable of standing up for the moment as leaders.
You are an anti-Semite.
You're right. I'm sorry.
it's no kings, Emma. Shut up about
Emma.
Right.
I don't know why you would say that, but the Baileys disagree. I respectfully submit. So,
God, yeah.
Heather, always a pleasure. We will link, of course, to your salon.com pieces and the Uber blog. Hullabaloo.
I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Digby.
Have a great weekend, guys.
You too. All right, folks. Should we do we need to take a break? Yeah, we need to break. We'll take a break and literally reframe. And when we come back,
we will win. We will win.
Francesca Fiorentini will be here from the Bituation Room. And we'll be right back after this. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland. It is Casual Friday, ladies and gentlemen. Joining us from the Bituation Room, Francesca Fiorentini.
It's very hot in this Bituation Room. Sorry, it's like really hot in LA these days.
I see you're having to fan yourself with notes from your
Oh, there's like a few talking points that I have.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wonderful pals. May every day be another what is it? Wonderful secret.
You know, enigmas never age.
Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein?
Someone wrote into us and said, I didn't realize this, Mountain West leftist. Those engaged in illegality frequently use coded language. Think of all the words for drugs. Enigma just so happens to be an anagram for gamine, which means girl. I can't speak French.
Gamine.
Which means girl or young woman in French.
Do we need to do this kind of thing to know?
Gamine never age. Have you noticed that?
Of course I know French.
I'm still on the fence. I need more.
You need more information.
I need something else. Yeah. My God. Yeah. Beautiful time. It's been a while since I've, joined you guys. Last time things went really bad for this country. So I hope they stay at the equal amount of awful. I'm talking about, of course, in Brooklyn on that fateful night.
That was not the last time you've been on.
It was.
What? No,
Pretty
that's not
sure.
true. No.
Pretty sure.
No, that is not true.
Okay. All right. It's
Well,
getting
you're not
very
with us
hot.
in
Very hot.
That was in person, and God, having to keep it together on stage as just like Kamala, it was immediately apparent she was losing within like the first hour.
Results that came out were like, oh, she's down everywhere she needs to be doing well in, and Trump is roaring. I was like, well, I hope this turns around at some point in the night.
Oh man.
No, I kept on being like, no, because the early states the red states get their ballots earlier or something. It's the same day voters. It's the same day voters, guys. And then we were going back, and we went back, and now we're in the sunken place and desperately trying to get out of it. I'm actually going to be back in Brooklyn on October 13th. You guys should come. I'm also going to be in Seattle on August 1st and 2nd. Matt Lieb and I will be there, so I hope everybody gets tickets and comes to see me live.
Oh, you're going to be at the Rainier Mountain?
Rainier.
Do they still call it Mount Rainier, or did Trump change the name of that place too?
No, I think
He just
that's
did
the
McKinley,
colonial name. I think Mount Rainier. I think Mount Rainier is the colonial name, if I'm not mistaken. So that stays, yes, Rainier Art Center on August 2nd, 8 p.m. Ijoma Oluo, awesome author, talked a lot about Palestine. We're going to talk to her, and it'll be a good time. So come. And then Friday at Laughs Comedy. So that'll be tight. Live entertainment is getting crushed by the economy, y'all. Like, this is, I know we're going to talk a little bit about CBS, but it's crazy because LA obviously now is being terrorized by DHS thugs everywhere, saving us from the scourge of delicious street tacos. But, we're suffering, like entertainers are suffering because like the pandemic fucked us. The strikes fucked us. Sorry, I'm real F-bombs up top. And then with Trump coming back into office, it's like people don't want to spend money. They're like, they're tightening their belts. They don't want to go out. And so the thing that a lot of folks were like, well, look, if the industry's messed up, there's no writing jobs. I'm going to go back on the road. I'm going to do stand up again. I'm going to do this and that. And now people are just not buying tickets as much. So it's a rough time, but we're going to have so much fun in Seattle. So come through.
Well, if I was anywhere remotely close, I would say probably Colorado, Colorado probably. I would be heading to Seattle to see you guys. That sounds like a good show.
Oh, hell yeah.
Maybe as far south as like
California.
Oh yeah. Southern California, San Diego, I would say, somewhere like that. So we will put a link to that show
Thank you.
On Saturday. Oh, so it's in 2 weeks. Okay. Mm-hmm. Let's talk about the CBS thing. Do we have a clip of this? Do we have a clip of Colbert announcing or anything like that? No.
I can find one real quick.
Nah, that's all right. So Colbert announces, I guess it was what? He does Thursday taping. He might do that like Thursday tapes for Friday type of thing. And he announced that the show was getting canceled in like the spring of 26.
Yeah, May 2026 will be, I guess, his last show. So they've got around 10, 11 months left.
What's your take on this? I mean, it is the most viewed late night show by twice almost of any of its rivals. I don't know the the sort of like metrics of this, but it seems a little bit suspiciously timed with Paramount's attempt to, I think it's a merger or purchase, getting purchased by Skyview Television or media, I should say. And Redstone wants to make billions of dollars. And this is like a bone. They just paid $16 million to Trump over that lawsuit. That was also seems to be like just a tribute more than anything else.
He wanted like 90 billion or something insane. But yeah, it's hard not to think that this is related to their overall acquiescence to Donald Trump. Even though it sounds kind of corny and like libbed up to say that, either way, no matter how you slice it, whether this was a financial decision or whether it was a political one, I mean, can't both be true? And both are depressing as hell. My first reaction was, yo, you just took out the king of late night in a time when late night shows are struggling. Everyone's screwed. Like, what does this mean for all other late night hosts, the writers, the people who work on staff, the 200 people who work with Colbert, and on and on and on. And sort of, as I call, like the downward pressure of entertainment. You know, Colbert is going to start a podcast. It's like, I've got a podcast. You know, like These are the kinds of things where, you know, people who are trying to rise or climb or like, you know, be a writer or, you know, one day. I mean, look, you've got Taylor Tomlinson, who actually left her own late night show at midnight because she wanted to focus on stand-up. And it was kind of like, oh, they were renewed for another season, but then she wanted to go focus on stand-up. And you're like, that's great, that's great. But if you're taking out, again, the premier late night host, it really does not bode well for an industry that's already struggling and just like under the boot of, yes, mergers and private equity and all this. The fact that Stephen Colbert did his monologue about that merger and pulled no punches and about the $16 million payout to Trump, 3 days before?
Yep.
It just looks terrible. And so it's either they had always planned it. I've seen some reporting. Look, they're losing $40 million a year, which is like, you lose $40 million a year on nothing. Like, come on now, we're losing $40 million a year. But either way, the optics are such that it does look like it was politically motivated. And I don't care if people think that Colbert was like Orange Man bad comedy. You know, he is an excellent host. He's an excellent entertainer, and he did great there. So yeah,
Jimmy Fallon's still over at NBC, and I don't know if he's like been relevant to the discourse in like 6 or 7 years. Like, I didn't like how Colbert handled that interview with Zoran, right? But for the most part, his politics, I know your theory on it, Sam, is like giving him an opportunity to address it. I mean,
so
it
no violence against Jews. Are you sure? Yeah. No violence?
And it still is lingering to the point where Zoran had to like apologize. I felt for him because it was so insane yesterday. But like the 60 Minutes thing is also a part of this picture. I feel like that's another story that we memory hold. That was basically the head of the longtime editor or producer or whatever at the top of 60 Minutes. Basically was forced out because of pressure from the top to edit and censor their coverage of Donald Trump, the president. Why would we be shocked that they would say like, Colbert's critical of him. It's expensive to employ all these writers and to do this show. Just kill it.
Yep. And it's you remember that like cancel culture. You know, I'm not sure if it started before this. I know it was more like kind of just like a turn of phrase or whatnot. And maybe it was like, you know, I don't know where exactly when you said something's canceled it came from. But initially in 2016, when Trump became president and Colbert came out swinging against him, the right freaked out and they wanted to cancel Colbert. Do you remember that? It was cancel. And since then, they've been obsessed with other people being canceled because of things they've said and free speech and all this. So there is, again, this little like lib inside of me that's very sad that like Trump won out. And he's openly gloating now about, you know, winning out. And what's interesting is they weren't even like, we're going to replace him with a half drunk guy like Fallon. You know what I'm saying? We're going to replace him with like a no talent ass like Fallon who's never going to like punch up ever. Sorry. But like, no, they're going to completely get rid of the entire show altogether.
Well, I think he's full drunk, by the way.
Yeah, that's, you got to be. Right. Don't be rude. I think you're right. I think both things can be true here. It's a twofer, I think, for Paramount and Skyview. It is to grease the regulatory wheels, or to make sure that there's no friction. It really is just a tribute to Trump. But I also think, look, the writer's strike. The actors' strike became a vehicle for these massive companies who spent billions with a B on these streaming services, only to find like, oh wait, what? It's maybe we need to bring back commercials, to go back to essentially find out that we're just going to do TV now.
Exactly. We're going to have channels. Whatever's on is on. What?
And
Give this man a raise.
So this is it is a twofer for them. It is a way for them to sort of downsize. If the idea is that CBS and Paramount is going to become more a streaming service, the idea of live stuff doesn't have the same sort of allure as it used to have in some ways, and having this sense of a daily show is not necessarily the same. The habits are changing, and it's just not worth the amount of money for them to spend on it. But it is pretty nuts. And CBS, we should say, has a record of this. They canceled the Smothers Brothers because Nixon was mad that they were making fun of him. And talking about the Vietnam War. And so the Smothers Brothers actually got canceled directly because of political interference. But who knows? Who knows if there isn't a lawyer going around one of the guys at the FCC said, maybe if you get rid of somebody who's critical of Trump, it will be much easier for you.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. And this is it's like people are like, oh, I didn't really like Colbert. That's fine. But it is a form of censorship. And I also think the other thing is the late night monologue, right? Responding to daily news, People are on their phones getting meme jokes. And so even streaming as someone who likes topical humor, I hate monologue jokes have their limits. Let's be real. But even that I think is it's just a harder sell. It's a different beast. Anyway, it's all pretty depressing out here in LA.
Oh yeah.
I'm a Gutfeld guy anyway.
Not that they film over there, but you know what I'm saying.
Brian likes Gutfeld anyways.
Huge Gutfeld guy. King of late
night. He's crushing it. Did you look into getting a job with Gutfeld before the Majority Report, Brian? Because I feel
Why do you think I'm here?
I know.
Can't get into that. It's too prestigious.
Brian tried, but then they were just sorry, door is shut for you.
We do have a quick clip of the kind of humor they're doing over there. I mean, this is the 5, but this is Gutfeld's brand.
So this is daytime. So the less edgy stuff.
Yeah.
The less offensive stuff, like this.
This is when he's workshopping stuff, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yeah.
This is why the criticism doesn't matter to us when you call us Nazis. Nazi this, Nazi that. I'm beginning to think they don't like us. You know what? I've said this before. We need to learn from the blacks. The way they were able to remove the power from the N-word by using it. So from now on, it's what up, my Nazi? Hey, what up, my Nazi? Oh my God. Hey, what's hanging, my Nazi?
Nazi, please.
Thank God you did
Kennedy from
there.
3.
What does it tell you, though?
Okay, so Nazi is a way to describe a political movement and ideology. It's not a racial slur.
Well, we're reappropriating it and making it into something that is not as powerful and reminiscent of a time of injustice.
Yeah. The thing is that they just want to say the N-word. So this is the question. It's and by virtue of just wanting to say the N-word and feeling so upset that they are not allowed to say the N-word, that in their mind is well, I'm just going to go full Nazi. So it's even more fitting than we thought. And Trump loves saying the N-word, right? He the N-word. Nuclear. Right? He always loves to do the N-word joke.
Gutfeld just did a version of that where he said the blacks because they're like edging. They want to get right up to it because in private they say this kind of stuff, right? Remember that quote from the Wall Street worker who anonymously, of course, gave after Trump's victory saying, we get to say the R word again because now they get to say the R word and they're like, what's next? What can we get to say next?
The market's crashing. That's so hard. Yeah.
The attempt at comedy is the most offensive part of that video, though, right?
Well, where he has to say a couple times, and then Kennedy he bombs, and then Kennedy comes in to save him.
No, because it's so striking. I watched that clip multiple times, and I think every time my jaw is on the floor because they're openly just saying, why don't we normalize calling one another Nazis? I mean, every joke has a shred of truth. That's what makes it funny, and that's what he's effectively saying. So the one guy's like, oh, God, I don't know who they are.
But I'm trying to figure out the construction of this. They call us Nazis. They call us fascists, right? And that is a pejorative term, I guess, in their mind that is just sort of brought out to make fascists less than the rest of us. And we're going to reappropriate that term so that we can liberate ourselves as Nazis and feel some pride in being fascists.
Exactly. Well, we made them do it. I mean, the left really needs to stop calling Nazis Nazis because that's why they're doing Nazi stuff. I think some of the wisest voices have said.
Look what you made us do. We wouldn't have been Nazis if you didn't call us Nazis. Duh.
Yeah. I wasn't going to dig Heil twice on stage, and then you called me a Nazi.
I thought, though, that comedy was legal again. I don't understand what happened to that. But since we're talking about sort of a term that was used to denigrate and other the blacks so that they could be more easily enslaved, let's check out Tim Pool for a moment while you're here, Francesca. Tim, the other day, pinpointed what the problem with liberals is. And the big one is, of course, they don't understand what slavery is.
I've gone to foreign, I'll just keep it kind of private because the people who are at this restaurant might know, but it was a non-American style of food and their employees appeared to be indentured servants. And they got very mad when I pointed something like this out. That's illegal.
Wait,
Pause it. Wait.
Can I guess it's sushi? Can I just guess it's sushi?
With the boys?
I went to foreign.
No, they'd have the sushi with the boys is brought in.
The boys.
Wait, are the boys
the
servants?
Sushi with the boys. Don't we have the picture of the pool table? I mean, the poker table.
Oh yeah,
we gotta bring that up. The sushi
are there a bunch of dogs playing around it?
No, it's actually they have a sushi with the boys poker table at Tim Pool's place. So it's not, I mean, it's not
It's the same table? Whoa. This whole time they've been eating sushi off the poker table?
I'm sure sushi as the chips.
These But I like how he said they appear to be indentured servants. How do you what makes someone appear to be an indentured servant?
They look Asian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, got it. Of course. Go ahead.
I've gone to foreign, I'll just keep it kind of private because
eatery?
The people who are at this restaurant might know, but it was a non-American style of food and their employees appeared to be indentured servants. And they got very mad when I pointed something like this out.
What did you say?
That's illegal. You're allowed to do that. Like if you live in, say, like China and you're like, I want passage to the United States, so say, okay, we're gonna have you work a debt off for us. We don't do that in the United States. The issue is that children cannot enter into these contracts. Children cannot agree to be smuggled. That's trafficking. Children who are on a farm doing labor illegally in this country.
Pause it for a second. Also, I should tell you, hold on. I mean, just in case for any of our foreign restaurateurs listening, even if they're adults, you cannot traffic them in this country. You can't
but if they're your aunt or mom, it's always like a grandma peeling a bunch of fava beans in the corner and you're like, she's been at it for a long time. That's not indentured servitude though. That's just love of the game. But I will say it's not clear that he's in the United States. I went to foreign ... What?
No,
I don't want to name the cuisine.
I think he's talking about the Japanese restaurant that he frequents all the time and took Kanye to and talks about it a lot in West Virginia, where he's from. Like,
because if he said like, yeah, it was a Japanese or a Chinese restaurant or whatever, it would pretty be there. There's only a few options.
There's probably one in a 50-mile radius of where he's at.
All right, but let's just go back. Go ahead.
Legal. You're allowed to do that. Like if you live in, say, like China and you're like, I want passage to the United States, say, okay, we're gonna have you work a debt off for us. We don't do that in the United States. The issue is that children cannot enter into these contracts. Children cannot agree to be smuggled. That's trafficking. Children who are on a farm doing labor illegally in this country, kids aren't allowed to work on farms like this to the degree that they're having these people. That would then be upgraded from indentured servitude to slavery because they don't have a choice. And so here we are. The question is, you know what I think it is? I think it's because the American liberal thinks slavery is a black man in a field being beaten.
Yes.
They don't realize that slavery affected every level of American society, from grocery stores to government to building houses. In the mind of the liberal, when you talk about slavery, they imagine it's a guy in a field.
Pause it for a second. It's possible there were grocery stores in the late 1800s, probably more of like a general store. But the idea that liberals are not aware that slaves weren't just in the fields. Thomas Jefferson had slaves on his plantation doing everything from building stuff to, blacksmithing to baking. He brought his slave to France to learn French cuisine. I mean, for God's sakes. Tim Pool's perspective on what other people know is a projection of things that he just didn't realize until he was in his early 30s.
Well, what's the conclusion? I'm waiting for the conclusion and I'm excited for it, but I also don't understand, I still haven't heard slavery bad come out of his mouth. They don't understand that actually, when you're making some delicious Japanese food within a 50-mile radius of my home, it's not slavery. I'm not quite sure what he's saying. And I love the idea that the place that he frequents all the time was not happy that he was like, hey, you got slaves here. Oh, they're slaves. Anyway, it's pretty good yellowtail. What? Oh, they were mad.
Let's put it up. Keep going.
Yes.
They don't realize that slavery affected every level of American society, from grocery stores to government to building houses. In the mind of the liberal, when you talk about slavery, they imagine it's a guy in a field. But there were people who worked a blacksmith, and he had slaves, and the slave would make horseshoes. Nobody was hitting him, but that was not his choice. He did not want to be there, and they were enslaved.
Wait, so
I see.
Nobody was hitting him. I got news for you. If that guy tried to leave, he would be beaten.
There were also things called house slaves, where there were often, women whose they weren't supposed to be beaten because it was better for the master to rape them when she didn't have, welts all over her face or body or things like that. That I don't know any liberal that has said that slavery was just confined to the fields.
Liberals know that the people making the barrels, like Coopers, in other words, those were also black people in Virginia. The Smiths, what's the point he's trying to make?
This is him finding this stuff out very recently and then projecting it on no liberal ever told me before that there were slaves in
that
Northerners
Northerners
just
enslaved.
working in the fields, and so I just assume they don't know this. Go ahead.
It's kind of DeSantis-y, like they had skill. Remember when DeSantis is like, "Oh, slavery actually they learned a bunch of great skills underneath that," and maybe
well,
that's
like I said, Jefferson brought his one of his slaves to France when he was there for a year or two to learn French cuisine and bring it back. And
the amount of labor violations for child laborers, by the way, has been dramatically increasing over the past few years. And you have governors in red states like Sarah Huckabee Sanders rolling back paperwork requirements for employers when they use child labor, because it's quite obvious that they're using children who are undocumented and they don't want to have a record of that. So if he was so concerned about things that resemble indentured servitude in this country, perhaps he would address it. But the caption of this video from Timcast, just this bottom thing, makes me think that, can we put that up? The American liberal doesn't view illegal immigrant children forced to work on farms as slavery because they don't understand what slavery truly is. And the liberal media refuses to report on it. Just how they frame it. So the question is are you essentially saying that these ICE raids are liberating these kids?
That is exactly what he is saying.
So that's the implication. Well, ask them. Ask them if that's the case. What he's trying to say is this is for their own good, our brutalization of them. If he was interested in addressing labor exploitation, join all of the left in talking about raising the minimum wage, in cracking down on companies that abuse children in this way, on allowing these people to become citizens so that they can have full rights and protections and they can't be exploited by the legal gray area of immigration and national security by a government that's now throwing people into a concentration camp down in Florida and just basically black sites.
In fact, that's the solution to slavery, was to, instead of, we're not going to send these people to Liberia or wherever, back to Africa, we're going to make them full citizens. And we're going to be citizens next to them with full equal rights.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's simpler than you guys are making out to be. I think he's basically just like, slavery wasn't that bad because you didn't just work in the field. It's the Ron DeSantis thing. It's the same old thing. They were taken care of. They were offered poker and sushi with the boys. Like that's what he thinks slavery was like. And also there's a little bit of an implication that that it wasn't just black people. Like I feel like he wants to sort of go there. Like he was eating at a restaurant and yet again, it's very like Asian coded that, and it wasn't just black people. That's the vibe I'm getting. But yeah, I mean, here in LA, people, street vendors are being swept up off the streets and their children are working their stands and carts for them. And it's just insane what is happening. Nannies are being disappeared. I'm on like mom groups, nannies are being disappeared from like nice neighborhoods, people who can afford nannies and their kids are being put in like the back of ICE cars to wait. It's a really wild time. We're like in a very unprecedented moment right now and continue to be.
It's only going to get worse. Do we have more? Is there more on that?
That's it, Matt says. But on the part about him arguing that it is slavery, it might be a good thing. I mean, or that it wasn't that bad, Francesca. That actually kind of that might be logical based on what he's arguing in terms of like the construction of his argument. If he's saying it's a good thing for these ICE raids to happen because they're being liberated from, I don't know, the worst parts of slavery, the ones that work in the fields, but the reality is that immigration enforcement is a tool of bosses to keep these employees in check. And
like slave catchers.
Yeah.
I was just going to say, I would love to see some footage of ICE raiding one of these job sites and walking out with the boss.
Never happened.
Yep.
Well, Sam, I think that's a very harsh way to frame what we're trying to do in this country.
Did you hear that she feels the Epstein stuff is a distraction?
Oh, absolutely. But anything to take the heat off of my massive failures in in Texas are good.
No, Sam, you're confusing Pelosi or Francesca's Pelosi and Kristi Noem. This is
I didn't get.
Pelosi's here.
Oh, I see.
Now, Kristi Noem, Sam, I think is much more here.
You activated the nose a little bit more. The nasal.
It's every single muscle in your face must be activated, and as soon as we roll out new alligator Alcatrazes, you're going to see some things you have never seen before, and we're going to go after podcasters. Indeed, you're going to be held at what we're calling in Montana grouse Guantanamo, and you don't want to be attacked by a grouse. It's it's quite something else.
God.
She tried. She tried. I don't have enough makeup on. I apologize.
What should we talk about here? We got a bunch of clips.
So Don Jr., Matt just saw this, has weighed in on the Epstein stuff. He's defending his dad.
My father has a very specific way of speaking. People all over the world have mimicked it for decades. The insanity written in the Wall Street Journal ain't it. I love that.
Wow.
This ain't it. And everyone knows it. Also, in 47 years, I've never seen him doodle once. Give me a break with the fake journalism mean. Now, that's kind of a sad thing to say when he says, I've never seen him doodle once, because it turns out that he's a doodle machine.
Yeah.
Dude, I love this.
Oh my God.
He loves doodling.
Those are actually
He really
pretty good.
loves
That's amazing.
Yes. And he loves to doodle the two things he knows: big building and women's tits.
All you got to do is turn those skylines to the side, and then all of a sudden he's got basically his drawing of a woman's body. I mean, what the amazing thing is like, if the argument is this is if this is a fake, like, it's so, if it's so obvious what Donald Trump sounds like and it's a fake, why wouldn't they have made it more like, this is a big, beautiful card or something,
Right.
like what?
I think, Don Jr., it needed to be like, in 47 years, I haven't seen my father. That's, I think, the proper way to express what he's saying. It doesn't matter whether he's doodling or not. You just haven't really seen him much. But I just think it's so on brand and so funny. And this is what's annoying about how comical Trump is, because of course he would draw the New York fucking skyline so horribly, so third grade, learning how to shade and do draw cubes over and over and over again. It's so corny.
Yeah. It's impossibly corny. And I why would you fake things like, okay, so in this article from the Wall Street Journal, they also have a letter from Alan Dershowitz in it, where it had a mock-up. So clearly, Ghislaine was saying, get creative, people. Dershowitz's letter included a mock-up of a Vanity Unfair magazine cover with mock headlines such as, who was Jack the Ripper? Was it Jeffrey Epstein? By the way, Jack the Ripper murdered sex workers.
Wait, this is in 2003? He's making jokes like that? Okay.
He joked that he had convinced the magazine to change the focus of an article from Epstein to Bill Clinton. Dershowitz, who represented Epstein after his first arrest, said, "It's been a long time and I don't recall the content of what I may have written." He kept his underwear on.
But it was just a massage, and she was definitely 18.
Yep. I mean, what do you think of I'm obsessing a little bit about the sloppiness of the cover-up, and maybe other people don't care about it, but I think this is a way to really hit at Trump's credibility. And I know it sounds insane because we know he's such a liar, but does this break some sort of trust with the new MAGA people? I mean, what's your assessment?
Yeah, I think it absolutely, super anecdotal. I know someone whose mom is stalwart MAGA and is having just a crisis of faith. I think there's a lot of crisis of faith. I mean, true believers Democrats release weather bombs and, cloud clustering or whatever, seeding and whatever, true believers in that stuff, obviously anti-vax. And of course, what I think they really should have nipped this in the bud before, someone should have brought the line down and said, okay, you can be good on the anti-vax stuff, but don't make too big of a deal of the Epstein thing in case we win. But they did. They really hung their hat on that. And it is absolutely blowing up in his face. I think it will lead to broader mistrust. I mean, it's only the biggest sex trafficking crime, maybe of our lifetime, that mysteriously ended when he mysteriously committed suicide. And they were BFFs. They shared girlfriends. And again, this is the thing we don't like talk about, but like, not really, but there have been women interviewed about this. Like a former Sports Illustrated model spoke to, I think it was CBS last year. And she was like, yeah, I was Epstein's girlfriend for like a couple months. And he introduced me to Donald Trump, and Donald Trump immediately started groping me and trying to kiss me. And it was really weird. And it felt like a game between the two of them. There was a beauty queen who came over from Scandinavia. I forgot where. Same thing. She was like, and then Epstein, after I met Trump, really tried to set me up with like going to his to his Palm Beach home. And they were sending me all these letters, and that Trump really wants to meet me. And it just skeeved me out. It weirded me out. So she like left it there. She went to the beauty pageant contest, I think, in Manhattan. And then that was it. That was all last year.
Right.
So it's endless.
Right. Yeah.
I that's why I still think like the timing of this stuff. I mean, I guess Pam Bondi did that folder thing, and I don't know what they thought they were doing with that. That was, I guess, 2 or 3 months ago. I don't know what they thought they were. I guess they just sort of the train car got away from them in some way.
I think they thought they could get away with that stuff, but I think Elon blowing up and saying this stuff will never come out because Trump's implicated in it, I think that's what sort of reset the dominoes falling.
Yeah.
Although it's interesting that Elon's defending him now and saying the letter's not real because it doesn't sound like him. I mean, he's a dumb guy too, but you wonder why there's that flip there.
Maybe he's walking back. Maybe there's like there's a EV subsidy or something floating around out there that he's looking for.
Yep.
I mean, I don't think Pam's going anywhere. So to your earlier conversation, I don't think they're getting rid of Bondi. Bondi knows way too much. Bondi is right-hand woman on all of this. She's Bongino and Patel's boss. They're not in on it at all. They have nothing to do with it. They're just being told. And yeah, he would never fire Bondi.
And she's eating shit for him. She's eating shit.
Yeah,
absolutely. Like it's his cover up, and it's just
Pam's
amazing.
She's gonna be the new ambassador to Italy, that's gonna be the announcement, or like to the Caribbean. She's gonna be.
She would jump
we have
at
a
that.
new Caribbean ambassador
Then
job.
mysteriously meet her demise.
Exactly.
Balls in their hands.
Francesca, folks can see you most, I guess, in the soonest in Seattle at the
Yes. Yeah. August 1st at Laughs Comedy, August 2nd at Rainier Arts Center. I'll also be in Houston, Texas at the Punchline on August 28th with Matt. And then moving forward, October 13th in Brooklyn.
Where do people get tickets in advance if they want? Is there
Go to
a link?
FrancescaFiorentini.com. Good luck with my name. No.
I was gonna say.
There's a QR code. You can also go to bit.ly TBR Seattle. Bit.ly /TBR
Can't you do
Seattle.
something like a Fran F or something?
Fran F.
I don't know, just as your website, franf.com or something.
FranF.com. No.
Stop being so
You got a
Italian.
name as ridiculous as mine, as Italian as mine. You want everyone to spell it all out. All of it. All
Make
of them
'em.
vowels.
Make
'em. And now that Luigi Mangione is, it's like now everyone puts a little respect on my name.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely. All right. We will put a link at majority.fm and in our podcast and YouTube description. Go see Francesca out in Seattle and among the other places you're touring around.
Yes, and may every day be a wonderful secret, you guys.
That's
Always
so
good
sweet.
to see you.
That is so sweet. All right.
Thanks, Francesca.
Thanks,
Thank
Francesca.
you.
I guess it's a freebie Friday now, right?
Yes, so.
Let's take a couple of IMs. Franz Brosef. Great to have Fran on the show. Tippy tappy toe. It's funny how years ago Trump and Epstein were competing to be America's biggest sex fiend, but now Trump is trying desperately to shed that reputation. Nolan from the Detroit suburbs. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if we think of slaves in the fields, it's because the biggest part of the Southern economy was farming in those times. Yes, but you didn't know there were slaves other places, which I'm not sure what his point was to that, but
I mean, he was, as ever, arguing at cross purposes. So he was arguing a little bit of this, and also that indentured servitude is so bad because people don't understand. Very confused, but he was just filling air.
Right.
People don't understand that slavery existed in grocery stores and in car repair shops and in...
And if you don't want ICE to basically rip families apart, that you're basically Jefferson Davis, is kind of what he was trying to argue.
Right. Exactly. Living coder. My father-in-law, Republican, doesn't care at all about the big beautiful bill, but is very focused on the Epstein stuff. Maybe this is to keep distracting their base. I mean, I don't distract them from what? Like the
whole thing is all a distraction for them. Like, yeah, that's all they operate in. But they're going to cut Medicaid and all this other stuff. That's the important thing. But like,
yes,
I hope that Emma and Digby are right about like the influencers are going to get traction with the base and take down his support. I think that's possible. But I also think that stuff doesn't matter as much as like the real Republicans. I remember I talked to one of my relatives, and she was very sort of wanting to impress upon me how she was a Trump supporter before, but the bullet just missed him almost a year ago, and now it means God has selected him. Like, I think that's more of a Republican than the people who are following the Epstein stuff closely.
I 100% agree. I'm just talking about the new voters he turned out, and the data shows that he did. And I think those are the podcast listeners who care about this kind of thing. And it's more reminiscent. It's more about the fact that, like, we don't have good material politics that are communicated to people in this country, but everyone has a sense that the elites are ripping them off and play by different rules. And that's why this Epstein story matters to people who aren't just the normal secret cabal, anti-Semites, like weird evangelical freaks, QAnon people. It's expanded and it has cross appeal. Everybody I know that is a millennial, I think, really like cares about the story, in part because our generation lived through the Iraq War, the financial crisis, now Trump 2.0. It's also the millennials are way more democratic in terms of voting than other people, but there are also more independents. It's just less Republican too. And I think that there's a sense of like, this is a story where it makes us a clear story of a group of elite people that are getting away with the worst crimes that could have ever been done, and that there's a cover up. And if Trump's participating in that cover up, it's bad for his brand. That's my contention.
Yeah, I think that's and if it gets bad enough, then he has to blame somebody. And that's really where this could have value. It's not I don't think it's going to scare any voters away from Trump. But I do think that it could create pressure on him enough where he would be worried about that, where he has to throw somebody under the bus, which could be really inconvenient. But even the problem with throwing her on the bus on some level, though, is that there's clearly something there. And I don't know how they satisfy the desire for it other than like, I don't know, he starts a war. But here is Ron. I mean, honestly, like at one point, he'll do something to change the narrative. But here is Ron Wyden, the Senate Finance Committee. This is fascinating stuff because there is an element to this Epstein stuff that is not as sexy in some respects, literally, but like or rapey, but it speaks to the more the elite stuff. Like, how did this guy amass his money? what was going on? How did this dude who was a substitute teacher end up hobnobbing with all these people? It wasn't his talent or his conversation skills. There was something else going on. Here is Ron Wyden on the Senate Finance Committee yesterday.
Last year, the Biden administration allowed our investigators to look at portions of the file. We did that at the Treasury building. Here is what it says. Treasury's Epstein file details, Mr. President, 4,725 wire transfers. Let me repeat that. 4,725 wire transfers, adding up to nearly $1.1 billion flowing in and out of just one of Mr. Epstein's bank accounts. If you ask me, that is more than 4,000 potential lines of investigation right there. Hundreds of millions more flowed through other accounts. That's even a lot more to investigate. The file shows that Mr. Epstein used multiple Russian banks, which are now under sanctions, to process payments related to sex trafficking.
I imagine those banks were also used for a lot of other things too. It really does raise questions. I think my experience is always just sort of like they are usually hiding something other than what people think it is in these situations. And that the exposure is to other things that we're not supposed to see. And Besant has apparently been stonewalling a lot of these questions for a while about the finances. And who knows where the next sort of like break in the dam is going to be.
It's interesting that Wyden is the guy doing this because his father, Peter Wyden, was a journalist with really good sources. He wrote one of the first good exposés on the CIA's involvement with the Bay of Pigs planning and fiasco. So if there's somebody who has sources on the Democratic side of the aisle, it would be, I think, Wyden.
And things like, some of the Times writes here, some of the Epstein money transfers disclosed in the report from JP Morgan Chase involved accounts at 2 Russian banks before those institutions were subjected to U.S. sanctions. A few transactions red flag were for as much as $100 million. And it's interesting that Wyden would be on that given his background because of, the claims about intelligence and things like that. But we still don't even know how Epstein made his fortune. He went from high school teacher to a guy that was responsible for basically billions of dollars in transactions, and he was managing the money for one particular person for around, 20 to 30 years?
An enigma. It's the American dream.
Yeah.
A real gamin, if you know what I mean.
A bootstraps guy.
Real gamin.
The secrets we will share.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
What's up?
Oh, did you want to do Dave Rubin on it? Was that our lead up to that?
There's a Dave Rubin.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a Dave Rubin. We definitely
This
need
is
to do
that Parody Clips channel.
At Dave Clips, yeah.
At Dave Clips. But let's be clear, it's not a parody of Dave Rubin. It is Dave Rubin being a parody of himself, and this guy clips it.
Yeah, it's a watchdog, but it's just funny.
The government. They're not good at anything. What did Ronald Reagan say? The 8 scariest words in the English language are, I'm here from the government. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. It's Ronald Reagan, the 8 scariest words in the English language. I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Don't trust the government. Don't trust the agencies. Don't trust the media. But yes, the government is the bad guys, but they want you to believe that the government are the good guys and could never lie about so many things or get so many things wrong and still have your job unless you worked for the government, right? They lie about everything, slow roll the lies about everything. Remember when Jeffrey Epstein died in jail and somehow the cameras weren't working for those few minutes? Nobody was checking the cameras for those few minutes. You know, we have cameras at my house. The Epstein list. Why is it that Jeffrey Epstein dies in jail and the cameras went out and all that kind of thing? And why would the FBI be hiding that? Unless there's something really weird, particularly with the Democrat Party and all the celebs. Do you trust the government? The government? I trust Dan Bongino. I have no reason not to trust Kash Patel. I trust Donald Trump at the moment as much as I trust anyone else. But they may just not have it. Like maybe Epstein was smart enough not to have an actual list written out that said all of the specifics. Are we to believe, like, is what I'm supposed to do up here, as someone that's trying to make sense of this just the way you are, is tell you, boy, I think they got to Dan Bongino. They magically got to Dan Bongino, and they got to Patel, and they got to Pam Bondi, and they got to Donald Trump? Or is it possible, as he says, what you want to hear actually isn't the thing we have evidence of? So either we're going to believe when they give us information, when Dan Bongino tells us certain things, or not. And if we don't, then either you're just swimming off in complete conspiracy theories, or you better have some concrete evidence of something. So if what she is saying is true, that basically every 24 hours, it's an old system, so it resets, and that's why it reset. If that's actually true, which again, I don't know. I don't know any more than you do. And then I guess it is what it is. But be careful what you ask for, because if the Democrats are clamoring for this thing, how do you think that's going to work out for Trump? And then thus, how do you think it's going to work out for the country?
Unbelievable.
Master.
Unbelievable. That is.
He and Ben Shapiro, what are you guys doing?
The funniest part is when he's like, this is going to be really embarrassing, especially for the Democrats and the celebrities. Like, there's no
The celebrities. That's why they moved on to that P. Diddy thing, and we're obsessed with that, because for them, for that crowd, it's the titillating thing. It's like, honestly, probably darker than that. Like, they have their own kind of like sick fantasies about young girls, and then they like kind of live vicariously through their curiosity in these stories. But once it got to a bit of a systemic critique, and one where there's rumors about things like Israeli intelligence, Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro are very much against talking about that, which is interesting. I think the rest of right-wing media will follow.
I want to believe Kash Patel.
Kash Patel. And I believe Dan Bongino.
I'm going to trust my friends in the government.
And even Charlie walked it back. Sam, we played yesterday Charlie Kirk, who after he
walked back his walk back.
He walked back his walk back, and all of the comments, they're furious at him.
We legitimately
for
didn't
walking
find
back
one
his
comment.
walk back, or for
yes,
defending him.
They weren't satisfied with the walk back of the walk back. They said, hey, stop saying that it's just Gen Z that's obsessed with this. Because Charlie kept saying, like, Gen Z is pissed. And everyone's like, I'm a 57-year-old woman who watches your show, and I'm upset about it.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the fascinating thing, is that you can look at those polling numbers of Republican support for him, and yes, 6% margin of error is pretty substantial. But the Epstein thing is so much a product, and I don't even mean this controversy. I mean the entire controversy is so much a product of social media, and is so part and parcel of social media. I mean, it's not like there were big stories on Epstein on ABC News or any of this. It was all sort of like YouTube and Twitter and Twitch and all the social media outlets. And so the people they're hearing back from are like their core audience. That's the problem.
And it's crossed over to the mainstream now, obviously, because they bungled it so poorly. But it is interesting when I've been turning on cable news to see how they react, and I listen in the morning before, as I'm getting ready, and it's basically uniform. If you're on cable news, and I said this on Chris Hayes, where I had a more conspiratorial tone about it than the other guests, but almost all of them are saying, he killed himself. This is just a conspiracy theory. Don't think about it too much. And I don't know. I don't think that's going to keep working. It's for an older audience that has a little bit more trust in like some of the institutions in our government versus the generational divide of people that, you know, are on the internet and listen to podcasts like this for better or for worse.
I mean, I don't want to give Nancy Pelosi a credit for, 12-dimensional chess.
Right.
But Nancy Pelosi saying this is a distraction, don't pay attention to it. If that's like an accelerant, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's an accelerant. The idea that she is going to say the same thing as Trump is an accelerant for this.
Right.
If I was,
I'm not giving her credit for that. I think she's one of those. Christine Pelosi, her daughter, tweeted when he got arrested, some of our faves may be implicated, but we'll have to deal with it. That's who she is part of the old guard that let this story fester on the right because they didn't want to implicate Bill Clinton. And we could have used this for political capital.
I don't have to give her credit or not give her credit to know that, if I wanted to stoke this, in fact, let's play Nancy Pelosi saying this because
she should say that everyone who doesn't give credit or trust Trump on this is deplorable.
Exactly. This type of conspiracy mongering is bad for society. We shouldn't do it. That is like. Could there be more fuel on the fire than that? That is really the thing for her to say. Really, Hillary Clinton should come out and say, yes. I really think there's nothing to this.
I trust the president on this.
There's many things that Donald Trump and I disagree on, but keeping the Epstein client list under wraps is, I think, very important.
She insists on remaining in the public eye. Could she do good for once?
Honestly,
Please.
That would be the best thing she could have ever done in the past 8 years.
Yep.
If she wants to give that thing legs, that's what she does.
Nothing to see here.
The problem is that she doesn't want to give it legs.
This is a big nothing burger. Yeah. Yes, this is a big nothing burger. Oh, God, that would be so fantastic.
Can we get our deepfake technology to use that evil for one piece of good here and get Hillary Clinton on tape saying that kind of thing?
Honestly, like putting out a parody of Hillary Clinton doing it, it would take like 15 minutes before it all of a sudden morphs into something that is real. And we just write up Hillary Clinton probably right now. There's nothing to see here. Let's see. What should we... if
we're going to have fun, then 19 isn't good, but...
Come on, we got another 20 minutes for the week. 20. Let's have something good.
Okay. Gottheimer.
Although, you know what? The Stephen Miller thing is worth looking at.
Yeah.
This is footage of Stephen Miller from 2003. I don't know how old he is. It seems like it's on a high school
17.
bus or a college bus. Okay. Yeah.
I've been reading, the reason I put this in there is because I've been kind of skimming through Jean Guerrero's book, Hate Monger, Stephen Miller, Donald Trump, and the White Nationalist Agenda. You had her on like right before I joined the show.
Oh, was it that long ago? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and it's just like it's a book about his background and how he was such a virulent racist, specifically about Latinos, growing up in a high school that had a lot of Latino classmates in Southern California. And there's just like you see the origins of that hatred even then. So that's why this clip kind of just stuck out to me here.
Also, I think thing to pay attention to is the reception he's getting, because I think this is the story of Stephen Miller. Think of a guy who is who's probably socially ostracized. And think of this response. This reminds me of that Errol Morris film. Was it Mr. Death or Dr. Death? I can't remember, but play this.
To the issue of the Iraqi civilians, I think that as many of them should survive as possible, because the goal of any military conflict is to kill as few people as possible. But as for Saddam Hussein and his henchmen, I think the ideal solution would be to cut off their fingers. I don't think it's necessary to kill them entirely. We're not a barbaric people. We respect life. Therefore, torture is the way to go. Because tortured people can live. Torture is a celebration of life and human dignity. We need to remember that as we enter these very dark and dangerous times in the next century. And I only hope that many of my peers and people who will be leading this country will appreciate the value and respect that torture shows towards other cultures. To the issue of the Iraqi...
I mean, the laughter he's getting...
Yeah, you see it building his strength.
Totally. And this is what that guy, this is what draws that. The film is Dr. Death. And it's the same thing, same sort of dynamic where a guy who, is not, is just seeking some type of like reinforcement and feedback. And that's the people laughing at Stephen Miller back then. I would hope that they're like, we shouldn't have laughed at him. We shouldn't have encouraged him in any way, because this is what he, this is what led him on this, it gave him his momentum in some ways.
Guerrero writes that he was kind of like average in popularity. He did play some sports. He did start to lose his hair all the way in high school. So at least, that happened to him, fortunately for us. But he was also seemingly obsessed with harassing Latina girls in his school who were a part of clubs where they would sometimes speak Spanish. And there were numerous anecdotes that she collects in her book of that being the case, and that being particularly animating to him. She also, in the book, interviews a Latino friend of his that cut off ties because of the things that Miller had said. And how racist he was. And then there's that old clip we've seen of him shrieking about how we shouldn't have to pick up our trash because we have janitors that will do it for us. This is a guy that gets off on seeing people humiliated and seeing people in pain. He's a sadist, and he makes that clear in that clip right there, to the laughter, of course, of the students, which I think also reflects like what our country was like in the aftermath of 9/11.
Yep.
But when we're talking about him calling the shots right now for Donald Trump, who's ailing and old and lazy, he just articulated the alligator Alcatraz thing.
We have that in the sound sheet.
You do have that? I mean,
yeah. Let's play this. I mean, there's a couple of things in this clip. Steve Miller's on with Jesse Waters. There's a couple of things in here that are just blatant lies. But it's the same thing they did with Guantanamo.
Yeah.
Let's just remember this. Rush Limbaugh was selling Club Gitmo merchandise and claiming that this was like a Caribbean vacation they were taking. Here's Stephen Miller on with his good buddy Jesse Waters.
Stephen Miller, is there an internment camp in the Everglades, Miller? There is an ICE facility that provides a far superior level of housing and accommodation than is available to millions of Americans who are living in Section 8 housing and other low-income areas of our own blighted cities, like Baltimore, like Detroit, like Chicago. How many Americans are living in abominable conditions compared to the pristine conditions of our ICE facilities and our Border Patrol facilities? Look, at every turn, illegal aliens have always been treated better than Americans. The difference is, in this administration, they're getting a ticket out of America so that we can take care of our own people. Do you have any idea how many resources will be opened up for Americans when the illegals are gone? No more waiting in line at an emergency room? No more massive traffic in Los Angeles? Your health insurance premiums go down. Your public school classroom size will shrink dramatically. They have more time to educate every student. You won't have to compete for public benefits. If you're hard if you're down on your luck, you're having a hard time, and you do need to get support from the government, you're not going to be in line behind millions of illegal aliens from the third world. This is going to be such a gift to the quality of life of everyday Americans, Jesse. It's hard to even express the wonders that await for working people.
Well, I mean, you had me at no traffic in LA. If you guys can get that message broadcast loud and clear over there, I mean, I think you'll have a lot.
His O'Reilly impression is so annoying, but let's just go through these things. I mean, aside from the fact that we know the conditions in this detention center in Florida are abysmal to the extent that we've gotten any word out of it.
It flooded a week after they built it.
Attorneys can't even reach their clients for the most part. And the people who we play that clip from Maxwell Frost, and that was after they had 4 days to clean it up. But as far as like undocumented people, meaning that you don't have to wait at the ER or there'll be no traffic in LA, health premiums are going to go down. Health premiums are about to shoot up dramatically from that big bill they just passed. The ACA subsidies were cut back. And so people going into the marketplace are going to lose the subsidies that additional subsidies they got from COVID. On top of that, we now know that insurance companies are looking for up to a 15% increase in rates because of the anticipation of cuts from Medicaid. And the subsidies. They're going to lose people in the marketplace. When you lose people who are paying for health insurance, insurance rates go up, not down. Insurance gets cheaper when you have more people in the system. That is just a basic law of essentially physics. The idea that school size is going to be impacted by this. Schools are given funds as a function of the number of students that are there. What's far more likely is in some areas, low income areas, you're going to see schools close because of this. As far as public benefits, you're not competing against people for things like SNAP or Medicaid because you are eligible up until this bill based upon your income levels. So it doesn't matter what the person next to you is making. Your income levels are what make you eligible for these type of public benefits. I mean, these are all lies. They're all lies that Miller is proposing, but it's also twisted.
I mean, this is exactly what the Nazis argued would be the outcome if they were to remove Jews from Germany. Economic prosperity for you. We'll have this sort of revival of German heritage, of culture. It will be this sort of like racially pure utopia. That is exactly what he's saying. It's completely aligned with that rhetoric. That's how dangerous this is. And I mean, the amount of lies, it's difficult to keep track, but just at the beginning, he talks about Baltimore being this hellhole. Baltimore has been steadily increasing, like in terms of safety, and the community is on the upswing again. Just reported a week or so ago that the Baltimore homicide rate has fallen to a 50-year low at this point. So he's just lying and using and stoking racism to support that lie.
I mean, you see this so much, was it Mark Andreessen talking about blaming multiculturalism for basically all the problems created by capitalism and how it's allocated resources. But in terms of traffic, New York actually just did something to lower traffic in the city, and it's made everything better. And it wasn't get the Gestapo to make the white demographic seem larger in comparison to everyone else. It was congestion pricing.
Right. It was taxing people who have the means above a certain income threshold to commute into the city via car. And it's had such dramatic improvements on air quality and traffic that it's shot up in terms of popularity and success. Because this isn't going to have an impact except to ruin millions of lives by using this Gestapo tactic on regular Americans, or not regular Americans, but everyday Americans' lives who aren't going to be directly impacted by it. It has a shelf life because people are going to figure out that this doesn't do anything to materially improve my life.
Yep.
It's just cruelty for the sake of things. But they're hoping that their kind of movement of anti-democracy is enough to sustain it over the fact that that realization will eventually come.
Sorry, it wasn't Andreessen. It was venture capitalist Paul Graham who said, in retrospect, one of the things that allowed wokeness to become so powerful at its peak was the decline of journalism as an industry. The kind of people who undertook its institutional capture in 2010 mostly couldn't have gotten hired in 1980. So it's just the woke culture that took over journalism. That's the real problem.
Why are we letting other people besides white men get these jobs? Of course, we're starting to get a wide variety of stories. That's the problem. We went woke. All right, let's do one last clip. This is on Sunday, July 20th. There's a new Jubilee video that is dropping. And I knew this was coming a little bit. I had talked to Mehdi Hassan about it after my Jubilee. He was like, should I do it? They've been asking me to do it. I'm like, yeah, do it.
My family lineage is set.
This is going to be extraordinary. I mean, a bloodbath. And I have not seen the anything other than this clip, but it looks like it's going to be a bloodbath. Here is Mehdi Hassan. This dropped yesterday, a promo for his Jubilee appearance.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s. So
you don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal. Donald Trump is defying the Constitution. Immigrants, overall, are good for America. Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing. I'm Mehdi Hassan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo. And today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives.
Oh, they brought back
the white culture girl.
The white nationalist girl, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like they stocked all. Now, what's going to be fascinating is to see the reaction of like, well, you got bad fascists in there. There are smarter fascists. Or if people are going to be like, these people are extremists. We have no policies that are like this, except for, the one that Stephen Miller, the chief aide to Donald Trump, is espousing. It's going to be interesting to see how they deal with this.
Well, it seemed like already in that promo, they're already triggered by the fact that Mehdi has an accent and that, he's not a white person. So that might bring out some new, different flavors of anger from these self-avowed or self-described fascists.
Did that guy say his family goes back to the 1500s in America? Because that's pretty early for even American settlement in most of Virginia didn't happen until like the 1600s.
Right.
But what's funny about these sorts of folks is I pissed off Confederate sort of lost cause type people on Twitter the other week ago, and I got so many insults about how I was an Ellis Island baby, and I'm like, yeah. That I wasn't here. Take that. Like during like the 1750s, my family wasn't here yet,
right.
And that should make me feel like bad. And I can't tell you how. Like I'm more likely to feel embarrassed about drinking Johnny Walker Black Label than I am.
But aren't how many? For the Italians and the Irish and Jews? That's basically what the implication is.
Those
for Ellis
types
Island?
of folks are saying that unless you were here as like a Mayflower or like American Revolution style person, then you shouldn't be here at all.
But I'm sorry. The idea that those people who are saying that to you have a lineage back to the Mayflower, all of them, I find to be very, very dubious claim.
Yeah.
I mean, these are all people who are just trying to be, who are trying to make some type of point about, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out, like, what the angle is that that somebody even comes in 1500 is a Native American. Like, it wasn't America at that time. You know, like, I don't like follow what their twisted argument is.
I would call them anti-American because, look, I grew up close to Ellis Island, and, you know, call me a lib or a commie or whatever, but I was taught that the American values were one about the immigrant experience, and how what made this country unique and great is what I was taught was this blending of different cultures and experiences and people trying to come here to make a better life for themselves. Now, that is also a myth that erases the genocide of indigenous Americans, and we should be clear about that. But in terms of, like, civic values in this country, that's what should be put back to the forefront of politics, and the Democrats shouldn't be abdicating that narrative for reasons that are based in supposedly polling, but mostly it's about cowardice and corruption.
I agree. If even talking to the Trump supporters over 4th of July, if Democrats put billions of dollars towards Ellis Island and made all immigrants go through, like, a process there, you'd have a lot of people that are upset about immigrants getting in. Don't get me wrong, but there's a whole section that buy this bullshit that it's the reason for crime and the reason for blight is because we're, like, letting too many people in and through, like, illegal grounds or whatever. So they just want to be formalized.
Why can't we tap into American mythology? Why can't the left tap into that kind of thing and speak about, like, the country and the immigrant experience in a positive, affirming way? Because the leadership sucks ass. I answered my own question.
You answered your own question. Yeah. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. There's no political oxygen for that, because you start to make that argument, and the leadership of the Democratic Party goes the other way. I mean, that's been the biggest problem. And I think it existed. It existed in the Obama administration. I think it existed in the Biden administration. I think there is a hostility to immigrants that is, I think, both racially and class based. I believe.
And I see, like, these. When we had a guest on yesterday to talk about Elon's Grok supercomputer poisoning Memphis. Like, it's more than the airport, more than all of this other stuff combined. And the author of the piece cited this study that I hadn't seen before that showed that nearly 2 billion people are likely by 2070 to be in inhospitably hot, dangerous areas of the globe. That's going to be 2 billion people that are going to look to go and live elsewhere if they survive. And it's, of course, the global south. So we have to prepare for that, because we have an administration.
We've built a wall.
Right. I guess so. But this is their solution to that coming disaster, which is just enclose and militarize and abuse, and eventually, who knows, we could be leading to a moment of, like, actually killing these kinds of people, given the direction of this country that we're going.
Does anyone want to rule that out as a possibility for what happens at Alligator Alcatraz? That becomes a death camp? It's already, like, half dozen people have been killed, I think, in Florida.
I think it's most likely to become a work camp where people churn through. There's a certain percentage that die because of the nature of the conditions. There's a certain percentage of people who are shipped out to other countries. I would suspect older people, people who are just not as good at working. And then I think they're going to just rent out the workers, these laborers, and, make it a revenue generating machine for the private interests who own this camp. That's what I would guess is going to happen.
And then MAGA hats can say "Made in the USA."
Exactly. Yeah, it's all going to be Trump merch that they're going to be working on. All right, let me read a couple IMs and get out of here. So much for making the last 10 minutes of the fun have fun. That was my fault.
No, I think I brought up the whole eco-fascist pending potential genocide thing.
I blame Stephen Miller.
That just put the nail into the coffin that we were building.
Global infodata.
Thank you. We needed that. Living Coder. This sounds like stem cell mania during Bush. Henry, Sam, can you offer your thoughts on CBS canceling Colbert 2 days after? Oh, we talked about that. Nicola, LOL. Why not use the word for that? Pubes, says Nicola.
And I am in it to win it.
I liked Southern hair.
Southern hair.
No idea what you were talking about.
Southern elm. Is that what you were saying? I didn't even figure that out.
I was trying to do like 50s radio, like I Love Lucy style.
Balls in their hands.
Chris in Texas. It was typed up so Trump could send the final drawing he wanted. I'd love to see the drafts he threw away.
He set himself up so poorly. If they release a drawing and it looks exactly like all these city skylines that he's like on record sending to every charity, I mean, it's the case closed.
Violet Orchid, the 6% error is insane. In high school statistics, we were taught 5% is basically the maximum error you should accept when evaluating if the results are statistically significant. It's a BS poll. Jay Tingle. It could be something as crass as Trump and Epstein did a spit roast with a 14-year-old. I have read that guy's in prison bond that way.
I don't even want to know but
where
these
you're
two,
reading that.
I was just laughing that Sam read that. I wasn't laughing at
these two seem to know what it is.
I don't know.
Well, I don't know, and I don't want to know.
Did you not follow Brett Kavanaugh's confirmation? Devil's Triangle.
All right. I don't even remember what it is.
First of all, how dare you?
Ryan has a laminated sheet with all these terms.
I need a copy of that, I think.
Well, I'm here to help.
Yeah. That's good producing work.
Bingo dango. Jamie, pull up free speech warrior Joe Rogan absolutely trashing Trump for all his speech suppression during Paramount, CBS, and Colbert at Wall Street Journal. Oh, wait. Never mind. Rogan is cheering it all.
It's wild how much all those guys go to, well, you shouldn't disrespect Trump.
New Jersey mailman. Wait, you're telling me if Party of a Child Brides isn't upset their party is covering all this up? I, for one, am shocked. All right, 4 more. Space Lenin. Tahoma or Tacoma is the native name for the mountain. Martig. My husband started losing his hair in high school too. Amazingly, it did not turn him into a Nazi.
There you go.
2 more.
And I'm sure he wears it better than Steven.
Antifa Lockhart. Colbert still has a year left. Is it possible this is just to get the merger approved and then sign him? That occurred to me. They could maybe make a change. Skyview is a different management. You never know. You never know. And the final IM of the week. Left-wing debt squad. The DNC are not our saviors. They will not be the ones to dismantle systems of oppression. They are simply a stopgap, and more people need to understand this. This is perhaps one of the areas nuance in this broader discussion about the viability of the DNC and the electoralism generally is lost. We don't need them to carry the ball all the way into our end zone. We just need them to get a stop on 4th and 1 so the offense can take over. And don't forget, we're smash mouth, grind it out first offense. It's going to be a long slug to get to the end zone. I mean, that has been my perspective. Certainly with this 4 years, I thought, like, if Harris could, stench the bleeding for 4 years and allow for some real power to build on the left. But
But in the end, I mean, I don't know if if she won, that all of those people would have been so validated. I would have never traded it for what we're experiencing now. We should never have. But, you know, there is stuff that we can do and like learn from this. And maybe the base is more open to like a left-wing kind of populist thing than they would have been otherwise.
I mean, her winning
Staunch
Cheney
bleeding?
style would have been horrible.
Yeah.
But also, I do think the left is better after, say, like 8 years of Obama than it was, you know, even after 4 years of Trump, and you get Joe Biden in there.
Definitely. I mean, it's always the response is at least in my experience, the response is always, whether it was Clinton after essentially functioned as 12 years of Reagan, whether it was Obama after 8 years of Bush, whether it was Biden after 4 years of Trump. I mean, this is the way that it works. Maybe this time will be different. I doubt it. Staunch the bleeding. Sorry. Matt, Brian, Emma, great job this week, folks. We'll see you on Monday.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the light bar. Finding out won't make me feel any better.
Hey, folks, it's officially fall. And you know what that means? Our farmer friends at sunsetlakesabade.com are busy in their fields in northern Vermont. They're in full harvest mode right now, and they're literally out there cutting and hanging fresh hemp flower in their drying rooms. That's the way you gotta dry it and then cure it, and that's how you make their new crop ready for release later this year. And while they're busy doing all the hard work, you get to reap the rewards. From now until the 28th, you can grab any of their smokable hemp products for up to for 40% off, not up to. I don't know where I put that in there. With the code FlowerPower25. FlowerPower25, the number 2, the number 5. FlowerPower25, 40%. Doesn't matter whether you're trying to relax with the without the lift, as it were, or you want to cut back on tobacco, or maybe just stretch your other stash a little further. They've got the goods. All of their products are pesticide-free. They use integrated pest management, third-party tested. They have great business practices, $20 minimum wage during the harvest, but mostly employee-owned. They are movement partners, having donated thousands upon thousands to things like carceral reform, Planned Parenthood, and refugee resettlement, on and on and on. Just a great company, great product. And now is the time to head over there and get some of their flour, any of their smokables. Head over to sunsetlakesabade.com. Use the code FlowerPower25, FlowerPower25, to save 40% on all their sun-grown flour pre-rolls and even vapor cartridges. Sale ends September 28th at 11:59 p.m. Eastern. Oh, that's in 2 days. See their site for terms and conditions. We'll put a link. Don't forget FlowerPower25, and as always, left is best. We'll get you 20% off there, but right now get 40% off. And now, time for the show.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar, where every day's Casual Friday. That means Monday is Casual Monday, Tuesday, Casual Tuesday, Wednesday, Casual Hump Day, Thursday, Casual Thurs, that's what we call it, and Friday, Casual Shabbat. The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
It is Friday, September 26, 2025. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Kiwanis Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today, the national correspondent for The Nation magazine, host The Time of Monsters, Jeet Heer, will be here to wrap the week for us. Then, later, in studio, Brown? How do I pronounce that? How do I pronounce that?
RM.
Oh, R.M. Brown.
Oh,
Okay.
I was trying to do sound effects.
Meanwhile, Trump's authoritarianism moves into using the DOJ to prosecute enemies of enemies as Comey indicted. Oh, that was a mouthful. Next up, threaten the military phase as Hegseth to convene all U.S. generals and admirals across the globe in one place at one time.
They keep doing this too, with also not respecting the lone survivor thing, right? Or not the designated.
Yeah.
It's very odd.
It seems not the smartest of things to do. But of course, it worked out well for, who was it, that guy? When Hitler fired all the generals. Dozens of UN ambassadors walk out as Netanyahu attempts to justify a genocide. Immigrants with no criminal record, now the largest group held in ICE detention, as the detainee death toll hits 16. Trump to levy a huge import tax on pharmaceuticals, supposedly 100%, kitchen cabinets, furniture, heavy trucks, all double-digit, massive tariffs. But don't worry, it only goes into effect in 4 days, so 5 days. Trump says he will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. But do we have that clip? We should get that clip. We are 5 days out from a government shutdown. Democrats actually seem to be digging in. Federal Prison Bureau ends union protection for workers. Microsoft disables some of its services to the IDF under pressure from activists.
Yes. Huge.
And good news, folks, measles hit a 20-year high in this country, and pediatric flu deaths hit a 15-year high.
Records all over the place.
2/3 of immigrants at Alligator Alley who were there in July have seemed to have just disappeared. Lastly, Spain, Italy deploy naval vessels to protect the humanitarian flotilla headed to Gaza. All this and more on today's Majority Report. It is Friday.
Yes, a very casual one. Matt, you got to bring me on screen if you don't mind. Here I come.
Brian's not here today.
Brian's not here.
And Matt is just taking a sweet time, moseying over to the...
That was a left-handed scene
maneuver.
change.
Yeah, well done. Well done.
Thanks for joining us, folks. Every couple of days we move into a different stage of authoritarianism. We still have, obviously, an increased number of ICE thugs going around tackling people, shoving women, children, ripping families apart, disappearing them to detention centers where conditions are awful. People are dying. There's a protest I think was happening today, sometime around now, actually, in New York City, over what's going on with ICE detainees. We'll talk a little bit with Jeet here about the phase of authoritarianism where you go in and use the chief law enforcement officer of the country to go after your political enemies on really wafer-thin charges. It's not like we didn't see the actual DM telling Pam Bondi to go after Comey and others. We'll get to that as well. But what is happening today, just across the river from us, Benjamin Netanyahu is addressing the UN. This is coming at a time where multiple countries in Europe have recognized, at the very least, the concept of a Palestinian state.
And that, people may say, okay, what does that mean in the face of this genocide? And I think there's a fair point there. But Moeen Rabbani had a really good piece in Jacobin speaking about this, where it's the easiest thing for these European and Western governments to do. So, and it's clearly a response to pressure from activists, but it also is not meaningless given the fact that Israel is responding with absolute fury about it. Because as we played the other day, this reporting from The Guardian where they interviewed people in Tel Aviv, you can just tell that they're most concerned about worldwide perception of Israel more than, of course, the Palestinians, even at these protests. And this is a major problem for them in the diplomatic sphere.
There's a lot going wrong for Israel in that sphere. Meanwhile, they have leveled parts of Gaza City, like just absolutely leveled and devastated it. 47% of respondents, according to a new Quinnipiac poll that was released yesterday, say that backing Israel is in the national interest of the United States, while 41% believe it is not, and 12% do not know the answer. This is a sharp change from December 2023, when Quinnipiac reported that respondents backed Israel by a 69-23 margin. That's a huge change. The survey also found that 49% of American voters have an unfavorable opinion of Netanyahu, 21% saying that they have a favorable opinion of him. 31% approving of Trump's handling of the Israel-Gaza war, 56% disapproving. It'd be nice if Democrats had the opportunity to exploit something like that. The number of Americans who are now sympathizing with the Palestinians over Israelis has gone up sharply. Just 8% of Democrats, 25% of independents back Israel's Gaza campaign. 60, I should say, that's in Germany. 58% of Americans favor a UN recognition of a Palestinian state, and half of U.S. registered voters say Israel is committing a genocide in Gaza.
Not just Democrats.
Not just Democrats, no. We have, well, this is the way that people reacted to Netanyahu at the UN today.
These are the delegates. This is not applause for Netanyahu.
This is
a audience.
Order in the hall.
This is applause for people leaving, as you can see.
Please, order in the hall.
No order. No order during a genocide.
Please, order in the hall.
Looks like lunch break.
It's called Walk in the Room.
Look at him.
Please, order in the hall, and please be seated.
Looks like it's going to be an exclusive speech. I mean, the vast majority of delegates at the UN General Assembly walk out on Netanyahu.
This is the image tweeted out by the State of Palestine account. I mean, pretty powerful, all those empty seats.
Meanwhile, speaking of power, Spain and Italy have deployed naval vessels to protect the humanitarian flotilla. Greece has said that it will be protected as it goes through their, their waters. But this is a big deal because, as you know, Israel has attempted to board or has boarded flotillas in the past, has fired drones at them, and
detained Chris Smalls and beat him in severe conditions, among others.
And here is Greta Thunberg on that same flotilla as it heads to Gaza.
I'm not scared of Israel. I'm scared of a world that has seemingly lost all sense of humanity. And what we are doing here is trying to show that there is still some humanity left, that there are still people willing to step up when all other means fail. But this is a last resort. This mission should not have to exist.
Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
There it is.
Creating a humanitarian corridor is also terrifying right now to Israel. I was listening to an interview with a drop site reporter speaking from the flotilla. We interviewed Greg Stoker recently from the flotilla as well. He was speaking to Crystal Ball and Ryan Grimm about what the nature of this protection is from these European ships, and apparently it's still ongoing, right? The Italian one is supposedly just there for rescue purposes. The Spanish government might be acting a little bit more, aggressively towards Israel, is my understanding. But he was saying the negotiations are ongoing. But in the best case scenario of what happens here is if you have European countries, and Greece may be joining the fight soon as well, protecting this aid flotilla, and they're able to break the siege, this shows that there are opportunities for countries to come together and deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza through this corridor and dare the Israelis to bomb European ships.
A lot of strike actions going on, and I think particularly Italy too.
Italy has been there have been national strikes.
It's the dock workers, yeah.
This is Paolo Massetti, an Italian journalist in Pisa. Once a socialist stronghold in Italy, the city's firefighters joined the general strike for Gaza and knelt in front of the Palestinian flag.
Let's play this. This is from Trump on about yesterday, I guess it was, and asked if he would allow Israel to annex the West Bank. And as you know, it was widely reported that Miriam Adelson had made her $120 million campaign donation to Trump contingent upon a promise that he would allow for full annexation of the West Bank, or for annexation of the West Bank, I should say. In the meantime, what I suspect may have happened is that Trump's friends in Saudi Arabia said that is a bridge too far, and you're going to screw up our deals with you. I think the idea that Trump has in some way found a conscience about this is absurd and laughable.
He found a luxury plane from Qatar.
Yeah. What was the... Oh, okay. Now I get it. But here is Trump. And what's interesting here is we could see, and, Jasper Nathaniel from Infinite Jest may very well be headed into that area.
Infinite Jazz.
He's been, Jazz, sorry, Jest. I always do that. And he's, has reported that from there in the past and has been, following intensely. He has sources, West Bank. Either they just continue on with this sort of rolling, unofficial annexation of the West Bank, or there is a clash with Netanyahu and Trump, and we'll see. Taco Trump, but here he is talking tough here.
Did you promise leaders this week that you would not allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Is that something that you?
I will not allow Israel to annex the West Bank. No, I will not allow it. It's not going to happen.
Did you speak with Netanyahu about this directly?
Yeah, but I'm not going to allow it. Whether I spoke to him or not, I did. But I'm not allowing Israel to annex the West Bank. There's been enough. It's time to stop now, okay?
So what's really interesting about the timing of this wasn't Tucker Carlson had a segment earlier this week that speaking about how Netanyahu is humiliating Donald Trump. And I saw some people speculating, saying this is going to get back to him. I mean, he's very easily manipulated. He also doesn't have, and is susceptible to flattery. Harris said that during the campaign, one of, her only kind of astute observations, unfortunately. But yeah, there it is, Wednesday. On Glenn Greenwald's show, it's humiliating. Tucker Carlson rages over Netanyahu controlling the U.S. and Trump. Who knows what factors into his decisions? This also comes back, Rubio had just come back from his trip, and the Qataris are furious that Israel bombed their country when they were being mediators. So we don't know what is factoring into this decision. But I just don't trust that Trump has the wherewithal or the fortitude to follow through on this, or even understand what is happening with Area E or whatever, that settlement that Israel just approved that basically forecloses the idea of a contiguous Palestinian state from occupied East Jerusalem to the West Bank. Does Trump know that that means essentially annexation, even when they're not annexing it? My guess is no, and that's my prediction for how he's going to. I suspect
that this is a function of what is a red line for either Qatar or Saudi Arabia or other Arab states who are afraid of a potential reaction in the event that Israel annexes the West Bank. And whatever deals Trump has, I mean, the guy has doubled his net worth in 9 months. That's pretty good business sense. And whatever deals he has with them is in jeopardy. And Schwing State on the IM says, can you guys explain exactly what it means for the U.S. not to allow Israel to annex the West Bank? Well, U.S. has protected Israel in the UN Security Council for ages. And, for the UN Security Council to condemn it, for there to be full-fledged boycotts and sanctions and a non-recognition. The only difference really essentially with annexation from what it is now is that how the international community views it. And the lack of annexation gives the international community some type of fig leaf as to pretend that it's not happening. And so it's not that the U.S. can absolutely stop it, but the U.S. has an enormous amount of leverage over Israel in terms of weapons, et cetera, et cetera. And then if they simply decide to stop defending Israel's actions in these situations, then Israel's got some much bigger problems. In a moment, we're going to have Jeet here on. We will talk to him maybe about some of this and then other things as well. Getting into cold and flu season.
Yep.
I got my flu shot and I got my COVID shot. But the important thing is to also take your vitamins. Keep your immune system strong. There's a lot of multivitamins out there, but Ritual is different. They're essential for men. 18 plus multivitamin is a science-backed, is made with traceable and bioavailable key ingredients. What does that mean with traceable? It means you know where these ingredients come from, which is important because there's some places that really, frankly, don't have the same regulations that, at the very least, we used to have in this country. And bioavailable means that there's a good uptake. And the thing I love about these is that they are easy on the stomach. Ritual shares the source, the supplier, the scientific research backing each active ingredient so you know what you're putting in your body and why. I've told the story a million times. I had a vitamin D deficiency, according to my doctor. I would leave the doctor's office. I would buy a multivitamin. I would have it. And then I would run out, and then I would never get it again. And Ritual is not only got great stuff in, but like I say, easy on the stomach. So when you remember to take your vitamin, you don't have to say, oh, I haven't eaten any food right now. I can't take it right now. And then you forget.
Right.
And they send you with a subscription, they send you vitamins on a regular basis. They're essential for men, 18 plus multivitamin. It contains 10 key nutrients and 2 delayed release capsules designed for optimal absorption per day. Omega-3 DHA to support heart and brain health. Vitamin D3 to support normal muscle and immune function. Like they say here, designed to be gentle on the stomach. Yes. Essential for men. It's third-party tested for heavy metals and clean label project certified. So you know you can trust what you're putting in your body. Ritual multivitamins are vegan, non-GMO, project verified, gluten and major allergen free. Again, made traceable. It's HSA and FSA eligible with a seamless checkout experience, so you can save when you shop with pre-tax dollars. Essential for Men is a quality multivitamin from a company you can actually trust. Get 25% off your first month for a limited time at ritual.com/majority. That's ritual.com/majority for 25% off your first month. And lastly, I just wanted to let you know one of my daily reads, or at least I visit there every day waiting to see what's going to be up there next. Current affairs. If you like deep, thoughtful, progressive analysis, and I like to think that you do, because, of course, that's the show we're doing, you're going to love Current Affairs. They have a print and digital edition of Current Affairs. Current Affairs combines intelligent commentary, biting political satire, and really sort of almost like surprisingly gorgeous artwork.
Really beautiful artwork.
I don't know why it's surprising, but and it's all ad-free. Current Affairs is a fantastic complement to our work here. They deliver hard-hitting, totally independent, and entertaining coverage of some of the most important political, social, and economic issues of our time. If you use the code Majority Report, you will get 30% off for a year on any subscription of your choice. Go to currentaffairs.org/subscribe. Enter the code Majority Report at checkout. Offer expires October 31st. Really, honestly, you find stories there that are relevant, but also not the same as every other media outlet you go to. They got a great story that I think just went up on U.S. going after Cuban doctors, essentially because they don't want Cuba to be a country. I don't know what else to tell you.
Right.
I mean, there's no other explanation for a lot of the stuff that this administration does. But we'll put the link in the podcast and YouTube description. Quick break. When we come back, Jeet here, national correspondent for The Nation magazine and host of Time of Monsters. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is always a pleasure to welcome back to the program national correspondent for The Nation magazine and host of the Time of Monsters, and it certainly is Jeet here. Jeet, thanks so much for joining us. It is, it feels like every week we're moving into a different phase of really of authoritarianism, right? I mean,
it does seem like things are starting to hit the fan. And, one is sometimes a bit reluctant to start using this language because you don't want to be, the boy that cried wolf. But, actually, there's more and more wolves. And there's even stuff that I don't think people are paying enough attention to, which are quite striking. I actually think that the, Charlie Kirk assassination and then this latest attack on the ICE facility, both actually very ambiguous events in many ways, but they're trying to use it for everything that it's worth. And there's stuff that people don't talk about, like the declaring Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization, which has real potential for being used as against the left. More
well,
broadly.
we talked about that yesterday a little with Ken Klippenstein, and I asked
the nihilistic NVE,
right?
Violent extremism.
I was asking him about that because I saw some reporting saying okay, this executive order where he makes this declaration doesn't have any teeth. He doesn't have the ability to change it via executive order. But Ken pushed back, and he said, I think that reporting's a bit misleading because it's really not a question of some official declaration. It's just how does our law enforcement on the federal level prioritize things. And Trump has clearly told them prioritize this, and that's really all he needs to do.
That's exactly right. I also had a conversation with Ken exactly along that line. I think more
he
broadly,
really gets around that guy.
The more broadly, the way to think about this, I think, is that this is the ultimate sort of blowback from Bush's war on terror. That within the global war on terror, you had this kind of apparatus that was set up to combat Al Qaeda, and even at that point, I mean, a lot of people said you're fighting terrorism, which is like a tactic, and you're certainly using the American military, which is not maybe the most efficient way to deal with things. But there was such a thing as Al Qaeda. There was a network, and there's ways in which you could disrupt that. But what Trump's entire worldview involved is, coming out of the failure of the war on terror, which ended with 2 big wars being lost. The right has turned inwards, and they want to use the apparatus of the war on terror domestically. And people like Gorka, Sebastian Gorka, are come out of that, and they're going to use the sort of worldview and a way of thinking and state apparatus that was used, in the Middle East is going to be applied domestically. And I think that if you think about what that would mean, it's terrifying. It is the war, to use the old 60s slogan, bring the war home. Yeah. Well, they are bringing the war home.
Yeah, indeed. And I think, your point at the top, suggesting it's hard to use the word authoritarian without, because you almost want to keep some powder dry.
Yeah.
But I don't know, when you've when you've been pushed off a cliff, have you fallen off a cliff if you haven't hit the ground yet? It's quite clear that we are headed down this path. And I've had these conversations with people, more normie types, and the almost universal response is, something to the effect of well, we're just going to get through these next 2 or 3 years. And which I think is not, it's sensible, but I don't think it works that way. I don't think that, I don't think that you just, this stuff runs at an increasingly higher, accelerates and runs at a greater pace, and then all of a sudden it just ends. I think the idea is that step by step by step, they consolidate power, and just the idea that Trump wouldn't attempt to cancel elections, whether it's either in 2026 or 2028, seems, the idea that he wouldn't attempt to do it seems pretty far-fetched at this point. And we're a week out from Hegseth getting all the generals and admirals together, and there is historical precedent for this type of thing where they bring these generals in and say, you better swear your fealty now or you get fired. The original was in German, but so this is this is when you got to stop this stuff, right? Before you fall off that cliff.
No, I think that's absolutely right. They are sort of in a phase of consolidating their power and turning over, transforming the instruments of state power into their own ends. And I think one has seen that, especially with the FBI, where this really is Kash Patel's FBI. And I know that they're good people that are working there, and one does see a sort of tension, especially in these kind of recent shootings, between the people who are the sort of fact-finding part of the FBI, where they're gathering evidence, and having concluded in all the big cases that these are basically lone wolves, that they there was no network. But then you get Kash Patel and Trump and all these other people saying, putting out this narrative that there's this vast left-wing network, that it is a transgender ideology, Antifa, and where does it lead? And I would also say this sort of, the actions that they're taking do not suggest that they plan to contest elections, and this goes, not just the sort of repressive aspects, but also even their economic policies. Like I don't think that you kind of do the kind of like austerity and slash and burn stuff. I think well, we'll just like put it to the voters. But I mean, we don't know. I mean, and certainly the time to fight back is now. And I mean, the other worrying thing is that we have seen, time and again, surrender of elite institutions, surrender of the universities, surrender of big law, surrender of Wall Street, surrender of the media. And to the extent that there has been resistance, it's come from popular forces. I mean, the Jimmy Kimmel case, as trivial as in some ways it is, was the case that there was a mass popular mobilization of people canceling their Disney things, and that is what transformed it. Whereas Disney seemed perfectly happy to surrender, and so I mean the twin dynamic of an increasingly aggressive administration and an elite that has basically decided to take the approach that you outlined of let's just wait till the next election, let's wait 2 or 3 years. That's not a good dynamic.
These may be triplets, not just that twin dynamic. The stuff that's happening in the context of CBS and Paramount and the potential that Ellison will also buy Time Warner, which would mean then CNN and The Daily Show, Comedy Central, HBO, in one rather large fell swoop, you could see the elimination of a lot of the sort of mass media that would provide a critical perspective to those normies who think it's going to go away in 4 years. We should also say I think that's your smoke detector that's going off. Is that yours?
It is, but that's okay. That's normal.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to, yes.
The fire's always going off.
Okay. Well, I just wanted to let people know what that noise was. But I mean, it is really, it is disturbing, and it's nice. Like you say, the Jimmy Kimmel thing may be trivial, but any display of pushback on the administration is good. What is, I would say, the only thing that seems to be inconsistent with other authoritarian style, I guess, growing authoritarian states. And we should say, Stephen Miller was, if not quoting Goebbels the other night, clearly
channeling him.
Well, I don't know that he's channeling. I'm they're studying this.
Yeah.
They're studying these things, and I don't know how much you need a roadmap, but they're looking for roadmaps, and those roadmaps have not led in very good places.
I mean, I would argue that the way that they are trying to incentivize ICE recruitment is very much borrowed also from the Nazis.
Oh, sure.
Trying to create this lucrative option for these wannabe fascists.
But the one thing that they're not doing is providing those economic benefits that often comes hand in hand with an attempt to consolidate power. All we're seeing is either some version of austerity, whether it's going to be in Medicaid, and we're going to see it in the context of what's happening with Obamacare and these tariffs, or austerity that's sort of papered over and pushed into the future. There's no handing out benefits, which is often, sort of one of the plays. That may be the best, that may be the one sort of saving grace when we talk about if there's an opportunity in 2026 with all the, gerrymandering that's going to happen for at least a slow on the roll of them taking power.
Yeah, no. I mean, that is an interesting point. I think the sort of plutocratic aspect of the American right has always cut against doing the more populist authoritarian thing of you build the Autobahn, you create jobs. Say what you want about National Socialism, at least it had an economic policy. But on the other hand, I mean, I think what Trump is doing is maybe doing it on a more personal level. I'm the president. If you are nice to me, kiss my ring, I'll throw you favors. And maybe like trying to also even like with things like the farmers, like the tariffs hurt the farmers, but then I'll take the money from the tariffs and give it to the farmers. Like there does seem to be some element of trying to
the
make
ICE stuff. That's what I was kind of alluding to. Is those are the only the economy's falling apart. The only economic kind of benefits that they're providing are for their Gestapo, which is they're borrowing that from the Nazis. That's also what they did.
Yeah, no. I mean, the ICE stuff, and like all the money that's going to building these detention centers. There does seem to be something like you're creating a sort of cadre of loyalty, and also to go back to the Hexa thing, trying to make the military as your Praetorian Guard that is loyal to you. So I mean, you don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, but it's all heading in a very bad direction. And as I said, I'd be a little bit more confident if there was like a coherent opposition.
That's how I wanted to turn to that. Yes, and we should say, so maybe like to segue into that coherent or lack of a coherent opposition. We're 5 days away from a government shutdown, really 4.5 at this point, I guess. I don't know what happens if the generals are all headed to D.C. and then the government shuts down. I'm not sure. Obviously, the military doesn't, but I don't know if they're all taking military planes in. I'm not sure exactly what happens in that instance. But the Democrats seem to. Do we have that Hakeem Jeffries thing? Did you see that? I think I may have retweeted it, or I'm not sure. I think Dayan retweeted it, but Hakeem Jeffries was out there, and I really don't appreciate a lot of what he does, but he was talking a lot tougher. Chuck Schumer has supposedly, if you read sort of like The Hill and Politico, he's supposedly determined not to cave. Sometimes when you have to say that, it's because you're in the process of caving. But what is your sense of at least the government shutdown? And then let's move to sort of the broader question of the opposition, as it were.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I do actually think that on the shutdown, there does seem to be a change. And I think viewers will remember, like, the last time we were close to a shutdown, like Schumer was basically saying, well, now is not the time. And the shutdown would hurt workers. And he came up with many reasons. I do think this is kind of related to this issue of popular anger and the Democrats themselves, Democratic elites like Schumer and Jeffries, worried that like voters are getting mad at them. One sees this, I think, explicitly in people like Ezra Klein and Matt Iglesias, who I think are the sort of intellectual equivalents, where they're basically saying like, oh, it really looks like Democratic Party voters are very mad and they're going to go after us. So we got to give them some red meat. And this shutdown is the best way to sort of like channel that anger in a pro-establishment way. So I actually think that Schumer and Jeffries are basically, there is responding to things like Zoran winning the primary, right? Like they really don't want to get. They're worried that their phony baloney jobs are on the line.
Here's Hakeem Jeffries, and just to prepare people so that you're not shocked, his response about the potential for a government shutdown is not to just defer to God to take care of it, which I know people probably going to, if you're familiar with Hakeem Jeffries, going to feel somewhat surprised by this. But here he is.
Workers that are just worried about losing their jobs.
Donald Trump and the administration have been engaging in mass firings that we deem illegal throughout the year. We will continue to push back against any effort to undermine federal civil service protections that exist in the United States of America. As a negotiating tactic, our response to Russ' vote is simple: get lost.
Workers that are just.
That's pretty good, but I would also point out that it's easier for Hakeem Jeffries to say that than Chuck Schumer. Like, Jeffries is trying to save his own ass. The 60 votes are needed in the Senate. And all I'm seeing, I'm seeing Patty Murray being like, the Democrats aren't the ones that want to shut down the government or whatever. I'm not as confident in the Senate Democrats.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, I think that's right in terms of the political dynamic, and I don't think Schumer has control of his caucus. But I do actually think that the incentive structure for Schumer has changed. I think that his job is also kind of like on the line. Like I think he's very unpopular. So I mean, and this all goes back to the this issue of where will the opposition come from. I think that the angrier voters are at the Democratic Party, the more likely it is that you're going to get a Democratic Party that stands up to Trump.
Yeah, I think that's true, and I think the only thing that gives me some confidence that Schumer at least is that Jeffries got sort of screwed last time with Schumer. And I think he would be hesitant to go so far out in front of his skis were he not confident that Schumer was going to hold the line. And there's something like you see Thune coming out there and sort of saying the Democrats' demands are too high, which is sort of surprising because they won't take a meeting, so they don't really know what the demands are. So this is going to be interesting because this is a real game of chicken, and we'll see. And it's going to be the first indication, I think, by the Democratic leadership that there's something extraordinary going on, even though we've had government shutdowns before. Let's talk about this lack of cohesive, because even in the messaging of this government shutdown, it is unclear what the message is. I mean, I'm happy for it, but what is the message? Like this is the Hakeem Jeffries thing is the first time I've heard him say, like, they've been doing sort of illegal stuff all year, so we're not going to do that. But like, it's all over the place.
Yeah, no, there isn't a kind of coherent messaging, and it's kind of a shame because I think that what Jeffries just said could have been a messaging for a long time. Like Trump has been doing illegal stuff. I think Schumer's strategy has been to rely on the courts, and I think to try to be like fair-minded. The courts have been stopping a lot of Trump stuff, but as I read the Constitution, the courts are not the only avenue of checks and balances, and Congress has a responsibility, and so and especially if you're coming into midterms, you actually as an opposition party want to be making the case why we should win back control of the Senate and the House. And to me, the best way to do it is to say that Trump is running rampant and is creating a constitutional crisis, and we have to be the checks. And the reluctance to say that to me is very disturbing. They might be heading in that direction.
They're not only reluctant to say that, they're also reluctant to offer any type of any people who engage in this type of activity are going to be held accountable if we get back into office, which is also an important thing to say. We're going to fix things, or stuff like, hey, this media consolidation. Yeah, I think I saw Murphy on TV the other day saying something to that effect of we're going to get in there and we've got to deal with this media consolidation. Come up with a programmatic answer to what Trump is doing, in addition to resistance.
I think that's absolutely. I think there's actually a lot of avenues of, if like all the evidence is that Trump is getting Pam Bondi and Kash Patel to go after his political enemies. And like one thing you can certainly do is say, once we're back in power, not only will we have investigations, but there will be punishment. Pam Bondi could be disbarred, right? And you can certainly say to like all the sort of media outlets and big law, we're not going to forget this. Like, just say that we will not forget what has happened. We will not forget the way you caved into Trump. More broadly, you can make, I think, as Elizabeth Warren has been doing and others, make the case that, the real problem is not just Trump's authoritarianism, but the sort of centralization of the media and sort of plutocracy, which is making it much easier to have a very small elite that will serve on behalf of Trump, and which is actually very interested in encouraging everything that Trump is doing. So, there's a lot more you can do. And exactly. Create an incentive structure so that people fear you. But they don't want to do that.
No, it's nuts. Now, I will say, you got some Democrats in the Senate who are like, calling for the release of information. Tom Homan, our Department of Justice, has apparently video of Tom Homan taking a bag literally full of money, taking a fast food bag.
Kava bag.
What is kava? I don't know kava. Everybody keeps saying kava.
Is it a grocery store? Or is it? Help me out.
I think it's like a sweet green style, Mediterranean sweet green, basically.
But nevertheless, okay. So a healthy alternative to fast food, full of $50,000. This is nuts. This is absolutely nuts. And what's amazing about this is this was a 45-minute story the other day.
No. I mean, but there's a lot of things like that. But I mean, that is particularly nuts. Again, the defective opposition party, would make this we got to get this guy out of there, but also Trump and his administration are hugely corrupt. And they're hugely corrupt at a time where people are hurting. And the other interesting thing about this is that even though the Schumer and Jeffries are not really providing an opposition, I think people are actually paying attention to this, as well as paying attention to the economic news. Because if you look at Trump's numbers, they're really going down.
Oh, they're going down. But the problem is none of that. I mean, and Schumer was on TV the other day going the generic ballot's going back up, and they hate us as much as they hate the Republicans, but they really hate Trump more, and we're going to get the votes. I mean, that's a strategy, but you're relying on a lot of stuff that you don't control, literally, specifically, you don't control. And the idea that, Donald Trump's net worth has doubled in 9 months, that's insane. And the idea that Democrats aren't even able to articulate this with one voice, it is Schumer and Jeffries are being studious in making sure that people don't realize they're there. That is their agenda. It's fascinating.
Well, I mean, more broadly, what we've seen since the emergence of Trump in 2015 is the idea that the threat of Trump will be enough to get votes in line. We just have to make sure this guy's unpopular and that we'll be voted in his alternative. And we don't have to offer any sort of policy alternative or any way to combat this because we're just the non-Trump and that we will run on Ancien regime restoration. That is to say, we will take you back to the happy time before Trump when the system worked. I think that the real pattern has been that Trump, was able to come in as the voice of anti-system anger, and that the Democratic Party elite has consolidated itself as the pro-system party. And I think Schumer and Jeffries, despite taking a sort of stronger stance now. They are still trying to run as a pro-system party and as a party that basically believes that, aside from Trump, everything is going well. We get rid of Trump and everything will be restored. And, that's, we have seen that that isn't actually effective for keeping Trump out of power, but B, all the sort of corruption and all the sort of authoritarianism, what happens to that? How do you have even on its own terms, how do you save the system if there's no punishment or there's no roadmap for dealing with the crimes that we've seen?
And you cannot point out what is being done now, the severity of what is being done now, if you do not offer an ambitious plan to fix it, right? It's like don't worry, I'll deal with that little chip on the vase. But if the vase is broken into 1,000 pieces, you need to have a more aggressive plan. And if you don't have an aggressive plan, there's no way to know that this vase just broke. And so, all right, speaking of all this, is a good segue into your piece on Kamala Harris's book has come out. And
in fact, I have it right here. For my sins, I have actually read it and I have a review up in the Nation. But I wouldn't ever encourage anyone to read this entire book. But I actually do think the first 50 pages gives you enough.
Can you photocopy them for me?
I will get them to you. But I mean, I think actually in some ways this book is a vindication of a lot of the stuff that the show has been saying, and I've been saying on the show. As we said, Kamala Harris needs to separate herself out from Joe Biden, and that Gaza is a huge drag, and not speaking out on Gaza is a huge problem. And I think Kamala Harris basically admits to all this. She basically says that Joe Biden was not able to show the same sort of empathy for Palestinians that he had for Ukrainians. And one can sort of think of well, why would that be? What does it say that you're empathetic for one group of people and not the other? But it's a very damning book about Joe Biden and the Biden circle. She has a few digs against Mike Donilon and Anita Dunn that are actually, I think, quite effective, and Jill Biden, to be honest. But it's also, if you think, and she's critical of herself, but only on messaging things. I gave this interview where I wasn't articulate, but she has. If you actually step back a little bit, it's actually very damning of her because she basically ran as being sort of the continuity candidate, that I will, be the candidate that will continue Biden. And, what she said on The View was her kind of point of view, I can't think of anything I would have done different than Biden, except maybe I would have appointed a Republican.
The thing that I took from your review, because I will tell you right now, I will not be reading that book.
Yes.
It is highly unlikely that I even read those first 50 pages.
Yes.
But the idea of I believe all the things that, the Biden people were bad. But if 107 days and the pressure of a campaign, you cannot figure out that this is a bad idea to not distance myself from him in this environment, I think you are not qualified to be president of the United States. You are not qualified to be president, to be the most important political leader of a political party. That's just the way it goes. Part of this stuff is a test. And if you cannot tell, and the thing is, they knew too, it's not like this Gaza stuff was a surprise. I saw a little segment where, part of the reason why she didn't pick Shapiro was she felt that he might be too controversial because of that. But we also know that campaigners, canvassers and stuff like this, were told we're no longer registering what people say about Gaza in our files because they didn't want to know. And this is just incompetence. It's whatever her politics are, there's incompetence here.
I mean, there's incompetency, but I think there is a larger politics, and it really comes through in the book with this word that she keeps using, loyalty. Like I have to be loyal to Joe Biden. It's the job of the vice president to show loyalty, and it actually there's a further twist on this, which is that Biden himself was loyal to Benjamin Netanyahu, which is also a misplaced loyalty.
And he was not loyal to Kamala Harris. So what's the point? Why is it one way?
Yeah, exactly. But but that's what they want. I mean, this is a hierarchical party, a party that is averse to democracy within its own ranks, and which demands a one-way loyalty. Whether people read the book or not, I mean, I think that is the message that comes through. And there's actually, I will mention this, there's a kind of like startling scene which illustrates why she could not speak out against Biden, which is that it's, okay, so imagine it's the night of the debate. And, like Kamala Harris has been practicing for the debate. It's
her debate
with Joe Biden, with Donald Trump. Donald Trump, the big night, one of the, which she actually did quite well in, one of the big events where you can kind of reach people and change people's mind. And suddenly out of the blue, she gets a call from Biden, who she hadn't spoken with for a couple of weeks. And he says, hey kid, how's it going? And she says, oh, I guess he wants to cheer me up. And then he says, my brother, you're going out to Philly because my brother's out in Philly, and he's speaking to some real power brokers in Philly. Now, by the way, that phrase "power brokers in Philly" is like, are we like Robert Moses here? Like right. Are we in 1970s? Says some of these power brokers are a little bit concerned that you might not respect me, and that you're not going to you might put some distance between you and me, and your campaign might do that. And just be aware of that, right? And so it's basically a veiled threat, not even a veiled threat. It's a threat, right? Like if you criticize me in any way, if you put any daylight between you and me, I have enough support within the party. I have my own people who can like really mess you up in a swing state. So she was like, this is what Emma said, like loyalty is a one-way street. You have to show loyalty to Joe Biden. And I think that like that way of organizing a party, like it cannot continue. Like we cannot. And I think Harris herself, I mean, interestingly, like she says, like I always thought I had to work within the system, and now I'm sort of seeing that doesn't, the system is breaking down.
Well,
and so
you wrote that in your piece, and her basically conceding, I might not be right for this.
Well, I think that's hopefully, first of all, like you can see her instincts are bad. Like, why does the cover look like John Grisham? Like, one of the best things she has going for her, and I'll say that she's a beautiful woman. Put your face on the cover. Secondly, why I sometimes struggle with like putting it on her is fully, which I mean, but this book tour is making it easier. Is the kind of woman, and particularly women of color, that were elevated within the Democratic Party were elevated within an extremely narrow permission structure that is evident in the weakness that she displays in the excerpts that I've read from the book. And she was picked in many ways because she was going to be a good soldier. 100%. She was not prepared to take on a leadership role. And perhaps if she were born at a later time in her life, like there would have been, I mean, what we see the leadership from the squad and stuff like that had to come from the grassroots. But for many years, the party elevated Black and brown voices in many ways that wouldn't rock the boat. And Biden's racism and misogyny, I think, come through so much in his treatment of her. And that's not to absolve her of things, but he deliberately didn't prepare her, undercut her ahead of the debate. And so I feel more sadness when I see her speak in public, because I feel she's a avatar of systems of misogyny, corporatism, and all of this stuff that has been a plague in the party, where she should never have even been in this position to begin with.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. I mean, there's an element of real tragedy in her situation, which I was hoping to convey in the review. I mean, like, she was very mistreated by I think she even like only underplays it a little bit. Like, there's almost like she's giving hints, but it's very clear that they did. I mean, Biden did not want really to groom her to be his successor. Like they really went out of their way to undermine her when she was vice president. But like it's also the case that she was the type of person that accepted that slot and that role for herself. It's a chicken and egg situation.
Exactly.
But I mean, more systematically, it is a problem with the party that like that kind of a pro-system party that's very hierarchical, where loyalty is a one-way street, and where there's a real attempt to shut out any sort of party democracy. I mean, I think one thing is that she also needed Biden because they didn't want to have any mini primary. She needed that endorsement right away. And so like the original sin was really like not having primaries and Biden not stepping down, or maybe the original sin was Biden running at all in 2020. But in any case, unless the Democrats are more of a real genuinely democratic party where grassroots voices can rise up and are listened to rather than shunted aside, like what sort of opposition they can provide to Trump, I don't know. Now, having said that, I mean, I think that the opposition to Trump is rising. I mean, I think there's a genuine popular opposition, and some of it, despite this, and some of it, unfortunately, might take very disturbing and violent forms. But I mean, that's what happens when you don't have like a legitimate democratic opposition that does its job.
Can I ask one question to the group here? Is how did the Democratic Party that has oriented itself more towards college-educated folks also at the same time become less aware of its history? Like, what are the main lessons of the Democratic Party of the last century?
Don't think,
I just don't
FDR. Think that people operate in that kind of...
But so, like, okay, let me drill in then. When it was said, and I was saying, that Kamala Harris has the precedent of Hubert Humphrey distancing themselves from the current president and then benefiting from it, why do people say that's not relevant?
I don't think it's relevant because I think there is a mentality based upon sort of, that I think you can align with a certain ideology. That is what Jeet is talking about in terms of like how I move up. When we talk about seniority and we talk about loyalty and we talk about you protect the person who is your crane essentially within and it's less about the overall health of the enterprise and more about the success of the individuals within it. Yeah. That is a corporate mentality that I think like is unquestioned within the context of, there's a lot of money to be made in that campaign. And the people who are making that money they're not going to provide advice and perspective that is contrary to their own either monetary self-enrichment or, sort of like just in terms of like a career self-enrichment in some way. I don't think they think about it that way. But I do think that because they come from that ideology, their worldview is not that's not relevant because
crazy. Because
why would she do that to Biden?
And Biden and even how Biden selected her. I want to pick a black woman treating her as a cog in the machine. And this is also how many women of her age in corporate America have had to get ahead. So when Sam describes it as this corporate thing, that's what the party is. That's what the party engendered. And that's when it's it basically functions like a corporation and not as a grassroots political movement where hopefully we're seeing some shifts. But...
Yeah. To go back to like sort of like Matt's point and to expand on what you guys have been saying. I mean, I think there was a point at which the Democratic Party had social movements within it. It had the unions. It had people coming out of the civil rights movement, coming out of feminism. But like, if you're college educated, like college, one of the jobs of going to college is you learn how corporations work. And so I think as the sort of social movements have withered away or become less relevant, and as it has become that sort of, professional managerial party of people who are college educated and went to college to learn how corporate hierarchies work and how you rise within corporate hierarchies, then of course you're going to get, people who operate within this framework, and and part of that corporate hierarchy is the sort of fake diversity that you get. I mean, I think the one hope for the party is, there are still social movements out there, and if they can, make inroads in the party, they can provide a sort of challenge or alternative to this corporate model.
Jeet here, natural correspondent for The Nation magazine and host of Time of Monsters. Always a pleasure. And I also just want to say, folks should go and read your piece on William Buckley and its review of Buckley, The Life and Revolution That Changed America.
Yeah, I would actually, this might not be the place to say, but if you ever wanted to do a segment on that, because there's a lot to say about Buckley, and it has a lot of lessons for the contemporary moment, because the people who say, like, well, why can't we have, intellectuals like Buckley anymore in this age of Trump? Well, I got news for you, man. Buckley prepared the path to where we are now. But I'll throw that out there.
Gee, does the National Review allow you to access its full archives yet, or is that still sort of not allowable?
I actually have gotten a sort of bootleg copies of National Review from I can't even say the source is. Graduate students have been doing scans just like the Pentagon Papers,
but they don't offer that, and I think that's kind of telling.
Yeah, National Review does not offer that. There's a lot of stuff.
That's amazing.
Yeah. So I mean, if you actually go to the actual archives, there's amazing stuff like the Birmingham, the famous case where the church was bombed and 4 girls were killed. National Review's position was that, well, it could have been a, quote, crazed Negro that did this. So for understandable reasons, they
the
do
more
not
things
want
change,
it. But,
huh?
Yeah. But rest assured, I have bootleg copies of old National Review.
There you go.
We know where to go for the bootleg copies of the National Review and Kamala Harris's book. Jeet here, always a pleasure. Thanks so much, man.
Great to be on. Thank you.
Also, we cannot encourage Jeet enough to change the battery in his smoke detector. It is not normal. That is not the way that your smoke detector works.
There was a moment where we had a dog chirping and barking in the hallway. We've having some issues with the elevator rattling. We had sirens outside, and I almost disassociated.
Emma's a little bit overstimulated.
I can't. I do get very overstimulated, but it's also my fear is that everyone in the audience is never going to watch us again when that stuff happens. But hopefully you guys.
No,
hung
they can't
on.
get enough of it.
Okay. Because for me, it would be too overstimulating. I'd be like, I'm out for the day.
What we really needed, though, was like a flashing light. And every time his beep went off, the light would go on. All right, we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to welcome in studio Rim Brown, who's going to be here in studio with us. We'll
short
be
for
right back.
Rim. What's Rim short for? Nothing.
Wow.
All right,
Wow.
see you in a second.
Just stop it.
We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome in studio R.M. Brown from the R.M. Brown Show. Is that what you call your show?
Yep.
Well, we will need.
Do you know how microphones work?
Oh, I got to get it right. Okay.
That was my fault. No, he's on.
Yeah, come on, Matt.
I think RM is
Matt's
a
fault.
little bit loud.
Am I loud? Can we bring me down a little?
We're not used to having someone who can project on the show.
How you doing?
A genuine professional in studio. Aaron Brown, tell us about the channel that you have.
I do a channel on YouTube. They let me on there. It's a pretty high bar to get on there. I went through all the process. So now I'm registered. I'm legally on there, and I go on there and I say stuff, and I think that's a really.
And
good.
Are you a partner?
I'm a partner.
Okay.
I got it. I got in the partner program.
Nice.
That was a big deal. My mom called me the day that I got in. She's like, "You did it.
This is what we've always wanted for you."
Does your mom work at YouTube?
She works
was she
at
the
YouTube,
one who was the one who?
Which is a conflict of interest.
A little
bit.
bit.
The minute I got that partnership, people were like calling me out about it. I was like, "It's not like they call me Nepo baby." Have you heard that?
Of course.
Have you heard that?
Of course I have.
What is that?
That's when your mom works at YouTube and you get a partner, you get into the partner program, lickety split. Mm-hmm. And I've been fighting that ever since.
My kids say that they're Nepo babies, and I'm like, you haven't done anything.
They're self-described?
Yeah. She's like, I'm a Nepo baby. And I'm like, what? You're just a student. Like what?
Right. She's not in media.
Like you haven't gotten a job yet. You're not like you need to get a job.
You know what? That's the kids have done something because I don't want to reveal too much, but I was wandering around the studio and there's a lot of kid art around here. And I love the kid art.
Over the years, I have accumulated a lot of art from my kids.
I mean, it's basically worthless if you were to sell it, but yeah.
I don't know.
I mean, it is, but nobody sells their kids' art.
You know what I love about it? I was
we'll
looking
see.
at, this has to be a younger one. There's one on the wall over there. And I love younger kid art because it's kind of scary. It's a little bit like when they draw faces.
Well, it's a horror movie. A horror movie standby. Every horror movie has kids drawing sort of the monster in the first third of the movie.
Yeah. There's something ominous and terrifying about kid art.
My kids are all like older than what this art would suggest by many years at this point. But they both went through that phase, which I spent almost like I think 10 or 15 years in drawing situations like where someone falls in a manhole into a sewer that is full of shards of glass and steel.
Right. And you look at that and you're like, oh boy, this is scary. Is this some kind of like prophecy or something? This is a little.
I have a core memory of doodling and drawing like faces and doing it in fourth grade, and my fourth grade teacher saying, why do all these guys have big noses? Like they're the villains. She said, you know, you might be a little worried that this looks like anti-Semitic art. And in hindsight, it really did.
Who are your inspirations?
I think it was like witches or
Easy to draw noses big.
Drawing witches, right. And it did look like
you were looking at a lot of
hate
propaganda
obviously.
cartoons from the 1920s, and you were like very inspired by that.
And everyone has their interests, you know.
So let's talk. You had a story that you were just walking around New York City yesterday.
This seems very on the nose, but I was just walking down a side. This is totally true. Walking down a sidewalk yesterday, and I was actually doing like trying to do a story about this on my own channel, and I walked through like an ICE raid where it's all unmarked cars. They're like blocking off one of these like small streets, you know, and it's terrifying. Like that's the thing about that you know, when you actually see it in person, how like scary that is. I mean, they're also, these guys seem like they don't know what they're doing. Like they're walking around with like rifles in the street. There's like families and kids walking around.
Jesus.
And they just have like vests on. They look like kids, you know. And I'm gonna say, I don't know about you guys. I'm gonna make a controversial statement. It seems kind of dangerous.
Let's play this clip from number 3. This is in Hyattsville, Maryland, just on 2 days ago. ICE guys basically tackled this guy in the middle of the road. And talk about sort of not being trained in a way. Like, they don't seem to know what the hell they're doing.
This was in Maryland, and the ICE officer pulls a gun and then drops it. Like,
and
in front of
incidentally,
a bunch of other people.
He's pulling a gun while he's got the guy pinned on the ground. It's just crazy. Watch this.
Help me! Help me! Help me! It's ICE!
Pause it for a second, just to tell people that is the guy that they have tackled on the ground. He's yelling, help me, or ayuda, over and over again. The ICE guy has had the gun drawn while he's lying on top of the guy and then just put it back into his holster. I mean, it's, go ahead. Not even his holster, in his belt.
In his belt.
Help me! Help me! Help me! Ayuda! Help me! Help me! Ayúdame! Ayúdame! Help me! Help me! Ayuda! 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 Help me! Help me! Ayuda! Hey, look at my pocket! How's the right there?
pause it for 1 second. I'm sorry. Neither one of these guys seems to have any idea what they're doing. They can't manage to cuff the guy. The idea that you would take your gun and shove it in your belt while you're wrestling with this guy seems to be just, in terms of like training, I can't imagine.
Yeah, that's not in the manual.
These guys seem to like
dangerous.
They both seem like guys who, well, I had the stalking, and then I got the job recently. These guys feel like they've been on the job for like 3 weeks.
Mall cop dropouts.
Yep. There's his gun. Falls out.
There's a die for his gun.
And then he
his
points
glasses
it.
are
Wait,
half
pause it. That he is pointing it at the crowd of protesters. So
Or not even protesters, just like standby bystanders.
Okay, yeah, right. Bystanders who are trying to
Who are
videotaping, bearing witness, whatever. This guy's screaming, "Help me, help me," and he mishandles his firearm again and then points it at a bunch of people.
And his glasses are like hanging off his face as he points a gun at a crowd.
And you can hear people start yelling at him, like, "Put your gun down." He starts to he clearly realizes, like, I should not have my gun drawn, pointing at the bystanders or anybody, but I'm too embarrassed to show that I'm actually listening to these. I mean, this is just such a like.
I mean, he's prone.
He's
Jesus.
And then his partner has to draw his gun because he's like, wait, maybe this guy that we're it's just unbelievable.
$200,000 of taxpayer money to pay these guys to do this.
I'm American.
Put the gun down. Put the gun down.
She's stumbling all over.
You're gonna shoot me? Point the gun. We have it. Put the gun down. You trying to shoot me? Shoot me. Shoot me. Put the gun down. You trying to shoot me? What's your name? See how you put What's your name? Put the gun on me. Go ahead. I ain't fucking scared. What's your name? Yeah, you trying to shoot me. Get out of here. You're not wanted here. Yeah, you trying to shoot me. Go ahead. We got you on camera pointing the gun. Look, he got the gun.
Tough guy.
Yep.
He got the gun.
I mean, it's just unbelievable that these guys are just like wandering around our cities now, doing this stuff.
There was a class action lawsuit in D.C. about these, warrantless immigration arrests that was filed, I believe, yesterday. And there's this one excerpt that is just insane because they're rounding up people who are American citizens too. Not that that should matter, of course, but for a plainclothes on August 21st, an unidentified federal agents arrested one of the plaintiffs without a warrant while he was getting in his truck to work. They did not ask him for his name or identification or his immigration status. He said he had papers, but they grabbed his arms and legs and called him illegal repeatedly. He responded that he has papers, in other words, immigration status. They replied, "No, you don't. You are illegal." After the agent put Mr. Escobar Molina into a vehicle, he told them again he had papers, and the driver of the car yelled at him, "Shut up, bitch. You're illegal."
A couple of people are noticing that apparently the ICE guy dropped this clip at his ammo, ejected it by accident. Look at this guy. This is a guy. Same basic scene. This one is in Iowa City, in a market. And again, it's just like these dudes. It's absolutely no ID, and good for people to just yell at these people and tell them that they're pieces of garbage.
Hey, are you living? I can videotape. I'm a combat vet. No, I'm a combat vet. Are you living? Then where's this cop? Are you a cop? Hey, are you living? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, you live in? Call me, yeah, please. Call 911. Hey, are you ICE or a cop? Hey, you live in?
Gentlemen, you need to identify yourself.
Hey, are you ICE or a cop? You could be. Hey, you live in? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, you live in? Are you ICE or a cop? Hey, you live. Hey, look at their faces. Are you ICE or a fucking cop? Hey, you live. Are you ICE or a fucking cop? Oh, really?
Elliot,
Oh my
he's gonna
God.
get, now they got the guy, they've got his hands, and he's about to stun gun him.
Combat vet. I got this on video. You won't even identify yourself.
Gentlemen, who are you with?
Who are you with? Federal agents. Who? ICE?
Or no.
Wow, you better not fucking tase him. Call the cops.
I need to see that.
Fucking pieces of shit. Look at their fucking faces. They can't even identify themselves. Pieces of fucking shit. Racist little
Good for that guy who basically prevented them. If he wasn't there with a video
knock you the
camera.
fuck out. I'm a combat vet. Afghanistan combat vet. What a fucking, we're following you, you fucking pieces of shit.
Yeah.
Fucking pieces of shit. Look at these motherfuckers, racist little pieces of shit.
Hell yeah. He definitely, you're right, Sam. If he wasn't filming, they would have.
They don't charge that up unless you're going to use it.
Oh my God.
And shout out, that's Oliver, or posted by Oliver Whelan, Iowa City Councilor. Great to have representatives willing to stand up in these moments.
Well, also, I mean, Brad Lander has, while we're here, Sam, we have number 2, right?
Yes.
This is just, Brad Lander has been doing bearing witness down at 26 Federal Plaza, which is like the immigration hearing courthouse. Here's another federal agent.
There's a clip actually before this.
Okay, it's at the top of the thread if we want to.
Yeah. It's and this is coming from Tim Pool apparently sending. Now, the amazing thing is that this is Tim's reported. Do you have it, Matt? I have it right here. That they obviously think that this is in some way, I don't know, makes ICE look good. I mean,
their
or
audience
helpful or
loves this.
just.
Tim can't say whether or not he supports Mahmoud Khalil being deported or not. His audience loves this stuff.
Yeah.
Here, I put the link right here, and this is the moment where ICE is coming in and grabbing this father of 2 young kids. You can see them like shoving the kids aside, shoving the wife aside, and God knows what they're doing when they pull them into the stairs, because they put up they put up paper in to hide the window there. But watch this. This is disturbing stuff.
Pull her away. Pull her away.
Look at they're pulling her hair. Look at that.
Suelta la niña.
They're clinging on
Suelta la niña. 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 No estoy haciendo nada. No estoy haciendo nada. No estoy haciendo nada. No estoy haciendo nada.
Look at these cowards wearing the masks.
Eric Adams, New York, and Cuomo's if he wins.
If Zoran wins, we'll have a ban.
Look at that. Look at that.
masks.
See that
Papers up.
paper they put up on that screen? And then the wife is distraught. And apparently, this is a perfect example of a guy who is fighting demons inside his own head. And instead of being able to come to grips with what his job is and what he is doing to families, he gets angry and he's mad at himself because he knows what he's doing is despicable, and he takes it out on this woman. Watch this. Those are the kids.
Their daughter and son. Saying adios before he does that.
As she's
That
like,
guy just snaps. He
she's
snaps.
literally, because she's begging him because he was a part of the federal agents that just broke her family apart.
Oh yeah, you can see he's the guy who is grabbing her hair in the first video, and these guys are just pigs. They're disgusting pigs. And honestly, there should be a. I hope somebody somewhere has a spreadsheet, because all these people should be brought up on charges if there's ever a moment where there's any type of justice in this country.
Track them like Nazis, fleeing rat lines.
Exactly.
Yeah, it was crazy too. When I walked through that, like everybody had their phone up. At least people were recording it. But it's like, yeah, it shut down. Like the whole block that I was on, it just like shuts everything down. Like everybody, you can't. When there's guys walking around with guns, you can't do anything.
Right.
So.
And when Zoran hopefully wins in November, he needs to make sure and look out for any collaborators within like New York police forces that are going to try to go around the state here, because there are a lot of fascists who enjoy this kind of thing, and they have to be dealt with accordingly, because this is going to be a legitimate states' rights issue in standing up to the Gestapo, who are about to have their budget tripled. And the detention budget is like something like 300% increase, or I'm maybe forgetting the exact percentage off the top of my head.
Well,
They're
I
gonna
know look at the
It's bigger than the
contracts
FBI.
too. I'm looking at the contracts and over there. I've looked through it and I decided who's the best people to get a contract.
Thank you, Tom. I didn't make out more than 10% of what you just said, but I feel safer already.
You only get 5% unless you get $50,000. $50,000 there make more sense than that. You get 25%.
So wet.
For every $10,000.
So much saliva in your impression.
It's true. That is one thing that I've checked on. I'm actually 99.9% saliva.
This is also a very easy impression
body
that
makeup.
can double as Trump when his dentures are out, when he's
That's
making
true.
those calls from the toilet.
That's true. RM, I heard that you brought some clips. Is that true? You're well known for clipping things.
Yeah. I clip a lot of things, and that's kind of my professional expertise I'm bringing to the show today.
Right. And
RM looks at the feed and then finds its pulse.
Exactly.
You are like a professional zeitgeist measurer, right?
Yeah.
Is that it?
And not a taste maker, but maybe like a taste examiner, observer,
aggregator, isolator. It's like you don't.
Thank you.
You don't make the water under the ground, but you carry the divining rod.
Distills it too.
Finally, somebody. I didn't say it.
Yeah.
You said it. Okay, thank you. These are very topical.
So what is this? Do you need to set it up, or do we just?
I'm
play?
going to be totally honest. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't remember. But let's check this out. Oh yeah, this is. So I kind of have been really, my area of research lately has been sort of like Jesus on TikTok.
Is that Laura Loomer?
Yeah.
And do you speak? Is that Portuguese?
I believe so.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
I believe so.
All right. Well, I hope it doesn't say anything that is problematic.
Yeah, if you speak Portuguese, maybe put in the chat.
Okay.
Let us know
So what should we do? Just run this?
I guess just run this.
Do you want to pop up? Okay. This is an image of like an AI
Looks like
generated
the nun from that horror movie here.
Yeah.
Let's see what happens with her. I'm gonna mute the music because it's gonna.
Oh yeah, that could get.
But it's Jesus sort of going up to the nun, Chucky, and sort of telling them it's all gonna be.
It's all gonna be okay, because these are. I don't know if you guys know about this. These are notoriously evil characters.
The Exorcist girl, her head goes the right way around.
Yeah.
Oh, here's
That's the it clown. So.
God.
So it's Jesus giving a hug to sort of.
Jesus has been doing a lot of stuff on TikTok that I don't know.
Oh my God.
Knows about. Yeah, there's The
Oh.
Shining.
And is that Freddy Krueger or
Okay, I don't know who that guy. I'm gonna be honest. That might be.
It looks like originally it's Freddy Krueger, and then the AI turns the mask into.
Okay, yeah, that's Jason.
It's Jason,
That's
right? Yeah,
Jason.
sorry.
And then I guess the mask goes away. Okay.
The AI has sort of mask removal technology.
Oh wow! And then it's a human being underneath that.
I kind of found this because
Okay.
people were sending me. They were like immediately. This was happening with like Charlie Kirk stuff. And I hope they don't do this. Jigsaw. I mean, I think those guys, when Jesus came, they realized what I was doing all those times was wrong.
Right.
Like Jigsaw, what did Jigsaw?
Well, it shows that everyone can be sort of redeemed.
Right. So,
exactly.
And sometimes
if
Jigsaw did some bad stuff.
right, and if you're not actually mass murdering people, you're kind of in a better stance with Jesus than the other people in the video.
Exactly.
And sometimes all you need is a hug.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Right?
Did anybody try to hug any of those guys?
Yeah.
At any point?
And I watched a lot of the Friday the 13th movies. I don't remember a lot of hugs, And maybe we could have.
Did anybody ever try and hug any of those, like Chucky or any of that? No.
Maybe that's what Netanyahu needs.
Chucky, in Chucky's defense, he did have a knife a lot of the time, so it's hard to go in for a hug.
You gotta avoid. Behind.
You go behind.
I would also just point out, Emma mentioned Netanyahu. All of those people have a lower body count than Netanyahu alone. So
Yes.
Totally.
That's true.
Totally.
But it is a little concerning to me how much I've started joke sending my friends AI slop on Instagram, and now it's actually populating my feed. And
yeah, not gonna want to do that.
There are people I'm not gonna name names, but there are people that I know that are on the boomer side of things that have sent me, not you,
okay,
that have sent me things like that. I'm like, how do you not know that this it's actually kind of impacting their brains?
Has Sam sent you, Emma? This is serious.
I can't believe Tim Walz is doing this.
Yeah.
I can't believe Tim Walz is dancing down this escalator like this. Why would he do that?
I was shocked by that. I was shocked. When I was on Rogan the last time, we did an hour on that. Seeing how sick that was.
Right.
Do you have any other clips, or should we go to this clip?
I think I got to. Oh, let's go to this one. Because the other one I sent is...
this is sort of related to the
even
ICE
less
stuff.
meaningful.
This is related to the ICE stuff, Sam, about why they wear masks.
Okay, yeah. This is Dave Rubin explaining the need for masks for ICE thugs.
He's still around, huh?
Dave Rubin is still around.
Wow.
He's a bit of an emeritus.
In a way, good for him.
He's a bit of an emeritus YouTuber. He only does sort of the intro and outro segments, and then just pastes somebody else's content.
Then he just tacks on Chucky getting hugged by Jesus,
or Ben Shapiro, on Bill Maher.
He's got twins. I do have some sympathies. The twins. He's got can we wrap this up in 15 minutes? Is what he's saying, and then he does it. But here he's done some deep thinking about the implications of having federal sort of quasi. They're not really police, right? Because they're really federal bounty hunters, essentially, and sort of a militia. Because they're not, and here he is explaining why they need to wear masks.
But the other part of all of this is the mask part, because the ICE officers, the way the Democrats are framing it is there are these masked guys who look like Cobra soldiers out there, and they're taking orders from Cobra Commander and Destro and Dr. Mindbender and Firefly.
Going into G.I. Joe stuff.
Is that how we're thinking about it, guys? Like a G.I. Joe episode?
Infamously, Tim Pool is a fan of looking through politics in this particular lens of, Marvel or other kinds of movies. We do not think this way.
Dropping in a reference to explain things, but the idea that I don't even know who those guys are, but the idea that we think like the Joker or the Penguin is sending out. No, actually, the biggest problem is that it's not the Joker and not the Penguin sending out these masked thugs. It's our government. Yes. That's the biggest problem about it.
Yeah, I don't look at Japanese internment thinking it was like the masked, or I don't know, whoever.
Right. If it was some type of evil Dr. Desaro or whatever it is. then we'd be like, oh, okay, we need to have the police force deal with the evil Dr. Desaro who's sending out these mass thugs. But no, the problem is it is our government that is sending out these mass thugs. That's exactly the opposite of what he thinks it is. But go ahead.
But the other part of all of this is the mask part, because the ICE officers, the way the Democrats are framing it is there are these masked guys who look like Cobra soldiers out there, and they're taking orders from Cobra Commander and Destro and Dr. Mindbender and Firefly, and I can probably think of a couple others. I'll work on it when we play the clip.
Good for you.
And they're taking orders from them, and they're just running around, and they're masked because they're evil people. No, they are wearing masks because you lunatics keep going on television telling everyone that they're evil, and they are concerned about their family. I don't know if you ever heard of Spider-Man or any other superhero, but why did superheroes, when I was flying back from Charlie's funeral, I actually watched Avengers Endgame because I was like, I'd have to be able to not think for a little bit.
Hold on, can we
Endgame's
just
pretty good.
take
Those
a
last two-
moment and just acknowledge how insane that segue, that one sort of tangent. Incidentally, I went to Charlie's funeral, and we seem to have exhausted our entire ability on our YouTube channel to play
Monetize
clips of that and monetize it. So let me see if I can do it a secondarily way.
Ooh, a nice little
Bring up
bonus.
and just and I'm flying back, and of course I watched a bunch of movies, and I saw the Avengers, and that was anyways, what was I saying? Spider-Man? God.
Or any other superhero, but why did superheroes, when I was flying back from Charlie's funeral, I actually watched Avengers Endgame because I was like, I'd have to be able to not think for a little bit. And Endgame's pretty good. Those last two, Infinity War and Endgame, are pretty good. But why do superheroes wear masks? You know why superheroes wear masks? And they always point it out in all the movies.
good.
They don't wear the masks for themselves. They wear the masks to protect their family. Spider-Man wore the mask not because he was afraid that Green Goblin was coming to get him. Green Goblin was coming to get him either way. He didn't want Green Goblin to rape Auntie M. Auntie M? Right, that was Auntie M.
Right.
She was Auntie M, right?
Can you? Are you fucking kidding me right now? You just threw a rape anti-M thing in there? In what scenario are we seeing in Avengers Endgame? What
Yeah, I
we're
don't
gonna see
remember
next
that. I don't remember that.
is the rape thing.
Right.
God, you just
Every
have to
one
throw
of
in a
those-
violence against women thing in there just to get the people going and remind people that even though you're a gay guy, you still hate women just like the rest of your audience.
He does have a big problem here, though, with Clark Kent and Superman.
That's true.
So-
Maybe the ICE agent just needs
Well, he
to
doesn't wear a mask.
glasses.
Well, he took his
But you know
glasses
what?
off, which is the same thing.
So
That's
the
true.
idea is that they're just trying to protect their family, and so necessarily they're superheroes.
Right.
It is so hard to go through history or at any other time and find examples of anything other than fictional superheroes who wear masks to protect their family. Matt, do you have those clips from the Slack? Those other two that are right behind it?
Sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Okay, go to where that clip was. I put two in there right after it as examples of this.
Oh, yes.
Okay, play the first one first. Here's an example of some superheroes who are wearing masks because, of course, they're afraid of having their aunt sexually assaulted. Here it is, right there. Yes, this is in Ohio, and these, go ahead, right here. Good. Oh, do you have audio?
Dramatic increase in similar incidents nationwide. Here's ABC's Rena Roy.
Tonight, an Ohio community on edge after this group, masked and dressed in black, marched through the streets of Columbus Saturday, carrying firearms and flags with swastikas.
There's legitimate.
Okay, now you understand why these swastika carrying gentlemen, because they're all family men. And they're very afraid about their family. And, of course, they're superheroes.
I think also they're so proud of what they're doing that they want to be a little humble.
Yeah.
Right. It's not about me. It's sort of it's not about me kind of thing.
Not me, us.
Not me. Yeah, exactly.
Now, listen, Of course, many of these movies, The Avengers and Spider-Man, this all takes place contemporaneously or well into the future. But, you know, we have a rich past of heroes in this country wearing masks as well. These guys are not fictional characters. They're actually real. Let's play this. Oh, see that? He's masked. He is directing traffic. Oh, and look there's the family. There's a little kid with a mask. They're all there. Oh, there's some handbags. They don't want to be sexually assaulted. And so that is why all of them there are masked. Just another example of heroes wearing masks.
How he's not really, I would say, Dave, probably a pretty good big superhero fan, because there's a lot of villains that wear masks. Like, just looking at Doctor Doom, famous mask.
They're also worried about their family being raped.
But would have been forgiven by Jesus. Scarecrow was really worried about the women in his life being raped.
And one wonders why other police officers or why aren't firemen wearing masks?
Right.
I mean, yes, they do it inside the fiery buildings, but they take them off when they come outside, where people could find out who they are and their family. Or is it perhaps that what they're doing is so reprehensible that they are in fact not superheroes, they are in fact villains? And so they wear masks because they want to shield themselves from any type of accountability for the way that they're working.
Also, there was actually a reason to wear a mask for I wouldn't say heroic, but for a kind reason that occurred over the past few years in the once-in-a-lifetime, hopefully, pandemic that we lived through, which Dave Rubin was extremely against. So the mask-wearing, where are we on the map of consciousness and analyzing this right now? Different. Okay, but fair enough.
Yeah. So if you see any of these chin diaper wearing guys, out there,
right?
Make sure that you
very beta.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think calling them beta and chin diapers. Do they have? Maybe ask them, like, does your chin have diarrhea?
Yeah.
Why do you need to wear a chin diaper?
That's a burn. That's a burn they won't recover from.
Exactly.
They get that.
Remember the Superman movie where he was kicking his gun all over the sidewalk and he's trying to detain the guy?
Superman, that was his Keystone Cops era when he was fumbling around.
This is before they've gotten their powers back, right?
Superman's accidentally
Yes, they don't have their full powers yet, aka the billions and billions of dollars of funding from the federal government to fund our Gestapo. Which apparently is hate speech. I'm sorry, I shouldn't actually say that. J.D. Vance says as much.
Did you just come with one clip?
The other ones are they're stupid to the point of I think they will slow the show.
This was previously covered on R.M. Brown's program.
Great.
Oh.
I believe this was. Maybe I got it somewhere else.
Okay, is this another example of this? Okay, so walk us through this.
Oh, yeah.
I watched PBD have a wonderful conversation with Nick Fuentes about how Jews control everything,
right?
And PBD was good-hearted enough to say, like, I would love to be able to control everything too. So I'm not going to blame them. It was finally, it was nice to see a calm, rational conversation talking about the different nuances of anti-Semitism.
Half of that interview, too, he's like, hey, look, you're a smart guy. You're so smart. You're so well-spoken. Why don't you just cool it on the racist stuff? And it's like,
tone
well,
it down a little
that's
bit.
kind of my whole bit. So what do I, if I don't have that, what do
You're
I
a great communicator, but you're communicating all this racism.
Also, is he that, is he that great of a communicator? He can speak on camera,
I think the point that it's irrelevant and that his fundamental core brand proposition is racism and anti-Semitism.
Yes.
Arguably homophobia, but it's not clear. He seems very confused about that. I think at one point Nick Fuentes said that it was very gay to have sex with women,
right?
Which is, and God forbid, he would not want to be gay, and so he apparently is, or claims to be asexual. Is my understanding.
Of course.
Anyways, so here is PBD. And what's he doing? What's he doing here?
So this is them last week after Candace Owens makes this threat to TPUSA saying if it goes in a direction that I don't approve of, I will go scorched earth. And this is
she goes scorched earth a lot.
She does. She's kind of always scorching
main
earth.
Get a little closer there.
I think that's her main earth approach.
There you go.
Yeah.
This is them. They'll eventually go back to our favorite, the map of consciousness.
Oh yeah.
An enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me. Okay? And I want you guys to understand this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be
Hold on for 1 second. I
nothing.
got to ask this question. I'm sorry. Who is she talking to? Why is the camera 6 inches like to her left? Like is she
They switch shots sometimes. I think she's talking to.
This is the 2-shot
That's-
Sam hates.
That's like a very 90s thing, right?
Oh yeah,
Would it be like
it's horrible. But at least the 90s thing, they'll go clock like closer to like 90 degrees.
Yeah.
This is really just like 8 degrees off of
You know
where
what?
the
We should reach out. They should go full 90s where it's black and white, handheld.
I think
it's
what we should all
shaking.
do is we should all talk like this, as if there's someone else in the studio that we're talking to. And listen, I appreciate you coming in and shooting this, but we've got another show over here that we're doing. This is the official camera.
You can overhear
You're
me
just
talking.
not saying exactly. All right, make sure you get close to your mic.
Okay, sorry.
Okay? And I want you guys to understand this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now. Don't do it. Okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair. Okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged.
Whoa.
Okay. Well, what do you think? What do you think she's saying?
Do you think she's talking to Shapiro?
Okay, so we're going to skip a little bit ahead.
Now, who's on there?
Eric Bowling is there.
Oh, Eric Bowling.
So to bring the mood down a little
Okay.
bit. But here they are. They'll go. This is where they get into the map of consciousness.
I gotta say, this is amazing because there's like 4 guys who look like just at different times during the day. The same guy, just at different times during the day.
Different levels of
She's used all her bullets, so to speak.
But I'm trying to see what you're saying. What's your point here? Like, tell me what your point
I'm saying
is.
she is angry and venomous right
Okay,
now.
yeah.
And that is not a person that you want to mess with. She's capable and she's filled with rage. That's all I'm saying. Do you think on the power versus force chart?
Yeah.
I'd love
Oh,
to
there
see
we
what
go.
Pat thinks about
yeah.
this. Rob, if you could pull that up. Power versus force. Please show me where you think Candace is operating out
Vinny,
of
what do you
right
think she's
now.
at?
Show the
On
chart.
power versus force, what do you think she's at?
I love his
Let me see the
looking
chart.
at it.
We just did this at the vault.
If I had to, where
Go
Take this
to
so
the
serious.
third
Chin
row
rock?
level. Right
Do they?
there. Okay.
What is going on here? Like, how much money do they get every time they show this? This is just the most bizarre.
And they get it from the same place I
Honestly,
do, which is Google
this
Image
map
search.
of consciousness. What is it?
It's this is where I get. I just Google image map of consciousness and then see what comes up.
There is. I would bet everything I own that they use this map of consciousness as a tool in what PBD's business is. His main business is business consulting. And he has like 40 guys working for him, maybe more, in a building that's right across, it's on like this airstrip, and like right across it, working in this building, doing this. And I am convinced they must use this map of consciousness as a business consultant thing. And they do this as a way of like giving it legitimacy.
I could see that. I could also just see them being so emotionally stunted that this is the only way they know how to categorize.
Yeah.
You may be right, Emma, but
Things.
Matt, Could you why don't you pull up the Majority Report trucker hats and let's take a look at that and see if that gives us some answers to what we're looking for, because that is one of the ways that we can divine what's going on is by looking at a Majority Report trucker's hat available in 2 different colors.
I'm feeling kind of keychainy right now. I don't know if that's
no keychain. No
pull
keychain.
up the Majority Report merch store, and we will figure out what's going on here.
We should sell mood rings that tell people which part of the map of consciousness they're on.
That's really
perfect.
Right. She's angry. She's in anger.
Yeah.
It always ends up there. Every
She's
time.
angry, which a lot of people are.
So she's below the what do you call
which
the
is not a bad
neutrality
thing.
line?
That's just, guess what? I've fluctuated all over this damn thing. But I think, Adam, because what she's talking about, if it is Ben Shapiro.
You think that's not a bad thing?
No, I didn't say it's a good or a bad thing. I just said where she's at.
It's not a bad thing. Do you think?
I'm saying
so. You think at a
This is
time
kind of like maybe the thing I like about PBD is that these are all also like sales tricks. Like, it's like, oh, I got this thing from an ebook that if I want to like keep somebody on the phone for an extra 30 minutes, I go to the map of consciousness and we have something to talk about, you know?
Right.
That's like the funny thing about his show is it's supposed to be a politics show, but it's really like a phone sales show.
And it's also like, get out of any sort of realm where you might turn off the mark that you're trying to change their mind on. And it's funny,
they're going down, they're losing, I'm losing them.
They
Go to
subject
map of consciousness.
they subject Vinny to it. Like, it's like, we're going to go to the map of consciousness. Vinny, tell us what you think about there. Because Vinny's like been the one guy who's like, I'm kind of upset about Netanyahu and all this stuff.
Yeah.
So I was like, well, Vinny, are you sure you're
Map
coming at
time,
that from
buddy.
a good
It's map
spot?
time.
How much is involved in your ego in that?
My favorite thing is that they couldn't tell that she was angry just from listening to her.
Right.
We got to pull up the map of consciousness to read.
Yes, the whole map of consciousness, and all they come up with is anger.
Yes. So insightful.
That's kind of every time because they're watching a clip where somebody's, like getting mad about something. They're like, map of consciousness time. Oh, angry.
Angry, and that makes you less conscious.
Yeah.
Who would have thought?
Should we do that? Should we score ourselves on the map of consciousness?
Yeah, we can measure. Let's go through this, and we'll all see where we are on the map of consciousness as we listen to this.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Kind of apathy right now.
Okay.
I would say apathy.
Apathy.
Maybe neutrality.
Are we on emotion?
I'm a little mad that I don't get my own segment.
I gotta be
crammed next to Emma.
I know, it's
so that would be. Let me go. Would be tragic.
Oh, it's tragic to sit next to me?
Yeah, it is.
Well, now I'm in the anger portion of emotion.
Man, okay.
And
so that's how they kind of interact. They can kind of domino.
Emma, don't you think that you're in vindictive right now?
Yeah,
and the problem is you're in the red. It's a force.
Yep.
And it is you are. You're in force.
Yeah.
And that's you're in the red zone. That's very difficult. Really, what you want to get up to is somewhere like joy.
Yeah,
joy. Bliss.
But
serenity.
In fact, honestly, there
to get up
shouldn't. This map is too expansive for me. They really just need to cut out all of the other elements: God view, life view, level. Maybe keep scale and definitely keep emotion, but I have no process. So for women, it's just scale and emotion.
My process is I'm at level 540. My process is transfiguration. My emotion is serenity.
You do read that, yeah.
Yeah.
You do give transfiguration. For
My
sure.
life view is complete. Yeah, pretty
Wait,
much.
why?
Oh, you believe in one God too?
Why is it so
That
top
God,
heavy?
monotheist.
Why is it so top heavy with the scale? It's going in these intervals, and then you can be like at this incredible scale of pure consciousness at the very top from 7
It's
to 1,000.
just like a video game. It takes more XP to level up the higher you get.
Yeah.
I was hoping they would use SAT scoring. But...
Are there purchasables on the thing? Can I just...
In-app purchases?
Yeah, in-app purchases. I just want to buy bliss.
And where is the part about being in the bathroom for 20 minutes? I can't find that one on there. All right, go ahead.
What she's talking about, if it is Ben Shapiro.
You think that's not a bad thing?
No, I didn't say it's a good or a bad thing. I just said where she's at.
It's not a bad thing. You think?
I'm saying.
So you think at a time like this, it's good to be there?
I do.
Tell me why.
I think we need to be there.
Tell me why.
Because the left will tell you, let's go back to unity. Let's tone things down. Yeah, sure. Because you didn't just have one of your biggest, most influential human beings on your side assassinated in cold blood. It's not time to take the tone down.
I fully disagree with you, my friend.
I'm not
Eric's on the wrong part of the map of consciousness, it looks like.
Oh
He's
man,
totally-
he's red zoning right
Well,
now.
Totally.
let
He's at
me-
like a 50 max right now.
What's interesting though about this slightly is that what's the guy's name on the left? That's not Vinny.
Sosnick, Adam Sosnick.
He's the big pro-Israel defender.
He's the one who threw a tampon at Anna Kasparian because she brought up Israel.
Nice.
Oh, right, I forgot about that.
Nice new friend she's got over there. It's interesting because Candace Owens was going after Bill Ackman in that
Yes,
monologue,
clearly,
right?
yep.
So that what she's alluding to and the accusation is that there is a war for the future of TPUSA. Erica Kirk, I would imagine, is some sort of figurehead, but they're wondering which part. I don't mean to besmirch, the former Trump model or whatever, but they are trying to see which direction all this money, this infrastructure going to go. Is it going to go with Ben Shapiro, who has basically said, "I'm making Daily Wire a $1 million donation to TPUSA."
Oh, it might be bigger than that.
Isn't that what he said? And I'm like, isn't Daily Wire in dire financial straits?
Well,
or
it's
are they
an
trying
investment.
to
It's an investment.
So
It's
is it going to go in the Ben Shapiro mode of a more still establishment Republicans? It was $1 million, yeah. Or is his Charlie Kirk's girly, Candace Owens, going to take it over and have the anti-Semitism / anti-Zionism take over?
And I'll just say, since this happened, Candace Owens has been going, and you've probably seen this, even more, I guess, scorched earth or insane, peddling random conspiracy theories.
She's examining a lot of video footage.
Yeah.
For sure. She's doing a lot of that.
Which I thought, maybe she would take a little bit of time to get to, but I guess.
Oh my God, no. Well, those clicks aren't getting themselves, I guess.
Suggesting violence. I'm not suggest to take the tone down.
fully disagree with you, my friend Eric.
I'm not suggesting violence. I'm not suggesting violence at all. But I'm saying stay pissed off, stay angry. I had
looks
a tragic
like everybody
loss
else
in my life.
thinks he is.
I lost a child in college.
Yep.
Was Bowling ousted for misconduct?
Yeah.
Still kicking though.
There's always there's a second life for these guys. Third life, fourth life.
But cancel culture.
Let's see. What should we?
7 is pretty great in my view.
Okay.
That's
Friend of the show.
Yeah. Our new friend Jennifer Welch, who was on Tuesday, just.
Oh, I've seen her.
She's awesome.
She's funny.
She's great.
Yeah.
She's funny. She's making me laugh. She's, got great politics and is conducting an interview in a much better way than you're going to see 99% of journalists, specifically on mainstream media. Because this is a compilation. I'd encourage people to check out the full interview because I think this is at Chaotic Leftist on Twitter or whoever put this together cut out his, or I guess it's on TikTok. Either way. Cut out his responses because he's just filibustering. But listen to how many times.
Wait, and this is the lieutenant governor of where?
Of Georgia. He's running for governor in Georgia. He's a Republican. And I guess he went on their show, interestingly. And she just completely hammers him or won't let up on, will you take AIPAC money?
Will you take AIPAC money or have you taken AIPAC money?
I'm not certain if I've taken it or not. I've been in office 10 years. It doesn't jump out at me as I'm taking it. But I think the most important part
but will you for this race?
I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it.
Okay, come on, Jeff. This is
sorry, actually. Can you
there's a
pause it?
genocide going.
He was a Republican until very, very recently, this year. So I'm sorry for getting that wrong.
And he's running for a Democratic. He's running for the Democratic nominee as governor in.
Yes, I stand corrected. That's why he's going on their show.
I've been in office 10 years. It doesn't jump out at me as I'm taking it. But I think the most important part
but will you for this race?
I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it.
Okay, come on, Jeff. This is there's a genocide going on right now. And even human rights, Israeli human rights groups see this, that the United States of America is funding.
To see these kids starving.
And to not know if you're going to be beholden to the Israeli lobby is to me is not something that should take time to think about because you started off this interview with us talking about your faith.
It is.
Will you take AIPAC money in this race?
I have no idea. I haven't even thought about it.
Wow. Okay, I want to take that moral clarity that you have right there and then ask you again, are you going to take money from AIPAC? Because just there, you talked about, and AIPAC is what helped. They gave Trump over, I think, $200-300 million. Are you going to take money from a group that lobbies to deny that that's happening to those children?
I'm not going to give you the shallow answer of saying yes or no, because
if you can have moral clarity to talk about the starvation, the famine, and the genocide, then it's a very easy jump to then just say across the board, you wouldn't believe how popular you'd be, Jeff. You just wouldn't believe how popular you'd be if you said, I am not taking money from AIPAC.
We'll certainly continue to look at it. But
I hope that you do. Jeff, I wish you the best of luck. I hope that you can report back to us sometime soon that you've thought about these AIPAC donations and that you will not accept them and partner with them in this, because I think that you will have so much more credibility. And how uncomfortable did I make you?
All right,
I was kind of all in.
You should bring up the
I
map
wish
of
that people.
consciousness for him. Is obfuscation on there?
I mean, his answers. We almost, it was like fully 6 minutes. We couldn't play the whole thing, but the way he dodges and tries to do the traditional politician thing, it was just phenomenal.
I'll look at it. I like that. It's something I'll look at.
I'm
looking
at some shallow answer.
I'm looking at some of his fundraisers, and the I don't even know if AIPAC is on there, and he may not know, but the value of this is it signals to other candidates like, this is toxic. This is radioactive. There's no point in me taking this money because it's going to be it's going to cause me problems. It's the same thing that that having Torres on Adam Friedland's show did, which is it ends up signifying to politicians, because understand, like, they're just put their fingers up in the wind and on this kind of stuff. Although there's obviously a huge sort of like artificial, like a fan blowing in one direction.
Yeah.
But when the wind starts going the other direction, it's really helpful stuff, because, you know, nobody's out there going like, she's a, you know, some, you know, green-haired, nose piercing, you know, college student who's doing this.
Yep.
It's literally like,
She was good. She's good at like not letting up either. I like the.
Oh yeah, I was trying to count the follow-ups. It was like something like 6 or 7, and she just and then her co-host would ask a question, then she just kept coming back, being like, Jeff, you didn't answer my question. I mean, it's amazing. It really is. She's got a great BS detector.
Yeah,
so not to suck up to Jennifer too much, but
that's actually what independent media should be doing.
Is she in Georgia too?
It is impressive
moving
that
to New York. Yeah.
she has that space where she can get people on there and they just don't expect what's coming.
Right.
Yep.
Might be the southern accent. Maybe there's something like sweet about this. It's like, oh, this would be fine. Then she gets you.
I think they see Oklahoma and they assume like Blue Dog or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, it's also kind of why Slot King went on Breaking Points, remember? Because she thought it was a conservative and a liberal, and like that it would be a down the middle show.
Yeah.
That was what it seemed to be the case, and didn't realize, no, that's not what you're getting with Crystal in particular.
That was great.
What I guess we're doing a freebie Friday.
Whoa.
I can't
Joy,
believe
Everybody's
we're
in joy
giving
now.
Ren Brown for free to
I know.
everybody. We're undercutting a huge business failure. We could go. Do you ever go to concerts?
Very rarely.
Why?
I feel like I feel like I'm getting too old for it. Maybe.
Oh, really?
I don't like standing up that much. You know, it's a lot of standing up.
It
from
is
what I
a lot of
understand.
standing up.
Yeah.
They're a little expensive these days.
Oh,
going to see live shows. But did you realize they're undervalued?
Ooh.
Remember, Live Nation Ticketmaster was the subject of a lot of antitrust stuff and a lot of FTC stuff during the Biden administration. And there's a time to reap and there's a time to sow. And this guy is finding this is the time to sow. Here is the CEO of Live Nation Ticketmaster with his perspective on ticket prices.
For you, music is a better business, though, than selling tickets for sports, I assume.
Yes, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think music has been underappreciated. I always joke, sports, it's like a badge of honor to spend 70 grand for a Knicks courtside. They beat me up if we charge 800 for Beyonce, right? So it's a very we have a lot of runway left, right? So when you read about the ticket prices going up, it's still average concert price is $72. Try going to a Laker game for that, and there's 80 of them or whatever the hell. So the concert is underpriced, has been for a long time.
Underpriced. Unbelievable.
Wow.
They beat him up for $800 a ticket.
I mean, this is one of the most insane monopolistic practices in the country right now, and Lena Khan knew this. The United States, or I guess this was the Department of Justice, so it was probably Jonathan Cantor, right? Either way, the Biden administration sued Ticketmaster at the time because they do a few things. One, they own their own reseller, so they take a cut out of the initial sale and then get another cut on the back end when it's sold at an insane markup.
I've seen that.
They also use this thing called dynamic pricing, which basically fluctuates based on demand, and it uses algorithms to make that determination. But the baseline is already so high because of their monopoly that they're just inflating upon an already insane amount of money that they're making.
And they've taken over almost every venue.
Yes. Yes.
Like venues that we have done shows at, much less fun to engage with now that they are a Live Nation. I'm not going to say, but I don't.
But we saw
rings a bell.
You had that chart, and I actually think I saved it on my desktop for future reference, like a little dork. The consumer spending chart that we showed, Sam, on how it's basically the only top 20% of the country right now that is increasing its consumer spending, and the 80% below is at the consumer price index, meaning it's matching inflation. That's what tickets have become. That's what concerts and shows, the only way I get to shows is I ask for Christmas, I ask for StubHub gift cards, and I accumulate them and then try to get great seats. But otherwise, I was looking at these Lady Gaga tickets. There's no way I could go to that.
God.
Are you kidding me? Because of the dynamic pricing. The shows and sports events, especially in big cities like this, have unfortunately become luxury goods for the top 20%. And that's how, also the ultra wealthy feel like they have a connection to culture and personality through these curated experiences.
I was thinking that I walked by a Tame Impala poster.
I've been listening to them a lot recently.
Yeah. And I was like, okay, they're coming in December. And I was like, okay, let's see. I look it up. No, I'm not going for that price.
Right.
So that chart, that's what it's a bunch of
This is
rich people.
where
that's
I
it.
brag that I'm a little more savvy because all of my favorite musicians are from the early 90s.
Fugazi.
And,
You're going to see Fugazi $5.
Exactly.
They're not going to raise that price ever.
Exactly.
Ian MacKay's 80 years old now.
Exactly.
Okay.
And the show is at 6 p.m. and I'm back at home by, 7:30, 8. And it works.
Do you remember any 90s shows that didn't cost a lot of money that you got into? You were like, that was the
That
peak.
didn't cost a lot of money?
Or whatever. Back in the day, these
what prices were you seeing Husker Du for?
No, Sam saw Nirvana, which makes me want to cry.
Like $6 or something. I don't know. It was just like in a club. And
there's an old clip of Kurt Cobain talking about how he would never charge more than $20 for his ticket.
I don't know. It was like $15. It wasn't much.
Yeah.
And but I during the 80s and the half the 80s and the 90s, I would go to shows at the Centrum in Worcester. It's now named something different, but I saw Bruce and Prince, and it was all it was probably if it was $35, I would have been like, whoa, but I'm going to splurge for this. Now, of inflation, but that's still.
No, yeah.
That's not $800 in 1980, in today's dollars.
And this was like over 10 years ago, but I saw Louis C.K. at Madison Square Garden. Of course, Louis, different time now. But what I loved about what he was doing then was I think, banned resale. And my friend and I were able to see him with great seats at MSG
Nice.
for like $50 each or something like
Wow.
that. But artists could make these decisions. But in part, not to go down another wormhole, but these big artists are not, and not even big artists are not making money on sales of records anymore because streaming has destroyed the model. So artists are complicit in this, but they're also needing to make their money on tour. And that's part of why they're not challenging the Ticketmaster monopoly in meaningful ways. So I guess it might be different for comedians or whatever, or comedians that care, but for artists, the streaming model, Spotify has really hurt their business model. So they do it this way, and it rips off fans, and it makes it this elite experience that people can't bring their families to or whatever.
Scott Egg and Cheese Besant on the IM says this is exactly what Eddie Vedder saw coming and tried fighting inches early 90. I don't know what that means. Eddie said every time he got a commitment from an artist to join the fight, Ticketmaster would buy them out.
Oof.
Yeah, I'm not surprised by that.
There used to be a thing at South by Southwest too, where it would be like, well, now it's like, to get a badge to go see these like musicians is like prohibitively expensive. You can't do it. So there's like this class tier where it's like the badge holders are just like tech guys or whatever. And then, but some of the musicians will do something secretly at another venue. They'll like arrange that, and then like normal people can go to that. And even that, I don't think they are like able to do anymore.
Yeah.
So it's like this weird like tiered thing where like the badge holders are like the.
I gotta run to the bathroom.
Okay.
You guys.
We'll just keep. How about I read some IMs? Huh?
We're taking over the show.
Can I just make one point about that? Does he not know his business? Like why do people go pay that much money for sports games is because they're actors and want to appear on TV.
Oh, right.
And also sport events, like even in Bismarck, the sort of Dakota Wizards, the minor league basketball team that I used to love, that's corporate. It's corporations to give gifts to the people who want to go to the games. That's not really something you do with concerts.
Oh my gosh!
Right.
Here, go to the Beyonce concert.
Or
With
that was that Coldplay guy who got caught cheating.
Right. Well, yeah. You see, they're not used to it yet.
Yeah.
The sporting events are known. Like, hey, make sure those people are having an affair.
Exactly.
Creflo $50. God, who was Creflo Dollar?
Prosperity Gospel.
Okay, right. Me and my friends got to see a pre-famous Rihanna in 2007 at a $10 a ticket Brookdale Community College.
Crazy.
That's insane. What a great story.
Crazy.
I mean, I saw all of these. I saw Muse for less than the $80 ticket that he saw. That was more expensive. It was the Target Center show. It was probably like $60 for the pit.
Yeah.
But like when I was seeing indie bands in like 2009, 2010, it was always like $35 for a concert venue in Minneapolis.
Yeah. I went to an LCD sound system thing like a couple months ago. I think I paid, I was like, this is a huge, actually kind of a dent to go see this. Yeah.
Tyworm. Taylor Swift needs a couple more billion before she speaks out. Just wanted to get that.
She's already, or her producer has spoken out already, actually. Like Taylor Swift, I mean...
No, she has not spoken out. Taylor Swift has the worst dynamic pricing of every artist.
Or at least her producer. Let me see what that headline was.
Artist.
So is that literally like
she's actually the worst offender.
If you check in and then you come back like in an hour, it'll be like a different price.
Yes. And I love Lady Gaga very much, but she's also has embraced dynamic pricing, which she and other artists that are that rich should be leading the way.
It was Antonov that
no longer her producer
against it. Okay.
No longer her producer.
Right.
Yeah.
We're going to start doing that for the member show on this thing too. We'll just see how
dynamic pricing.
All right, should we do one more? Yeah, we could do that. We could do the Comey indictment, which I think probably we should get to. What is the Megyn Kelly thing about?
She's worried about witches.
She's doubled back to the Etsy witches.
Okay, well, we got RM here, so let's do that because I know you spend a lot of time in the occult and witches.
Research.
Oh my God, she had a priest on.
Whoa.
Yeah, you got to do an exorcism, sort of through the media.
Is this guy really a priest? Because he looks like he plays a priest.
That's
Yeah,
a Party
on
City,
USA Network.
Right.
outfit there. Yeah.
I mean, honestly, I cannot imagine like, hey, listen, I don't have a huge budget, but I need a set. I need a set that looks like a priest's office. Can you do this? And how quickly can you get it together?
Duct tape on the collar.
Don't worry about. I don't care. You're blocking the window with the bookcase. We just need to do this.
Suspicious.
We
Looks
just
like
need
the
to do
Catholic
this.
Church. The Catholic Church got in on these SM7B deals too.
Exactly.
He looks like somebody who would be cast in Law and Order SVU as the priest who's giving, like, they're walking and talking through the church, giving pertinent information
Very
relevant to the investigation.
A lot of exposition from this guy. Exactly.
Stories is, I believe, about, if I can get the details right, is about a young man who was at, kind of like a birthday party, some kind of celebration.
Wait, can we go back just a little bit? What is he talking about?
Yeah, so we actually, the clip we have actually wasn't going to include much of him, but we can get a little bit of taste of what he's talking about here.
No to God. A person who's reasonable would say, but I'm just playing. And I would say, I completely...
Playing with, Etsy witches.
Oh, I'm just playing around. I see. Yeah. So, okay.
A Ouija board sort of thing.
Right. Of course.
Understand that. And then I would say, at the same time, you remember the movie The Exorcist?
Of course.
Yeah. How can you forget it? So that story is based off of two true stories. And one of the true stories is, I believe, about, if I can get the details right, is about a young man who was at, kind of like a birth.
I just want to say, if these were actually true stories, wouldn't you have the details pretty ready to hand that like a demonic spirit?
Right. No, I mean, he's circling around them. I mean, I get it. Like
That's like me with Teapot Dome.
I'm not. I have a feeling that the part about the neck. The head spinning on the head, probably not true.
No, that is true. He would say that is true.
But the part of a child who was sick, that's probably true. And I would not be surprised if two priests went there and go, well, the kid has the devil in them. Good.
Birthday party, some kind of celebration of some sort with kids, and they just busted out the Ouija board and just played for fun. But that was an entry point for what ultimately became a possession.
Oh, okay. Wait a second. I just need to take that in. This is the part of the story you're not going to believe. Not the part about the possession, but how they got there. Ouija board.
Oh, right. Yeah.
That's what that story is.
Unbelievable.
Not trying to edify the fact that a possession is real, but that sometimes it comes from a Ouija board.
You know the thing that Hasbro has the trademark for?
Yeah, exactly. This was the problem. There were no possessions, and we didn't have to do exorcisms until board games.
Yeah.
Yep. When Chutes and Ladders came out, this was a real problem.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly. The operation.
Yeah.
But you would be surprised at how many different sectors of our economy are invested in witchcraft. I mean, the publishers of Harry Potter, for one.
Yep.
Some of the most complicit.
Well, that's the weird thing is a lot of the right wingers were the type of people saying you couldn't read Harry Potter like 10 years ago, and then she came out as anti-trans, and now it's like, I guess, patriotic to read about Hogwarts.
I mean, Etsy's literally doing business with witches and allowing them to profit off of their website.
Platforming these witches.
The new deal had witch
Cancel.
regulations that have been stripped away, and now you got the free market. Witches can sell their witchcraft on Etsy.
Right.
You're playing with fire, messing with this stuff. There actually are demons in this world.
Oh.
Calling up the spirit world, in particular the devil's spirit world, can actually have real world consequences. It's not something to mess with. Many Christians believe this.
Yeah, they're wrong.
This is dangerous. It's not a game. It's literally evil. Second, this is what I really want you all and the people at Jezebel and Etsy to know. Erica and Charlie Kirk heard about these curses.
Right.
And that news genuinely rattled Erica in particular. She She knew Christian teaching on the subject. She loved Charlie, absolutely. And she was scared when she heard of the curses Jezebel had called up.
Can you pause
So
it
much
for a sec? So I like how she's saying Jezebel too, and like bringing it into her biblical,
Jezebel
the
spirit.
Jezebels. You know, Jezebel is like it's a feminist kind of offshoot of Deadspin, if I'm not correct.
Yes, it's in the same sort of umbrella.
And they're using that term ironically,
Right.
Megan. It's called Jezebel because it has a feminist bent, and they're making fun of.
It's because they like being loose women.
Yeah, and then she's like, they're calling themselves Jezebels, casting
also
curses.
You're so proud that you're so slutty.
It'd be funny if she was like, "Yeah, this spirit stuff is no joke. I got one in the studio."
People are writing in. People are writing in like she doesn't get that it's ironic. She's admonishing witches for putting a spell on people and it being rude. I get the feeling she might know, and it's a little bit of a performance.
She's also the person who made a big stink about how
Santa Claus
is a white guy.
Was like the idea of a black Santa Claus. Like, what?
You're not going to
reads
get
a whole,
presents.
like article at one point where they go into this thing like, look, we don't really want any real harm, but maybe like his shoes are too big. Did you hear that? Like,
oh, I missed that
they
one.
explain. They're like, this is a goofy joke, and she like keeps going for some reason.
Well, Satan, you be careful what you wish for.
Well, but maybe she actually, now that solves some things, she genuinely thinks Santa's real too, in addition to demons.
Oh yeah,
that must be it.
Yeah, it's the spirit realm.
That she and Charlie contacted a friend who I believe she said was a Catholic priest, but definitely a friend, and asked him to come over and pray with them over Charlie the night before he was murdered.
I don't believe this, but
she eventually
well,
worked
you
it
keep her
through.
up there, but
and so did Charlie.
They brought in a priest just for the Jezebel Etsy witches.
The witch curse from the Jezebel blog, where they contracted with some Etsy witches. Apparently,
No, I know, but I'm saying like they brought in the priest specifically for that. I find that hard to believe.
And and I'll just say,
and I find it hard to believe that they did, and it didn't work.
That's what I wanted to point out. Is clearly these witches are more popular than powerful than Christ.
No, I think honestly,
They're doing
honestly,
huge numbers on Etsy.
Somebody's got to talk to that priest and see what they like. If it was a scam.
I actually have Catholics in my family who bought a new house and invited the priest over in the first week to have dinner and bless the house. And the night the priest left, a picture fell off of the wall.
Oh.
Right, they just moved in, so maybe I think maybe you didn't put it in correctly. But my family thinks the house is haunted.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
yeah.
I think the real question
They supported
is
Trump.
I think the real question is like how well does the hot water heater function?
Right.
Like, is there do the doors like
is there a leak?
The floor creak?
Now that we think about it, should we be looking into demonic presences in this office?
There's some spooky stuff going on. Like the plumbing's out like once a month.
Yeah, sometimes the power goes out too.
They should be like there should be a guy who does like those examinations of like your septic system, but also demon. Like he'll check for demons too. Like, get it all.
You have not watched enough junk television.
Oh,
Because
yeah,
there
it's-
are TV shows about this kind of thing.
Oh man, hell yeah.
That, as she later told me, weapons will form but not prosper. That Satan and those witches have no power. Of course, God's will is the one that matters, and his blessing over Charlie was real and palpable. All you had to do was spend time with Charlie to know that. But why torture a family like that?
Yeah, God, when Charlie was saying the Civil Rights Act was bad, God's grace was just washed over him.
Yes, a Christian, believing family. Why do this vile thing to a young couple, parents to two babies, living in accordance with the gospel, deeply in love, yes, political, but doing nothing other than speaking publicly about their views and their desires to make other people's lives better? Who would do such a
they
vile
had a professor
thing?
watch list, incidentally,
Jezebel.
where they had
That's who.
hundreds of professors that they would harass and try and get fired.
Right.
That's just the low-hanging fruit. But obviously, no one deserves to be shot. But I think that, like, having websites and blogs, put curses on you is probably just, the way
It's
that
the free market,
Yeah.
right? So I thought,
Yeah.
if you get a curse, then you go on Etsy and you find someone to undo or fight against that curse.
Connect too. I think you can
Connect.
If you go on Connect, you can
Yep.
get the curses reversed.
Yep. I think
Is there more on this?
Fuentes
Or
is on
Now
there,
we're
too.
good.
All right. Well, you know what we got to do? Wrap up here. I got a
get the hell outta
doctor's
here.
appointment.
You want to go into detail about what you're?
I'm having a little eye issue.
Oh,
Yeah.
blurry. Blurry.
Bring
or
us
what?
back, Matt. Right, where it's not. Yeah. We're still.
Okay, yeah.
Megan Kelly over
Megan
there.
Kelly. Yeah. All right, let's read a couple IMs, and then Lauren Hobart. Immigrants are disappearing from Alligator's Alley in the same way that Jews are disappearing from Auschwitz. Texas Tanky. Any chance the visit with Erdogan preceding this clip had any influence on Trump's reversal in the West Bank? I got to think that it is, because he had said this like a day or two before, too. I got to think it's like has to do with the Saudis, like some business deal.
Oh yeah. Right.
Really cool.
Sorry, just really quick. The Miriam Adelson money's in the back, in the rear view mirror.
What have you done for
Right,
me
and
lately?
that's for his campaign. He doesn't give a crap about that. He wants money in his pocket, and that's what the Qataris and the Saudis can give him.
Yeah, Miriam didn't give me a plane.
Not bad, Aaron. Having been to the West Bank many times, the difference between Area C and Israel proper is nil. The West Bank is de facto annexed. Trump saying a no to de jure annexation allowed on the ground, slow drip annexation indefinitely. Allie from New Hampshire, my husband, best friend, and I discovered it was cheaper to drive 7 hours from New Hampshire to Buffalo to stay in an Airbnb to see Chapel Roan last summer than to see it closer to in Boston.
Yeah.
Whoa.
People do that.
Audio snob, can we get a low pass on the 12K? I don't know what that means.
That's I think about Jeet's beat.
Oh. Bogos Binto, does Jeet have a Substack or something where we can send him money to get a replacement battery for his smoke detector? And two more. Fool's Errand. My dog is upset with Jeet here in his smoke.
He's making everybody's dog go crazy with that beep.
I can't.
Muddy Mo. This map is their version of horoscopes. And the final IM of the week. Sharts McGee. Speaking of cash grabs, check out the Riyadh Comedy Fest lineup. Oh, I did see that.
Yeah.
There's like 30 comedians, some that you like, some that you don't.
Yeah.
Who, I mean,
Bill Burr's the main disappointment. I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah. What's up with that?
From the perspective of a comedian, I mean, I would not do it. I just want to make that clear. And I'm letting anybody off the hook, but I know the mentality. And they're like, I'm getting asked to go, like, if I went there on my own, nobody would care.
Well,
but that's sort of the point.
But I would. My other part is like I don't like white Westerners acting like we have some sort of like moral leg to stand on in this current moment with Saudi Arabia. Yes, obviously the killing of Jamal Khashoggi, the way they use slave labor or whatever. But it's just like we're committing genocide right now. So. Although I will say that Pete Davidson performing is kind of crazy because his dad died in 9/11.
Oh my God, I forgot about that.
And they're performing on the anniversary of the Khashoggi butchery.
So
he was on Theo Vaughn. I wonder if he dressed that. That would be interesting to see Pete Davidson talk about that. Seems weird.
Seems a little
weird.
rough.
It's a little
Yeah, I
weird.
mean, they were pretty responsible for 9/11, which killed your dad. So, all right, leaving it be.
Matt, Brian at Absentia, Emma, great job this week. R.M. Brown, where can people find you?
Oh yeah, check out the RM Brown YouTube channel. Also, I was asked to say that Francesca's doing a show October 13th.
Where? In New York?
New York.
Oh,
New York
all
City,
right.
Bell House.
Didn't hear about that. That's interesting.
You guys didn't hear about that?
No, that's weird. That is weird.
I guess
I'm better friends with
she's
Francesca.
upgraded her friends.
Interesting.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Sorry, guys, it's sold out, and we don't have any.
Awkward.
Yeah, we don't have any +1s left. So
Oh, okay.
see you
Well,
around.
that is weird.
Yeah.
All right. Well, okay.
Catch you later, I guess.
October 13th, Francesca is doing a show at the.
In our backyard, basically.
I also have a quick plug.
I'm probably going to have to actually. I'm not sure. I guess my plans to go to the Bell House that night to for a drink. I'm going to have to cancel because it's obviously
You're not
there's a
invited.
show going on there
full
that
that
I'm
night,
not
yeah.
allowed to go in.
On Monday, myself and David Griscom will be phone banking with DSA to encourage members to sign up for solidarity dues. You can sign up at dsausa.us/LRPB. That will be at 6 p.m. Eastern Monday.
Let's put a link in the podcast and YouTube description because that is a not easy URL. I couldn't even follow anything you said. Why don't people use Bitly more? Just don't get it.
Yeah, Bitly's good.
Why don't they squat domain names?
/.com/.
.mov.
All right, let's wrap up.
Thanks, Hiram. Very.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thanks.
Folks, see you on Monday. of them were Republicans. New York Times report, Israel knew of the Hamas plan a year ago. A lot of incompetence associated with this.
Those are the echoes of 9/11.
Yep.
A little bit.
Speaker Johnson's job tenuous as conservative rebellion begins to simmer. UAW launches a unionization drive at auto plants across the U.S. and also calls for a ceasefire between Israel and Gaza. Or I should say Hamas. Florida Republican Party chair accused of sexual battery. Ron DeSantis says he should resign. Senate Judiciary Committee finally issues those subpoenas for Leonard Leo and Harlan Crow in its investigation into the corruption and ethical lapses of the Supreme
Dick
Court.
Durbin.
Yep. Tommy Tuberville will back off his hold on military personnel in general, but instead focus on woke military personnel. And who are those woke military personnel? I'll let you be the guess.
You can tell just by looking at them.
Yeah, well, you can see there's something
you can squint at them.
Sort of shady about them.
Yeah.
If you get my drift.
Certain shades.
All this and more on today's Majority Report.
Hi.
Emma Vigeland.
Yep.
It is Casual Friday.
Yes. Quite casual. Hello. How are you doing today?
I'm doing okay.
All right.
I got my COVID booster finally, or not the booster, this year's round of shots, and so I'm a little bit sore, but not too bad.
Okay. I got to do that.
I'm like because we all got it in
around the same time. Yeah.
September, and now we're gonna be like have suits of armor on.
Except Bradley, actually. Bradley. Not him.
Not Bradley.
He's getting his booster today. All
Bradley's
right.
getting his
Doing
today.
your part.
I should also say Sandra Day O'Connor passed away today. Former justice on the Supreme Court. I think she regretted their ruling in the Bush v. Gore. I think there was some reporting to that effect, that she had said something to that effect. And, well, she should have, frankly. She was not my favorite Supreme Court justice, let's put it that way. But she's also wasn't even anywhere close to as bad as the five that sit on the court now.
Right.
Or I should say six right-wingers.
And at least she retired, right? Before,
right,
clinging to power.
Yep. Let's get into this. We will obviously be talking about the resumption of bombing in Israel. But the good news is they're sending out leaflets with perhaps one of the most complicated methods in which you can go to a place that presumably would be safe, even though you got the AP's reported
it was Reuters reported that they're bombing in the south in Khan Yunis, which is a southern Gazan city. I mean, they already said they would do that, but that they are also bombing aid trucks around the Rafah crossing to Egypt.
Yes, of course. Of course they are.
Which, by the way, we know how precise they can be. We knew this before, but it's been bolstered by a wonderful investigative report by 972 magazine about their usage of AI to be as precise as possible when targeting these specific locations for bombing. So it's on purpose.
And they, in other words, also they're making they are completely aware of who they're hitting when they're hitting these places.
Mm-hmm.
And really, I mean, well, we'll get into that.
How many journalists have died?
6. I think we're up to 60 something now. But let's turn for a moment to what just took place on the House. We certainly have seen expulsions in the past, but not that many. And we should be clear that George Santos is not being convicted of anything. But I want to just add the word yet, because the ethics committee has looked at this stuff and they're like, this is nuts.
Yeah.
Honestly, it's nuts. And here is Representative Max Miller, Republican from Ohio, rising to say why he's going to vote against, he's going to vote for expulsion. We should say there was 112, almost half of the caucus. Well, probably about almost exactly half of the Republican caucus voted to not expel Santos. It would have been far more, we should just be clear on this. From a purely political standpoint, it would have been more advantageous for the Democrats not to expel him.
Yeah.
And allow him to, but it was very hard to justify not expelling him.
They're gonna want to run on, you know, Trump's crookedness in 2024, and it doesn't look good if you're gonna say like, okay, let's keep George Santos, the most crooked member in Congress, in office for political reasons. So that's probably their calculation.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I think like they could have said we should wait until there is, you know, a conviction, but I don't. That's a weird precedent to set necessarily. But I don't know. It's a tough call. Nevertheless, here is Max Miller, Republican from Ohio, with his reasoning as to why George Santos should have been expelled.
Thank you. Gentleman is recognized from Ohio. Thank you. I'll keep this very brief. I myself have been a victim of George Santos and as well as other members of Congress in terms of defrauding through public donations. I had received an ethics complaint from the FEC, which I had to spend tens of thousands to defend myself. You, sir, are a crook. I know I should direct my comments to the chair. I yield back.
All right. Do we have his tweet? Let's put it up where he explains it a little bit more because he sort of raced through it there. But apparently he sent this letter out. Late yesterday on the floor, I alluded to a personal impact of Representative Santos's conduct. Earlier this year, I learned that the Santos campaign had charged my personal credit card and the personal credit card of my mother for contribution amounts that exceeded FEC limits. Neither my mom nor I approved these charges or were aware of them. We have spent tens of thousands of dollars in legal fees in the resulting follow-up. I have seen a list of roughly 400 other people to whom the Santos campaign allegedly did this. I believe some other members of this conference might have had the same experience.
No Democrat should have voted to expel this guy.
Exactly. While I understand and respect the position of those who will vote against the expulsion resolution, my personal experience related to the allegations and the findings of the Ethics Committee compels me to vote for the resolution.
Sounds like a skill issue.
Yeah, since I alluded to this in Florida,
What has happened to the Democrats?
I believe you're entitled to further explanation of my position. I mean, it would have been pretty fun. Maybe we'll ask Ryan Grimm about this because he, you know, had all of the Democrats basically waited to allow the Republicans to vote first. In other words, just like, you know, you can swing back around for the second time, you get a second chance and see, and just simply said, well, listen, we learned our lesson with this whole House vote, the speaker thing. We should really let the Republicans control this since it's one of their own. Let's see how they're all going to vote, because this is a cake and eat it too situation for, you know, the New York Republican delegation. They all wanted him out.
Oh, yeah. He was a massive liability.
A massive liability. But
Dem should keep him in.
Here is Santos rising in defense. And honestly, I wish, like, if there was a way to have like kept this going for the next week in the House, this would have been great.
Gentleman's time has expired. Gentleman from New York, Mr. Santos is recognized.
I'd like to move to have the gentleman from Ohio's words stricken from the record, please.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but the chair will remind all members to direct their remarks to the chair and not to others.
Gentleman's request is not timely, but I would remind members to direct their remarks to the chair. Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, hypocrisy, as I mentioned. My colleague wants to come up here, call me a crook. Same colleague who's accused of being a woman beater. Are we really going to ignore the facts that we all have passed and we all have the media coming out against us on a daily basis? Every last one of us has struggled with every little ounce of what happens within public service. I didn't come here. I can go and read about all my colleagues. I'm not going to stand here to smear them. I'm not going to stand here and use the time I have to say ill things about my colleagues. I refuse to stoop to that level. Well, the only thing I want to make clear
Did he
is
just call him a woman
if
beater?
tomorrow when this vote is on the floor, it is in the conscience of all of my colleagues that they believe that this is the correct thing to do, so be it. Take the vote. I'm at peace. I have accepted that whether I get expelled or I don't, I have accepted that I cannot control that faith, Mr. Speaker. I have done the best I can to serve in this body and to deliver the best I can in my campaign promises to vote as a conservative voice in this body. I stand by that. And with that, I'd like to yield.
It's so funny that he's like, I'm not going to stand here to smear you, but clearly, like, that was the only thing he was prepared to do, and then he had to fill the rest of the time.
Exactly. Wait, are you still letting me talk? I thought you were going to stop me from talking after I said that he was a woman beater. Now, to be fair to George Santos, who is no longer a congressperson, I just want to be clear. It's not, this is not coming out of left field. Representative Max Miller has been accused of abusing his ex-girlfriend by his ex-girlfriend in a book. He, to be fair, also has filed a defamation suit against her. Very unlikely to prevail because there's no indication that she did this on with malice intent, even if it's not true. Although who knows? But he's a public figure, so you have a pretty high standard for what constitutes defamation in that sense. But just so you know, Santos could be right. Maybe Max Miller should also be expelled from the House. I mean, there's two ways to look at this hypocrisy. Right. One is that Max Miller should not be rising just because he had his credit card stuff stolen by Santos.
And his mother's. And his mother's.
Stolen by another member of Congress.
I got to know how he got his mother's information.
Or maybe we should just everyone should be held to account, and they should be summarily expelled as well. It might be interesting to see this happen to Menendez. Now, I don't know if Menendez actually stole anything from his colleagues, but it might be worth looking into.
Menendez and Santos meet each other and just steal each other's lives entirely.
Exactly.
Yes. Breaking news, it seems like Anthony DeVolder now running for Congress in New York 3. No, that's not actually the case. That was his alias, but I thought I'd get that. But I didn't realize that this was the first time this has happened in over 20 years that someone has been expelled.
Yeah, I can't remember who the last one was, but I do recall it happening.
Yeah, only the sixth House member in history to be removed by his colleagues.
We should say, I love the idea that we all have something in our past, and that it basically, I guess the argument by Santos here is that unless you're literally caught, literally in the act. I mean, I haven't stolen any of my colleagues' credit card funds for over 18 months yet. Well, I guess it's probably closer to like 16 months.
Let bygones be bygones. Also, what was her security code?
Yeah.
What was your mother's maiden name, sir? It was trafficking.
The first car you drove.
I hope he tells all. Not that he probably got any real information like Madison Cawthorn, but I hope he just burns it all to the ground.
Santos?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's no doubt that Santos is going to try and write a book. But of course, it's all going to be lies. The guy is a pathological, con person.
Do you think we could get him on the show?
Yes, I do.
As a regular guest. Republican Roundup with George Santos.
Yes.
For the Republican perspective on this, let's bring in our expert.
A standard Republican.
We'll talk more about this with Ryan Grimm, D.C. bureau chief at The Intercept and author of The Squad, AOC and the Hope of a Political Revolution, coming out in just days. And now's the time to buy that book, but I'll let him make that pitch. But before we do, a couple of words from our sponsors. Holidays, difficult time, ladies and gentlemen. I find it to be. just because you got to run around. You buy so many presents, you got to send stuff up. If you got a business, things are going crazy. People are going crazy with our new merch. Well, we'll talk about that later. But the beauty is Stamps.com, it's your own personal post office. Doesn't matter where you are. Stamps.com, all you need is a computer and a printer. They'll even send you a free scale, so you'll have everything you need to get started with your shipping tasks. Now taking care of orders on the go is even easier because Stamps.com has an awesome mobile app. If you need a package pickup, you can schedule it through your Stamps.com dashboard. If you sell products online, Stamps.com seamlessly connects with every major marketplace and shopping cart. Facebook, Instagram, the whole shebang. It also, this is the beauty of it, gives you premium discounts on a wide range of stuff. Yes, you get 84% off of U.S. Postal Service rates. Yes, up to 84% off of UPS rates. But you also get discounts on shipping and mailing supplies, labels, even printers from the supply store. And one of the beauties about Stamps.com, when you're looking at, like, how am I going to figure out, how am I going to ship this, et cetera, Stamps.com automatically tells you the cheapest and fastest shipping options. Stamps.com has been doing this for over 25 years. They have been indispensable for over 1 million businesses. Get access to the USPS and UPS services you need right from your computer. You want to send, get your postage ready at 2 a.m.? No problem. 3 a.m.? No problem. On a Sunday, a Saturday, it doesn't matter. There's no lines, there's no traffic, there's no hassle. There's just you, your computer, and your printer whirring away at the dead of the morning because you can't sleep. Been
Sounds
there.
a little personal.
Been there. Stamps.com was indispensable to me back in the day when we were sending out DVDs. That gives you a sense of how long they've been in business, when DVDs actually had some value. But made it much, much easier. And also, I probably saved a ton of money. Give your business the gift of Stamps.com so your mailing and your shipping is covered this holiday season. Sign up with the promo code Majority Report, one word, Majority Report, for a special offer that includes a 4-week trial plus free postage and a digital scale. There are no long-term commitments, no contracts. Just go to Stamps.com, click the microphone at the top of the page, enter the code Majority Report, and you're going to get a 4-week trial, free postage, and a digital scale. Also, these are great. My sisters now have these. You're looking for a gift. What are you going to get your parents, your grandparents? What are you going to get your cousins, your aunts, your uncles, or whatever it is? Here's what the gift you're going to get them. It's Aura frames. Why? Because you don't know their technological skills, or you do know their technological skills, and you know they can't do. So you're going to want them to be able to set up this digital frame without any hassle at all. And you want them to be able to use it right out of the box. With the Aura frames, you can. Not only is this really super easy to set up, you can install the pictures on the frame before they even take it out of the box. And there's 2 ways of doing that. You can do it sort of remotely. They'll send you a code if you're sending the frame directly to the giftee, receivee. I don't know how to say that. Or you can you have the box. Before you wrap it up, you take they got a little QR code there. You go to the site, you load up with the app. Couldn't be easier. You'd start by downloading the Aura app. It's free, obviously. It takes no time to get the frame ready. And then you can preset the Wi-Fi on the frame, upload the pictures beforehand. All your grandparents, your parents, whoever it is, all they have to do is take it out of the box and plug it in. It is super simple. Wirecutter, among others, actually. All you got to do is Google this. Wirecutter called it the best digital picture frame. And the reason is because it looks great and it's so easy to use. The people who need a digital picture frame, they will not be intimidated by this one. give the perfect gift this holiday, visit auraframes.com/majority. That's AURA frames, all one word, .com/majority. Today, get $30 off their best-selling frames. These frames sell out quickly, though, so get yours before they're gone. That's AURA frames.com/majority. Use promo code majority. You will get $30 off their best-selling frame. Terms and conditions apply. We'll put the links in the YouTube and podcast thing. See you in a moment. We'll be right back with Ryan Grimm. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. Welcome back to the program. The busiest man in political journalism, Ryan Grimm, DC bureau chief at The Intercept, co-host of Counterpoint, and host of Deconstructed podcast, and now author of, this is your third book?
That's third book, yeah.
Wow.
The Squad, AOC, and the Hope of a Political Revolution. Congratulations on this one, Ryan.
Thank you, sir.
Ryan, am I in this one, and why not? Because I was in the last one.
You were in the last one, right?
Yeah. So
you might be.
I might be. Okay. Well,
I have an index here.
I'm gonna have to.
I don't have a book handy, but you'll have to do the Washington thing and just go to the bookstore, open the index, look for your name. If it's not in there, you put it back on the shelf.
Okay.
That's right.
All right. I will. I'll do that right after the show.
This is you've written about sort of like the movement that brought some of these people, and this is sort of like is like a sequel.
Yeah, it's a sequel.
To your last book. I want to talk just a little bit about this because it really sort of gives an inside sense of what it's looked like from the perspective of those people who are known as a group of like almost like not even quite a caucus, but known as the Squad. Let's just start with that part about it. Like the Squad thing is more of, I don't know, like the description of certain politicians in the past is like young bucks or something, right. I can't remember the Young Guns. That's
right.
Those three guys are now gone, Cantor, Ryan, and McCarthy. But the Squad, they don't caucus.
In the very beginning, they would text and they would meet and coordinate on votes, like particularly around if you remember, when they came into office, the government was shut down because Trump had shut it down trying to get his wall money. And so in order to open up the government, you had to then fund DHS, which meant funding ICE, which none of them wanted to do. So they would coordinate on, okay, how are we going to handle, voting to fund DHS? Because there were a bunch of DHS spending bills. And
by they, you mean there was 5 of them, right, at that time?
Well, at that time, 4. Yeah, basically the 4 of them, okay. Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar, Ayanna Pressley, and AOC. And sometimes they would say, okay, we're all going to vote together on this one, and we'll be the only 4. But at least there was this strength in being not just one. But you're right. The name The Squad just came from an Instagram post where AOC posted a picture of the four of them and wrote squad underneath it. And it just kind of took off from there. They are all endorsed, and most of them recruited, or some of them recruited by Justice Democrats. But Rashida Tlaib and Ilhan Omar had both served in their state legislatures. Ayanna Pressley had been a Hillary Clinton supporter in 2016, who was the first African-American woman elected, or actually any gender elected, citywide in Boston. She was an at-large city councilor there. So they were not the kind of mode of what Justice Democrats was looking for, which was kind of working class outsiders who were going to come in as populists and storm Washington. The only one that kind of fit that model was the bartender, AOC. But most of their candidates flopped. They were trying to elect 435 at the very beginning, new members of Congress. And so these were kind of the ones that made it through, but they didn't come from the same place. Like, they didn't really know each other.
Right.
They admired each other and respected each other's politics, but they get thrown in, and now they're getting attacked by the Pelosi wing of the party. She's a Speaker of the House, and they're also getting constantly attacked by Trump himself. Plus, Fox News is doing 24/7 coverage of them. So it kind of forges them into a unit, but it wasn't something that they kind of, sought out.
And just so I can remind everybody, when they come in, the Democrats had just retaken the House.
Yeah.
In that wave. And like the first thing that happens that I remember is like the Democrats were talking about, like, we're going to roll out, at least legislatively. I mean, I guess maybe, the occupation of Pelosi's office happens maybe, I think, chronologically before then. But they're going to roll out this big legislation, House resolution or House, legislation 1. Yeah. Which was their big democracy bill, et cetera, et cetera. And they step all over it by essentially saying that Omar, the Ilhan Omar had said that AIPAC has, outsized money influence in Congress, which is now almost like a laughable premise, right? Like the idea that the entire Democratic caucus would have stepped on their premier piece of legislation, which they later complained, no one seems to know that we passed this. It's because they spent the whole time trying to bash Ilhan Omar for something that Thomas Friedman had been saying. Yeah. I mean, it was amazing.
Right. And it wasn't just like a 1 or 2 day cycle. Like, going back and re-reporting this, it was shocking how much time they spent on this.
So much time.
They're sworn in January. They're immediately that this starts to happen. And then Josh Gottheimer, your buddy from Northern Jersey, he gets involved, and he's, he wants Omar censured. He's writing letters. He's going on CNN. And so then everybody is getting asked, every time they go on CNN, is Ilhan Omar, deserving of being censured by the Democrats? So that becomes a story. And then it continues through February. She says something else at an event at Busboys and Poets in Washington, where she's like, I don't understand why, you can say that the NRA has outsized influence in Washington, but you can't say that this foreign country has outside influence. Like, why can't you say that? And boom, then it erupts again. And it was January through the end of March or into early April that entire stretch, when they're supposed to be saving democracy, it's just dominated by this question of whether or not she and Rashida Tlaib need to be censured by their colleagues.
Well, good thing we've evolved from that point.
Yeah, we moved on from that.
People in Congress who speak up for Palestinian rights and are maybe of Muslim descent don't face any discrimination at all.
What were the factors behind that besides the obvious, like, this is a way for the Democrats to sort of seem like we're not flaming liberals here or something. I mean, obviously, and Gottstein's got his own sort of agenda in this respect. But you make the point about the Obama administration, which I had never really realized or contemplated, that during the Obama administration, when it won in 2008, where, the Democrats took both the House and the Senate, and, it took them about 6-7 months until they got the supermajority, and they had that for really only about 6 or 7 months because then Kennedy dies. and Scott Brown comes in. But you made the point that because Rahm Emanuel went out, ran the DCCC, recruited all of these sort of Republican lights to run as candidates, that Obama was the first Democratic president in ages to actually have a Congress controlled by Democrats that was to the right of him.
Right. Yeah.
As opposed to Bill Clinton, who, was to the right of where the Democrats were in Congress at that time.
Jimmy Carter to the right of Congress. Yeah.
I mean, where does that, how does that play in with the Democrats retaking Congress with Pelosi, in that era? Because I'm curious as to there's a dynamic that's shifting and happening through these 2 decades.
Because, Rahm Emanuel powered his comeback on the back of a lot of corporate money and recruiting, as like you said, if he could find people who used to be Republicans or were when he was recruiting them, but they would switch, those were his ideal candidates. But because in 2018 it was really powered by a much more organic grassroots revulsion on the part of everyday Democrats at Donald Trump, that you got a much more progressive majority when they came in 2019. You had 62 Democrats, come in that class, and even the ones who are classified as, who register as New Democrats, which is, this kind of the pro-business faction, they're the ones that push the child tax credit and other social spending and climate spending the hardest. These were folks who were saying, if we don't pass a robust agenda, we're not going to win re-election in 2022. It was the complete opposite in the 2009-2010 cycle. Everybody who in a swing district voted for Obamacare or voted for the climate change bill that year, they thought they were walking the plank. They were doing something that was going to hurt them politically, but was, good for the planet or good for people's health care. So they were going to do it anyway. Most of them voted against it. This time they were telling Biden, get this stuff across the finish line. We need something to run on. And so there was, the energy was moving in a different direction. The other interesting parallel is, do you remember what Bibi Netanyahu did right after Obama was elected?
Yep.
2008. He used that moment where the entire world is celebrating the election of Barack Obama. He invades Gaza.
Yeah.
And what comes out of that is J Street. Finally in Washington, you get a progressive organization that says we need a counterweight to AIPAC, because this is completely out of control. And so in 2019, that's what you have, the creation of Democratic Majority for Israel, DMFI. Basically, AIPAC doesn't have its own super PAC, and they spin up a super PAC specifically to respond to the 2 Muslim women getting sworn into Congress. And that has a lot to do with why the first several months were all about this. Because this is the kind of pro-Israel lobby seeing, okay, we can't allow these outspoken critics of Israel to gain a foothold in the party.
And the interesting thing about, that explains a lot as to what was driving that. And of course, everyone knows they're going to spend $100 million to sort of further that project. And we'll talk about that in a bit. But let's talk about Pelosi, and particularly in terms of AOC, because what also happens, the difference between 2006 and 2008, in terms of Pelosi's caucus, and 2018 or 19, I guess, at that point, is that she is now to the right of a considerable amount of her caucus, whereas back in the aughts and the Obama years, she's to the left of and this is really important for people to understand. The relationship is what dictates it. Where they are specifically, if being in the center of the party, 20 years ago meant I'm for cutting Social Security. Today, it would mean I'm for expanding Social Security, probably. But that same person wants to be exactly in the center of the party. Right. And so talk about that dynamic. And because I think you have a quote where AOC says something to the effect of my life is much better now as a lawmaker with Pelosi gone.
Right. Yeah. So I think the placement on the political spectrum is key, and also there had never really been, when AOC and the rest of the squad came in, it was extraordinarily unusual for a freshman to kind of come out of nowhere and be getting more attention than almost any other member of Congress, even Fox aside, but Fox in particular, just constant coverage of AOC, but also Omar.
She had higher name recognition amongst Republicans for the first year than she did amongst Democrats.
And the undertone of it too, I think, is just like something that we should reinforce, which was this very like sexualized and also angry kind of
super creepy
undertones that maybe someone like the leader of the party should have protected her from, but putting that aside for a second.
Right, but and particularly also because Pelosi's from San Francisco, she was used to being the kind of liberal in the party the entire time. When she came up, it's like it was a big win for the liberal wing of the party. And now all of a sudden she's getting, questioned about her liberal credentials. And another thing that Ocasio-Cortez talks about is, she's like, I'm so tired of her using that line. What does she say?
The signs. I've got
protest signs in my basement that are older than you.
Yeah.
And AOC is like, well, yeah, but mine aren't gathering dust,
right.
which really makes the point, because like she's saying there, like, but I'm the one that's doing it now. Like, it's our generation that is actually out in the streets. That's great that you have the signs in the basement, but they don't really belong there.
When you say our generation, I guess that brings up a question about, Hakeem Jeffries. We can talk about his ideology and some of the issues, and I certainly disagree on how friendly he's been with Israel, for example. But it seems like at the start of his leadership of the Democrats in the House, they were able to keep the caucus together and let the Republicans hang themselves on that speakership debacle, right? And they all stood in unison and said, we're not going to solve this for you. It seems like even though Jeffries may not be ideologically where we would want him to be, he may have a more updated, younger approach that members of the squad would welcome. And that seems to pair well with some of the quotes that, are making a ton of headlines from your book about AOC feeling like she was stifled repeatedly with Pelosi as leader.
I think some of that has to do with now they've been in office 4 years at the time when, Jeffries becomes leader, and they had been pretty loyal soldiers, during 2021 and 2022. Like they were, the squad in general were not kind of burning the place down. The entire kind of hold the line effort, where they were trying to, hold back the infrastructure bill until they would get a commitment from Manchin and Sinema to do the bigger, social spending and climate package. That was a broad progressive caucus, fight. At the end, the squad actually broke off from the progressive caucus and did vote no on the infrastructure bill, but they were able to get enough Republicans that it passed, so that even the one time that they did kind of split with the party and dig in on a left-wing agenda, it didn't slow things down. It does seem like Jeffries is just taking a different approach. Now he's certainly not stopping AIPAC. He has endorsed every incumbent. He has said the party will support Ilhan Omar, Rashida Tlaib, and so on. But when he was asked about the outside spending from AIPAC, he said, outside groups are going to do what outside groups are going to do, which is just a clear green light, to go ahead and do it. Because if he wants to stop it,
he's like, any vendors who work for them against our incumbents, we're going to put on a blacklist. I mean, that's what Pelosi did, right? Exactly. In that instance. And it's also, I mean, the funny thing about Jeffries too, which occurs to me, is that he's not Speaker of the House were it not for AOC. Right? I mean, she took out.
It's funny, yeah.
She took out Crowley, who would have been Speaker of the House, I imagine, at this point. Absolutely,
yeah. Crowley was kind of like his mentor in New York City politics, and so he was caucus chair, and. Right, so everybody presumed he would be the next Speaker of the House. Progressives liked him, centrists liked him, the right wing, the Republicans liked him. Everybody loved Joe Crowley. Just
Well, he
to
spent a little
fun-
too much time in Washington, it sounds
Yeah.
like.
Only time in Washington. Yes,
Well,
exactly.
How much of it too is like, her ability to leverage her fundraising apparatus to get some of those folks who might have been adversarial towards her to be more conciliatory, or she can make certain deals.
I don't think it's quite that. I think it's more that what's the percentage at this point for Jeffries in picking a fight with them, and also what's the percentage for the squad in picking a fight with Jeffries. They don't have an alternative, and Jeffries doesn't have really anything to offer because he doesn't have any power. They could have perhaps have gotten some stronger commitments to try to keep AIPAC and that kind of super PAC money out of primaries, but otherwise, it feels like it's a fight that's more on pause.
Yeah,
Than,
and for him, it's like they're all in safe blue seats anyway. So it's a bit of a wash sometimes, I think, for leadership. But
what are they doing if in terms of? Well, I guess I got two questions. One is, and let me start with the early one. We spoke to Ilhan Omar. I don't know. Maybe I guess it was a year ago. I can't remember now. Maybe it was a year and a half where she had talked about, and I think AOC had talked about this too a couple of years ago. The idea of making the Progressive Caucus a little bit leaner and meaner, insofar as saying like, there's no requirement, there's no litmus test that you need to pass to become a member of the Progressive Caucus. All you need to do is pay your $4,000 or whatever it is, and you're in. Are they still thinking about doing that? Is there still like an attempt to sort of like begin to discipline their, their caucus in some way so that they can be a little bit more sort of, I guess, a sharper instrument?
They actually did it in a very, very tiny way. And the rationale for it expanded in 2019. And I write about this in the book where Jayapal and Mark Pocan, the chairs of the Progressive Caucus, won a commitment from Pelosi in order for their votes for her to be speaker that 40% of seats on the powerful committees would go to members of the Progressive Caucus. And then Pelosi tricked them or outplayed them by having a couple people just join the Progressive Caucus. And she's like, "Oh, look at that. You got your 40%." And that really underlined what people had been saying for so long. It's like, look how easy that is. So you got your $5,000 in dues, but you've got this right-wing person on the committee. So you failed. So the next time they did tighten it for the first time. They actually do have requirements now. They're pretty minimal. It's something like you have to support 2/3 of these particular things, and you have to vote with the caucus. I think certain number of times, and you can be kicked out. You had I think one or two that left kind of quietly because they weren't sure where this was going, but it hasn't done a huge amount to kind of tighten it. But I also think that the kind of caucus in general moving to the left has tightened them up a little bit just on its own.
What is their plan? So they don't necessarily have any more plans to institute sort of like stricter measures.
I haven't heard about anything for the next term, but we'll see. And, meanwhile, Israel-Palestine is like driving a wedge in between them because you got Lois. We reported that Lois Frankel quit the CPC over it. People like Brad Sherman are in the Progressive Caucus. The CPC almost never takes positions on Israel-Palestine for that reason. That you have almost 90-ish members of the CPC, and you have 30 plus calling for a ceasefire, meaning that you've got more than 50 people who are in the Progressive Caucus who are currently not calling for a ceasefire.
Right.
Even after nearly 2 million, nearly everybody displaced in Gaza.
Yeah.
What is the plan? Is there a plan to fight this AIPAC dump of money by, is Justice Democrats sort of like a functioning entity anymore? Or they've scaled down, definitely, it seems like. But what is the plan? Because the upshot, we should say, in this is not just that they survive. If there's no return on that $100 million, through DMFI, I presume it's going to be much harder for them the next cycle to go out and raise that kind of money because they've got to show, return on their investment.
Right.
And if all they end up doing is just blowing money in these primary races and it doesn't impact the outcome, they can go back and say like, well, we were able to discipline people with the idea of this money being deployed, but that's going to have less salience if the money doesn't actually work when they start to use it.
Yeah. Well, and what's that phrase? Nothing focuses the mind like the hangman's noose or something like that. So from what I'm hearing, there is a serious effort underway, and there is a kind of reinvigorated sense of coordination going on. Justice Democrats is definitely, still a going thing, and I think has been given new life in a way by this challenge, because the question of whether or not to band together and fight for something has been called by the other side. Like it's not up to them anymore. Like the question's been called, the battle is on. So it's either slink away or team up and fight back. And so they're teaming up and they're going to fight back.
Interesting. All right. Well, let's folks should really check this out. It is obviously it's a sequel to, but it gives you a great sense of from my perspective. And I was covering politics through most of this era that you're covering and referencing back to, but a lot of stuff that I hadn't thought about or wasn't aware of. I can't recommend it enough.
Thank you.
Now would be the time to buy it too for you,
yes.
I imagine, right?
Yes, get it right now.
Because this is like it's like Emily's List. Early purchases
money.
is
Early
like
purchases
yeast,
are
right?
like yeast. Yeah, it's all the pre-sales. It comes out on Tuesday, so if you order it now, you'll get it by Tuesday. But yeah, all the pre-sales get rolled into the first week's sales, and so that's usually the time that you can put your biggest number forward. And so Ted Cruz is currently like at the very bottom of the bestseller list, and I'm eyeing him. I'm like, I think I can knock him off.
That would be satisfying.
That would be very satisfying.
That would be nice.
All right,
so people can do their part and knock Ted Cruz off.
Yeah.
I want to talk just a little bit about what's been going on this week. George Santos was just voted out, was just expelled, first time since Jim Traficant, who was from Louisiana, if I remember correctly. Was it Ohio?
Ohio?
Yeah, Ohio.
With the checkered pants.
Yeah.
And beat me up, Scotty.
And it's an interesting dynamic because I would imagine the Democrats would have, like, if they really could have had their way, would have loved to have, Santos around next year to be sort of, right. I mean, honestly, like if you're trying to build a narrative about like corrupt party and a party that doesn't care, that would be the way. The Republicans seem to have their cake and eat it too in this instance because enough of them were able to vote against voting Santos out. But all the New York Republicans were able to vote him out. What's your sense of any of this? Is there any relevance to this? Now that there's 435 members, is the first time they've had a full complement, I think, of Congress people in, I don't know, a year or something.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, so it's not on a numbers game. It's not really that relevant, right?
Right. I think they waited until it wouldn't be relevant. Santos told McCarthy right out of the gate, like, just tell me what I need to do. And McCarthy's like, cool, then we will seat you. Because there was pressure on them not to seat him.
Yep.
When it emerged that everything was a lie.
Well, the New York, Suffolk County Republicans disowned him, I think, before he was seated even.
Right.
Yeah. And so the deal with McCarthy basically was, he had this extremely slim majority. And they needed his votes on measures that they were trying to get through, as not just for McCarthy to be speaker. And so I guess they're at the point now where they're like, you know what, we can. It's more important for us to be able to reelect some of these Republicans in New York State by being able to distance ourselves from him than we need his vote because we've got a couple other people in, and so they're feeling comfortable with their margins. And a lot that's going to be done between now and then will probably be. Government shutdown stuff, you always have votes from both sides. So, I think they just figured we can say goodbye to George.
Speaking of the government shutdown, like, what is your sense of what's going on with Johnson? I'm starting to read more of like conservatives complaining about him, but they're giving him a long honeymoon because I think on some level they know like he's one of us. It's just that is he tough enough to do whatever it is that I can't tell what exactly they want him to do, but whatever it is.
Right. He's going to keep annoying them. Anybody in that position would. There's rumors that he's going to kind of attach some type of surveillance reauthorization, 702 reauthorization to the NDAA, which a big priority of this Freedom Caucus joined. One of the few things they joined with the Progressive Caucus on is reforming 702 surveillance authorities. And there's rumors that he and the Senate might just try to slip it through using the NDAA. That's going to piss people off. Keeping the government open pisses them off. And he doesn't have any experience doing any of this. So he just threw in the towel last time, punted to this kind of laddered January situation, and it's hard to see how like you said, what do they want? And what is the path by which he could give it to them?
That's
like neither of those questions have an answer.
Right. Have like the people who got rid of McCarthy, have they gotten anything materially from it?
Not yet, other than McCarthy being gone, I guess.
I'm just curious.
Right. I can't think of anything.
It is bizarre. I mean, maybe they just did it and they realized that like the redoing this process over and over again, like they cried uncle because it was getting so chaotic. But I am fascinated by those rumors that Nancy Mace has some dirt on Kevin McCarthy or something like that. Like it just felt so personal from Gaetz and from Nancy Mace to defect in that way.
Or dirt, or like just personal stuff going on, plus Gaetz's whole ethics situation. There's just giant mess. And the way they reasoned it was they think the country's headed in the wrong direction, so it's just and they would say, we don't know if this is going to work out for us or not, but we know that the direction it's going is bad, so let's grab the wheel, fling it into the ditch, and just see what emerges from the wreckage. That was kind of their public rationale for why they were going to do this. Which that's a logic, like that's okay.
Yeah,
that's a thing. But they don't have the White House or the Senate, which is just a very troublesome detail for trying to govern, trying to enact your agenda.
Getting back to your book, I'm also just reminded of the fight with where the squad essentially, maybe the squad plus, kept expanded unemployment compensation in the American Rescue Act. Manchin was trying to kill that from the Senate and reach into the caucus, but I think it was Premier Jayapal was able to say they're not going to vote for it, and so I can't deliver you the votes because they're not going to vote for it if you get rid of that. I mean, this was over the $15 minimum wage stuff.
Yeah,
so, tell that
real
story, because this is like an important dynamic that I think there's no analog to this in the Republican Party, because there's no ask. There's no set of things that they want. And so, this is the problem I think people make all the time is like, we want our own Freedom Caucus. Well, the dynamic is such that it doesn't function in the same way, because the Freedom Caucus doesn't care about actually building something. Like any dream progressive left-wing entity in the Democratic Party, we want them to actually do stuff, not inhibit the doing of stuff.
Yeah, and this really got no attention at the time, but it was fascinating. And because there's three things going on. There's the $15 minimum wage that the left wanted in this package. There's the $2,000 checks that the left wanted in the package, and there's the massively expanded unemployment benefits. And so AOC actually did something extremely clever with the with these checks. So $600 had already had been put out by Trump. And then Trump's like, actually, it should be 2,000. So AOC had introduced a bill immediately saying, all right, here's the 1,400, pass it now. Mitch McConnell's like, no, we're not going to pass this. And then that became the big issue in the Georgia Senate runoffs. Like, do you want these $1,400 checks passed or not? If you do, vote for Democrats. If you don't, vote for Republicans. People shockingly were like, yes, we want them. Voted for Democrats. But what AOC had done in the bill, which people hadn't really noticed at the time, was she had also moved the amount that every dependent got up from, it was like 400 or something.
Well, if I remember correctly, it was like they were talking 2,000 for everybody, but it was a narrower set of people. And so when the 1,400 came out, it was a wider group of people.
And also dependents would also get the full 1,400, which meant that if you're a family of 4, aside from the checks you already got from the last bill in December, you were getting a check for $5,600. Like when that lands in your account, that's a big check, and nobody noticed it. I mean, maybe like people noticed, but like it didn't get any attention. That all of a sudden everybody was getting this amount. So they wanted that. They wanted this, what they called the super dole. $600 extra a month, unemployment benefits for everybody. And so Manchin comes back, and he's trying to narrow the $15 minimum wage gets booted out. Bernie forces a vote on it. They don't have the vote, so it doesn't get in. But then Manchin comes back. He tries to narrow who can get these checks, and he tries to strip down unemployment benefits. And there's so much anger about the minimum wage, and there's so much kind of public discussion and energy around this, that Jayapal is able to very credibly tell Schumer, look, like you said, I don't have the votes for this. If you pull this out, the squad is going to walk on this. Like you've already had this stupid parliamentarian thing with the minimum wage. Now you're going to try to trim back on these checks and unemployment benefits. And so Schumer was then, and people could feel the energy, like in Congress. You can sense whether or not a threat has power behind it or not, and you could just sense that no, they're feeling real pressure from their base. So when Schumer then goes to Manchin, he's like, look, I can't do this for you. Like, I'm going to lose that. So then it's up to Manchin. Do I take this whole thing down, or do I cave? And it was a rare moment, because it's so hard for the left to credibly make those threats, because usually the left is like, all right.
And this
$200
is
better than $600.
This is essentially February or March of 2020 of 2021.
Right.
And this is also, frankly, I mean, I felt this at the time. Manchin's weakness then was he was at peak weakness. Mm-hmm. Like, we started to hear, I think you guys were the ones who got that audio of him talking to No Labels, and that didn't happen until like a month or two after that.
Yeah.
And that would have been the time for Biden to come back with Build Back Better, because Manchin was like, he didn't know what was going on. He was saying, maybe we need $6 trillion of spending instead of $4 trillion. And he hadn't heard essentially yet from, he seemed to be walking around looking for like, who's going to adopt me here? Mm-hmm. And if Biden had struck quicker, instead of like wasting all that time with inviting the Republicans over and then inviting Portman and Sinema in to provide their sort of like whole set of bills, it seems like that's when you do it. When the heat is on, the metal is soft. That's when you start to pound, and you do that. And then they waited until like the Sinema and Manchin could find each other and find their funders and et cetera.
And then you start to see inflation numbers tick up. And then he's like, okay, there's my thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I can
but
pretend that's
that was
what
his hook. Yeah.
Yeah, but then Manchin, facing that choice early on, caved. It's like, all right, if the squad's going to walk,
that early, he had no grip on it. All right. Lastly, let's talk about we've been talking around in terms of like the political implications. Do you have any sense of like what the administration thinks they're going to be able to get away with in terms of pretending we have no leverage over Israel, except for like all that money and the weaponry? Like it's been sort of fascinating how they're both sort of simultaneously playing this, like, where can we find the leverage? and they're like literally holding a lever in their hand.
Right. And you have that amazing quote from the Israeli Minister of Defense from early on in the conflict, where he says, like, when they're asking about humanitarian aid, he's like, the U.S. wants us to allow humanitarian aid in. The U.S. is providing us with all of our weapons and material. What do you want us to tell them? No.
This is him answering his own critics in the Israeli in the ruling coalition of that party.
Yeah. He's like, what do you want us to tell them? No. That's all you need to understand about the relationship between Israel and the United States. Yet today you have Anthony Blinken like speeding out of town in his motorcade while with Netanyahu resuming the war in precisely the way that Blinken told him they should not resume it.
Oh, but Ryan, they're sending out flyers with QR codes. So
with no
all
internet.
you have to do in Gaza is get your smartphone and click on the QR code, and you'll be able to go to a designated safe zone that's probably not that safe. It's just.
And how many people can you fit in these safe zones? They've evacuated the north.
This was already the most densely populated, whatever it is. I don't know how many square
25
miles.
square miles or something in the world.
In the world. And you've basically halved, if not more than halved, the land area where it's supposedly everybody, is safe. But and then you're chopping it up like Swiss cheese, essentially. It's absurd. It's absurd.
And you mentioned Blinken. Blinken had a quote yesterday where he said, and it seemed like this is a bit of a slight turn in the rhetoric, where he said that, the Israeli government has one of the most, quote, sophisticated militaries in the world, and it is capable of neutralizing the threat posed by Hamas while minimizing harm to innocent men, women, and children. To me, that seems like him publicly saying, well, they can do it if they want to, but they're not doing it, and it's our hands are clean if that's the case. We know that that's not obviously true. The United States could do way more. But the 972 and Guardian pieces that came out yesterday, speaking about how the Israeli government is using artificial intelligence to AI to specifically target every bombing location, and they know when civilians are there. Like the precision of their weaponry is well known and is now being stated publicly by the Biden administration, and yet still we are behind them, even though we know that they are targeting these citizens deliberately. And the question is, like, I clearly know that it seems like Biden, he had that 1970-ish meeting with Golda Meir and has changed his life forever or whatever. But, so ideologically, maybe he's a lost cause. But in terms of the domestic pressure here, what's your sense of, if that's real from an electoral perspective, and if it really can change, force them to change course in any way?
Yeah, on the ideology of Biden, you remember, I forget who did the story first. Maybe I think it's Jeremy Scahill had a piece about how in the early 1980s, when Israel invaded Lebanon and absolutely wreaked havoc, Begin met with Biden, and Biden was telling him, you should just take the gloves off. Don't worry about civilian casualties. You have a job to do. And Begin, total war criminal, told him, easy there, buddy. We don't talk like that. That you need to step back a little bit. And then Ronald Reagan got on the phone with Begin, and by the end of the call had forced Begin to reach a ceasefire. So he was to the right of Ronald Reagan back in the 1980s. And so are they going to feel any pressure? I think there's feeling some. I think that Blinken comment, but also some of the other ones that have been made public, where he's saying, you cannot conduct, and Biden has said the same thing to them, you cannot conduct the second half of this war the way you conducted the first half. You have to do something more targeted. You cannot just completely flatten southern Gaza after flattening northern Gaza. So they're changing their rhetoric, but like you said, they have total leverage, and Israel's doing this anyway. The one thing they announced today that they're going to put visa restrictions. I don't know if you saw this on quote unquote violent settlers.
Yes, the U.S. is going to put visa restrictions on extremist settlers in the West Bank, which you'll hit like potentially half the population that are coming from Brooklyn, essentially.
Exactly.
But not the ones that have come from the former Soviet Union.
Right, but it's a huge number of them who go back and forth to the United States, and if you told them that they couldn't come to the United States anymore, that would be kind of life-changing.
Yeah.
Now, how they're going to enforce that and how they identify who qualifies for it. So that's an example of a thing they can do.
Right.
And on top of like conditioning the aid. I mean, that seems to be, there seems to be growing sentiment in the Senate to do that. At least like I've read up to 20 senators in the Senate are bandering that about. Have you heard anything more? I know that you guys reported, I think, was it Klippenstein reported that Bernie Sanders may introduce this, but in a couple of weeks.
Bernie said he was thinking about it. He told Dan Boguslaw that. Yeah, well, it's hard. It would take at least 2 weeks, even if you introduce it today, to make the resolution privileged. And there's so many people in Gaza who are just, fighting the clock at this point. Right. Blinken told Israel in a meeting recently, when Israel said this is going to take us several months to finish this, he was like, you don't have that credit. Like, the world's not going to allow that. Which means that Israel then, what they often do with their Gaza wars, toward the end, they ramp it up. And just everything in the kitchen is just sent out.
So let's send them more ingredients without conditions.
Right, exactly.
And not just more ingredients. It's like a 4 years worth of supply. If we're talking $14 billion, my math's not great, but it's around what, 3 to 3.5 billion we send them annually. So that's like the scale of the weaponry we're talking about.
Yeah, and the place is basically uninhabitable.
Yes.
Yet 2 million people have to live there.
Ryan Grimm, we'll put a link to your book. Thanks for joining us today. Just the level of destruction in Gaza, just it really is unimaginable at this point. DC Bureau Chief, host of Deconstructed, co-host of Counterpoints. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate it. Well, we'll put a link to your book. Now's the day to buy it, right?
Yeah, that's right. Now's the time to get it.
Do it and stick it to Ted Cruz, folks.
That's right.
There you go. And all right, Ryan, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks, guys.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break, head into the fun half of the program. And oh, wait, no. We're not heading into the fun half. Right now, we're going to take a quick break and seat, or do we even need to take a break and seat Matthew Film Guy?
I would just need to do it for the
Okay, we're going to take a quick break and we're going to seat Matthew Film Guy. We're not going to go to the fun half yet. This is not going to be fun. This is going to be the thing that we got to do with Matthew.
The chore middle.
We'll be right back.
his name?
Matthew, please recommend me a movie to stream. Matthew, film guy.
Yes, that's true. Matthew, film guy here, joining Emma Vigeland and I in studio.
Hi.
Very exciting.
This is fantastic.
What is going on with the height disparity between you two? I don't know what's.
How tall are you,
Matthew
Matthew?
film guy's 6'8".
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is.
I'm 5'11".
I think you guys are the exact same height. What did you like? Are you sitting on a pillow or something?
We got him the DeSantis setup.
Yeah,
exactly.
Don't make me have to walk in these, but it looks pretty good.
Matthew, film guy, coming in with his prosthetic butt, which allows him
Got a
to
BBL
lift
for the
himself
seat.
in the seat.
So he's not tall when he stands, but he's really tall when he sits.
That's correct.
That's
right.
I'm
That's
glad
right.
you got those implants.
There you go. There you go.
I could slouch.
Was Cassavetes ever on Netflix? I just listened to that.
I think you probably could have gotten his DVDs out of there at one point.
Yes.
Yeah, I doubt it was ever
There
streaming.
was a real loss with the quality of Netflix movies when it went to streaming versus DVDs. I mean, was I feel like counterintuitive at the time, because I remember when that transition happened, and I remember thinking like, oh, well, this would be. I mean, like you have unlimited space in the cloud. Except for, no, it costs money for them to keep it in the cloud, and it's not worth it for them than just to have a DVD, which is, a one-time charge of whatever it is,
Also,
$5.
Taking advantage of the post office to being able to send those DVDs out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they would pay postage. It was built into your subscription.
I think we could chalk that up to artistic license on behalf of my friend Jason Pace, the masterful craftsman of that little ditty.
All right. Well, fair enough.
but I
guess you
mean,
don't want to address the question.
I think there's like a small.
I find it fascinating. We could go into the politics of DVDs, and
Yeah.
I was never a physical media guy. I get a lot of shit as a film guy in film guy circles for not really being a physical media guy, even back in the days of VHS. I figured if it was rentable, it was out there somewhere if I wanted to watch it. I never had to have it in my house. I needed to go and grab it. I'd rather have a poster or something else, a book about the movie. So I was never a physical media
So you
guy.
never owned any of these movies, and now do you regret it?
No. Not
Well,
in the least.
they're gonna go up in price. I saw Best Buy is ceasing all physical media sales in terms of like movies and things like that going, or maybe one of those big sellers. But like they, because with all of that streaming stuff, the secondary market for that's gonna go up. I think I'd imagine.
Well, call me crazy, but I never fetishize the physical object, and I feel like I live in the time where every movie ever made practically is available.
Hold on for a second. Hold on.
We're making news here.
Hold on.
Hot take.
You don't fetishize the physical object? Your whole thing is selling all these physical tchotchkes on eBay.
I want you to fetishize the physical object, not me. I don't have to do it. I mean, you don't get high on your own supply.
Well, where did you get this stuff?
What stuff?
This stuff that you sell on eBay.
From you. From all around this office. I got all kinds of crap from all kinds of places.
All right.
It's not mostly physical media that I'm like videos and stuff. I'm selling like buttons and pins and pens and really obscure shit. I had a certain point, a few tapes and so on, things that like I inherited from my dad. I think I had the VHS of Michael Jackson's Thriller when I was 9. I wore that out. That's somewhere. But I probably didn't sell that.
I have saved probably more DVDs than I should have, because I think it's like I still have a little bit of
Hoarding?
I think it's not so much hoarding as it is like preppy thing. Like I'm just like, if we get one of those like if the internet shuts down, I want my kids to be like
watching the Fast and Furious DVD commentary.
Well, this is where you go for the movies and the Oracle and the in the after days.
Yeah, this sounds like who was that guy who was like, your money supply when the internet goes down. Like if the internet goes down, I'm not gonna be worried about the movies. Like there's more problems that we're gonna have if that happens.
Well, I don't know if the internet goes down after a while, things will normalize after like 6 to 8 months. As we're into warring factions, but people are still going to need entertainment.
Look,
you're not going to go back to just storytelling.
We'll see how Earth responds to that. That's what Elon Musk said, that when Twitter went down, like everyone would go into the streets. I've got news for him. Everything will just return to normal.
Yeah, I don't worry about that. I did actually I did have some DVDs for a while that I, spoiler alert, I ripped them to a hard drive and they're just sitting there. So I actually can watch a lot of this stuff To me, once they're ones and zeros, they're immortal. They can be shuttled between drives. They can be shared infinitely. So I'm not worried. I got more movies on a hard drive than I'll probably ever be able to watch before I die. So that's not really where I'm concerned.
Fine.
But if you have any DVDs that you want to, move, we can talk about it.
Well, I don't know if we have any DVDs in here. I mean, I got some Majority Report documentary.
I heard that was really good.
We should say, obviously, Matthew, film guy, edited that documentary. When that was, 10 years ago, 15 years ago?
This is Sam math. It was 2004. So.
Okay.
It was for the 2004 RNC.
All right, but we didn't edit it. It took probably a couple months. So
You're right.
19 years.
So it's closer to what you were saying. You're right.
Right,
yeah.
19 years. And Matthew is in studio today, not just so that we have the opportunity to talk to you, but we're going to go through and finally sell off some of our big ticket audio equipment. I don't think it's really going to be something that lay people are going to be terribly interested in. A lot of this is some of it is radio stuff.
Depends on if you autograph it.
Well, I'm going to sell like a used piece of audio equipment that you can get like a couple $100 and then autograph it because the people it's worth a couple $100 to, they don't care about my autograph.
No, that's right. But you increase the volume of bidders, and anything's possible.
I don't know how this works, so I will probably defer to you.
Don't you recall the time I was in here gathering air that you signed? Those got moved. So
yeah, but like for 35 cents or something, right?
I mean,
it was all Ronald Reagan.
Yeah, no, it was not. There was not. There was a lot of proud people out there right now.
Ronald Reagan has a bunch of sock puppet accounts, and he just goes in and buys stuff from you at times.
That is a recent development, which I really appreciate. So by all means, keep it up. But no, that back then that was some legitimate MR fans that just wanted to take advantage of a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to own some of this wonderfully warm studio air.
I don't know why we don't sell that on our merch page.
Probably to keep the veneer of legitimacy to your operation going.
I don't think it's illegitimate to sell studio air. I mean, it's not like we're promising. We're not promising something that we're not delivering.
That is true.
Why do you hate the free market?
Exactly.
Huh?
Okay, great. Suckers born every minute, not your problem.
Well, oh my God. You're really helping the eBay sales.
No, the stuff that you have here is legitimately valuable. The air was more of a gag. It was a Kaufman-esque joke.
Let me ask you this. What have you been up to, Matthew Film Guy? I know that things were a little stalled during the writers and actors strike. What have you been up to?
Well, the good news is finally I'm going to be editing a new movie, probably looking in February or March. That's going to be happening. So thank God for that.
Can you tell us what the movie is, or is it still in the works and you're a little bit nervous?
It's still somewhat in the works, but I'll talk more about it next time probably because it'll be a little bit more solid. But
genre?
Actually, I think it's like a romantic comedy, believe it or not. Kind of a
rom-com.
Yeah, but like indie rom-com, so quirky and odd, and with the sensibilities that goes with all that. But for the most part, I've been, teaching my amazing online film appreciation class, which, by the way, once again, features Julie Cedar.
Well, they're not featuring her. She's
she's
a student.
Participating.
I'm happy that she's there, so I consider it a good feature. If anybody else wants to join, you'll see it as a feature. She's a great addition to the class, and plus a million other great people come in and out of there off of Majority Report fandom. And watching a lot of films, keeping up my film guy credentials. It takes a lot of work. It takes a lot of commitment.
How many films do you watch?
Some movies, some films. I do.
How many films and movies do you watch on an average week?
I'd say I've averaged, in fact, Letterboxd, if you want to go to my Letterboxd at Langdon Boom, it keeps track. And I think I'm averaging like...
Does it automatically show up there? Have you figured out some type of script?
Congratulations,
yes.
Emma. Look forward to seeing you there. Well, what it does is it gives you your stats for the year. So you can go and look and see how many you've seen for the year. So I think for the year, I've averaged 0.75 a day. So, from 5 to 7 a week.
And what about, do you go to the theater anymore, or are you done with that?
No, I go to the theater. It takes a lot more to get me to do it. So it's been things like repertory screenings and revivals and certain, special events. In fact, next Tuesday, I'm excited to go see the new Todd Haynes film.
May, December.
Yeah, he's going to be doing a little like a gala sort of celebration. He's going to be there with some of the other folks involved with the film at the great Astoria Museum of the Moving Image. So that kind of thing is what gets me going, gets me out there. And for the most part, when they're first run movies, I just wait for them to come on streaming. It's not really much.
What? Give us a sense of like what your setup is. I mean, you do you have a?
It's sweet. It's
no,
sick.
but I mean honestly, like, do you have a? Do you watch on a big screen TV? Are you watching it on your computer?
Hell yeah, no. We have 2 pods. I have a living room pod, which is where I have the 7.1 surround sound system set up to go to my 4K.
And this is the same place you've been living for 20 years.
That's right. Yeah. Rent stabilized, I should say. And but I have a 4K OLED LG flat screen, which is super sweet. Yeah.
Now wait, where is that located in your apartment? You rearranged the whole orientation of your living room, didn't you?
I can't remember the last decade you were at my house, so
it was honestly
it's
probably
unclear.
10 years ago.
But I have a leather lazy boy recliner that sits right in the right perfect spot. I also have a 2-seat couch and then the screen pivots like
so
on
you
an
only
arm.
watch it with you. You don't even allow anybody else to watch
Hell
the movie.
no.
Really?
No. Get the hell away from me.
And why is that?
I'm
Does
in
that
my feelings. Leave me alone.
Does that influence your opinion of a film if you watch it with somebody else?
Absolutely.
Could it change?
I'm extremely codependence, sensitive. So I've had movies ruined for me by people laughing at the wrong thing or not laughing at the right thing or just being very vibed on by another person. So
What if people go on their phone?
oh my, are you kidding? It's tantamount to capital crime as far as I'm concerned. That's another thing why I don't really go to the mainstream
Theaters?
because nowadays it's just no big deal. Just like I literally was at a movie a couple of years ago where somebody's phone rang, he picked up and he goes, "No, I'm just at a movie." What the fuck? Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Not doing anything. I can talk. So yeah, I keep that stuff out of there. But the flat screen, I look right at it. I balance the audio and I play it. Mostly I play it off my little Mac Mini. Whether they're streaming or I have all the streaming services, so it all pipes right through there, or off the hard drive.
All the streaming services you play, you just get the app onto your computer, so it's all
or through a
computer-based.
browser. Yeah.
Okay, interesting.
Mm-hmm. And I'll be honest, lately, for some reason, I've been moved.
I think we've assumed that you're going to be honest throughout the whole thing, but
everything up until now has been a
all
lie.
right. I just wanted to point that out to people.
I actually just go see Marvel movies in the theater all the time, and that's it.
This is like the Chris Rosen scandal, part 2. Nobody knows what that means. Everybody.
I found it funny.
I mean, honestly, like we should do like a Majority Report trivia.
I love the 90s.
At one point of like, maybe like one of our silver anniversary or something like that.
Sam, get in your box. You're not in your box.
Oh, actually, maybe 2024 is actually the 20-year anniversary of the show. Starting on Air America. Maybe we do some trivia.
That'd be awesome.
And give away prizes or something like that.
I'd probably win. So
Sam made a Charles Bronson reference a few weeks ago that I thought I could catch, but I didn't catch it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Is it maybe a telephone?
I was like, is it Matt Damon? And he was like, no, it's not Matt Damon.
Actually, it's funny that you bring up Charles Bronson because what I was about to say is that I've been moved to both revisit and also see a lot for the first time films surrounding the Israel-Palestine situation. And there's a million documentaries I've had on my list, and now's as good time as any to knock some of them out. And I've seen some really amazing ones. I've seen some sort of somewhat lame ones, but I actually went back and rewatched Delta Force, Raid on Entebbe, the Erwin Kershner version, Raid on Entebbe, the Menachem Golan version, the Israeli version. I watched all the versions of the Raid on Entebbe because, I'm like you. I was raised being told that was the greatest military event of all time. Literally at summer camp, we were made to act it out. I don't know if you ever went that far.
No.
But, we literally were like, you're the Palestinians. You're the rescuers. You're the I want to be the IDF. No, you're the terrorist, So...
Which version is the one where they're singing the Israeli anthem as the plane lifts off or something?
That is the Erwin Kershner version, the TV movie version.
Yes, I remember that one. That was like is
it played at school? Did you guys play it?
but you got to remember back
school?
at that time. No, this was on American television.
Yeah,
and you have to remember at that time, there's 3 things on.
Yeah.
And Westerns are the other thing.
There was no other there was 3 channels and maybe 1 or 2 UHF depending on where you lived. And, if you lived in like a big metro area, there would be 3 UHF channels.
Right. And they pumped this out right away, like almost a year later after the incident, because the whole thing was, it was post-Vietnam syndrome. So let's celebrate a military that actually can go in and kick some ass like we're supposed to. So I revisited some of those. I watched actually the one I can really.
Delta Force was the one with
Chuck Norris.
Oh, wait. What's the one that Bronson was in?
That's Raid on Entebbe, the TV movie.
He was in that one. Okay.
Yeah,
yes,
he plays the military commander, not the Bibi Netanyahu's brother who gets killed. Right. It's interesting watching in all three how they treat that. But the Delta Force was actually, they sort of changed the names and changed the situation. It was sort of like a cover version. But Menachem Golan did that also. So he did the legitimate one in Hebrew, and then he did the big budget American remake featuring G.I. Joe rocket sleds and things that shoot. It's like all this cool. He turned it into basically an episode of G.I. Joe. But that was the okay,
that was the theater release.
Exactly.
Okay,
that was with Chuck Norris. So I revisited those, and they're just as propagandistic as you could imagine. But I also saw something that it's very hard to actually get a hold of, but I think there's a version on YouTube with some sort of shitty subtitles. But Claude Lanzmann, who did the Shoah, which is the 17-hour movie about the Holocaust, he did sort of like a trilogy. The first one was called Why Israel? And then that was sort of about all the reasons it was established. That was interesting and not quite as propagandistic as I expected. Then he did the Shoah, which is just, I think it's an immense work of art. Just put aside the political leanings, just as a film, it's incredible. And then he did this one called Sahal, the name of the Israeli Defense Force in Hebrew. And that one, it starts off looking like a commercial for IDF. And then as you sort of march through, it's that thing, I think you guys were talking about it yesterday, he gives the people he's interviewing enough rope to sort of discuss their sort of prejudices, and then it starts to become kind of twisted and really revealing in a really honest way. And he's not making political points. You can tell he has some sympathies as a Jew, as a Holocaust sort of scholar, but it was really a mind blower, and I highly recommend that to anybody who wants to see both. He doesn't go as into the sort of downsides of the occupation, although there are scenes in Gaza, and this is in the 90s. But listening to the Israeli soldiers, you get really a great sense of just how affected they are, basically the PTSD of being in a militarized society for 70 years, and what their just values are like and how they see the world. And nobody thinks that they're saying anything controversial, but it's also a long movie, so by the end of it,
How long is Zahal?
I think it's also 6 or 7 hours.
Oh boy!
It's in 3 parts, so you can see it in 3 parts on YouTube. But that was one of the most blown away I've been at a documentary in quite a while, because I did go into it thinking, all right, here's this advertisement for Israel, and it turned out to be much more. It was a work of art. It was about the human beings giving their sort of sense of what their lives are like, and you can draw your own conclusions, basically.
Did you ever see the documentary in 2012? I rewatched it recently, but before, maybe 2 or 3 years ago, The Gatekeepers, which was about the Shin Bet.
That sounds great too. I'll throw that on the list.
Yeah, that's something I think is pretty well done. But I know there are a few more Palestinian focused documentaries that people have been recommending. But that one was more mainstream. That had a Best Documentary Feature Academy Award nomination.
Okay. Yeah. I some of those that I've liked in the past were one called 5 Broken Cameras. You ever seen that?
Oh yes, I remember.
By a Palestinian filmmaker who.
That wasn't that long ago, was it?
No, it was maybe 10, 15 at the tops. I mean, I don't know. Right. When did we do the RNC video? It was around.
Right, exactly.
But I saw that actually just last night. Since we're on this subject, I'll name check another one that's brand new. Practically, it played at Sundance, I think, last year, and it's called. Oh my God, I'm blanking on the name of this.
Will you make sure we write down these recommendations for people
I'll
in
put
the
them
podcast and the YouTube description?
I have my list on Letterboxd also of all the movies I recommend on here, so I'll throw it up in there afterwards.
But do you have them a Israel-Palestine subcategory?
Not yet, but maybe I'll make that, because if you just go look at my diary at Langdon Boom, you'll see that I've been looking at a lot of these lately, and you'll see how I feel about them based on the stars. But Tentura, which I don't know if you guys are familiar with the city of Tantura. They made a documentary in 2008 that I watched first, which was very like low budget, almost like sort of home movie, very artless, but it has a lot of interviews with the survivors of Tantura, the Arab population there. And that was interesting. You get a lot of just sort of like stories and insights. And then last year they made a really slick, like Frontline style treatment of the same topic. This scholar, Teddy Katz, did a report. He did his thesis on what had really happened there, the sort of after they had taken over the town of Tantura, the sort of massacre and the atrocities they committed. And he basically got destroyed for it. He was taken to court. He was forced to sign a retraction, all this crap. And this movie is really interesting because it doesn't really interview the Arabs of the situation. It interviews the Israelis, the surviving like 4 90-year-old guys who were there. And it is crazy the way they react.
Oh, wait, are these the guys? I think I've seen a clip of
You
this
must
where
have
they're
seen this
talking
trailer,
about.
like, yes, we killed them.
yes. And they're like half laughing about
the laughing.
Oh,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Yeah.
That's
Yep.
Tantura? Okay,
Yeah.
I saw a clip of that online. And I was wondering, been trying to figure out where that was from.
Yeah, check that one out.
That
because
is-
it's chilling and
That had a quality to me of like like a good Errol Morris documentary where his whole thing is, I'm gonna just give them, I'm gonna let them fill the silence type of thing.
yeah. That's essentially what happens. I mean, it's a little more slickly edited. That's why I say it's like Frontline. And they
Right.
play a lot of the tapes that Teddy had recorded. You know, he went and interviewed all these people, and they said, "Yeah, we basically did some stuff." And he reported all of it. And then the Israeli establishment just said, "Like, no, you didn't." They all sued him. He sort of lost in court.
Ilan
You heard of
Pappy's
this?
involved in this. If you want an update on this, about a year ago, he had a webinar called Tantura Massacre Revisited. If you search Ilan Pappy, there's only about 4.3 thousand views on it, but he really goes into especially the recantation of that guy sort of under
Teddy Katz,
pressure.
yeah.
And then immediately he's like, actually, I don't mean that recantation. Like, yeah.
They wouldn't let him. The courts wouldn't let him retract the
retraction.
Yeah, and they actually pulled his thesis from the shelves of the library. So cancel culture.
I mean,
Poppy's in it too, by the way.
A lot of this crap happens. Oh, he's in the documentary.
It's a great sort of microcosm. It's not about the whole situation writ large, but it's a great microcosm of showing you what can and can't be said, and the foundational myth that we are the most moral army in the world. It really revolves around how they decided to start selling that to the world.
And it also, I think, makes it clear how steeped in a propagandistic culture you are if you grow up in Israel, and then of course
Or
then it bleeds
in
out-
Akron, Ohio.
or in Akron, Ohio too. But theoretically, I mean, on some level, you wonder like if it had gone the opposite direction, rather than trying to emanate out of Israel.
Oh,
They're
right,
so
yeah.
tightly controlled there.
Yeah.
And I think that examples of that show it. Like, and that's the thing, I've mentioned this before, and I don't know if you ever watched The Great Book Robbery.
Yep. Your favorite documentary of all time.
Well, the reason why I like that so much is because it shows all of those elements. It shows the elements of the existence of a Palestinian culture, which the growing up and being indoctrinated in this, you're like, there was no.
Yeah.
What's a Palestinian? It's an empty desert. There was just a couple of tents, and that's it. And then it also shows the sort of self-consciousness of the Israeli government because they realize this is problematic. So we've got to bury this stuff deeply, literally in the National Library. There's this secret vault of these books that you're
And it
not
says
allowed to see.
abandoned property.
And what's also has always been weird to me about it, and I wonder if like this is you can also see some undercurrent of like they could have taken those books theoretically and just burned them, but it's
That's
almost
a little too on the nose.
Well, but that's the point.
Yeah.
Is that like
we don't do that?
we don't do that. What we do is just effectively burn them, but not actually burn them.
Right, exactly.
I mean, they just bombed like the major library in Gaza, right? So like
Right.
they're basically doing that at this point as well.
Right.
But they didn't burn them.
Yeah.
But they didn't. But that's my point. Is that like you can see the rationalization in their actions, the way that they rationalize the behavior. And it's not. I don't consider that documentary to be like a work of art it's a work of journalism, I think, more than
Yeah, and that's the thing. As I'm watching these, some of them are more on the artistic side, like Chris Marker, the famous French documentarian. He made one that was much more impressionistic and also interesting in its own right about what it reveals and so on. And then some of them are more just like semi-journalism, and obviously they're not as sourced, and you can't always look up where everything comes from. But from where I'm coming from as the film guy, they're telling subjective truths, especially when they're interviewing human beings and they're giving their own sort of first person accounts. And those subjective truths are truths too. They may not, be factually 100% checked, but there's something valuable to understanding the situation from the inside in a way that just even reading leftist news doesn't quite give you. It doesn't give you the flavor or the understanding.
So, have we already heard your
No, have you heard of The Marvels?
I have one more Israeli film.
A woke film.
There's
Easy
one
joke.
Israeli film on the Criterion Channel, Polygraph, from 2020. Have you heard? It's 2020. It's by a Arab Israeli a filmmaker. Was it Samira Saraya? But it's an openly lesbian Arab nurse finds out that her lover, an intelligence officer in the Israeli army, has been reporting on their relationship.
Ooh, interesting.
It's a short 20-minute thing, but I think it gets into the paranoia and the way a militarized culture seeps into everything.
That's interesting. I'll put that on the list. I've seen only a few sort of dramatic movies that are Israeli. One of my favorite movies of all time is a movie called Late Marriage. I don't know if you ever saw that, early 2000s, and it's very much not political in the sense of the situation. It's about a man who's turning 35 and his mother really wants him to get married, so they're pushing him to get married. So I relate to it on that level. But it's there's a plethora of cinema out there, both on and not on the situation, that I am still sort of catching up with.
So have we heard your recommendation, or do you have a specific?
Well, I feel a little bad recommending Tantura. Well, Tantura is widely available. So we can definitely keep that as an official recommendation. I definitely am not recommending Delta Force or Raid on Entebbe. But if you really want to see what some of us were sort of fed growing up, you can check that one out. It's still, Delta Force is still my dad's favorite Zionist propaganda, so I have to go with that. Yeah, you can, and Sahal is harder to find on YouTube, but I have to say that's the best film, actual film that I saw of the situation, because it's definitely not polemical in a certain way. It's very humanistic, and it's very much about interviewing the people's lives. And again, you can quibble with he doesn't really talk about the invasion of Lebanon. He doesn't talk about certain things that you might want as a leftist to see, well, why don't we ask them about why this happened or that happened? But in terms of a real look into the lives of the human beings in this situation, and they're all affected, both sides, by the militarization of this. Obviously, one side a little more than the other, but I have to say that's the best of all the movies that I've seen so far. So also, though, because of the romantic comedy that I'm going to be editing, the director told me I should start watching Paul Mazursky movies. Are you a Paul Mazursky fan?
Yeah, wait, is he who is Mazursky? What was his movies?
Well, he started out sort of more on the kind of 70s new cinema. Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice was
okay, right.
And the Next Stop Greenwich Village is another one. He's sort of it's like a cross between Cassavetes and Woody Allen sort of.
Yes, I mean Bob, Carol, Ted, and I remember that. And okay,
that's a great example of how Hollywood used to be able to make movies about real people, real issues that were a little uncomfortable, and they weren't just corny, cheesy sort of throwaway kind of confections. It's not exactly super deep. It doesn't quite commit to certain disturbing things that it may have done. It's a little conservative in the end, but it's great. And he did a series of 5 or 6 films that were all about middle class, mostly Jews in New York and California, dealing with the whole 60s revolution and free love and changing gender roles and all this stuff. So he did.
Oh, he did I Love You, Alice B. Toklas.
I Love You, Alice B. Toklas. That's a real 60s touchstone.
And he also did Moscow on the Hudson.
And I just watched that. And actually that one I had seen that when I was a kid, and I remember being upset that he wasn't more Manic in it, again, it was just 84. But that's another one that's definitely not a super deep movie, and it's definitely a commercial film, but it deals with the content of it. It's about immigration, about idealism of America and how it doesn't really fulfill that idealization. So it has issues that today it's just where are these kinds of mainstream movies.
He did Stars. Oh God, it's a bizarre. He did the original Stars Born.
Really?
And he also did Punchline, which is
He did? Are you
yes.
sure?
I'm looking at it right now.
Okay.
And Punchline was Sally Field and Tom Hanks.
Yeah.
And Paul Kozlowski, a guy from Cross Comedy, was in that, and that's why we were like, Wait, this says it was written by David Seltzer. Maybe he produced.
He might have just produced that one.
Okay.
As a director, he did Down and Out in Beverly Hills. Did you see that one? That's another.
Was that Nick Nolte?
Yep.
Okay.
And Richard Dreyfuss. I mean, these were what were mainstream comedies in the 80s and the 70s. So it's really a breath of fresh air to see that normal audiences went to see these movies that
he
were
didn't
about...
do Bulworth, did he? Maybe he produced
No,
that one.
You got to
too.
look under director.
Okay.
He acted in Stars Born.
And also, he's an actor. He's in most of his movies. So you're looking at his performances.
Sorry about
All right, just
that.
leave the film guy stuff to me.
I apologize, folks.
That's all right. He did one in the 70s called Willie and Phil. I don't know if you saw that one. It's sort of a 70s New York remake of Jules and Jim that was sort of interesting.
He acted in I Want Someone to Eat Cheese With. That is
yeah, no, I'm not interested in what he acted in.
Okay.
But An Unmarried Woman, that's another one that's a famous one. That one's not great, but it's about a divorced woman on the Upper East Side and, how she's, cast off by her husband philandering. Definitely. Also, if you like New York in the 70s and the 80s. So I'm on that kick, and I got to say, you can do worse.
What should we watch of his?
Just all of them.
Okay.
Well, if you're going to pick one, I'd say go with Bob and Carol and Ted and Alice. If you haven't seen that one, because it is effing hilarious. I've been cursing this whole time. I don't know why I pulled up there. But it is so funny, and it's, just a great cast, and the premise is...
George Segal just passed away. I guess by just, I mean like 4 years ago.
Yeah, exactly, around the time of the DVD. And if you're going to pick one, I'd say go with that one.
Okay. Matthew Film Guy, always a pleasure.
Wait, hang on a second. Before I go,
geez.
I have something. This is, I know you don't like to discuss this, but this is a engagement present for you.
Oh, thank you so much.
If you want to, I think it would be appropriate to
share.
To share.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Matthew.
My pleasure.
Jesus Christ.
Let me say that. You gave me that for mine.
Oh, wait, did I?
Yes, you did.
Did I?
Yep.
I slipped my mind. Listen, it's a great book.
Did you or did you not remember that you gave me that? Is that the version? Did I give it back to you?
Well, it didn't work.
It didn't work out.
Yeah.
It didn't work out. But to be honest,
it feels like an omen.
I may not have read it.
Let me just
Maybe
say,
you should read it.
Yeah, read it definitely, and don't let the title scare you or fool you. It's a deep book about being in a relationship, emotional relationship with a person. It's not a sex book by any means.
Okay.
It's about differentiation and how to be really intimate with another person requires you to be your own person as opposed to the sort of codependent thing.
Yes.
And in theory, I think it works great. I have not been able to make it work, but maybe you and your beloved.
I think we just used it. We just used it as a talisman. As a talisman.
You just pointed to it.
Yeah, no, we just like basically left it on the counter for 15 years.
You read it.
It didn't work. Yeah, we couldn't agree on who was going to read it first. And that was the beginning.
Definitely one of the best books I've ever read, just on human beings. So.
Well, I like that.
Enjoy.
Wow, that was very
Thank you,
sweet
Matthew.
of you, and also probably predictable.
Exactly.
Matthew Film Guy, thank you so much.
I have to say one more thing.
here we go.
The Discord is one of my favorite places to hang out, the film room in the Discord. And one particular member asked me to wish him a happy birthday. So, Bumbler, happy birthday. It was his birthday last week. So,
there you go.
I'd be remiss if I didn't fill that obligation.
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And,
Thank
I saw
you so
the
much.
meme that you put all over the place, too, for my happy birthday.
Yeah, was it all over the place?
I don't know. My sister sent it from Facebook. I don't go on Facebook.
What's the meme? I would like to see
I don't know.
this.
Maybe it was on Instagram. I have no idea.
You just look it up. It's,
All right.
It's a cute little meme.
All
It was
right.
me and Sam back in the old days.
Yeah, that was also
20 years ago.
23.
Yeah, 23.
I have to look it up. I don't even know how to get on the Discord. Do you have to create an account? Yeah. Oh.
MajorityDiscord.com.
All right.
Oh, my
sorry.
God.
Wow.
Folks.
And also, can I just say that I know I'm stalling here, but my class is still open. We did 2 classes so far, but you can jump on anytime if you want to come in and talk about movies with a group of people who are really smart. come and join me. Find my link in my bio at all my
It's
social
over
medias.
Zoom or what's the?
Yeah, you get a movie on like a Wednesday or a Thursday on a link, and then we talk about it on Tuesday at noon Eastern time for about 2 hours.
All right.
and
Well,
it's
that
always
I
great.
feel like can be explained when people sign up.
No, because I've had a lot of people say like,
I'd like to know what the process.
do I
is
have
gonna
to
be like.
watch at the time or yeah? So thank you for asking, Matt.
Yeah. Thanks, Matt.
No problem.
Sam, it's your show. Go ahead.
Folks, it's your support that helps this show survive and thrive. You can become a member at jointhemajorityreport.com. When you do, you not only get the free half free of commercials, you also get the fun half. You can IM the fun half. And maybe we'll have a special members link to any type of like Majority Report paraphernalia that
Now
we
you're
put
thinking.
up. Now I'm like really cooking with gas. As always, if you cannot afford a membership, send us an email at majorityreporters@gmail.com and we will work something out with you. But if you're somebody who enjoys the show a couple of times a week or more, become a member. Help us provide content for all those other people too, and for yourself. And shop.majorityreportradio.com. We will send out another member link probably sometime next week. It'll be the same link. So if you've already been using it, you'll get 10% off any of the merch. But shop.majorityreportradio.com. We've added new merch. If you haven't been there in a while, check it out. Obviously, the Discord, majoritydiscord.com. The AM Quickie. Jacob and Corey have been pumping it out. People love it. amquickie.com and justcoffee.coop.
Look what Matthew Film Guy's got there.
Fair trade coffee. Yeah, he's drinking early.
I was about
Fair
to
trade
say,
coffee.
I've
Get
heard
the Majority
those
Report
are
plan.
really, really strong.
They're really strong.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be here a while.
Yeah. You gonna sleep
This is
here?
part of my
You got any more of
endorsement
those?
deal.
You brought a roadie.
Yeah, every time I drink one of these on the air, John Benjamin sends me like a couple 4-packs. So I'm just trying to.
I mean,
You're
right.
being you're being an influencer.
He knows where the studio is. I don't know why we're not getting none of that.
Yeah, that's true.
I gotta talk
Are
to
you
him about
blatantly flogging it like me? I don't know. Try it.
I can.
We actually may. We were supposed to have some type of deal where we would get like a special for Majority Report viewers, but well, okay, we'll figure it out. Emma, ESVN.
Yes, yesterday we gave our picks against the spread. We also broke down the crazy billionaire David Tepper having a breakdown and throwing his first-round pick under the bus, among other people, as well as the bizarre rumors surrounding Corey Perry in Chicago. YouTube.com/ESVN show.
Matt.
Yeah, check out Left Reckoning. We talked to Brian Meyer about the long coup in Brazil and the American involvement on it, which has been underemphasized by different folks. So check that out, patreon.com/Left Reckoning. Brian did a peer-reviewed paper on the U.S. involvement of it, so it is not any sort of thing that anybody should be able to dismiss. So patreon.com/Left Reckoning.
All right, folks. See you in the fun half.
You are in for it.
All right, folks. 646-257-3920. See you in the fun half.
Are you ready?
Who sent us this?
Alpha males are back. Boys back. And the alpha males are back.
Just as delicious as you could imagine.
The alpha males are back. Boys back. And the alpha males are back.
Just wanna degrade the white man.
Alpha males are back.
I take all of it to my throat.
Alpha males are back.
Snowflake says what?
The alpha males are back.
You are a madman.
And the alpha males are back.
Oh no, Sam Cedar! What a fucking nightmare!
Bring back DJ.
Yeah, or a couple of them. Just put them in rotation.
DJ Denner.
Well, the problem with those is they're like 45 seconds long, so I don't know if they're enough of a break.
That's fucking nonsense. See, white people doing drugs, they look worse than normal white people, and all white people look disgusting.
And the alpha males.
Psych. Fuck them. Snowflake says what? Snowflake says what? bank. A hell of a lot of bank. A hell of a lot of bank. Okay, I'm making stupid money. Hell of a lot of bank. A hell of a lot of bank.
All lives matter. Have you tried doing an impression on a college campus?
I think that there's no reason why reasonable people across the divide can't all agree with this. Psych.
And the alpha males are back. And the Africans are black African. And the alpha males are black. And the Africans are back.
When you see Donald Trump out there, doesn't a little part of you think that America deserves to be taken over by jihadists? Keeping it 100. Can't knock the hustle. Come on, fuck 'em. Things I do for the bigger game plan. By the way, it's my birthday. Happy birthday to me, Jew boy.
I have a thought experiment for you.
And the alpha males are back. Africans are black. Alpha males are black. Africans are back.
Come on. Come on. Someone needs to pay the price for blasphemy around here.
I am a total pussy.
Let's do this. So, okay, we're back.
Hey.
All right, we'll get to that, I guess. I don't know.
It's silly.
Like I feel like if we were doing, if we do actresses or actors who say dumb things about, comedians who say dumb things about Israel, Palestine, we will be here for weeks.
Yep.
But before we get there, let's get into my wheelhouse, ladies and gentlemen. On Wednesday, the House Oversight Subcommittee hearing now understand what's going on here. They are laying the groundwork, the Republicans are, to cut Social Security and Medicare. Johnson has already talked about setting up a committee to do this, to look
Hey, folks. Matt Leck here, filling in for Emma and Sam, and here to talk about our guest, Blue Land. I'm all for self-reflection and rethinking how I can make an impact this year. I know you all are too. That's why I'm sitting in this seat. Blue Land's products are not just about tidying things up, but also about a cleaner, greener lifestyle by reducing plastic use. Each year, Americans throw away 25% more trash from Thanksgiving to New Year's. This year, let's turn our New Year's resolution into actions that make a difference by switching to Blue Land. Blue Land is on a mission, like I said, to eliminate single-use plastic by reinventing cleaning essentials to be better for you and the planet with the same powerful clean you're used to. I know, every time you run out of cleaning product, you're like, I have to do this again, buy another whole thing. The idea is simple. They offer refillable cleaning products with a beautiful, cohesive design that looks great on your counter. Fill your reusable bottles with water, drop in the tablets, and wait for them to dissolve. Refills start at just $2.25. You can even set up a subscription or buy in bulk for additional savings. Let's see here. From cleaning sprays to hand soap, toilet bowl cleaner, and laundry tablets, all Blue Land products are made with clean ingredients you can feel good about. Blue Land is trusted in over 1 million homes, including mine, my apartment. I guess I can call it a home. Call to action here, folks. Blue Land has a special offer for listeners right now. Get 15% off your first order by going to blueland.com/majority. You won't want to miss this. Blueland.com/majority for 15% off. That's blueland.com/majority for 15% off. Hit it.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
The destiny of America is always safer in the hands of the people than in the conference rooms of any elite.
Sam Cedar.
They are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hatred.
We must guard against the acquisition of unwarranted influence, whether sought or unsought, by the military-industrial complex.
The Majority Report with Sam Cedar.
Ever get the feeling you've been cheated?
It is Thursday, March 20th, 2025. I'm Matt Leck, filling in for Sam Cedar and Emma Vigland on the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially-ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. A news crew Thursday, Emma Thursday without Emma today, folks. But first, we have some news headlines to get to. Trump signs an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education, putting Linda Mann in charge of that. Who else would you want? Trump officials circulate a plan that would overhaul U.S. aid, put it under the State Department's control. Pete Hegseth appealing a block on the Trump transgender military ban, talking about fighting spirit from the Christian nationalist guy. Fade the music a little bit more. DHS goons detain another person, this time in Georgetown, a Georgetown University academic, Badr Khan Suri, accusing them of spreading Hamas propaganda without evidence. Of course. Trump administration attacking judges as Democratic activists. And from my neck of the woods, Mandan, North Dakota, my hometown, there was a jury that ruled that Greenpeace must pay at least $660 million over Dakota Access Pipeline protests. Horrible decision there. All that and more on today's Majority Report. Can fade us out now. Folks, it is a different kind of show today. Emma came down a little bit ill, and Sam is out on a Thursday. So I am going to be hosting until we get Matt Binder here. And do you see Matt Binder in the thing? So let's go to the new break and let's bring Matt Binder in if you can. And we'll introduce the person behind the camera in a second. You see the new break thing?
Yeah, but I can't get the mouse over there.
Okay.
Wait, I got it.
All right, folks. So we'll be right back with Matt Binder. Oh, we're back.
Hello, everyone. It is me, Matt Binder, and it is you, Brandon.
It
we
is.
are here on the Majority Report without Emma. What a weird thing to do without Emma. The Emma Majority Report without Emma.
I like to think that we're, a more streamlined show. We're taking the her out of Thursday and replacing it with a his. So, maybe this day that wasn't good. You go, Matt. You keep going.
No, I mean, listen. Trump has made some changes, and the Majority Report is starting to institute some of them. And Emma's got to go. That's just how it goes. I'm sorry, Emma. It's the boys today.
It's
we're reacting.
It's Masculine Visibility Thursday.
Right. And what a perfect day to start a new producer, or week to start a new producer, where Emma just doesn't show up. Welcome to the Majority Report, Rust. It's the smooth sailings from here.
We haven't even revealed the name of our new producer yet, so Binder is broken. But we'll do a more formal one. You kind of stepped all over our formal announcement tomorrow, but yeah, exactly. It's a complete whirlwind over here.
I don't watch the show. What do I know? Anyway,
I love watching the show, especially episodes that I'm on.
Anyway, let's get right to it. There was a really great video today that about everyone's favorite Democratic senator. Not talking about Chuck Schumer this time. I'm talking about one John Fetterman. So John Fetterman, the senator from Israel, is visiting his and he's visiting his constituents. Is he in Tel Aviv? He's in Israel, that's for sure. But wherever he is. I mean, he's visiting with Benjamin Netanyahu, so I'm assuming he's in Tel Aviv, right? That's where the government runs out of everything. So let's pull up this clip and let's see. I'm assuming that he's visiting with his constituents, and they're going to be demanding that Doge stops firing them all over in Israel, right? That's how those town halls have been going everywhere else.
This is the town hall he's here for.
Everything. How about giving him a beeper?
It's like
no. This is a silver-plated beeper. The real beeper is like 1/10 the weight. It's nothing. Really? Yeah, but it changes history.
You know, when that story broke, yeah, and I was like, oh, I love it, and now it's like, thank you for this. Yeah, no, all right, no, thank you.
Thank you.
Oh yeah.
And there we go, some piety.
Oh God. All right, so there's John Fetterman meeting with Benjamin Netanyahu, and this is obviously, usually Democratic politicians, they do that dance for between like their more moderate constituents, who honestly I don't even think they exist anymore, but they think they do. Chuck Schumer's the Baileys, the imaginary family from Long Island that he makes all his decisions based on. They have their Baileys. And then they have their actual real life progressive constituents. And they do that dance where they support Israel, but they don't support Netanyahu and what he does. They'll stand by Israel. They give all their support to Israel, but they don't back everything Netanyahu does. They have a 1 or 2% disagreement. John Fetterman here is basically just destroying that imaginary line that so many Democrats try to hold, where they criticize the administration but back the country and the people. He's basically fully backing Benjamin Netanyahu with this meeting like this. And Netanyahu thanks him with a silver-plated beeper, and that's obviously a reference to that attack from Israel where they basically sold beepers through third-party intermediaries to, what was it, Hezbollah, right? And yes. Then they remotely set these beepers off, which were actually explosives. But of course, they don't know who the people who got the beepers are with, or if they sold or gave away the beepers to someone else. And
they don't care either.
Yeah, nor do they care, really. I remember, I believe children were at the very least injured, if not killed in this attack. But there they are having a good old laugh and getting a nice souvenir in the form of a silver-plated beeper over this attack. I mean, it's gross. What do you think?
I mean, this is nothing. Yeah, I just want to say, this is Fetterman really loves this joke because the Council for Arab American Islamic Relations, CARE, had to call out Fetterman a while ago in November. CARE Pennsylvania calls on Senator Fetterman to apologize for dangerous rhetoric targeting pro-Palestinian students because he had representatives of Betar, the fascistic Zionist movement, and that's Einstein. That's Einstein's words calling it. He met with those representatives who made a beeper joke then too. Ross Glick made a joke targeting members of SJP with references to booby-trapped pager explosions. They love this sort of violence, fascistic violence, frankly. And Betar, again, that group that you can look up what Einstein said about them as the Jewish brown shirts, has been dictating to Fetterman and to Columbia board members names of people to target for deportations. It is shocking that a Democratic senator is a liaison there, and it's just open. It's not even like a secret. It'd be one thing if it was a conspiracy. I'm like, I think Fetterman's. No, it's in the papers that he's dealing with this brown shirt in Betar.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
No, I'm gonna say it's hard to find or even think of a senator or other member of our government who is more slavishly devoted to Israel than John Fetterman is. And I think that, looking back on his positions prior to being elected, there were obvious signs that he, like many of our Democratic politicians, just like many of our Republican politicians, are openly pro-Israel, openly Zionist, openly, by nature of those things, anti-Palestine and, at least at the very least, not sympathetic to the plight of the Palestinian people or their current ongoing genocide. But like to imagine that he'd be this dedicated to it, he's getting an award in the form of one of their many war crimes. I don't think you could have predicted this. I think this is like beyond the pale, and it's hard to even know who wants this, who is what part of the Democratic Party voting base is impressed by this level of devotion to Israel. Like I feel like I've seen him with Netanyahu more than I've seen him with members of his own constituency. Like he's always running from them, or stumbling away from them, lurching away from them as he does. But yeah, it's I can only attribute it to the brain damage he suffered from that stroke, that he thinks this is the way to be.
Right. Yeah, I think it's conceivable that he, I think maybe it was Ben Burgess or Bronco March teacher, one of those guys had, that he's a progressive except for Palestine sort of guy, even during the primaries. But I do agree that he would at least be able to make it look like how the other senators that are frankly bought by Israel make it look, where there's some kind of tension there, rather than saying, hey, yeah, when you blew up kids with pagers or just blew up people indiscriminately with pagers, I thought that was totally right on, man. I mean, I say that and I'm having images flash through my mind of all the different politicians who signed missiles to be launched at Palestinians. So, it's hard to say maybe too definitively.
Also, he shouldn't be allowed to accept that pager. How do we? It could be a national security risk. How do we know that pager's not active? How do we know that
that's
pager?
Why he should be.
I mean, let's put it this way: he's going to ostensibly get on a plane to get home, right? I mean, unless he's just going to live out his days in Israel now, and I guess they'll allow the one time they'll allow people to vote remotely is if they are in Israel, because I guess it's considered part of the United States at this point. But if I was getting on a plane and I saw John Fetterman, and I was coming home from a vacation or whatever, and I saw John Fetterman on that plane, and I saw that video of him getting that beeper, I would immediately get off that plane. I don't want to be on a plane with John Fetterman holding that beeper. Who knows what could happen with that beeper?
Yeah, I mean, and the broader point is our war on terror has had two massive impact. I mean, a lot of impacts on trust, but two very specific ones, which is the vaccination program that was used to entrap bin Laden has led to anti-vax. How can you trust these organizations that want to vaccinate the world if they're just going to be spying on your DNA in the most sort of dystopian way possible? And this, we're supposed to trust electronics. We have all these issues about we need the CHIPS Act because we want the supply chains for electronics to not be in our enemies' hands. Our allies are booby trapping our supply chains. I mean, it's unbelievable.
Right. And I don't typically want to bring this sort of thing up, but she was a major part of his campaign and she's an activist herself. But, his wife appears to have gone along with him on this trip to Israel. I know a lot of people from Pennsylvania who know her work as an activist. She's a dreamer. They have been working hard to sort of detach her from John Fetterman's turn. And, you can't blame someone, a wife, a parent, a child, for the act that their husband or father or whatever does. But going on this trip to Israel and sitting there with Netanyahu, that's a step a bit too far for me to say this is, you can't blame her for the opinion. I mean, clearly she had no problem going there with him. Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. You want to do some ads?
Yeah, let's do some ads. Here we go. The Matt Binder ad reads. Let's do this. All right. So you all know me. I love healthy food. McDonald's, Burger King, all the staples of a healthy diet. Even when I cheat, I get a good old New York slice from Domino's or Papa John's. So I'm not the healthiest eater. When you see Taco Bell and you get the salad, did you know that the Taco Bell salad is actually the food at Taco Bell with the most calories? My assumption is they just pack in so much healthy food. That's why that happens, right? But, if you are actually looking to eat better, you should check out Factor. Now, Factor is a HelloFresh company. And they make some really great healthy food. It is chef made, dietitian approved, and it's ready to heat and eat in 2 minutes, which is great because if you're like me, I hate spending time in the kitchen, which is probably why I don't eat so healthy to begin with. It's so easy just to go out and buy fast food. So
Especially in New
2
York.
minutes. Yes. There's great options too. But you know,
But
if you
have
want
a
to
New
eat
York
healthier,
apartment, Factor.
right?
Very easy
Absolutely.
preparation.
Yes. And you know, I was looking up some of the food that Factor makes, and it looks really good. Like not the usual stuff you consider like health food. Like I saw a nice juicy steak in one of their meals. Now that's something I would eat without even having to be, you know, convinced to eat healthier. So right there, they got me. I'm fine eating stuff like that. That looks wonderful, fantastic, and apparently, according to Factor, it's healthy too. You can check out Factor and start eating healthier and eating great by going to factormeals.com/factorpodcast and use the coupon code FactorPodcast that they're making it nice and easy. The URL is Factor Podcast. The coupon is Factor Podcast, and get 50% off your first box. Plus you get free shipping as well. You know, Sam Cedar, I'm assuming, being that he's been running these ads, he's been eating Factor. And everyone always talks about how great Sam looks for his age. Now that I'm getting up there, I got to eat healthier too. So I hopefully look like Sam when I'm his age. So that's factormeals.com/factorpodcast, coupon code FactorPodcast. Was that long enough, Matt? I think that was good, right?
That's great.
And should I hit the second? Let's do the second ad read,
Let's do
right?
it.
All right, cool. Now, this one is actually a company that I am familiar with because, quick story. Some of you know me from various different podcasts along with the Majority Report. And one of the podcasts I host, I do it with multiple different co-hosts. And on 2 separate occasions, 2 of my co-hosts, 2 separate ones, have been doxxed on the internet because of the work they do. And you know, they received harassment, their families got calls. This is not fun stuff to deal with. And one of the reasons that people can find this information about individuals is because data mining companies have so much information on you that you really have no idea what companies have what information, how much information they have on you. You have no clue how much on you is out there. And it's so easily accessible by anyone. Delete Me is a company that helps take care of that. So Delete Me basically scours these data mining companies and helps remove your information so it's not so easily accessible. Delete Me does all of the work of wiping your information and your family's personal information from data websites. You know, it also provides you with data privacy reports too. So you can know what they found and where they found it and what has been removed. Because again, these data mining companies constantly refresh their information based on, you know, you signing up for something new. It could be a website, a subscription, a payment platform, literally anything. And so these reports help you keep tabs on what got removed from where. So you also know who is giving your information out there as well. Delete Me is a service that will continue to scour the internet for you. And from what I understand from the people who on my other shows who have used it, it works. They got a lot less doxing happening to them thanks to Delete Me. And you could basically sign up for Delete Me by texting Majority to 64,000. That's 64000. And you'll get a 20% off clickable URL texted back to you to start your Delete Me subscription. So you can make sure that this doesn't happen, the doxing doesn't happen to you and your family. So that's Delete Me. And that's just texting the word Majority to 64,000, 64000 for your 20% off link to a Delete Me subscription. Ta-da!
Very good.
There we go. All right, folks. What do we want to do now? Is there? You guys have a great sound sheet for us here.
Should we do these town halls here? 4
yes.
and 5.
Yes, let's do the town halls. I was also just watching this on my stream. They're great. Let's hit those.
So yeah, this is a Sue Gordon, an attendee at Town Hall in Central PA. Let's check this out. This is Harrisburg, Pennsylvania.
For the Department of Education. He got axed. No. Opened up the computer, guess what? You're gone. Let me tell you what he
She's talking about her son.
did for the Department of Education. He reviewed contracts. He saved everybody in here thousands of tax dollars, and his evaluation was the top. Then I turn on the TV the next day, and there is Trump saying they were scum, no good people, what they got rid of. I am furious. Furious. Where is Scott Perry? Our federal workers, he has the most federal workers under him. Where is he? On Medicaid and Medicare. And let me tell you, some of the calls I return back are poor, limited people that can't file their paperwork. So I do it for them, with them, and get it done. If they get cut, they won't have anything. Same with the seniors. I help them make plans, I help them understand the system. The system is very complicated. So everyone here has to stand up because I see it on both ends. Thank you.
Damn. Listen, it's great to see this. And that one's specifically good because you got a nice, along with the speaker here being really great, you got a nice view of like the crowd. It wasn't from like a stage where you can't really, you saw that crowd. The Republican Party and the various different, MAGA politicians are trying to basically convince their hardcore faithful supporters that the people showing up who are angry to these town halls aren't really, their fellow citizen, their average constituent. These are like leftist activists. And I'm sure some of them are, obviously. Yeah. But if you look at that crowd, they were like I would say, based on that shot, older, like they were like a fairly baby boomer aged crowd. And typically over the years, baby boomers have been more conservative because they're older, I guess, and they're not going to be as progressive as maybe the millennials. But
they're pro-government in certain cases, and to see it just like acts like this. I mean, that woman is the best of us. Like what she does in helping people on Medicaid and Social Security. Work through a Byzantine system that is stacked exactly to make it difficult for those people to do it is heroic. And how dare people like Elon Musk and Donald Trump, who have scammed their way to the top, basically cast aspersions on people like that they're committing fraud or there's something like that. Like it's really an attack on what is the best of America when it comes to people like that.
And this is happening all over the country. Like you can watch town halls from all over America and see almost this exact same thing. I think on my stream, we watched one from Spokane, Washington. We watched one from the 1st District in Nebraska. And this exact same thing is happening all over the country because a lot of Republicans are now, and I don't want to assume everyone who's angry at these people are Republican voters. Certainly they're not all MAGA, because I think Republicans like to make that conflation where every Republican is like a tried and true MAGA voter, one of Trump's cultists who are going to support him no matter what he does. But that's not true. A lot of people are cultural Republicans who just don't fully understand what the Republican Party is actually trying to accomplish all the time, and they're becoming hyper aware of the reality that the Republican Party, through Trump and Elon, is a party that is, more or less looking to entirely abolish every agency in the government that does anything other than funnel money up to the top 1% of earners, and everyone else is just going to be left out in the lurch. And, unfortunately, a lot of people had to experience that directly for them to fully appreciate that. But now that they are appreciating that, like a lot of the talking points around how undocumented migrants were taking jobs and taking housing was just a tool used by the uber wealthy to extract value and wealth from our society, broadly speaking. They're mad. They're angry. Will they be able to properly contextualize all of that, the same way that we do? No, but they will be able to see who's doing it to them, especially when people who are doing it to them are doing it as publicly and rubbing their faces in it the way Elon Musk is. And they're angry. They're angry. Right. And, that's why they're trying to cancel events like this all over the country, because they want to keep people like this isolated and don't want them to understand that they're not the only ones who are suffering as a result of the Republican Party's machinations, as the result of, Elon Musk and Donald Trump's machinations. They want to keep people isolated and individualized in such a way that they can't, further contextualize what's happening to them. And it's not working because people are having it happen to them.
Right. Yeah, that's like a major thing that is a huge factor in this. That like this is immediately affecting people who are also Trump's supporters. Like you hear story after story of like the guy on Social Security who was, as Elon Musk was declaring, oh, so many dead people are getting Social Security. No, it turns out that they're wrongly. There's some like administrative issues, of course, but that money isn't going out to a dead person. That person is alive and needs Social Security, and they're just wrongly marked as deceased in the system. But they're, instead of fixing the mark of him being deceased, they're just assuming the money was going out fraudulently and taking his money. That's one instance. Another instance is like the voter who voted for Trump, who wanted him to make the government smaller, but lo and behold, their own children are federal employees and they lose their job. And all of a sudden it's affecting me. I didn't want them to fire my kid. Well, guess what? That's what happens. But you know what? They're going to now get upset at the administration. And this is going to continue to happen over and over again down the line with all these things that the Trump administration is affecting. And I think that's what you're seeing really at these town halls. Like these people, again, they probably range from if you want to say, oh, it's leftist activists. Yeah, I'm sure there are some there, along with some non-activists, along with some conservatives who are hit by the Trump administration. It's literally your constituents. Your constituency is made up of people of all different backgrounds and all different ideological beliefs.
Ironically, it's like the thing that the right always says, like, your actions are making us right wing. It's like, no, you attacking things like Social Security and Medicaid and the National Institutes of Health or whatever, that is turning people into leftists. And actually, this next clip here, this is from the same town hall. A woman has a suggestion here.
I'm calling AOC because we can't get Scott Perry to have a town hall. She is traveling through New Jersey and Pennsylvania, and she will hold a town hall where your representative will not come. So please call AOC and bring her here and shame Scott Perry.
It's so fantastic that there's someone doing this. Like if I was AOC, I'm sure she only has limited time and budget to get everywhere, but I would try to hit up as many of these places as possible. And I'm sure she is. I know if I was in Congress. Wait, what did you say?
She quote tweeted that and said, like, yeah, she's making a list of places she wants to go to.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, if I was a congressperson, that's what I would do. I'd be going around to every single one of these places where Republicans are avoiding their constituents, because not only are you're doing two things here. You're showing a group of people in somewhere that's completely unrelated and probably very different from where you're from, that you care about them, which helps in turn whatever candidate decides to run there, and then will also help her, who if she has larger aspirations in government.
Yeah, and it's not just about not just about AOC or Bernie Sanders going to these districts to preach, communism, like the immortal science of Marxist-Leninism. This is about someone needs to go to these places to advocate for the value of the public sector, because the Democratic Party just simply does not do this as a coherent part of their messaging. And now people are in a place where they can see what happens when the public sector has been devalued in the minds of enough voters to the point where it it can be, continue to be subject to deregulation, defunding, austerity politics. It leads to outcomes like this. And so people need to be going to these districts to contextualize, like, this is why we need a robust public sector. This is why you should not allow yourself to be convinced by, hucksters that someone else getting something from the government is somehow, impeding your ability to be successful, because we all get things from the government. The idea of an entitlement program is just like a Reagan era talking point to get people to, agree to deregulating every aspect of the government, not just taking money away from minorities. Like the roads that you drive on are an entitlement from the government. They're money that is taken away from the masses to be put into a project that betters all society. And Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid is no different. But we don't hear Democrats not just going to districts like this, but just on the news advocating for, like, this is why we need a robust public sector. This is why we need people to like work in government. This is why public sector employees are valuable and should be paid, for their work and for their labor. And that's what people, need to hear right now, because this is the result of, 30, 40, 50 years of like neoliberal propaganda, not necessarily people, going to the town halls and being angry as a result of that, but the fact that we got to this point is the result of all those years of people like, well, what does the government even really do, like, besides get in the way of you and your ability to make money and do. And it's like, people need a basic civics lesson in like what their tax dollars go to, besides like bombing children, unfortunately.
No, that's a great point. And it's sort of like, I guess, like an elitist way of thinking that Democrats a lot of times just go into things with the baseline belief that people know just these like common facts to them. Like they view this as common because they work in politics and policy. They're in this bubble. So they just view this as, oh, I know this is common sense. Everyone knows this, but unfortunately, a lot of people just don't realize that some of the things they take for granted are actually there because of the government, and that's where your tax dollars went. Roads just don't magically spring out of the ground; they're built and maintained.
And also, just a lot of Democrats just don't believe in that either, because they're neoliberal. They just don't believe that the government should be doing as much as it should be doing, and so that's why they tinker around the edges. That's why they allow policies that uplift children out of poverty, like the child tax credit, to expire, because ultimately they believe in this illusion of the free market, and that needs to be upheld by our government above the private sector. But Trump and Elon Musk being viewed as great geniuses are a result of that exact same mentality. This idea that if you're a successful businessman, we'll abstract that. Who cares how you became successful? Who cares how you became rich? The fact that you are rich and successful is a sign of your inherent moral and intellectual superiority. And so why shouldn't you run our government? Like when they demonize public sector workers, when they demonize government bureaucracy, acontextually, they give rise to the exact same conditions that lead to the people like Trump becoming the president. And we just need a party. They don't need to be fully communist. They don't need to be fully socialist to just be a part of that. So it's like, okay, but the government has a role in making people's lives better, right? If anything, the references to communism and socialism in our government and our political media is oftentimes just a red herring to prevent people from advocating for or appreciating basic redistributive policies, even policies that like the New Deal, or things that are aligned with the New Deal, or like it could be seen as being part of that same genealogy, are demonized by the people as being like, oh, that's just communism, even though like they were just made to ensure that like capitalists could still do capitalism more or less without people uprising and doing stuff like at this town hall, like banging on tables, calling for Scott Perry to come out so they could do God knows what to him, right? Like we're just at a point where people have been subjected to so much neoliberal propaganda by all sides that they just don't fully understand, they don't fully understand what the government does for them and how like their lives would be radically different without the government, like in a way that they can now appreciate, right? Which is unfortunate that they have to experience it to appreciate it. Because people, like Sam, people like us talk to them about it all the time, but until they appreciate it, until they experience it, they can't appreciate it for some reason.
And
right?
I think it's fair very interesting. Like, if you're a Democrat, wondering why is that woman who is it looks like she's from the Boomer generation. Why is she looking out for AOC? It's because, like Brandon said, this entire generation, for all of our lives, Democrats have been embarrassed by the public legacy of like the New Deal. Bill Clinton won saying the era of big government is over and he's going to end welfare as we know it. And he did. And he said, don't worry about it because I have all my CEO friends that are just waiting to hire you as we get you back off of welfare. And how could that class of politicians expect that now that it's time to protect what's left of the New Deal legacy, things like Social Security, Medicaid and Medicare, like the actual only time that Democrats were really good at constructing government in this country, like we're expecting all these people who are from the period of doing F all. Okay, Obamacare, thanks for just a Band-Aid there. Like, we're expecting them to protect it. It's going to need to be a Bernie Sanders style or AOC, like and actually I saw Tim Walz sort of talk about this. He credited Ezra Klein's abundance thing, which I think is maybe a little bit sideways, but basically he said, look, like, we can't just go back to maintenance of the inheritance of government systems and say we need to put it back how it was before the Republicans messed it up. There needs to be a point where you say we're going to build the new institutions for the 21st century. That is things like public health care. Like, we need to, like, things that didn't need to require the Southern Democrats to get on board with. Like, we can set these systems up anew. And so but that's the big question, because Democrats like Walz see that, and even some others might see that as necessary, and it is. And there's a whole bunch of other Democrats like Chuck Schumer who do not agree with the need to completely basically do a new deal. I mean, Nancy Pelosi said the Green New Dream or whatever. We need to do at least that, a New Deal.
I would love us to go further, but like, we're just at that point where if Trump has 4 years of whatever the Democrats are doing, calling it opposition, I think that they're trying to set themselves up for an easy 2028 election. If we have Democrats getting an easy 2028 election where they put someone like Gavin Newsom into the presidency, we will see in 2032 a more outright fascist Republican Party candidacy, a Republican Party in general, right? Because we know people like Gavin Newsom, they will not go far enough left to, tamp down on the material deprivation that gives rise to fascism in, crumbling Western nation states, right? They will just continue the austerity policy. They'll put maybe a more friendly face on it. They'll do some like lazy gesturing towards social liberalism that will just piss people off more and give like social liberalism a bad name because it's tied to like unpopular neoliberal politics. And then we'll have, President Nick Fuentes in 2032. We won't be staring down the barrel of like techno-feudalism or where we all live and work in the company mines and then shop at the company stores under Elon Musk and Mr. Beast. We'll be dealing with outright like Nazism. We'll be dealing with more outright Nazism, because that's what they mean by like socialism and barbarism. Like we can go in one or two directions. There is no the illusion of neoliberal like Democrat type liberalism as like a homeostasis is just that's an illusion. They're like that's not a sustainable place to be.
Also, it's not just good policy. I feel like there have been many Democrats over the years who talk the talk, say they back something, and then when push comes to shove and it's up against the wall, they're like, oh, we tried, we just couldn't do it, because they knew it wouldn't happen. They knew that there would be something to block it. So they would support it. So they got the good graces from that, but happily knew that it would fail. No, we can't do that either. Along with the good policy, we need politicians who are just going to fucking get it done. We're going to fucking do it. Do it. Like, I don't give a shit what the parliamentarian says and all this other bullshit the Democrats like to dance around. Yeah. Look what Trump is doing right now, defying orders from judges, literally breaking the law. You know what? Break the law for good if you have to. Give everyone health care. Let Republicans have to peel it back from people after they get it, and then let them tell their constituents why they no longer have health care. Like, literally, enough with this bullshit.
100%. We got another town hall clip here. This is from Chuck Grassley's district. Just play this here.
What's happening, Brian?
Questions range from how Elon Musk is wielding so much power to tariffs and everything in between. Senator Grassley acknowledged the anger directed at the Trump administration, as well as members of the crowd who supported his sweeping changes.
And your role as a long-term senator is to speak up and remember those of us with little power.
At times, questions to Senator Chuck Grassley boiled over at a boardroom in the public library in Dysart.
I'm sad. I'm going to follow the court decision, but we're going to appeal.
The crowd size exceeded expectations and were divided into two meetings. Gloria Zmolik traveled nearly an hour from Cedar Rapids to be here. She's also part of the group called Indivisible, an organization opposed to Trump's agenda.
I'm very frustrated with the decisions that are being made in Washington by the Trump administration.
Many of the questions focused on the work of the new Department of Government Efficiency and Elon Musk's impact on shrinking the size of the government.
I want to make it very clear that Musk has no power
The senator says he's holding the town hall despite the Republican National Committee advising congressional Republicans to stop holding town halls because of how tumultuous the meetings have been across the country. But critics pointed to how even his own office didn't promote this event.
There was no mention of this town hall. I didn't find out about it until late last night.
We did have a large turnout, and there were a lot of tough questions. A lot of people are mad at what's going on in the Trump administration, but I hope I was able to answer their questions effectively.
Senator Chuck Grassley says his office didn't list this town hall on public schedule because the Tama County Economic Development Authority hosted the event, not Grassley.
A lot of us feel helpless. A lot of people that have similar opinions as I, and spending a lot of time, they spend a lot of time complaining about it. But I think the important message here is you've got to speak up.
It seems to me like if so many people are showing up to an event, Chuck Grassley, that isn't a officially hosted by you town hall just to speak with you, it sounds like you should probably set up some town halls for your constituents then. I mean, the fact that they're going to this unofficial event to talk with you seems like you should be setting up some events for them. Also, I think you should be posting your schedule online regardless of whether you set it up or not. Give me a break. Oh God.
Yeah,
These guys are just finding any little loophole or excuse as to why they're avoiding their constituents. It's amazing.
Yeah, they're running scared. They're scared of their voters, which, they should be, right? They should be afraid at the very least that they might be voted out of office due to their negative politics, and the way those politics and those policies impact people's lives. We know that there's been a mandate coming down from the Republican Party to prevent stuff just like this so that they cancel these meetings, so that people can't yell at them, so that they don't get all of these clips on the news of Republican Party politicians fumbling to answer questions about why veterans are being fired in large swaths from the VA, why people's disabled children are no longer able to go to school and get occupational therapy, because they're afraid that the lack of empathy that they rely on for their voters to vote a certain way will be impeded by seeing people like this who look just like them struggling under this particular government administration.
Yeah. Shout out to Indivisible mobilizing people like that in all over the country. In Iowa, a state that remind Democrats voted for Obama both times, and we wonder how can we win in areas like that. Well, what did people project onto Obama that had Iowans voting for him that hasn't been able to be projected since? And I'm not saying states don't change. I know, I'm somebody who knows full well type of brain drain that happens in states in the middle of the country, and it doesn't have good long-term electoral impacts. But all these states have a huge fraction, at least, of people who are right on board with, and an increasing number who would say oh yeah, I want Social Security. I don't want to have to drive to Dystal or wherever that was in Iowa to go to the office when I used to be able to just call in because Elon Musk said it's inefficient or fraudulent or something.
Also,
I don't know if
Obama
No,
was
go ahead.
Obama was the change candidate. People don't like business as usual when life sucks. And every Democratic candidate for president since Obama has not advocated for change. They've advocated for a return to normalcy. Even Biden, after 4 years of Trump, instead of being a change candidate from the previous administration, it was let's return to normal, not something new that will help us. Let's return to life before, which is not going to happen. People looked at Obama as a way to the future, and that's why they went with Obama. Even 8 years, even 2 terms, because that's what he presented to them. And the Democrats, for some reason, saw a guy win 2 terms and said, let's not follow that strategy. It's bizarre.
Well, I think they learned the wrong lessons from Obama, because the right lesson to learn from Obama is, ironically, the same lesson you learned from Trump, which is that party politics, as usual, are very unpopular. People do not like the Democrats. People do not like the Republicans. There was just that CNN poll that came out that showed the Democratic Party that record low favorability. They're at 29%. But that exact same poll showed the Republicans are at 36%. The reason Obama was so successful and the reason why Trump was so successful within the Republican Party is because both were seen as outsiders who were going to shake things up and change politics as usual. That they recognized that both parties were incredibly flawed and that career politicians were like robbing people blind. And that messaging was enough to win people over towards like voting for them. The Democratic Party has not become more popular since then. The Republican Party has not really become more popular as a result of Donald Trump. If anything, they've become less popular, even as Donald Trump's popularity, is still higher than theirs. I think it's like in the high 40%. But what the Democratic Party is relying on, or like what the lesson they learned from Barack Obama, was that George W. Bush made the Republican Party so unpopular that they would never win presidency again. And when that failed to be the case in 2016, they were like, okay, but surely this time Trump made the Republican Party so unpopular that they would never win again. And that's what they're banking on for a third time, that there is a Republican Party presidency, an administration, that it will be so unpopular that the Democratic Party never has to do anything coherent again other than gesture to the right and go like, look at these jokers. You wouldn't vote for that. But that's not how it works in this country. Most people are not that like in tune with politics to the point where they're looking at things past like this very immediate moment, how they're able to survive under it, materially, and what what party is currently in charge. So I think going forward, unless the parties do something different, we're just going to see a lot more turnover, a lot less like 8-year presidencies and a lot more like 4 years. Okay. Now every midterm, who's in charge of Congress and the Senate changes as well, unless there's been extreme gerrymandering going on, because neither party is dedicated to uplifting a large swath of the population out of poverty. And it's only going to take, for the Trump administration, it only took a few months for people to realize that they were just being scammed by populist rhetoric. And so we're just entering in a very negative place in our society where people are, being widespread subject to like austerity politics in a way that like they haven't been before. And that's coloring their ability to think past the immediate moment when it comes to voting or politics at all.
Right. No, I think you're absolutely right. Also, though, I think those polls will always have Democrats at a disadvantage, because the fact of the matter is that Republicans give the majority of the base what they want. So the people who vote Republican are usually happy with their party. Whereas Democrats, they give a large portion of their base the opposite of what they want. And even though those people might go out and vote Democrats to stop the Republicans, they still voice their disapproval of the Democrats in those polls. So Democrats will always be at a disadvantage in those polls, if you ask me. But that should be a message to them that, that can't keep going on, because eventually those people will become disengaged and just decide that it's not even worth it to do what they've been doing, and that is to just try to stop the Republicans.
Yeah,
if the Republicans keep winning, if Republicans just keep winning, regardless of all the, going out to vote against Republicans that you want, then they're going to start to think, this isn't even working. I'm not voting for the Democrats. Me voting against Republicans isn't even doing the job. What's the point of any of this? And that's what they do not want.
Exactly. People are going to tune out. I think that you're right, that the Republican Party does a lot of better job of mediating people's waning material conditions through like the culture war. Like by telling them that like, how your roads are all screwed up and you're like, post-industrial Midwestern town. You know how like your son moved away from like Cleveland, Ohio to go live in New York City and doesn't visit except for once every, few months or so because that's where his job is. That's the result of minorities moving into your community. That's the result of immigrants. And if we hurt those people, it will help you. And a lot of people, find that message compelling due to like the history of racism and racist politics in America. And they also find it compelling because there's no real counter message to explain what's actually causing all those things to happen. Because the Democratic Party isn't presenting that. The Democratic Party isn't feeding their base anything that they can latch onto to like develop the same kind of like attachment to them that the Republican Party is. But now those people are seeing, because they're being hurt directly, not just not seeing other people be hurt, but they're being hurt directly by Republican Party politics. And so I think a lot of people are not going to necessarily turn towards the Democrats. They're just going to check out. They're just going to check out of like the political system, because the Democratic Party isn't like offering anything other than like not being Republicans for those people. So I think it's hard to see how people dig themselves out of this mess without actively offering an expansion of the social safety net in some way or another. Which it might just become necessary if this unrest keeps continuing. Like if we keep seeing, unrest at all these town halls, if protests start breaking out in the streets, if more Tesla dealerships get caught up in conflagrations, perhaps spontaneously, they might just have to pass bills to keep things, to a relative level of stability.
Right.
I would just say,
do we have any more? Oh, go ahead. I was going to say, do we have any more of those
information.
town hall videos? Yeah.
We'll move on from town halls to look at the most important building in the universe, the White House, in a second. But I would just say, and I have no information on this. I've never met a Tesla dealer owner. But it doesn't take a lot of imagination to see a giant parking lot full of vehicles that aren't selling well, and an opportunity to light some of them on fire and blame the left to do it and collect insurance money. Like, I would just take an extra close look at the at what the owners of those what contacts they've made in the days preceding the dealership blazes, instead of the far left doing it.
You're right.
Point. Yeah.
This has a lot of Black's Rules energy. And also, you hate to say it, but sometimes like Tesla just do that. They just do that sometimes.
Right,
like not even when they're distressed, they just do that. Like, so I can't say.
It's a feature.
It's a feature, not a bug.
You need to pay the $200 fee a month in order for it to not do the what is the thing? Spontaneous combustion mode.
Right. I mean, one of Musk's companies literally sell flamethrowers. So I mean, it's not like he's not providing the means himself. I mean, they're there.
Do you see people ripping the paneling off that was like glued on to the side?
Oh yeah, and they're not even attacking other Teslas. Like this is them like getting permission to do this to show off how badly Teslas are made, like for YouTube videos. Like, yeah, like
my algorithm is very good at showing me crappy like people showing how badly made Teslas are.
Did you see the
I believe Cybertrucks. Which one?
The one where like the guy tried to see if like a Tesla auto drive or full self-driving feature could tell that it was driving into like a wall painted to look like the road. Because like that would be a good thing. I'm not saying that like Wile E. Coyote's out there a lot of times doing that to people, but it turns out Tesla, by nature of the fact that it uses cameras instead of stuff like LiDAR, cannot tell the difference between like well-painted wall that looks like the road and the actual like road itself. And it just drove right through the paneling.
That's great. That's great. Also, we should say that just today, Thursday, March 20th, every single Cybertruck has just been recalled due to that issue where the trim is just falling off of these cars because they're just glued on, as Matt previously mentioned. Seems like a major issue. Like these cars are just not made well, honestly. And so, if they're who knows what's going on at these Tesla showrooms.
Who's to say?
Who knows? Yeah. Also, there's another trend going on out there where all these like small time right-wing like micro influencers, like the InfoWars like D team, not even the B team, like the D squad is like apparently are getting swatted apparently, and they're trying to blame the left. And I'm looking at these names and I'm like, I haven't even heard of some of these guys. Like, and you're telling me someone out there, some lib hates him enough to swat him. This reeks, again, no proof, but due to previous experience understanding this stuff, reeks of like right-wing infighting or something like that at the very least. That because if it just doesn't make sense, it just doesn't make sense. Yeah,
it could be, or it could just be someone who considers themselves to be apolitical, who's mad about the state of what's happening to like the government under somebody who's very publicly doing it. I think, a lot of times on the left, we get focused on like, declaring everything, like, is it good or bad? Like making a moral statement about like any individual acts of like resistance or antagonism. But in reality, a lot of this stuff just becomes inevitable when you subject mass amounts of people to like incredibly terrible conditions. And it doesn't take any kind of political context, doesn't take reading like theory, doesn't take any of that stuff to make someone so mad that they hate you enough to do something without care for how it impacts them anymore. I don't know if you guys heard those death threats that what was it, Tim Tillis? Tom Tillis was getting out of North Carolina, I think he's from. I've been watching a lot of Republican stuff. Doesn't really particularly matter where he's from. But like, not all those people are like, radical Democrat Kamala voters. Not all people are like, Bernie bros. Not all people are like tried and true, like communists. Some people are just like incredibly angry at the state of their lives as a result of the way the government has abandoned them. And now they have incredibly visible targets as a result of that. When people saw what the Adjuster did to that CEO of that healthcare company, that should have been a message to billionaires and politicians that like, oh, people are getting really angry now, and they don't feel like the institutions and agencies that exist, that the politicians that exist are capable or willing to provide real tangible redress for the conditions that people are currently living under. So a subsection of those people are just going to take it into their own hands, which is not a good thing. If we're going to put it into a moral, it's a bad thing, but it's a bad thing primarily because it shows that our government has abandoned large swaths of the population to the point where they feel like vigilante justice is the only justice that can be found.
Right. It's a great point too that you should probably explain that one to Elon Musk, because he's probably the number one guy out there right now who's so conspiracy brained that to him everything must be some big nefarious plot with some bigger like name or organization behind it. Everything requires some sort of funding. No one just gets angry with what's going on and does something as an individual. To him, everything requires some sort of like nefarious funding from some, some leftist money guy or organization. And it's just like you mentioned, it's just the majority of the stuff, when it is legitimate, like it isn't some sort of like inside job, is just someone who's upset with how things are going. And this is the only way they know how to share that feeling and that sentiment.
I like to take money from the Saudis and then cast aspersions about other people's where other people are getting their money. Let's tuck in. This is clip we're talking about. This is Mark Robert, I believe, YouTube channel. Can you fool a self-driving car? This is him testing Tesla.
This one's the only one that matters. Oh my gosh, I can't believe we're gonna do this. All right, hit it.
Now, as you can see as a human driver, while that looks sort of convincing, the image processing in our brains is advanced enough that we pick up on minor visual inconsistencies and we wouldn't hit it. And as for the LiDAR, it isn't looking at what image is printed on the wall. So this sort of just looks like a wall, which would make this the easiest test of the day. And as I suspected, handled it with no problem. So the question was, would the Tesla detect and stop for this Wile E. Coyote-style painted wall that was hiding yet another child staring at nothing during what might be his last minutes on Earth?
One way to test that.
Great touch.
I love it. Yeah, that's a good touch.
I was actually supposed to go, but I chickened out. Oh. The car may not know it's a wall, but I know it's a wall. Everything in your body says, don't drive into a wall. Oh boy. All right, here we go.
And so I steeled myself and accelerated the Tesla up to the 40 miles an hour. And as the wall crept closer and closer without moving an inch, the question was if the Tesla would detect it in time to step on the brakes. And it turned out... Holy...
Oh no!
So I can definitively say for the first time in the history of the world, Tesla's optical camera system would absolutely smash through a fake wall without even a slight tap on the brakes.
Wow.
Wow.
I mean, it seems like, again, that could have been editing, but it seems like, based on what was presented to us, that he was pretty confident the LiDAR powered automated driving system in that other car, the first car in the video. He seemed pretty sure of himself that he wasn't too worried about going through that wall.
Yeah.
And he had a feeling the Tesla would cause issues because he did not want to even start the Tesla test.
Well, yeah, I mean, but they can't put LiDAR in Teslas because it's too expensive. So this is just like,
profit motive.
Having it put in, having cameras, like just like normal cameras do it, is like the way that you cut corners.
And you know what? I would understand.
Efficiency.
I would understand that if Tesla sold like really affordable vehicles in order to like help spread, the electric vehicle, idea throughout the country or the world, so more people had that entry level into EV cars. So we got more gas guzzling cars off the road. I would understand that if that was the case. But Teslas are not that. They're very expensive, even like the base models.
But no, LiDAR is really expensive, like way more expensive. I don't think that, I think Waymo, which is like the Google one, and there's like another automated driving car company that does that. Like they both use LiDAR, and they don't even reveal how much each car costs, because it would be like, I think, probably like $500,000, or at the very least, the cost of going down to the Titanic and a fiberglass tube cost, like not like a divorced dad trying to flex on his ex-wife cost.
Yeah, exactly. And the LiDAR thing, we knew this also. Let's go watch another YouTube video on the same theme, because I do think it's instructive. This is a video. I don't
know. I'm looking it up right now, and I'm seeing people talk about buying LiDAR systems for like $1,000. Like
it's just more expensive than the optical video solution Musk's has, and that has killed people, because that test that he ran, that just demonstrated something that we already knew and has already literally killed somebody, including one of Elon Musk's biggest fans on YouTube, a guy named Joshua Brown. This is a telling of that story from a YouTube channel by a guy named Nick Crowley. And the title of this video is, it's a compilation, YouTube's Darkest Channel 7. And this is the channel he's talking about here is a guy named Joshua Brown, who was a self-driving enthusiast of Teslas and posted a bunch of videos about how great the service was until, one day it kind of wasn't so great.
No way of knowing then. But this would not be the last time that Elon Musk would tweet about him.
So Elon tweeted out one of his videos when it showed a Tesla sort of dodging an obstacle on the road. Look at how great self-driving is.
Though his next feature would be under much different circumstances. It happened just 1 month after Joshua Brown's video had gone viral. He was driving on Highway 27 on a clear sunny day at approximately 4 p.m. With open road ahead, Joshua turned on his trusted autopilot, and it stayed in autopilot mode for over half an hour, as at this point his trust in the car was higher than ever, causing Joshua to seemingly lose focus on the road, as he was quickly coming up on an intersection where a massive 18-wheeler had been turning left, blocking Joshua's entire lane. Joshua was seemingly so unfocused that he didn't even notice it. Even stranger, the car itself didn't detect this either, despite the entire trailer being horizontal in their lane. This was due to its pure white body, as the sun was shining so brightly against it that, for whatever reason, it became invisible to the self-driving AI. And with neither Joshua nor the car registering the danger that they were in, the vehicle would strike the trailer, going 74 miles per hour.
God.
There were no attempts by Joshua to even move the steering wheel, and the brakes hadn't so much as been tapped. The collision happened at full speed, and it happened so fast that the car drove straight through underneath, shearing the entire top of the vehicle off, and continuing driving full speed down the road, before it would eventually crash to a halt. When the driver of the truck rushed over to see the damage, Joshua Brown was already dead, and the truck driver could hear nothing but the sound of Harry Potter.
So the guy was watching a movie as he was.
Oh my
going down
God!
the road.
Like, I mean, listen. People will argue that there is responsibility for the driver as well, and I agree to some, some extent. But at the same time, these vehicles should not be providing people with the ability to even do this stuff outright. Like, it should not be allowed. There are plenty of things that. There are plenty of other things in life where, if a person was smart enough or responsible enough, they wouldn't do this. But we then institute systems to make it not only so they shouldn't do this, but they literally cannot do this in order to save their lives. It's just what life is. It's part of the society's responsibilities. And for some reason, we think that when it comes to these self-driving cars like Tesla, that you shouldn't have these safeguards created. It makes no sense to me.
I don't think you should be able to, and maybe this makes me a radical leftist, but I don't think you should be able to market something as full self-driving, just like point blank, because calling something like full self-driving and then having like a little asterisk after the driving that like leads to a page with like a 30-page disclaimer that's called like, this is not actually full self-driving. This is some advanced cruise control mechanism, and you should pay attention at all times to the road. Like, it would be great if everybody was incredibly aware of all the caveats of everything that they signed and bought, but they're not, and we know that they're not, and that's what we need consumer protection for, or what we needed it for. And there's a reason why Elon is against those sorts of things, because because those institutions, if they work perfectly, would prevent you from being able to market something as full self-driving, which is what we know is the main source of value for besides his own public image, for like the Tesla brand. This idea that it's going to be like the car of the future, and he's going to be pushing the robo taxi, which won't even have a steering wheel, and like things like that are what drive value for Tesla, and they just simply don't work the way that people are being sold that they work. Much less to be allowed to like watch a movie.
One of the things that Musk recently was selling to his Tesla consumers as a reason to buy a Tesla, one of the more recent features that have yet to come to fruition, if they ever come to fruition, is that, buy a Tesla and you can make money, because while you're at work, the Tesla will become a automatic taxi, a self-driving taxi. And when you're at the office or not at home, people can rent your Tesla to get around, and the Tesla will leave the parking spot you put it in, go pick the person up, go to their drop-off location, and work as if it's a self-driving Uber throughout the day. That is absurd. That is absurd. And you shouldn't be able to sell. A, you shouldn't be able to have that feature, period. And then B, you shouldn't be able to sell a feature like that isn't even possible, or yet at the very least.
Also, in the Cybertruck, you get the little feature where, like, if you pay an extra $10,000 a year, it'll do like your visitation, your monthly visitation that you get with your kids, as a recently divorced dad for you. So you don't even have to go. Like, there are a lot of features that are designed specifically for Elon's fans. So, I mean, I think you have to consider it's catering to them.
Right. Tesla drivers who believe in this stuff should ask themselves this question. In the only Hyperloop in existence, the underground tunnel for Tesla, the only one in existence in Vegas that connects the hotel with two sides of the convention center, they don't even use the self-driving aspect of the vehicle in the single lane tunnel to get people from point A to point B. Each of those cars has a human driver. If the self-driving, full self-driving, whatever it's called, was so great, why doesn't Tesla institute it in their single lane tunnel that goes to 3 different locations? Ask yourself that. Why don't they do that? I mean, I'm pretty sure I know why.
Should we get to this Laura Ingraham tour of the White House that Fox has been on?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, let's do it.
So here's just a little bit of sneak peek. It's nice to see some of the glamour inside the palace of the new king. And here is Fox News with bringing that to us.
Are you paving over the grass here?
What was happening is that's supposed to have events. Every event you have, it's soaking wet.
Yeah.
It's soaking wet, and people can't. And the women with the high heels, it's just too much.
That's who did the Kavanaugh.
That's where
Kavanaugh
we did.
thing.
That's right.
Amy Coney Barrett.
And the grass just it doesn't work, and we have a gorgeous stone and everything else.
Okay.
But you know we
Hold
use
on,
it for
pause
press
it, pause it,
conferences,
pause
and
it.
it doesn't work because the people fall into the, into the wet.
Living in Queens my whole life, I have seen a number of homes over the years that do this exact thing. They have the little front lawn, and someone new comes in and buys it, and they don't take care of the lawn. So what do? They just fill it with concrete. There is literally nothing fucking uglier than that shit. It is the ugliest thing in existence. And he wants to do this at the White House because the grass gets wet. I mean, it is absurd. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I just had to. Unbelievable. He doesn't even got to mow the lawn himself. There's people who do that for him.
I think we should pave it and make it, a little car dealership style. Get more Teslas in there, the new models. Here's a little bit more.
They said we have to do something like drapes or something because the light eventually affects it. And it's very cool.
Oh my gosh.
Just went up yesterday.
What?
The Declaration of Independence there behind some curtains.
It's got a little curtain. It's got the little curtain. I mean, it's actually pretty spot on. Like, I know they're saying it's so it doesn't get damaged from like the sunlight or whatever, but I look at it more as curtain is open until Donald Trump really doesn't want to respect the Constitution and do things his way. So he just pulls the curtain so it can't look at him back. Like, I'm breaking you, but don't look at me while I do it.
It's peeking through the fold.
How else are you going to keep Nicolas Cage from stealing it if you don't put it behind the curtain, right? Like, obviously, you get leftists just are always supporting Nicolas Cage stealing founding documents from the American people.
I mean, this is what you all voted for. Like, honestly, I don't really care about the Constitution in the Oval Office with the little curtain, nor do I really care about the lawn and just covering it with concrete or whatever. I mean, it'll be butt ugly, but who cares? But like, this is what Donald Trump is spending his time on. This is what your very busy, always working president is doing. He's doing interior design in the White House and then going to the golf course.
He's fetishizing our artifacts and going to whack some balls around.
Like this is what he's spending his time doing. He's not working for you. He doesn't give a shit. He's outsourced his job to Elon Musk, and he's letting whoever he put in charge in his various cabinet positions basically work under Musk to deal with their little niche areas of government. And he's on vacation. I mean, I think the most active I've seen him in is the Kennedy Center stuff. And that's because he always wished he could take control of a New York City Broadway theater, if you ask me. I mean, the dude is obsessed with that stuff, which is probably the only endearing thing about him, or one of the few endearing things about him. But other than that, he's checked out.
Yeah, no, he's running like an aging mafia boss. Like, as long as like whoever is gutting our public sector is giving him some kind of kickback in one form or another, whether it's like to Jared Kushner, whether it's to one of his like other stupid children, whether it's Elon, like as long as it doesn't impede on his personal grifts or like make him look too bad, he doesn't care. Like, you can tell by the crypto scams he's been running.
Oh
yeah. This is totally he's looking at this, or at least the people around him looking at this as their opportunity to cash out. This is it. This is the moment. The first, that first term, I think they had bigger aspirations than that, but this time around they just don't give a shit, and they'll do whatever they need to do so that at the end of these 4 years they are so filthy rich and powerful that they're not even thinking about any potential sort of repercussions.
Yeah, I've never Yeah, exactly. I've never like robbed a bank before, but I imagine like this. If you went in a second time, you would know a little bit better how to get in and get out, and where the important stuff is
Right.
than it was the first time.
And you'd be a little cockier too about it, and you'd probably try to, maybe that first time you didn't try to get into like the personal safes because you just wanted to get into the one big one, like the big bank safe. You didn't get into like the personal boxes because you didn't want to, maybe get caught. But the second time around, after not getting caught, maybe you will take your time, look around, see what jewelry is in this box, what documents are in that box, and that's what they're doing.
This is exactly like Ocean's 12. Yeah, I agree with both of you. But no, I think also what is exacerbating that too is because like Trump winning a second term has convinced them that there won't ever be any repercussions for this behavior. Like Trump winning a second term, probably the distillation effect that you experience on Twitter with all the dumb Elon Musk sycophants who are like, no matter what he does, they're like, still keep spitting in my mouth. I love it. I love it. Like it convinces a lot of people who want to believe that there will never be any kind of like significant public backlash or blowback to stuff like this that impacts them, that of course there won't be, because everyone online is like a mindless serf who's just desperate to open their wallets. They're desperate to give their tax dollars to 1%. But we're seeing that that's not the case. And I don't think that has trickled up to these people yet. I think they still think they can just tamp it down by like not having town halls. We don't have a town hall, and people won't even like know what's going on. They'll just be back to eating dirt in whatever district they're in. Like I think that they have a very low opinion of the American people, but largely because they support them. Like Trump has a low opinion of his fans because they support him.
Right. Yeah, they see how easy it is to get what they want. They don't need to do very much of anything for their own followers. So what do they care? I mean, a perfect example too of a lot of the we brought up before, like the Tesla showroom fires or whatever, and the protests at Tesla. And what I'm seeing now, the current, and Brandon just brought up how like the sycophants just will eat their slop up no matter what and always support Musk and Trump. And what you're seeing a lot, and I think I saw this from you actually, Matt, that Andrew Schultz on maybe it wasn't from you, but he's on who's that other guy? That's not Joe Rogan, the guy who's like second place to Joe Rogan
Lex
now.
Friedman?
No, the guy with the long hair. He looks like the guy
Theo
from
Von.
Theo Von.
Chris Jericho?
Yeah.
Oh,
so I wish it was Chris Jericho, but actually he's a Trump supporter too, isn't he? Right? Or his wife is. Yeah. So Schultz was on. Maybe you can even find the video of this. Maybe we should find the video of this if we don't have it. So let's hold up. Let's cover something else. I'll get the video of it because I think this is worth talking about too. It's pretty interesting. Yeah, go ahead.
There's a debate here between Sagar and Crystal that I thought was worth maybe digging into for a few minutes. This is on the story of judge blocking deportations of Venezuelans under wartime law. And I think Crystal really holds her own here and holds Sagar's feet to the fire. And I think the ideology Sagar is expressing here, I mean, people call him right wing. This is know-nothingism, sort of nativism of the 19th century. Like, I don't care where they go, just get them out of here. Sort of lack of on top of like sort of not caring about rule of law and like due process. It's we've seen this before, but here's Crystal and Sagar talking about this Venezuela story where James E. Boasberg, federal judge, issued a temporary order blocking the government from deporting immigrants.
This court order or not? And basically they decided not. Now they claimed, oh, it was already in over international waters, so it's out of our hands now. Of course, this is like preposterous and
why is
nonsense.
Wait, why?
Well, because
do you think?
But here's the thing,
first of all, read the quote in front of you. However, that's accomplished, whether they're planning a turnaround or not being the operative word. Second,
however it's accomplished.
The plane took off from Texas, which immediately put it over international waters within like 10 minutes. That was 6:35 p.m. The flight landed in El Salvador at 8:35 p.m., making it clear that actually it was over international territory and not over the waters of the United States. Now, do you really believe that some federal judge here in Washington, D.C. has the authority to tell the executive to turn a military aircraft around? You believe, okay, well, then we'll test that at the Supreme Court. We will test that theory at the United States Supreme Court. And if you're right, then we can import these criminals back here.
How do you know?
I like that we're going to test it at the Supreme Court as if that's like a sort of unbiased adjudicator after it's been stacked with the type of people that Saga represents here.
Also, are the international waters he's talking about? I don't know what the flight pattern was, but this is one of the one. It seems likely. Is the international waters where they hold no jurisdiction over that they're talking about the recently renamed Gulf of America? I mean, they don't have any jurisdiction there except if they want to rename it. Except if Trump wants to rename it, then that's all on them. I mean, come on.
They're looking at every excuse possible to try to justify this as anything other than an incredible violation of the Constitution. Because even for they don't want to lose that portion of the Republican base that actually cares about stuff like that actually cares about following the law, the law and order Republicans who initially held their nose for Donald Trump despite being a known criminal, which I think is cool generally, but not in this specific case. And so they have to construct all of these hoops it was a military flight. In fact, it wasn't even a flight that was an American flight at all. It was from Colombia. So it was a Colombian flight with Colombian pilots, and it was over international waters too. And it was on a Sunday, and you can't pass laws on a Sunday. Judges can't adjudicate on a Sunday.
It's a military plane.
It's a military plane. All things that they think will be able to convince at least a portion of the Republican base that this is okay. And yeah, for maybe the online Reddit Republican types who are always looking for any kind of excuse, any kind of justification, it'll play. But anyone with 2 brain cells, which will understand that this was a wild violation of people's civil rights in America, and that it will, more importantly, spread to other groups who they might care more about.
Well, first of all, I mean, this is where, look, you said something earlier, which I think is important. You think your country's being taken away from you because 300-something Venezuelan illegal immigrants were deported to El Salvador.
How do you, what proof do you even have of that?
What?
I mean, because here's the thing.
That they were deported to El Salvador?
No.
That they were illegal immigrants?
Yeah, here's the thing.
They all entered the country illegally.
According to the government. I mean, listen, I think that is probably true, but here's what you're defending. Hundreds of people who we don't know who they are disappeared into a foreign prison known for torture where no lawyers or journalists could possibly go and find out who they are and whether the government story adds up, with zero due process. That's what you're defending.
What I'm
is that Trump can summarily say, these people, they're gone. I'm putting them in this prison in a foreign country indefinitely at my discretion, and you don't get to say anything about it. That's what happened here. So I just don't see how you can... I didn't say you can't
say anything about it.
Listen, I think
it should be easily challenged to the United States Supreme Court. And I think that within the context of clearly the invocation of the Alien Enemies Act, from what I've been able to review, he seems well within his rights to be able to do this from a State Department or a terrorist organization. That's not... Listen, you're arguing semantics. I'm talking...
No, I'm arguing the law.
Wow.
Are we at war right now?
I mean,
this has been invoked 3 times.
As in, you look in the past.
War of 1812, World War I, World War II. Those are the 3 times it's been invoked. All 3 times, especially during World War II, quite shamefully in the internment of Japanese citizens. You think it's okay for our government to round up whoever, claim they're criminals, and imprison them indefinitely in a foreign prison to be tortured.
Well, I'll flip it around.
That's insane to me.
See, you seem much more concerned about that than the importation of 8 to 10 million illegal immigrants under Joe Biden. That seems to me like something my country's been taken away. So this is what I'm saying. We can...
Wow.
Yeah. I want to say, Sagar is younger than me. You can't tell by the attitudes he expresses sometimes, but that shit, to me, is entirely phony. You look around at what's been going on in this, whether it's this country, whether it's Western civilization, whatever these losers, like to fetishize these days, what's been going on, and you think the problem is foreigners? You think the problem is foreigners? That is ridiculous. That, we have an issue where capitalists are driving society into the goddamn ground. And this anger here, it's one thing if you're in a border community and your public services are being taxed because it frankly should be a federal effort to make sure that we can deal with refugees and asylum seekers and stuff like that. I understand that. You're a media professional like Sagar is, and you're going to say that the problem is foreigners? I'm sorry, man. I think that's so ridiculous.
I gotta say,
mean,
I took some like criminal justice classes, throughout my education, and like one thing that always stuck with me from that I learned was like the idea that the U.S. justice system, in the U.S. justice system, it should be that it should be seen as, if 10 guilty parties were to go free and found not guilty, that's better than a single not guilty, like innocent party going to prison wrongly. And he's basically
But what
arguing
if they're
for the
not
opposite.
citizens, Bender? What if they're not citizens?
In that analogy that I learned, they made no determination of citizen or non-citizen or anything like that. Simply guilty or not guilty or innocent. I mean, he's advocating for the opposite of it. Send as many people away as possible, innocent too, as long as we get one guy in prison. I mean, it's just one possibly guilty party in prison. I mean, it's ludicrous, and it's against everything that supposedly being American and loving America is supposed to all be about. I mean, it's ridiculous.
I mean, he's clearly grifting too, and all these people. Like, I'm reminded by that Jubilee debate that Sam had with those 20, jokers, and that like the one blonde lady who turned out to be Canadian or something was saying like, all this about Western values, all this stuff about like, European values, but then they express stuff like this that goes against the founding documents of most Western countries that are based on like Enlightenment ideals. Now, agreed, we definitely have laws on the books that are archaic, like the one that they're referencing how that should have been abolished, that go against the values and spirit of those underlying ideology.
That Thomas Jefferson voided when he came into office right after it.
Exactly. But when you expressed so like full-throatedly that you just disagree with people getting due process, you disagree with people having the right to like, their day in court, because we know that's what the Trump administration is doing. They're like keeping people from their days in court. They are shuffling them around to more sympathetic jurisdictions to avoid having them be tried in the jurisdiction that they live or reside in so that they can have a more favorable outcome for themselves. They're denying the orders from judges to stay or provide more information. Like, these are things that, like, our founding fathers had many issues, and our politicians since then continue to have many issues, but it's clear in the Constitution. It's clear as day. And they'll still like come up and say things like, oh, well, I'm in favor of America, and the other people who agree. It's like, no, you're not. You're not in favor of America in any way that would be understood to like anyone who founded America, other than like the racism, obviously, but the things that you espouse that should happen to people who are citizens or who are at the very least humans who are within our borders, who the Constitution applies to, would be foreign to the way that they considered like the ideal for the United States of America. And the fact they need to be called out on it. Ultimately, this is unconstitutional. I personally think the Constitution could be revised a little bit, but they claim to have some real fealty to it. And then they say things like, oh, but America should be like a religious fundamentalist state. America should like, kick people out without due process. Because we know that, I wouldn't necessarily concede even Crystal Ball's point about we knowing that they were Venezuelan, or even because we know ICE has scooped up like Puerto Ricans because they're Latino and they speak Spanish, but they're American citizens. Like, we know that this stuff is impacting people who are not fitting into like the very neat box of not just like Latin American like criminal gang members, but the very neat box of just like not American citizens.
Yeah, they've been picking up American citizens who look Hispanic. Yeah, there's already been stories that have been reported that American citizens born here are being picked up because they looked Hispanic, and then they're being held for 24, 48 hours until someone from ICE decides to actually open up their wallet and take a look at their ID, and then all of a sudden it's like, oh, whoopsie.
And to Crystal's credit, she's mentioned those stories that when reporters are actually able to get to the people, which who knows if they will be able to in Bukele's gulag in El Salvador. Like Brandon said, they point out that, actually we can't take Department of Homeland Security and ICE's word for this shit, because it turns out they're fascists. Let's watch a little bit more here. I also just want to key people into, it's very interesting how Sagar, he plays between the difference between like what he thinks is what he personally thinks is morally right and just, and what he thinks the law allows, which I think is a little bit of a sign of a little bit of a weaseliness. But here we go.
can play this game all day long. Do you think that's an invasion?
Sauger.
I think that's an invasion.
Sauger.
8 to 10 million illegal immigrants.
But that's not what he's talking
No, but
about.
he's talking specifically about
he's
Venezuelan
specifically-
migrants.
Yes, and no, he's talking
Yes, the
specifically
gang
about
of
the
Tren de Agua. Yes.
How many people are here from Tren de Agua?
I have no idea. All right, and that's my
Estimates
that's not even
say roughly.
So it goes from we're in invasion that puts us in a war situation, a la the War of 1812, World War I, and World War II. But I don't know how many are here because he's full of shit. Because he knows that he needs some kind of righteousness to point to in this. All this border stuff is very much apologies for. It's a proxy for like why aren't people's lives getting better, but it's actually not the reason. Migrants aren't the reason that people's lives aren't getting better. It's capitalists. Capitalists can't compete with, say, like the CCP, and so we need to find. I mean, this is what the Nazis did. We need to find someone to blame. That's what Sauger is doing here. And I'll just point out like this know nothing thing. I don't know how many there. I don't even know why they're here. The Center for Economic and Policy Research, a think tank, has done a lot of work on this sort of stuff. And I'll just point to a recent thing, March 3rd, 2025, economic sanctions, a root cause of migration, including the sanctions that we put on that country that, among other things, destroyed their main commodity export, oil. And we wonder why people, well, I guess Sauger doesn't wonder why. He just wonders how quickly he can gulag all the people that our foreign policy invades our own country with.
Well, I mean, also, this kind of white supremacy, this kind of ethno-nationalist grifting, is just a scam. It's an affinity scam aimed at poor white people and also people who have been able to like convince themselves that their interests are aligned with poor white people, like poor Latinos and poor Black people, to shrink the proximity between them and the people who are robbing them, like Elon Musk, by convincing them that Elon Musk cares about them simply by nature of the color of their skin. When in reality, Donald Trump does not care about poor white people. Donald Trump doesn't even care about middle-class white people. Donald Trump doesn't care about poor Latinos or poor Black people really either. This kind of rhetoric is to convince people to like open their wallets for billionaires so that they can protect them from some kind of, roaming migrant gangs that exist in such minuscule numbers in this country that it's not really worth noting, instead of like focusing on the people who are actually making their lives worse. And I think we're seeing those town halls. People are starting to realize that a little bit more now because it's like being done so like clumsily and openly. But like people like Sauger are just a little bit better at like articulating that kind of like, that kind of correlation. And they do it for money. They do it so you don't realize that they're like openly advocating for your life to be made worse.
Here's a little bit more.
Several hundred.
Who are we getting that from the ACLU?
No, Nicaragua.
Yes.
How many people are here from Tren de Agua?
I have no idea. All right, and that's my
Estimates
that's not even
say roughly several hundred.
Who are we getting that from the ACLU or from the lawyer?
No, from agencies, from international agencies that track law and order across Latin America. These are not like liberal do-gooder. These are people who are looking at.
I don't know why he's taking exception with a number he had no contrary like number for. Like who regardless of who said it was 700, you didn't know how to even do an estimate of this thing you said is an invasion.
This is just another example of the Hamas-run health ministry, delegitimizing point. Like this is just like, well, like you can't trust the numbers. Like how many trans people are in America? Like 100,000, 1 million. Where you get those numbers from? Like the Planned Parenthood. That makes the numbers suspect. That way, I can just say it's any number. It's 100 million trans people. It's 100,000 million immigrants crossing the border every day. There are more migrants in the country. There are more Mexicans in the country than there are Americans. Forget what you've heard you've heard from the news.
The spread of gangs around the world. Okay, many actually of these people likely were fleeing violence from the very gang that you're talking about.
That's probably a convenient narrative.
Hold on.
So I think that's a very convenient narrative.
In terms of who.
Again, how the fuck would he know? He hasn't looked into it, or he has no interest in like why there are like, why are Venezuelans coming here? Where did Tren de Agua come from, Sauger? Where did MS-13 come from? Maybe they both came from fucking prisons because people like you for so long have just said, let's just cage everybody. Let's just cage everyone. That'll solve the problem. You think there's not going to be downstream effects from Bukele's prisons? You fucking think so? There's either going to be death camps or there's going to be gangs. I guarantee you they're either going to start just shooting people down there there, or it's going to become a huge, huge problem with, oh crap, it turns out we can't just indefinitely cage people like this.
Also, like, that kind of argument is just an appeal to like a very specific logical fallacy that the far right falls to like every day online, but never identifies in themselves when they're talking about ad hominem, which is that just like an appeal to incredulity. Like, if I don't believe something, if I hear something that doesn't sound right to me, like based on like my limited understanding of the world or my experiences, then it must be wrong or suspicious in some way. And I don't still need to look into it to know, because my gut instinct is so finely tuned to stuff like this. But I can tell, like, it's the underlying, it's the like the undercurrent of most right-wing propaganda that like you can just imagine that something doesn't sound right to you, like Jewish Nazis, black white supremacists. That doesn't sound right. That doesn't sound right. So it can't be true. I'm so very smart.
Was brought to Guantanamo Bay, okay, imprisoned in Gitmo. The Trump administration made the same, oh, these are gang members. These are the worst of the worst. Some of them didn't even have criminal records at all. Some of them, who they claimed were in Tren de Aragua, it was because of either they were from that state of Aragua in Venezuela and actually, like I said, had been fleeing the violence from this gang, or they happened to have a tattoo that made them think like, oh, they're just in the gang. One of the people who was part of this group is a LGBT Venezuelan who was in prison, according to his lawyer, because of his tattoo, was assumed to be in a gang. That's what we're talking about here. So there is no reason.
Why is he being gay or whatever? How is that relevant? Like what?
Because how do you think it's going to go for him, Sagar?
What?
He's an artist. How do you think this is? My whole
so
point.
he's magically allowed presence in the United States.
Okay, then don't care.
Presence in the United States. No, you fucking Nazi. He's allowed due process to prove that he doesn't get deported to a gulag as a gang member. The dishonesty is so palpable. It's unbelievable.
I think they're like, or Sagar in this case is even avoiding like the most basic like baseline here, where like, all right, let's see in a normal process these people were deported. They would be, just for being in the United States, not for a crime, just deported. They would just go be deported to wherever country they originated from, and they would live there freely. Like, they wouldn't be in a prison there. We just sent people who committed no crime at all to a prison in El Salvador for simply being in this country, which even if they weren't supposed to be and went through the normal process, would have just been deported from to their country of origin, where they would, again, not be in prison there. Like, that's something that he's not even considering here. So yeah, her point is that the LGBTQ artist who did not commit any crimes, who is not a criminal, should not be in a prison to begin with. And yeah, that person probably will be targeted in prison for not being like a hard criminal, and he's in this hard prison in El Salvador. I mean, that's her point. It seemed pretty obvious, but he's playing stupid.
How do you think this is? My whole point.
He's magically allowed presence in the United States.
Okay, then don't care that he's gay. Do you care that he was wrongfully imprisoned and disappeared into a foreign jail cell, and there's nothing that anyone can do about it? Does that bother you?
According to his ACLU lawyer, he's not a part of the trend.
Do you truly believe?
I'm supposed to trust some open borders lawyer?
Do you truly believe that they rounded up in this? They successfully rounded up every Tren de Aragua gang member in the country. That's it.
No, I don't.
Mission accomplished. Okay.
If anything, there's probably a lot more that need to go. Now, this is actually what I'm saying, is that at the end of the day, within the powers of the State Department, which has declared this in FTO, the powers within the executive are quite clear. I'll also note, Trump literally promised to do this on the campaign trail. So this was one of the most telegraphed actions in like modern history.
With it? Are you good with it?
I mean, Crystal,
random people,
are you good with 8 to 10 million illegal immigrants coming in over 4 years?
We're changing the subject. Yes, I am. You know that I'm fine.
Okay, so
let's answer that, should we? He thinks it's such a challenge. I think that there should be less people displaced by, say, our foreign policy. It'd be nice if nobody was displaced and could just live a great life in the place that they are. To the extent that people do get displaced, I reject that it's because Democrats are saying, let's do open borders now, come in and let's replace Republican voters. It's more because we want to, again, destroy Venezuela's economy because we don't like their politics.
I feel like if you want to come here, you should be able to come here. And you know what? The fact that there's even this this issue where people have to come here as undocumented immigrants is a failure of our immigration system. They should be able to get through our system super fast. We should be able to process people much quicker. They want to come here. We just check to make sure that they're not going to do anything horrible or terrible, like for the very few criminals that there are. And everyone else should be allowed to come in very easily, legally.
Yeah, no, I agree. I am not okay with 8 to 10 million illegal immigrants or undocumented immigrants coming to the country. They should be documented and legal. I think I'm okay with infinite number of documented and legal immigrants coming into this country and being, adequately integrated into our social safety net, adequately integrated into our workforce, adequately integrated into our culture, the part that they want to be, because that's what makes America a rich country that flourishes. What they're advocating for is something that will result in not just those people being subject to vast human rights abuses, but the country as a whole being worse off in basically every single way. And they're going to do their best to occlude that latter fact, that like this is going to make your life worse as well, because they've spent so many decades convincing you that doing this to people will make your life better, so that like that smug asshole Sagar can go on television and not even believe half the stuff he's saying, just like grin at you because he likes the idea of the argument he's making. He likes the fact that he's able to rile up Crystal. Obviously, he likes that his argument probably sounds good to like a bunch of dumb people online. The same with the Ben Shapiro types. Like you can always tell when some people really are zealotly in belief of this, but he's not. He's doing this for money, and that's a very good sign of like what the Republican Party media sphere is about. People trying to convince you that shooting yourself in the foot is actually going to enrich you because it enriches them.
Exactly, and the whole premise that they're concerned about, this is suppressing working class wages, as if they're not interested in that themselves. Donald Trump literally does that. He's literally on the books building his claim to fame Trump Tower with undocumented Polish workers that when they said, hey, we're tired of being stiffed on our meager pay that is already undercutting the unions in the area, they threatened to kill the liaison because the liaison that was between Trump and the workers said, well, I'm going to call ICE if you guys don't get in line. Or it wasn't ICE back then, it was border enforcement. But yeah, like if we're worried about what's going on with wages, there are ways to do that. You do the PRO Act, you make it a lot easier to organize. There are all sorts of ways besides this, what is basically a military-industrial complex on our border, which is what the border militarization is, which is just a way for us. Now we're turning away from all these foreign wars. Trump is the anti-war guy. If we're just pumping military equipment down to the southern border, it's going to the same sort of evil contractors that it's just slightly different money going to a slightly different place.
And also the border, and I try not to make this about the impact that it's going to have on, people other than who's directly impacted, which are the undocumented immigrants, specifically the ones that are being terrorized by this terrorist regime, the ones that are being extraordinarily renditioned by ICE to, essentially would be a black site if it wasn't for the fact that El Salvador is run by like an openly like far right maniac. But the border and border militarization is how domestic surveillance, domestic militarization, foreign spying networks, how it's imported home. Like it's the mechanism, it's the vector by which we start to bring the war on terror back to American soil, even more than we saw with stuff like the Patriot Act and other acts in post 9/11 Congress passed. And it's how we turn, when they say every state is a border state, it's how they justify militarizing every state. It's how they justify removing habeas corpus from everybody in every state. And we've seen, it's not just Latinos who get caught up in this. There are a lot of white undocumented immigrants in America too. Like if you think that there is a simple way to tell who is and is not American visually, it's because you are a racist, but there is not. There are plenty of undocumented Irish immigrants in America. There are plenty of undocumented Canadian immigrants in America. There are plenty of undocumented immigrants from all over Europe who are white in America. There are plenty of white passing undocumented Latinos too. And ICE will use that as an excuse to remove everyone's civil rights in this country. And the people who are cheering it on are either stupid or believe that they are insulated by their own wealth, like Cigar believes that he is, and so it will not impact them. But most of those people are wrong.
And it's already happening. Like all these Mahmoud Khalil, but also the Georgetown teacher, like that's all the border enforcement. They're not looking at Trenda Aragua, you moron. That was just a propaganda object to get people scared. They're looking at people who posted Free Palestine are on green cards now. Let's just play a little bit more of this because I like the way Crystal holds his feet to the fire.
Are you good? Quit changing the subject.
That's an important part of the story.
Are you comfortable with random people being snatched
I don't think that they're random. I think they're illegal immigrants.
Okay, give me your proof.
What of what? That they entered the country
No, give me your proof these are gang members.
I don't have to offer that proof. And actually,
Why not?
even the government doesn't necessarily have to do that either for deportation
But are you good with that?
With what?
Being able to snatch up random people.
But they're not random. They're here
How do you
illegally.
know
They're not
that?
citizens. They are.
So you're fine with
They have criminally entered our
you
country.
think that an appropriate punishment for people who are fleeing gang violence and coming here seeking a better life.
According to you,
do you think that an appropriate punishment is to be disappeared into a foreign jail cell to be tortured indefinitely and subjected to slave labor?
What I think is that their responsibility and safety is the problem of the Venezuelan government, and that they can argue to the government of El Salvador and identify these individuals.
My
and get
question.
those people.
Is it okay with you?
Crystal.
Is it okay with you? You think it is an appropriate punishment for someone who crossed our border seeking a better life to be disappeared with zero due process into a foreign jail cell to be tortured? Are you good with that?
First of all, look, you're offering up a lot of claims which you don't even necessarily to be true. In the same way, you can't say for certain or whatever they've been tortured. Oh, they had their head shaven by the El Salvadorian
This is what this prison is known for.
Okay, that's
That's the
again,
whole
those
point
for
of what
El
this
Salvador.
prison is known
Now,
for.
I think it's, look, as I continue to say, when you let in 8 to 10 million people and you elect a president who says, I'm going to use the Alien Enemies Act to mass deport people and stand in front of a sign, and then you win the popular vote, then yeah, I am okay with it. And in fact, the only problem I have with the Trump administration is that they've been prioritizing this stupid shit like trying to deport someone like Mahmoud Khalil for some billionaire donors and not the people who came here illegally. Those people entered our country criminally and illegally. This whole, fleeing a better life is BS.
That's not BS.
They're economic migrants.
Yeah, that's fleeing for a better life.
Okay,
I mean,
but
there are no problems in
Venezuela.
This better life stuff is bullshit.
He's constantly playing stupid throughout the whole thing. Like because he's deflecting. He doesn't want to answer the question. He doesn't want to answer the question. It makes him look
right. It's the fight. It's people voted for it. If you actually look at the polling, people want the sort of violent criminals deported, right? Which is what we're already doing. The idea that they want mass deportations, particularly when you drill down to what that means, is just people who have done nothing wrong, but that they weren't documented when they came into this country, is not popular. But here's the thing: like, none of these guys can say actually, or I mean. That's why I like that Crystal eventually pulled it out of him. What do you want? Regardless of your interpretation of, John Adams era alien laws, who gives a fuck with that? Because we don't have real courts in this country anyway that will adjudicate law in any kind of unbiased manner. What do you want? Do you want these deportations to be done in an entirely lawless manner, where there's no sort of checks on is this person actually a gang member, or is that just something that people like Sagar say to try to get public opinion to remain on their side as they do horrible shit? Because they know that they need to call these people Trenda Aragua, even though they fucking know that actually that's not just who they're concerned about. Because Sagar admitted he doesn't know how many Trenda Aragua were there. He's concerned with every single person that's undocumented, regardless of whether they're Trenda Aragua or not. Trenda Aragua is just, like I said, a propaganda object for fascists like Sagar to scare people with.
Yeah, he calls them Tren de Aragua because he doesn't want you to see the connections between their civil rights violations and your civil rights violation. That's why they've started to call like all Latino gangs cartels. That's why they've started to call all cartels terrorists, because they've laid the foundation for people to believe that if you are just labeled the wrong type or a very specific type of criminal, civil rights just don't apply to you, and they shouldn't apply to you. I don't care what Trump ran on. I do care what Trump ran on, but like you shouldn't be able to run in a country on violating people's civil rights. That's what makes them civil rights. You shouldn't be able to run on violating the Constitution. And then when you get elected, go like, well, yeah, I'm going to violate the Constitution. That's why we're supposed to have checks and balances. That's what the Constitution is for, right? That's what I mean. Like when you advocate this kind of stuff, like I know we have a lot of openly fascist Americans. That goes without saying. Part of the problem with America is that some people are openly fascist, but you shouldn't be able to frame that as being somehow in tune with like the ideals of the American project, because it just isn't. It really isn't, regardless of like the individual instances like the Alien Enemies Act you can reference. Like we know what people theoretically founded this country based on, and it is not this. Right now, should that be the only reason we don't do this because what the founding fathers thought? No, but at the very least we should contextualize what they're wanting as being so radically divorced from what like people who believed and like founded this country would have considered to be like American patriotism. Like they, it's more aligned with the authoritarian regimes that they claim to hate, I guess.
Yeah, it's also like ironic, the rise in migration, which again is tied to all sorts of things that we should address as a world community. But Trump was running on building the wall in 2016. Like this is just that it's tied to any sort of statistics about demographics and foreign-born population is again, it's just lies. And Tren de Aragua is just the domestic version of Hamas. Don't trust anything. They're scary, and it justifies force. I have that. I think the Andrew Schultz on Theo Von.
Yes, I posted it in the. Yeah, let's do that because yeah. So we were talking before about the Tesla showroom vandalism allegedly, and all sorts of these Tesla protests. And apparently the right is going to now, well, they have been, but it seems like they're really starting to circle around and protect poor little weak vulnerable Elon Musk, world's richest man, who apparently doesn't have any way to protect himself other than the podcast comedians coming to his rescue. So here's Andrew Schultz on Theo Von's podcast, defending Elon Musk and the protests against Tesla. And I want to bring this up because I'm seeing this line that Schultz brings up more and more about how, listen, whatever you think about Elon, how can you harm an American company like Tesla? You want to see Americans lose their jobs over this because you disagree with Tesla CEO? Play Schultz here.
So
for real.
So this is like a kind of shitty situation where, like, yes, I understand that he's antagonizing people. He's like rubbing people the wrong way. You don't like the guy. You don't like the beliefs. You don't like what he's doing. And there are things to criticize. I'm not saying there aren't things to criticize. Like nobody's above criticism, but to punish.
Can I just say name one? Go ahead, do it. What would you emphasize, Schultzy? There's all these stuff to criticize. It's very easy to say. Put one on the line.
Above criticism, but to punish that car company that is 100% made in America, made by people living in America, Americans rely on those jobs. Like maybe we criticize another thing.
Right.
Like what is your goal? That we shut down those factories and those Americans lose those jobs? That makes you feel better about your gripe with Elon?
That's the thing. Some people, they just want to win an argument, it feels like,
And they don't realize there's people that rely on those fucking jobs.
Oh, for
So this is such a great argument because it shows just how stupid these guys are, honestly. Because why are people protesting at Teslas? Because they want to show their disapproval of its CEO Musk. And what is Musk doing that is so bad? Well, one of those things is he's openly advocating for fascism and right-wing governments all over the world. That's one reason, but a bigger reason, probably the main reason people are protesting against Tesla because of Musk, is because Musk, through his government project with Doge is firing slews of federal workers, American citizens. American citizens are losing their job because of Elon Musk. This is amazing that they're so worried about Tesla and the Tesla employees losing their job that they don't even care about the fact that Elon Musk right now is firing people. American citizens are losing their job right now because of Elon Musk.
The irony is we feel the way he feels about Tesla, but we feel it about the United States government, which I would argue is a better thing to feel it about.
I know.
Like, and on top of that, though, there's the added thing, though, that these are guys who I am sure, I can guarantee you could probably find in 2 seconds a Schultz clip of him knocking or criticizing or any of these guys really doing it, cheering the decline of some company they disagree with. They did it for Bud Light. They do it all the time for like Disney. All these companies that hire American workers and provide good American jobs. If they don't agree with them, though, with their right-wing opinions, you better believe these are the first guys out there cheering on any small repercussion that these companies feel for end up feeling for not agreeing with them. It is absurd. These guys are ripe with hypocrisy.
Yeah, no, I'll try to avoid making any casting any aspersions at the online comedians. People get so mad when you make fun of like their favorite like intellectually subnormal comedian. They'll you slap one of their parents online. But what I will say is that 2 points, right? The valuation of Tesla is inextricably entangled with Elon Musk's public perception. When people thought that he was like Tony Stark, when he was like doing cool like flamethrower gags, even now Tesla's stock prices was booming because people were able to believe that he was going to this new era technologist who's going to usher in a wave of like future technology that like we haven't we're all just waiting for. We're all waiting for hover cars. We're all waiting for self-driving cars. We're all waiting for space exploration. It was very easy to believe that when he was like only in the news sometimes. Now that people are aware of the kind of person that he is, much harder to believe that, much harder to ignore his problematic politics. The second part of this is that I think it's revealing and I don't know much about these two, excuse me, but the resistance to people like expressing their dissatisfaction with Tesla through boycotts, with protesting, I think it's still revealing about like what the free speech advocates online actually always wanted. And I've said it before and I'll say it again. And that's that, they don't want people to have the freedom of dissociating with them if they don't like what they're doing. Like for them, free speech means that as long as I'm not technically committing a crime against you, you should have to engage with me the way I want and not be able to distance yourself from me, not be able to convince other people to distance themselves from me, not express any kind of dissatisfaction or negativity about what I'm doing publicly. You should just, have to deal with me or go away quietly. And you just don't have to. Like that's what free speech is. It's not like being forced to buy Tesla. It's not being allowed to boycott Tesla. It's not being allowed to talk trash about Tesla's terrible Cybertruck. It's being allowed to do all those things, right? But they want it to be the opposite. And I think that's a very compelling message to people who make their money from their public persona and don't want that to ever go away. But like it's just not the way the world really works.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of how the world really works, it doesn't actually work where Tesla is a purely American car company doing everything in America. In fact, they sent an unsigned letter, not from Musk, but from the other Tesla folks saying, hey, your tariffs are going to F us up because we source a lot of stuff from good old China, because that's who's making the EV batteries. So yeah, an American company. Look, I think like Ford, if I don't own a car, I live in Brooklyn, but if I bought a car, I'd probably buy an American UAW sort of a backed car. I'm not buying a non-union vehicle ever in my life. But here's what has these guys really pissed off is Tim Walz. And I would just say, do not, Tim Walz, buy into the people that are saying to cool it like you did last year when they said stop calling them weird. Continue to say you like Tesla's stock price to drop. Who cares how much they complain about it, because it's really good.
Saying on my phone, I don't know, some of you know this on the iPhone, they've got that little stock app. I added Tesla to it to give me a little boost during the day. 225 and dropping. So, and if you own one, If you own one, we're not blaming you. You can take dental floss and pull the Tesla thing off, and take out. Just telling you.
Yeah. I seen the right wing's reaction to him saying that. Of course, if like Trump was to which I'm sure he does all the time, was to relish in the failure of a company that he didn't like, or a company that dared to speak out with him, I mean, they'd be backing him up, of course. I mean, it's hypocrisy all the way around. Tim Walsh should continue to do these because I think he's good at it. And yeah, I mean, it's ludicrous. Also, the idea that every American company is a little angel and we should be supporting all American companies is just bullshit.
Yeah, hey,
I'm sorry.
You know what,
Yeah.
Andrew Schultz? That's what the billions of dollars in subsidies for. Okay, how about we don't need to be nice to a company that we've frankly bankrolled, who Barack Obama saved with a giant loan during the financial crisis? You're welcome. And you know what? We're going to ridicule this guy. And I would just say, God bless everybody showing up to protest these dealerships and making it a tough time. I've seen pranksters go in, doing making like Sig Heil jokes to the staff there. I would say you might be accused of terrorism, so it'd probably be safer to do that in a place like Canada or something now. But that is just, I mean, great place. Because, again, he bought Twitter by putting his ownership of his stocks like SpaceX and Tesla on the line to back it up. If those go under, it's down. It's even down to 232. Is at 235 when Tim Walz said that. Let's keep it going.
Yeah. I just love the idea now that apparently, how can you say something about an American company? Oh, how can you? These guys, the rights, like the right, love saying things about any company they don't like. They don't give a shit about American otherwise. They're in, and every time, every now and then, the right, the clock, the clock is correct for the right, and they get the time right, and they criticize a company like BlackRock. Oh, you can't do that anymore, guys. That's a good old American company. Leave them alone.
I would just Google to see like what kind of conditions these workers look in. Tesla, in addition to like just contractors dying, like here in Texas, and Greg Casar, the representative down there, is doing good work of keeping on Elon on that. But Tesla Fremont factory, this is in California, faces class action lawsuit alleging severe racism against black workers. Look at the details of that before you get too before you drop down on your knees and glorify this American company.
Right. Well, they don't. That's the thing, though. They don't. They literally view it as the people to admire from Tesla is Elon Musk. They don't care about
the executives.
They don't. Right. Yeah. They don't. The executives are the people to admire. They aspire to be the executives. They don't look at like the guy in the factory working hard for his family to actually build the car. The guy who actually creates the product that you use and apparently enjoy so much. They don't give a shit about that person.
All right, folks. I think we did it.
Oh, we're already. Wow. I guess let me read a few IMs, and then that's the show, right? Wow, time flies when you're having fun. Emma should miss more episodes. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I'm gonna get some emails now. This is from Dark Soul. Trump literally insults media organizations that aren't direct mouthpieces for him or any that give him the slightest bit of pushback. Plenty of Americans work there. Right. They don't care about that, though. Of course not. Not Andrew Schultz says. For Andrew Schultz, the only person who had to lose their job is Elon Musk. Sent with Lasers says, is Sagar evil or stupid? Yeah. Does it have to be evil?
It's a synergy.
Either or? Yeah. Let's see what else. Chef Solo says, country was founded by illegal immigrants. Absolutely. Spocko says, I love the town hall videos, but if your rep isn't holding one or you can't go to one, Alex Lawson of Social Security Works has set up a way people can organize a rally at your local Social Security office. The URL is handsoffsocialsecurity.org. Then you can get the rallies in the local media, like the Tesla takedown rallies. That's a great idea. And I think that would do
awesome.
The Tesla ones are great because it's so easy. I think a lot more people honestly hate Musk than, I mean, the polls have even said that. A lot more people hate Musk than even Trump now. But I think getting the media to cover the protests at Social Security offices would be more beneficial policy-wise than the Tesla ones. Keep doing both though. Don't back down off Tesla either. Let's just do a few more. The Baileys say, Jesus, does he think the right will spare him? He's going to be in the mass grave with me. Cigar is such a dumb fuck. Cigars, really. Like half these IMs all came during that segment. God. DSA Aaron in Atlanta says, Brandon, we are already in techno-feudalism. Yes. The other Russert says the Matt Jardy report. Yeah, someone actually, I dropped it in the chat. Someone created, this doesn't happen quite often, but someone did drop a logo we can use when Emma is missing in future episodes. It's pretty great. It's in the, I don't know if I'm going to pull that up. I definitely think it's good enough to use for sure. While you pull that up, I'll read maybe a few more IMs, and then that's it. Sun's Out, Guns Out says Bernie Sanders, AOC, and Tim Walz should use this moment to reorganize civil society similar to Huey Long share. The clubs, I would call them work and production clubs. And then Matt Jardy report says, I see Matt's plot to oust Emma on Thursdays is coming to fruition. Anyone who missed it, by the way, Emma is out sick. This was a last minute thing. She was supposed to be here today, but she got ill. Sam will be back tomorrow. Hopefully Emma is feeling good enough to be back tomorrow, but that's what happened today. And I think that's it, right? That's the show. Right?
Yeah, I don't think I'm on the thread now where you sent that.
Oh no, it's everybody. In the ping chat.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I'll read one or two more while you pull it up because I think it's worth it's I liked it. It's funny. I lost it. It's gone. Oh no, here it is. Okay. This one's for you, Matt Leck. Jefferson Davis Vance asks, hey Matt, I know it's still early days, but as a JFK head, what's your initial impression of the new files released?
They released a bunch of unredacted stuff. Jefferson Morley, who is one of the journalists, Noah Colwyn, who we were going to talk to a little bit about today, seemed impressed by it. I think there's a lot of stuff to go through. I mean, already just interesting stuff. I mean, it's sort of, you're not going to see anything like that admits, say, a bunch of anti-Castro Cubans and CIA folks decided to do one of the plans that they had for another world leader on JFK. You're not going to see that level of admission, but you will see things like, we plan to destroy crops in Cuba. I mean, to go back to this whole story about, like, we were talking about with Sagar, where why are people getting displaced? Why are there these Cubans here? Well, it's because we're trying to destroy their country because of their politics. I believe the Schlesinger memo, which gets into CIA involvement and how pissed JFK was about CIA and how over their protocol or beyond their remit the CIA was in the 60s. Of course, this is stuff that, we knew. A month to the day after JFK was assassinated, Harry Truman released an op-ed in the Washington Post saying, hey, the CIA is kind of crazy, isn't it, y'all? So like a lot of this stuff has been sort of known, but it's very interesting. And I would check out the Mary Farrell Foundation for the sort of researchers, the grassroots researchers who are most adept at looking through JFK stuff.
All right, folks. So check out Leftist Mafia tonight on my YouTube channel, youtube.com/Matt Binder. It'll be, me, David Dole, Mike from the Humus Report. It'll be good times. Lance from the Surfs, Rebecca Azor, and check out Brandon's show, The Discourse. And Brandon, you stream pretty regularly now, don't you?
I do. I was streaming before I came on here. I literally stopped my stream like 15 minutes before we got on here. So I've been streaming all day. I'm what you call a professional streamer now.
Oh, look at that. I got another Hassan.
And I will be streaming.
Got another Assad in the works here.
I'm putting all these chumps on notice. I'm the leftist Joe Rogan. I'm going to endanger my fans for no reason but clout. Anyway, yeah, so we'll be streaming tomorrow as well. I don't know what specifically we're going to be going over, but I've been doing a lot of conspiracy videos on Friday. We've been having a good time with that. So we'll probably do some news and then do a conspiracy video tomorrow, 9 a.m. to 12-ish p.m. Eastern. So, definitely be there or be squared.
And Matt Leck, your shows. Give us the rundown.
Left Reckoning. We'll have Jeet here on, I believe, next week. Check it out, patreon.com/Left Reckoning. We had a bunch of interesting stuff recently. We got into Chuck Schumer in the post game last weekend. Here's this thing, by the way, the logo. The Matt Jordy report with Brandon Sutton. Not just one final note, because I saw somebody in the chat say Oswald is still the prime suspect. He may be. I am more or less agnostic about that sort of stuff. But what I can say objectively is Lee Harvey Oswald was an intelligence asset of the United States government, and that has only been more and more proven as documents get released. So look into it would be my advice. Check that out, folks.
Yeah.
You want to sign off, Binder?
Yeah, sure. Everyone, do me a favor tomorrow. When Sam officially introduces the new producer, please act shocked. Like, really ramp it up. Like, really. Oh wow, what a name! Who could have guessed? All right. Sam's back tomorrow for Casual Friday. Matt Binder, Brandon Sutton, Matt Leck, and anonymous new producer signing off on the Matt Jardy Report.
It might take all the strength I got to get to where I want, but I know somehow I'm gonna get there. I wasn't looking when I just got caught between the truth and the light bar. But finding out won't make me feel any better. Yeah, I know the clock is ticking, but the meds are gonna kick in, and my pilot light shining bright. I guess somewhere the choice was made for the option where you don't get paid, for the road that bends before it finally breaks you. I guess somehow I lost my drive between the 101 and the 5. Do you know how far the detour takes you? Yeah, I know the clock is ticking, but the meds are gonna kick in, and my pilot light
you know. It is Friday, March 21st, 2025. My name is Sam Cedar. This is the 5-time award-winning Majority Report. We are broadcasting live steps from the industrially ravaged Gowanus Canal in the heartland of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. On the program today, Jamel Bowie, New York Times opinion columnist and host of the podcast Unclear and Present Danger. Also on the program today, Laverne Cox, actress, activist. Meanwhile, on the program, Musk threatens Pentagon leaker after report that he received a briefing from the Pentagon on a potential war with China. Acting Social Security head threatens to shut down the entire system because he didn't like a judge's ruling. Meanwhile, growing calls for Chuck Schumer to step down as polling shows enormous anger from the base. Meanwhile, a fight for direction of the Democratic Party pits neoliberal technocrats against a surging anti-oligarchy people-powered movement. Big law firm bends the knee to Trump after being threatened with a DOJ investigation. So-called evidence against the Venezuelans deported to El Salvador released, and it's vaporware. Musk attempting to bribe voters in Wisconsin's Supreme Court election, which takes place on April 1st, and you have already voted in because early voting started days ago in Wisconsin. If not, go forward and do it. Meanwhile, fundraising numbers in a Florida special election explode for Democratic challengers. This is the Gates and Waltz districts, District 1 in Florida and District 6 in Florida. Meanwhile, spate of detentions of European tourists appeared to crater tourism in the U.S. as the UK issues a travel warning. Trump administration begins its assault on our nation's libraries. Yes. And J.D. Vance is the most disliked new vice president in history. All this and more on today's Majority Report. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks so much for joining us. It is Emma. Oh, there you
Casual Friday.
It is Casual Friday.
We didn't have that intro. So sorry about the show
What
yesterday.
happened? What happened to that intro?
Well, we're all getting used
I
to
can't be expected to know what day it is.
Yes, right? Sam barely knows.
I honestly, like, for whatever reason this week, I have not been able to get the, like, I keep thinking we're coming back from break. We're starting the show. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, apologies about yesterday, everybody. Not pregnant, although feels like it's inevitable whenever I say nausea that's what happens. But I've been dealing with this nausea for like a year now. I think I've figured out what's causing it, but sorry about the late delay yesterday. But
you really went in depth with that.
I mean, I don't think I did, but I just want to be transparent and.
Well, you could just say I was ill.
Full
You don't have to
transparency
get into
is
like the
required.
specifics of the illness.
I'm constantly fighting my desire to overshare, and sometimes it just comes out in a weird, stilted way.
This is the most transparent administration.
As you know, Trump yesterday signed an executive order to dismantle the Department of Education. Now, this is, he doesn't have the legal authority to do it. And part of this, of course, is theater. But then the other part is they just start firing people. They create realities on the ground. They challenge the judiciary to stop them. They want to bring this to the Supreme Court. We're going to talk more with Jamel Bowie about this because there is the the Trump administration wants to see, essentially, if the Supreme Court will give them this unilateral power to essentially usurp the Congress's appropriation power. Here is Donald Trump. I mean, this is just so
Stephen
twisted.
Miller.
No, well, let's just do a quick of the signing order, just because it's so twisted that he's surrounded himself with children, as if this is a benefit for children.
He did this before with the trans sports ban, where it was almost identical to the Tim Walz photo op where he was signing free school breakfast and lunch for children as opposed to scapegoating trans kids.
Good-looking people here. Should I do this?
Are these all private school kids?
I don't know.
That's a good question.
Maybe charter school, but they're all signing mini executive orders. This is his shtick now, like when he made that kid the Secret Service agent.
Yeah, authoritarian kitsch.
Dress up like me.
Let's. Oh, this is so twisted. Honestly, I can't even watch any more of that. So twisted. Understand what this means. In the Department of Education, let's just briefly go over what they do. They basically have three major buckets of functions. One is to supplement local school systems, and specifically ones that are poor, rural and inner city, poor school systems. They provide more funding. They also provide funding specifically for things like special ed, and whether those those disabilities are physical or in terms of learning. The second thing that they do is basically enforce the right that children have to a free and minimally good, I guess, is the best way to put it, education. And that's through their Department of Civil Rights. They go in and basically enforce Title I of the Education Act. And then the third thing they do is manage student loans. Apparently, the Department of Education has had a tough time figuring out where they're going to offload these things. They're just probably looking for some type of private enterprise. This Office of Civil Rights is going to be the hardest hit by cuts. And that's what the Department of Education does. It just makes sure. And this is a department that was established in 1979. The first one happened in the wake of the Civil War. Basically started off Reconstruction because there was an understanding that you cannot have a fair society without making sure that everyone is educated. And it was specifically to provide education or make sure that education being provided for recently freed slaves. And in many respects, the Department of Education's mission, as started again in 1979, was very similar to, at least in spirit, to that, which is we cannot have a fair and equal society if poor people, marginalized people, kids with disabilities are not provided a free and basic education. And that's been the mission of it. And that's why it's under assault here by the Republicans. And make no doubt about this. This has been a long-term project of the Republican Party. This is not Donald Trump was just an obnoxious guy in New York. And decades before Donald Trump even became a presidential candidate, this was an agenda of the Republican Party. Here is Stephen Miller losing his, and he's a Homeland Security advisor, incidentally, losing his shit about the Department of Education.
Well, as we know, the Department of Education here in Washington, D.C., is overwhelmingly staffed by radical left Marxist bureaucrats who are in every way hostile to Western civilization, hostile to American interests, and hostile to our founding document.
Pause it for 1 second. I just want to make this clear. What he's talking about is the Department of Education makes sure that we do not discriminate against black, brown children and poor children. Because there is, in creating the Department of Education, this is what Congress had in the bill. No provision of a program administered by the secretary or by any other officer of the department shall be construed to authorize the secretary to exercise any direction, supervision, or control over the curriculum, program of instruction, administration, or personnel of any educational institution, school, or school system, over any accrediting, et cetera, et cetera. There's no involvement in the curriculum.
Right.
In terms of, inserting Marxism into it. It's just
labor theory of value, yeah.
But the decoding is that he's saying, and they're redirecting these resources to combating anti-Semitism. So when he says the word Western civilization, well, let's decode that. We are going to defund programs that help fill the gaps in poorer areas of this country or that help kids with disabilities to go towards suppressing free speech for the Zionist project. And that's how you square that circle where a white supremacist like Stephen Miller can support Israel. It's because they view that as an extension of Western civilization. And that's why those two things coexist.
And his problem isn't with Marxists so much, it's with MLKists.
Right, exactly.
Left Marxist bureaucrats who are in every way hostile to Western civilization, hostile to American interests, and hostile to our founding documents and culture. And so they are using their position and influence inside the Department of Education to try to force agendas like radical gender ideology, like critical race theory, like diversity, equity, and inclusion, and all kinds of anti-America curricula and policies on the American people, on our students, on our children. So it's taking away from parents the ability to control and direct the education of their own kids, of their own families. So what we're going to do under President Trump's leadership and direction is to return that authority to the greatest extent possible to the local level where parents can control outcomes, while at the same time making sure that no federal funds are used to support racism, to support gender ideology, or support other ideas and principles that are offensive to the American taxpayer.
All right, now let's talk about the how.
I'm sorry. Is that it basically? Like when he says parental choice, we know that is an inaccurate description of the programs that they're supporting. Trump was flanked at this event by a bunch of Republican lawmakers who are pro-voucher. They want it to be that these schools have a choice in terms of which students they let in, which is contrary to our broad-based system of public education. But what they want to do is create vouchers, redirecting public funds to subsidize parents to send their kids to private school. So it's quite literally taking money out of the pot of money that's supposed to be going to public education, giving vouchers to kids that may already, or parents that may already be sending their kids to private schools, and making it cheaper to send your kid to a private school. And these are parents that presumably already have the funds to do that. And private schools in this vision mean religious schools as well.
Totally.
Yeah,
All
which
right,
should be unconstitutional, but...
Stephen, it would take, by most reports, an act of Congress to abolish the Department of Education. But it's expected that today, through executive orders, you can do much to dismantle the power of the DOE. So how will this affect what you just described? How will this stop what we've seen in the past from the DOE?
Yes, so we've already seen in anticipation of this action, Secretary Linda McMahon announced her plans to lay off half of the bureaucratic workforce here in Washington, D.C. Obviously, those efforts are going to be scaled up, and so a major thing the president has full and complete control over is the federal workforce. Now, you mentioned a district court judge inevitably will try to interfere in that, but the president and the president alone has the authority to lay off federal workers, to decide how many people he needs to execute that mission. Congress has never set, this is an important point, Congress has never set an employment floor for the federal government or for departments of the government like the Department of Education. There's no floor. In other words, you don't have any minimum number of employees you have to have. So a big part of this is just shrinking that workforce down to its core minimal functions, and then working to give those funds over to states and over to communities and over to localities so they can direct how they're spent. But again, with
So understand that in this instance, what you're talking about is a destruction of the mission of the Department of Education. And those bureaucrats he's talking about are the people who are charged with making sure that schools provide the services that they are obligated to provide under federal law. That's basically it. And those services generally and largely involve providing for marginalized students, poor students, both rural and urban, basically people who are in jeopardy of being left behind. And I don't know. It remains to be seen if a court will be able to stop this. But you know who could have maybe stopped it? We'll talk more about Chuck Schumer later in the program. In a moment, we'll be talking to Jamel Bowie. He is a opinion columnist from the New York Times, host of the Unclear and Present Danger podcast. Got a couple of sponsors today. It's that time of year, folks. Fast Growing Trees is the biggest online nursery in the U.S. with more than 10,000 different kinds of plants and over 2 million happy customers in the U.S. They have every possible version of tree, evergreen, fruit tree, plant that you could want. They got palm trees. They got evergreens. They got houseplants. Doesn't matter what you're interested in. They have it for you. It's a perfect fit. You can find the perfect fit for your climate and for your space. Fast Growing Trees makes it easy to order online. Your plants are shipped directly to your door in 1 to 2 days. And along with their 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee, they offer free plant consultation forever. This is one of those sponsors that I was using for years before they became a sponsor. I was frankly very excited about it. I don't know if their trees are actually faster growing, but they ship 5 and 6 foot fruit trees that of just a huge range of varieties. So you can go down to your big box store. They got 2 crappy varieties of apples. I mean, I don't like to slag any apple varieties, but you get your delicious apple, completely misnamed. You can go on Fast Growing Trees. You can find things like Arkansas Black. You can find a wine sap. You can find Matsu. You can also find things like Korean pears. I mean, they've got everything. And they're bigger trees and they bear fruit quicker. Again, they have that 30-day Alive and Thrive guarantee. They have all sorts of consultation they can give you, both in terms of what is the proper tree or plant or shrubbery for your climate, and also what's the best way to, keep it alive and have it thrive. You can also, in your house, grow like lemon or avocado or olive or fig trees in your home. So if you don't have the space, you can still grow something really cool. Whether you want to add some privacy, shade, or natural beauty to your yard, Fast Growing Trees has in-house experts ready to help you make the right selection with growing and care advice available 24/7. This spring, they have the best deals online, up to half on select plants and other deals. And listeners to our show get an additional 15% off their first purchase when using the code MAJORITY at checkout. That's an additional 15% off at fastgrowingtrees.com. Using the code MAJORITY at checkout, fastgrowingtrees.com. Code MAJORITY, offer valid for a limited time. Terms and conditions may apply. Also, sponsoring the program today, one of my favorite breakfasts. You want to have cereal, but you don't want all that sugar. You want to have a little more protein, maybe. Hello, Magic Spoon. I've been eating this stuff for, I don't know, like 7-8 years. And they have these flavors that are sort of like nostalgic for the olds like myself. Although I guess it's been the same flavors for all these years. They have things like fruity and cocoa and cinnamon roll, peanut butter, birthday cake, chocolate chip cookie, and more in terms of flavors. And now they also have turned their cereal into high protein treats that are light, crispy, taste like those classic crunchy cereal bars. Magic Spoon's treats are so delicious, they've already become my favorite snack. I know a lot of people eat them before or after the gym. I don't go to the gym. You still can eat them. Every serving of Magic Spoon high protein cereal has crazy macros: 13 grams of protein, 0 grams of sugar, 4 grams of net carbs. I mean, for me, it's the no sugar. That's what I'm trying to do. Avoid sugar. And it also makes me feel good about giving it to my kids because I don't want to just put a bowl of sugar in front of them for breakfast. The flavors for the high protein treats: chocolate, peanut butter, dark chocolate, and marshmallow. That is something that I have found to be a huge hit in terms of just dropping in my kids' backpack. Snacks, always want more. Get $5 off your next order at magicspoon.com/Majority Report, or look for Magic Spoon on Amazon or in your nearest grocery store. That's magicspoon.com/Majority Report for $5 off. We will put these coupon codes and links in the podcast and YouTube description. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll be talking to Jamelle Bouie, New York Times opinion columnist and host of the podcast Unclear and Present Danger. We'll be right back. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vigeland on the Majority Report. It is a pleasure to welcome back to the program Jamelle Bouie. He is a New York Times opinion columnist and also the host of the podcast Unclear and Present Danger. Jamelle, welcome back to the program.
Thank you for having me.
This week, you wrote about a column in the New York Times and then sort of followed it up with a blog post about that column. Outlining the difference between, or I guess the move of the Trump administration from being unconstitutional to anti-constitutional. Walk us through broad strokes, the difference there.
Sure. I think most people understand what it means to say something's unconstitutional. It violates the Constitution. The administration recently was rebuked for its attempt to try to ban transgender people from the American military. And that was straightforwardly the court that said that this was unconstitutional action. Straightforwardly, you can't just discriminate against categories of people like this. You can't just say this whole category cannot participate. That violates the Equal Protection Clause of the 14th Amendment. And it's a straightforward kind of, you're operating within a sphere of power you have, kind of determining the composition of the military, the standards, but you're doing a thing within that authority that's just not allowed. That's unconstitutional. Anti-constitutional is more just rejecting kind of the very premise of constitutionalism itself, which is that you, as an official of the government, are not the sovereign in the society, right? Like you can't determine who exists outside the law or within the law. You are merely an instrument of the Constitution. You're an instrument of the will of the people, so to speak, and you are bound by laws, and you are bound by laws, and you are bound to operate according to those laws. And as well, you operate in a system where the government is limited in the authority that it can exercise. It does not have unlimited authority to do whatever it wants. And it's clear, to me at least, that the administration, in addition to doing all these unconstitutional things, is clearly making a set of anti-constitutional claims. It's saying that it doesn't have to listen to the legislature, and the legislature makes spending decisions. Now, the Constitution clearly states the legislature has the power of the purse. But the administration is saying, we can just cancel whatever they say. We can destroy entire agencies without their input. We have actually the legislative authority. And that both violates the Constitution, but is also a statement of authority of being above the Constitution as well. And I describe that as anti-constitutional. This thing where the administration is basically renditioning non-citizens to El Salvador on the basis of an accusation of gang membership without due process, that's also anti-constitutional. It's not just a violation of the law. It's not just a violation of the due process clauses of the Constitution. It is a statement of power, of sovereign power, that I and the president have the right to decide, inherent in my authority, who gets to be here and who doesn't, and no one can review it. That is the kind of claim that you might find in a dictatorship, in an absolutist system, but it's explicitly against the very notion of a constitutional system. So I would throw that in there as well.
Yeah, well, let's talk about that sort of paradox. How can you claim that the president has inherent authority when it only exists, that supersedes the Constitution, when any authority a president has, or even just the existence of the president, is literally defined by the existence of a constitution?
So this is this word inherent that the administration throws around, that, and I'm sure you'll remember this, that the Bush administration used to throw around a lot as well.
This is the unitary, like I was going to ask you, like,
Executive
you know, how does this dovetail with unitary executive theory?
It's this, so the first clause of Article 2 says the executive power shall be vested in the president. And there are a group of conservative legal scholars who read this extraordinarily broadly. They say that this vesting clause, that the executive power is this broad, almost amorphous thing that is separate from the enumerated powers in Article 2, and that vesting it in a president gives that president all kinds of authority to operate according to sort of what's inherent in being an executive. And so they'll argue, for example, that what's inherent to being an executive is the ability to hire and fire. So the president, therefore, has the ability to fire anyone in the civil service and doesn't have to listen to any congressional rules or judicial judgments about standards for removing someone from their position. They'll say that the executive has inherent power to execute a war, to fight a war, and that anything they do in relation to that is constitutional, is lawful, because of that inherent authority, and that anything a Congress or a judge might try to do to limit that is illegitimate because this isn't an executive's inherent authority. Now, I'll say a couple things about this. The first is that the U.S. Constitution is sort of famously a constitution of like limited government and enumerated powers. And although there are certainly implied powers that the various branches have, right? This is the holding of Macaulay v. Maryland, right? That the necessary and proper clause in Article 1 does give the Congress a set of implied powers. If you got to make a bank to do something that you have an explicit power to do, you can do it. And in the same way, there are some implied powers that the president has. To go back to kind of the military thing I mentioned earlier, if the president needs to set out standards for who can serve, the president can do it. The Constitution doesn't explicitly say it, but commander-in-chief, it's kind of implied. But this notion of inherent, that's not really constitutional, right? Like, because it says that there are all these powers the executive has that aren't enumerated, and that kind of just exists by virtue of that person being the executive. And to my mind, it's like a contradiction, right? Like, why would you go through the trouble, the framers spent a lot of time trying to figure out the powers the president has. Why would they have gone through the trouble if they had actually created an office with all this inherent authority? They wouldn't have. It doesn't make any sense. But there's no.
Let me just clarify. So in one instance, in the first instance, we're talking about subservient powers to an enumerated power.
Right.
So it's like, how do I go about executing, and the sort of subservient questions and issues that I might arise and decisions I have to make in fulfillment of that sort of like top line power.
Right. Exactly.
And then it also occurs to me that this notion of there being inherent powers, and those inherent powers are just sort of like this, almost like they emanate outside. Well, they literally do emanate outside of the bounds of the Constitution that have been written and offered to him. But this also seems to me to be a complete 180 of conservative legal thought from as recently as like 10 years ago, where the notion of any type of rights associated with anyone associated with government that wasn't specifically enumerated didn't exist. Right? I mean, am I wrong about that?
I mean, it's when it comes to rights that people possess, conservatives have tended to have an extremely narrow reading of what the Constitution provides, right? People believe they have a right to privacy, and conservatives say, well, it's not explicitly said, even though, I think we would all say it's clearly implied, right? The Fourth Amendment implies a right to privacy. They would say, yeah, it's not said, so maybe it doesn't exist. But when it comes to executive power, their view is that, in fact, there are all these inherent powers that cannot be violated. And typically this applies to Republican presidents and not Democratic ones.
Of course.
I think if you're looking for an explanation for this, I think you'll go awry looking for an ideological explanation. I think it's much more sociological, which is that the originators of unitary executive theory, the people who have been at the vanguard of trying to push this notion of an expansive, Dick Cheney, John Roberts, Sam Alito, name a few, they put out a few names. They cut their teeth basically in the post-Watergate era, when Congress, in response to Nixon, begins aggressively trying to limit the president, the War Powers Act, the Impoundment Control Act, the establishment of the FISA courts, like all these things that Congress begins to do to really try to limit the power of the presidency in the wake of Watergate, a scandal that we all know about. But it's worth saying that Nixon had won this one narrow popular vote victory and then this popular vote landslide. Nixon is sort of making these what we'd recognize as like Trumpian claims about possessing the will of the people. And so these conservatives are they're like aligned with Nixon. They're looking at the congressional pushback to Nixon, and they're saying this has gone too far. They're weakening the president. The president who represents the people should not be bound by all of these illegitimate laws. And I think it's a very easy way to see how like these conservatives are kind of step by step laid down the theoretical groundwork, taken the legal actions to like unbound the presidency, or unbound the presidency that they believe to be bound.
This feels like a confluence between sort of like one strand of conservative thought that, of this unitary executive that has sort of like mutated or commingled with this Curtis Yarvin a notion of a new monarchy. I mean, it's sort of like, in the same way that we've seen Doge and the Heritage Foundation sort of like meld in their agendas. It's almost as if this sort of these two strands of intellectual thought that ultimately lead to the same place have also sort of like commingled and created a more even lethal strain of this ideology.
No, I think that's right. I think it's like opportunism from the tech side of things, recognizing, it's a lot of stuff. It's the opportunism of the tech side, recognizing that there is this framework that allows for the exercise of, extra constitutional power. There's the fact that Donald Trump himself has I don't think that guy has any particular ideology or any particular beliefs other than what most benefits him. And what most benefits him is like this untrammeled, unaccountable power. That's what he wants the most. He wants to be able to be the ultimate boss. And then you have legal conservatives who see Trump as a vehicle for their interests. And so there's like this interest convergence of these three groups, well, two groups and one guy. Two groups, one guy.
No, I mean that's it. I mean that's what it feels like, and they're putting it. They're putting it in action. What? I don't know. I mean, you could take even like the Boasberg case seems to be, and this is the deportation where he keeps asking, you need to provide me more information. And they're like, why would we? I mean, this seems to be the first case where they are inching closer to the idea of like, we don't really need to deal with the courts.
Yeah.
I mean, that to me, I mean, as far as I can tell,
Or
that seems to be the
Congress.
one most but the one where they're already ignoring Congress's authority. But it's a question of whether they're ignoring the authority of the court to adjudicate that question. Where do we go from here? It's like Boasberg. Give me your sense of Boasberg, because you brought up those deportations as like one of the more sort of like illicit acts, blatantly illicit. Like, what is your sense of what's going on there? Because it feels like Boasberg is like, he sort of, it seems like, knows that maybe this is he's at the fulcrum right now and doesn't want to be the one to sort of like declare a constitutional crisis.
Right. No one wants to bear the brunt of whatever is going to come next. I think you're right to say that that's the case where they're really pushing with just disregarding the courts altogether, saying that you don't have the authority to adjudicate these things. I don't have a great sense of Boasberg, the person. I figure that he's likely to be as much motivated just by the fact that the administration is showing such open contempt for him and open contempt for the proceedings as any particular theory. Frankly, I kind of imagine he's a Republican appointee, probably a conservative guy. I imagine that if the administration had come to him hat in hand, willing to cooperate, that he would rule favorably for them, right? He would be like, sure, show more evidence next time, but we understand what you're doing. The contempt they're showing for him and the court and the attacks on the court may lead him to the kind of negative ruling that the administration does not want. But then it's
or is it ruling they do want? I mean, it sort of feels for them. I mean, it sort of feels like for them, this is their best sort of like from a public standpoint, this is their best polling. Immigration. Yeah. They're supposedly criminals, hardened criminals. They put all the propaganda money into it. This feels like the case that they want to have, like, to create this crisis.
Right. And I mean, we're in this realm of speculation. I honestly don't know what happens, right? If he rules that you got to bring these people back, that this is a terrible violation of due process, that we already have evidence that these people are not hardened criminals, and even if they were, they deserve a hearing, and the administration just says, no, we're not going to do it. Like, I'm not sure what comes next after that. My hunch is that no one really in American civil society, or very few people, have the stomach for this kind of direct confrontation with the president, especially over an issue like immigration. And so it'll be kind of like, well, it happened, we'll just kind of ignore it. But the problem there is that obviously the administration's claims to the kind of authority the president has aren't going to end there. The president's claiming the authority to rendition people without due process, rendition non-citizens or undocumented residents, then they're probably going to claim it with regards to just non-citizens in general. And it's a short hop and step there from just citizens themselves, right? Like anyone
I mean,
the
the lack of due
administration doesn't like.
process is really the sort of the line, right?
Right.
Where and if you blow out the due process, then do we even know if it's a citizen or not? It doesn't matter.
Right. It doesn't matter because you'll have no way to prove it. And it doesn't feel like there's anyone willing to just like make that argument. Everyone's so afraid to say, listen, even if they are criminals, who's to say that if it's not, who's to say you're not the next person picked up because you look the wrong way, that you have the wrong tattoo? And how can you prove if you're innocent or not? This is a little bit of an aside, but I continue to find the way that so many political actors are treating Trump as if he did win a landslide and not as if he won the most exceedingly narrow victory you could win on basically the basis of groceries are too expensive. And so, to my mind, those are great grounds for political contestation, right? Like, you can say, what does this have to do with getting prices down? What does that have to do with anything? This is just like power-hungry nonsense. But there's this fear. And the more the fear is allowed, the more the administration's allowed to act unchecked by civil society and political society, the more that fear just grows and the more real effective power they can claim, even if they don't have the legal power.
Well, I'm glad you added that aside because literally the next thing I wanted to talk about was Chuck Schumer and the seeming, I don't know if it's a lack of alarm or if it's a lack of will or just bad strategy. And depending on which day of this past week you've seen him on television in his evolving sort of attempt to justify both at least the tactical failure. I mean, I like, when Hakeem Jeffries and Nancy Pelosi when Nancy Pelosi's saying, you're something for nothing, and Hakeem Jeffries won't answer a question as to whether you should maintain a leadership, and you've got a cascading sort of, it seems to me, process of saying it's time for him to go. He failed. I mean, just as a leader, he failed. Even if you could somehow, agree with his strategy, I don't. But what is your take on this? Like, are we just looking at an ossified leadership? I mean, or just an incompetent one?
I think it's more ossified than incompetent. And there's certainly lack of competence there as well. But I think ossified is the big thing. I think there's this tendency to want to look for, nefarious external causes. I've seen some people speculate that, like, oh, maybe it's the donors or whatever. But I think it's a very simple explanation. Chuck Schumer is a man, and he's in the 70s, early 70s. He's been in political office for most of his adult life. He's been in this leadership position for, almost a decade, more than a decade at this point, or almost a decade. He was acculturated in a very different political culture than the one that exists now, and is encountering a new kind of political situation for which the old tools don't necessarily work, and is flat-footed. I mean, we have a whole aphorism about this. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. And we're in a situation where we have a lot of old dogs in political leadership who are struggling to deal with the situation. You aren't agile enough or creative enough to respond to what's happening, and I think that's 95% of it. It's almost it's a classic problem of human leadership. You see this thing happen again and again in all kinds of different contexts. And I think the solution is new leadership. It's people who have been acculturated in this political era and who recognize it for what it is, and who understand that the old ways of challenging the other side don't work, and that the proper orientation to have towards the other side may not be my misguided colleagues. It may just be they're my opponents and I have to beat them.
Right.
Right. And I think that there's a problem with that generation of Democrats viewing themselves as kind of responsible stewards of governance. And there is an animosity that really just seeps out of them when the base demands that they do politics. We're not, I think Schumer, Sam has described him before as a concierge, but people aren't looking for you to kind of stabilize things while also giving Trump what he wants. People are looking for you to fight and use every point of leverage. And he's seemingly completely incapable of doing that. And I don't think he ever will be. And I think the problem goes deeper. Like I'm disturbed by Senate Democrats broadly. We're seeing a good amount of fight from the House Democrats and from governors across the country. But Senate Democrats, I feel like ossified is the best word for them. They have become so obsessed with institutional maintenance that I don't think they know what their role is other than that.
There is, it's a wonderful novel, but I encountered it first as a movie, the great film The Leopard from 1960. And there's a lie, I believe it's both in the movie and the film, where a character, and the story is about Sicilian nobles at the time of the Italian unification. There's a line one of the nobles has where he says, to keep things the same, things will have to change, right? That you have these Democrats, this generation of Democrats, who want kind of a stable, well-ordered political system and think that the way to get there is to maintain the old ways. But this is a situation where if you want to maintain that status quo, if you want that back, you actually have to change. You have to behave in ways, you have to try strategies that may appear to be radical in order to have the capacity to at least try to go back to the way things were. And that paradox, I think they're having a really hard time with. And I'm not even sure they can conceptualize what that would look like. Another way of putting it is that obviously everyone in the sense of partisan in one way or another, but a lot of Democrats don't appear to be the kind of genuinely hard-nosed partisans that understand that political combat is necessary, and that's part of what this is, and that the kind of genteel mid-century politics, or even politics in the 90s to an extent, although that's often overstated, just doesn't work, or it just isn't going to work for this situation, for this scenario.
And this isn't ideological. This is a more of a dispositional and partisan critique. I'm sort of agnostic as to why at this point why Schumer did what he did. The sort of the second. The sort of third order, I guess, is about it's like how poorly he managed his, the House, which was also like, if you're going to do this, why did you do it so badly that you're getting blowback from the House? But that's also a second order issue. Like, what do you think the underlying strategy should have been? Like, what should Schumer have done?
Well, I think this goes all the way back to the beginning of Trump's term, which feels like it was 3 years ago, but it was 60 days ago.
Gosh.
The initial strategy was clearly, so first of all, I don't think that Schumer or Democratic leadership, and I find this bizarre, had any sense of how radical and far gone things were going to get as quickly as they did. I figured that was going to be the case, right? I'm not going to say
they had been saying it.
Right, I mean, they've been telegraphing it and saying it that we're really gonna go for it.
And supposedly that's what the Democrats were running on, believing that sincerely, and now they clearly didn't believe it sincerely, and I think voters picked up on that.
I think that they lost and Trump won the popular vote, and even though it was the tiniest margin, this persuaded a lot of people, including I think Democrats in Congress, that the public was with Trump, right? And so we have to throw him a bone. We have to be accommodationist in some way, shape, or form. And so the initial strategy to sort of like, we'll oppose the worst nominees for cabinet positions, but we'll throw some votes and we'll confirm people who seem mainstream. That was the original sin, I think, right then and there, because it's hard to jump from that to a position of like maximal opposition. It's hard to sort of like finesse that. And Schumer couldn't. Schumer could not finesse in a transition from we're going to give him the benefit of the doubt to now we're going to we're going to let the government shut down because he's too dangerous a threat. He was a dangerous threat the whole time. So why now and not then? I think that the way things should have gone is that from the jump, from the top, we're not going to give any votes to Trump nominees. They're all going to be unqualified. They're all going to be destructive, and our fingerprints are going to touch any of it. And if they want to do a partisan funding bill, we're not going to touch that either. And when the Doge stuff started happening, when it became clear just how authoritarian this administration aspires to be, that orientation would have given them the ability to say the only thing that's going to bring us to work with Republicans is if they cut all this stuff out. But that was a lost opportunity. And now I think, Schumer's obviously flailing, and Senate Democrats are basically leaderless.
I mean, it feels like to some extent the entire party is leaderless. I mean, let's just move briefly to what seems to be a nascent sort of like a fight for what comes next. And part of that is 15,000 people in Arizona going to, I guess, a speech, a rally against oligarchs. Bernie Sanders, AOC on this tour. And these are numbers that sort of like are significantly larger than when Sanders ran for president in 2016. And, you don't often see this level of engagement in politics a month and a half into an administration. Like the equivalent time for this in the Biden administration, Republicans were enraged about Dr. Seuss.
Yeah.
And that was it. Simultaneously, there's this sort of new, maybe not new economic doctrine of abundance that is being really aggressively pushed, like in a way that I don't ever recall seeing. It's ostensibly from a book by Ezra Klein and I can't grasp it.
Derek Thompson at the Atlantic.
But it's there's a whole strategy that's been put out by the Nicholson Center, which is a sort of a Koch derivative, sort of libertarian ish centrist think tank. What do you make of all this? I mean, is it there like there's a fight for what comes next before we really have sort of finished, there's still a grip on the Democratic Party, until I guess Schumer goes down. But I guess people are anticipating this.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about political leadership is it's like inherently entrepreneurial, right? Like just because you have a formal position doesn't mean that people recognize you as like the leader of a party. That's at least not the American system, right? Like unless other than the president, uncontested leader of his party. But if there's no president that your party has at the moment, then it's a very fluid and flexible thing. And I think that this is what this is sort of people trying to establish a claim to leadership. I think it's more, so I would kind of separate the AOC Sanders thing and the abundance thing. Because I think that the former is an attempt to make a claim for popular leadership of Democrats. And AOC in particular, who has been sort of who's at the forefront of opposition to this continuing resolution and has been like a vocal opponent of Trump, it's clearly emerging as someone who rank and file Democrats, not just progressive Democrats, but like ordinary Democrats see as a leader, someone who's leading the party. And Bernie already has this status with many Democratic voters as well. So I think they're trying, in the absence of any attempt to do this from more centrist Democrats, I suppose Chris Murphy is trying to do some of this, but it's not in the same popular way. Governor Pritzker is trying to do this to a certain extent. But there aren't that many Democrats trying to make this explicit claim to popular leadership, but I think that's what they're doing.
But it's
the
also
abundance argument, but seems to me more elite focused. It's more saying to Democratic elites, right? Like, here's what we think the perspective for the next Democratic policy agenda ought to look like. It should be more focused on building state capacity, on freeing the government to be able to actually produce things and build things effectively and efficiently. It should be focused on removing barriers to all kinds of stuff.
Right, but that argument, you can have that argument. I don't necessarily think it goes far enough, right? It's not, we have to build affordable I mean, it's not just zoning stuff, but like it feels like to me this is an effort to have the same folks making the arguments about where the Democratic Party should go from here while reframing it and calling it abundance and cutting out the existing critics that were saying that this is the wrong way to go. While still centering these same voices in the conversation. Like what AOC and Bernie are doing is building off of the discontent, and basically it's a bit of a victory lap, I guess, for their brand of politics. And what I don't love about this kind of very focus-tested elite abundance kind of push here is that it seems to be like a way to consolidate power with those same folks who have been a bit discredited by the way the Democratic Party is at its lowest point since the early 90s.
So I'm actually not sure that's the case, in part because the abundance folks aren't really making a political argument, right? This is actually one of the criticisms of the book, is that it doesn't have much of a theory of politics behind it. That it really is, it's much more technocratic than that. I think that it may be important to, I'm going to pull back a little bit. The fact that part of the argument of the book and of Ezra and Derek is that there are aspects of American political economy that are not conducive to the production of things that people need is like a different kind of argument than the DLC. You know, we need to get government out of the picture. I think the abundance argument is much more about like what can we do to enhance state capacity, which may mean looking at things that the government does not particularly well, versus we got to get the government out of there entirely, and that the private sector is the best place to make things happen. But regardless of the practical differences, I think these are like two different things happening simultaneously. And it's like really not that hard to imagine a kind of populist democratic energy like you're seeing with AOC and Sanders merge with this sort of like, we got to make it easier to build public housing, right? Like that's a very natural kind of thing. And you can imagine kind of a left inflected abundance kind of political orientation, but also like a right inflected one as well. I think it's a little bit separate from the claim for political leadership or the bid for political leadership.
Well, Josh Shapiro's embracing it, right? And that's my concern is like it's a bit of circling the wagons where I want this to be a worker-led resurgence in the Democratic Party, to reorient it past appealing to Republican suburbanites, which seems like it still is a fever that won't break with Democrats, frankly. That's my concern. Yeah.
I'll say I don't necessarily think the abundance stuff would appeal to Republican suburbanites, because part of it is like you have too many property rights. part of the argument is that like homeowners have too many property rights. This is why I'm not sure it's a political thing, because the actual politics of it are kind of not popular with even some of the new members of the Democratic coalition.
I think
I live in a college town, and I will say for 100%, when you say to people, it should be easier to tear down a shack and build like a public apartment, they lose their minds. And these are liberal Democratic voters.
I think that's true. And I think, the timing for this obviously was sort of like a hoping that this was a Harris administration. I mean, it reminds me of what we saw with antitrust in 2012, 2013, where there was trying to build an infrastructure there. But it does feel, and there doesn't seem to be any sort of like right now, it seems to be like an ideology without a political base, other than sort of like people potentially searching for an ideology to go forward, because there's sort of I think there were people who felt during the Biden administration that the antitrust and the labor people were able to sort of like plant their flags. but nobody else from an economic standpoint. But that is inherent in the what AOC and Sanders are doing on some level. Like, I mean, it's much more of a political project, but they come with an ideology. And so it does feel like there is an attempt to sort of like, and I think it's happenstance. I think they thought this would be this book would be coming out in a very different circumstance.
Right.
And it's sort of interesting, this is a book that's been planned to come out probably for a year. And I think they would not have anticipated, because it really depends on what kind of infrastructure gets built in the wake of this without the resources that they anticipated existing, because a lot of those resources are going to go towards like, hey, Donald Trump is president, we've got to fight him, as opposed to sort of like, we need to, work on, and I guess maybe we'll see this, the application of this more on sort of a local level, or an attempt anyways to do it there, because obviously there's no federal apparatus. Give me your sense before we let you go. How much time do you think Schumer has? Do you think that like this is going to, are we going to start to see the same cascade we saw with Biden?
It certainly seems like more and more Senate Democrats was it Michael Bennett yesterday was like, maybe we need new leadership. I think we'll see more Senate Democrats voice that. I think if because Schumer's flailing right now, it's one thing to mess up, right, and like really damage your credibility. But if you can recover from that, it's possible. It's possible to be able to reorient yourself, to be deft enough and agile enough to reorient yourself and recover. But he's just flailing the entire time, and I think the more he flails and the more kind of pathetic it kind of looks, the more you'll see Democrats just say, we got to get someone new. And so as far as how much time he has, I don't know, it could be a month, could be a week, or maybe there's no will within the caucus at all to find new leadership. If that's what happens, and I think things are way worse than we even think now.
Totally. It does feel like that time where everybody was like, well, let's wait if Biden comes out and gives a really banger interview and prove that he can do this. But I think Schumer had a, like really like a sort of a multi-layered level of a mess up. He both chose a strategy that was not aligned with the base, and then was incapable of communicating it to his peers and to the House. And now seems to be incapable of delivering some type of explanation, as you say, in media. Jamel Bowie, New York Times opinion columnist and host of the podcast Unclear and Present Danger. We'll put links to all of that, of course. Thanks so much for joining us. Always a pleasure.
Oh, my pleasure. Thanks,
you. Jamel.
All right, folks, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, actress, activist Laverne Cox will be joining us. Be right back after this. We are back. Sam Cedar, Emma Vligand on the Majority Report. Real pleasure to welcome to the program Laverne Cox. I can't even say Vigland coming back. I don't know what's happening to me. I'm having a rolling
choice with
stroke.
Vigland
I don't
in the
know what's
show.
going on.
Luckily,
Laverne Cox.
I watch regularly, and I've heard you butcher so many people's names. I
appreciate
don't
that.
take it personally, and and I have such a deep respect for you. I have to tell one thing I have to tell you is that I'm in Los Angeles now, and I forgot to pack my Bergonia hoodie that I had hoped to wear on my first appearance in the Majority Report. So I am so sorry I left it in New York. And I also want to say that over the years that I've been watching the Majority Report, my political education has really grown, and I'm super grateful for that and for the work you're doing. Side note, I posted a little clip of your one of your many discussions on Social Security on my Instagram. It got lots of engagement, and I heard from a lot of my followers and friends that they learned things that they did not know about Social Security. So,
well, thank you.
The work is happening.
Spreading the word on Social Security, much appreciated.
And much needed, yeah.
Yeah.
All righty, what do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, I'd like to just start. I mean, and we can get, it is Casual Friday. We can get lighter as we go. But I mean, this is there's a lot of things going on that have people distressed now. But one of them, obviously is, and this has been growing, it seems, or you tell me, like, it feels like the past couple of years, certainly we've seen it from a legislative standpoint, but like, and obviously you're not exactly situated like every other trans person or and whatnot, but you're an activist, you're in the community. The change that we've seen, like from a personal perspective, like what does that feel like?
So I have followed, I'm 52 years old, and I have tried to be aware of,
you look great for 52, I should say.
Thank you so much.
I have to say that because there's someone also in the 50s.
Melanin is amazing, clean living. I don't drink, never done drugs, never smoked. Anyway, thank you. I appreciate that. But so for my whole life, I've been like sort of following anti-trans legislation and the trajectory. I think it's important to remind people that in 2016, HB2, the North Carolina bathroom bill, was introduced and failed. And there were several bathroom bills prior to that year that failed. And once that failure happened, organizations like Alliance Defending Freedom, which has been sort of at the forefront of a lot of this anti-trans legislation, did focus groups and asked people what trans issue would, sort of most galvanize you to be anti-trans, and they started with sports. The first anti-trans sports bill was introduced in 2019. It failed, but by 2021, the first sports ban on trans girls competing in sports was passed in 2021, and now I believe it's 24 states have bans on trans girls competing in sports. Soon to follow was we have to protect the children. These LGBTQ people are indoctrinating our children, and they use this old thing. But and then it started with gender affirming care bans for kids. Now 26 states, I believe, ban those. So it's simultaneously a propagandistic measure that's happened in right-wing media that they've pushed. I mean, if you watched Fox News, because I did the research, if you watch Fox News between 2019 and 2023, you would think that trans people were dominating in sports and taking over, because every other story, there were literally hundreds of stories on trans people in sports on Fox News, in conjunction with Alliance Defending Freedom presenting this legislation in mostly, Republican-led legislators. We can, sort of talk about how all that happened post 2010. And so what the sports thing did was create a permission structure for people to dehumanize trans people that led to what about the children, that now we do have bathroom bans, right? The bathroom bans didn't work in 2016, but now several states, Florida, several states have bathroom bans that criminalize trans folks using the bathroom that aligns with our gender identity. Obviously, we'll get to the federal in a second, but one thing that I think this is all leading to is what Michael Knowles said several years ago. We want to eradicate transgenderism from public life. There's a recent bill that was introduced in Texas. It's House bill. It's not likely to pass, but I just want to make note of it because it's, I believe, a precursor. It's House Bill 3871 that was introduced in Texas. And Texas is at the forefront of discriminating against trans people. And that law would make it a felony to assert that you are a gender other than you were assigned at birth to an employer or to the government. It would be a felony. I think 2 years in prison, $10,000 fines, $25,000 fines, but 2 years in jail. So to assert your transness in Texas would be a felony. It's not likely to pass this session, but they're going to keep reintroducing it. And what we're seeing now, particularly with people like Gavin Newsom and so much of the Democratic Party who are capitulating to and conceding to right-wing talking points about trans people, his sort of just saying, you know, he thinks it's not fair, creates a permission structure for trans people just to be dehumanized across the board. And to watch in the media, in congressional hearings, in Supreme Court confirmation hearings, the dehumanization of trans people. And when I talk about dehumanization, I love what Brene Brown says about it in her book, Braving the Wilderness. She says that when we dehumanize using primarily words and images to move a particular group into a place of moral exclusion, meaning that like we as human beings are not hardwired to harm each other, to discriminate, to commit violence against someone. But if we take a certain group of people and move them into the space of moral exclusion where they're no longer thought of as human beings, then it's fine. And I think when we look at how trans people have been spoken about in the media, particularly on the right wing that has infiltrated all of media, it is a coordinated, well-funded dehumanization project that has led to all the executive orders that are affecting trans people on the national level in horrifying ways and potentially genocidal ways. And I use that term intentionally. It is really about erasing us from existence. I mean, they're erasing us from websites, literally not acknowledging us. But all of this is in Project 2025. You know, I did do a post, literally it's page 4 of the foreword, if you recall. I don't know how long ago you read Project. And on page 4 of the foreword, they said, we want to eliminate these words and some of the words from every government document, piece of legislation that exists. The words were gender equality, gender equity, gender identity, sexual orientation, diversity, equity, inclusion, reproductive rights, etc. And they're doing it. We see it in real time. I mean, it's a scary thing to read about, and now to watch everything that they've sort of written about come to fruition is horrifying. And I'm just going to focus on the trans folks, but this is across the board, the dehumanization of undocumented people. I mean, it is just so culturally, and then the relationship between. There's a lot of, and I want to ask you guys about this because you're steeped in this. A lot of folks, when they talk about, trans issues or abortion, they call it culture war issues. I prefer civil rights issues instead of that language. And then they also say that it's a distraction. And I get the argument that it's a distraction because, we understand that there's a capitalist, agenda here, that there's a, plutocrats trying to take over everything. But when you read a Project 2025, it's so clear that the Christian nationalist agenda is about a certain kind of patriarchal white supremacist order that is constantly intersecting with capitalism, right? So I don't think it's a distraction. For me, I think it's part of an overall plan that is white supremacist, patriarchal, capitalist in a way that's predatory. What do you think about that?
I mean, I totally agree with you. I don't like the framing of distraction. I think it's minimizing, and it makes it that so that once again, the person that's saying it's a distraction is validating the idea that trans people are just kind of political footballs, as opposed to people who are experiencing real outcomes based on what the Trump administration and what Republican governors across the country and legislatures are doing. And I guess like the trans sports as a wedge issue thing is something we've talked about before, or it's there to evoke a visceral reaction to further dehumanize trans people. You know, the thing that sticks out to me is how Trump brought these folks to the inauguration, and Riley Gaines became this kind of celebrity. They're all white women, right? And they're using these tropes of white women being victimized, or cis white women being victimized, whether it be by an undocumented immigrant. They're using that same playbook with the Laken Riley Act, or whether it comes to Riley Gaines, who tied for 5th place in a swim meet with a trans woman. They're using age-old tropes about protecting white female purity to discriminate against all these groups, and then we're told, oh, this is a distraction. No, this is just white supremacy and Christian nationalism again.
Absolutely. And what we're seeing too, and AOC made this point, like, how do you enforce a bathroom ban, right? Are there going to be police outside bathrooms sort of inspecting genitals? How do you enforce the sports ban, right? Are we inspecting people's genitalia? But then what we're seeing in real time empirically is that there are gender police, trans investigators saying, oh, I think a man just went into the bathroom. And we see many cases on TikTok where usually women of color have been accosted in bathrooms. You're a man, you shouldn't be in here. And they're not men. They're not even trans. They don't identify as trans. They're just cisgender women who are trying to use the bathroom. So these, what we know is that these anti-trans laws affect all women in negative ways. I mean, the Imani Khalif situation at the Olympics last year. I mean, there's so few trans athletes that we have to invent them. That was so incredibly shameful, and how, you know, the J.K. Rowlings and Trumps continue to assert that she's trans and she's not is sort of an indication. It is a certain kind of, but then that again is linked to a certain kind of white supremacist delusion that wants womanhood to be a certain kind of woman. But it's linked to capital and race.
I would add that the way, I think, I mean, what you're talking about, to just go further in that connection, is you're talking about control as if we're talking about a piece of property. And ultimately, this is a property right that goes along within the context of that hierarchy. And, you know, we don't hear that much about trans men in the context of these things. And I think that is a part of the conscious effort by, you know, sort of like making it clear when we put people in front of the women's bathroom, because of it, because we're protecting our property, women's bodies, essentially, we have the ability to inspect it. And that inspection also sort of edifies the idea this is our property. We would inspect it as we would inspect any other goods that are, you know, traveling across state lines or, you know, and this all, I think, ties in. I mean, I think there's no doubt that the use of this by the right was in part distracting, but really ultimately to feed in and essentially fire up those cylinders from an easy entrance from their perspective, in sort of like triggering that notion of hierarchy and triggering that notion of patriarchy, which both functions within the context of Christian nationalism and within the context of capitalism, because I just remember Paul Ryan with that fake story about the brown bag lunch of kids, and the whole push in that era of Republicans to talk about rich people as being morally righteous and poor people not being. I mean, this is why Donald Trump was able to get on that stage with 8 other Republicans and completely blow them away, because George Bush had set the table. We need a CEO presidency. The idea of moral righteousness being a function of how much money you have. So who's going to argue with Donald Trump? Definitionally, everything he says is correct because he's, a supposed billionaire. And that's where it begins to tie in. It's no coincidence that, kings were there because God said they could be. They were the sort of the first stop on the hierarchy. They also had all the money. And that's where this all sort of, I think, it combined. So,
I was on The View promoting my new show, Clean Slate, currently streaming on Prime Video.
Well, I want to talk about that too, but.
But when I was on The View, I said that they're focused on the wrong 1%. That it is not trans people who are the reasons for the price of eggs, and that we can't, housing prices are through the roof and people can't afford healthcare. Trans people are not the reason. There is another 1% that is responsible for that. And I think the damage, so much damage is being done, and you've spoken about this across the board on so many levels that it's going to be really hard to undo. But I think on a messaging level, on a cultural level, for people who claim to be allies, people who are, liberally or in the Democratic Party or left aligned, what I would really suggest is embarking on a rehumanizing project and setting an agenda instead of reacting to one, that we, that everyone does. Ultimately, some of these anti-trans laws too were also a response to states and state legislatures including trans people in civil rights protections in states, right? That literally was what happened in North Carolina. But so we have to rehumanize trans people. And that is about language. When we use words like chemical castration, mutilation of children, surgeries on trans, all of that language is false and it's dehumanizing. So we have to, and I don't want to be language police. And I think that we get really tricky around people feeling censored, but language matters. And for me, I think thinking about whether this language is dehumanizing or not. I mean, it was really clear when Trump said they're eating the cats, they're eating the dogs, that was dehumanizing. But when Rand Paul or Josh Hawley says, they're mutilating and chemically castrating children, that language is dehumanizing, and because it reduces us to procedures and medicalization instead of human beings. There was a recent bill in 2 bills in Montana that one would ban drag altogether, and another one, I forget, was another anti-trans bill. And Zoe Zephyr got up and made this impassioned speech, and then a Republican woman stood up in support of her, and they overturned this bill. And I think part of it is that these legislators in Montana know Zoe and work with her. And most Americans don't actually know a trans person. They've met her child. She is human to them. And that is so much of the work. And since most Americans don't know someone trans, the media is really important in that. And that's part of what I try to do with my work as an artist, as an actress, as a documentary filmmaker, et cetera, is to humanize us and invite people to see us as human beings and not as these sort of made up fictional characters that have come to sort of ruin humanity.
Well, that's part of what your show, I think, is getting such praise for, right? For Clean Slate, is it's like this very, recognizable and warm, heartfelt comedy show, but it's like modern, but it doesn't. It's not cloying, right? Like the relationship that you have with your father is very familiar for people. Like, were you? I'm sure the answer is yes, but you were thinking of course, I'd imagine about the political context of the time when you signed on to do this show. And like, I mean, I saw a clip, this is a bit of an aside, the other day of an old clip of Joan Rivers talking to RuPaul about how he was even able to get Drag Race on the air. And he was saying like, well, there are times of contraction where society is more conservative, but there are also, this was in the Obama years, and there was more openness to this. Yeah. But it just feels very important that that this show is coming out at this particular time.
Well, we've been working on the show we started developing the show 7 years ago. It's the first show that scripted show that I've co-created, executive produced, and starred in, and we got the deal at Prime Video in 2022. We shot it in 2023, and now it's just coming out. So when we conceived of it, it came from George Wallace, and he wanted to redo Sanford and Son, but with a twist. And he went to Norman Lear, the late great Norman Lear, and he's like, well, you can't redo Sanford and Son. And so Dan Ewing, who works with George, thought of me and a twist on that. And we had a meeting, and Dan, after the meeting, went and wrote a pilot in 4 days. That is a lot of the pilot of what you see on TV now is what he wrote in that first draft. And it was really about, for me, I mean, I'm from Mobile, Alabama, so it's loosely based on my life, but it was about like, how do we connect across generations? How do we find our ways back to each other? She was deeply traumatized by her father, who she felt didn't protect her when she was a child, which I didn't feel protected as a gender nonconforming kid growing up in Alabama. And she she's in the art world, and she's found that she's consistently chosen unavailable men because of the first unavailable man in her life, and her therapist. Her first scene in the pilot is her on a Greyhound bus because she's lost all her money, on a FaceTime with her therapist. And it starts about wanting to have healthier relationships, and then she reconnects with her dad and finds this whole it's hilarious. George Wallace, the comedian, is just a genius, and I really want him to get an Emmy nomination for this work. He's brilliant, he's funny, he's touching, and it's really just about being like, so, I mean, yeah, I'm trans, but it's in the South, and it's set in the church, and the little gossip that happens in small towns. And Mardi Gras originated in Mobile, Alabama. So we have a Mardi Gras episode. We have a voting episode that I think is really brilliant, where we don't really talk about voter suppression, but it's like, well, why are these lines so long, and why are they closing polling places? And I find it's really funny. So I love our show, and people have been, and it's like a warm hug. It's not overtly political, but it's political because, I guess because I'm a trans woman starring in it, in 2025, and I'm a human being, and we're human, and people get to see that and connect. And I believe that is a huge part of what needs to happen, and that we need to push back when, and I think we can't consort with people like Charlie Kirk and folks who just want to dehumanize us and erase us from existence. It's like, I feel like it's like negotiating with terrorists. There's no middle ground when someone wants you extinguished. It's just, you can't do it.
Well, Laverne, it's been really great having you here. I'm
it's
looking
great having you in the
forward
chat too.
Yes, thanks for watching.
Yes. And I'm looking forward to, I barely watch any TV anymore, particularly these past 60 days, to be honest with you. But I'm really looking forward to checking out this program. And it is so I mean, everything you've said today I think is so wise and important for people to hear. But the television has had a capacity, and frankly, Norman Lear,
Right, Norman Lear,
television,
right.
over the years has had a capacity to influence culture. And I think on the right, they know this. They're just not very good at it.
But they've been very good in the podcast world. They've been very good at
100%.
infiltrating in non-political ways, like non-political programs, and then all of a sudden they become right-coded and they introduce all the misogyny, and then it becomes this whole thing. So they've cracked the code, really, in terms of new media, and we don't have a monoculture.
Well, they've always, I mean, you mentioned Charlie Kirk. He's taking over Dennis Prager's 12 to 2 slot on about 100 affiliates. I mean, he's going to have about 500 affiliates, basically supplanting where Rush Limbaugh was. And they've always had in many respects, a stranglehold on that type of media in this country. And even, Limbaugh, so much of his early days, in addition to being sort of like a right-wing conspiracy theorist around the Clintons, but a lot of it was sort of like more, self-helpy. And you see people like, guys like Dave Ramsey who get into something like that, and Jordan Peterson. I mean, that is an angle. But when it comes to actually sort of like producing fictional comedy stories, fortunately, for whatever
Lady
reason,
Ballers isn't quite hitting.
But this is this is. I mean, I think it's great, and it's very important for people because to rebuild that sort of like sense that the trans people are human in the context of our culture when we have so much dehumanization going on. I think it's
and two more things I want to say. And it's not if you're not a parent of a trans child or a healthcare professional or the trans child itself, it's actually none of your business. These are not questions that should be up for public debate and that for legislators to be talking about. These are healthcare decisions. It's none of your business what's happening in someone's doctor's office with their child. When a child has cancer and a doctor says this is the treatment, the government isn't legislating and like passing bills to say you can't do it. It's none of your business. And so I think like even making it a debate is ridiculous and is the beginning of like my identity, my humanity is not up for debate. Like my right to healthcare, my right to my body is not up for debate. The rights of parents, right? Like that are in sort of the hypocrisy of all that. So I needed to say that. And then I had a DM exchange with Matt, and I've been throwing this out there, and I know it's not immediate and we need immediate action and resistance, but I've been thinking about like because money is the root of so much of this. Sam, the brilliant Sam Cedar, what do you think about ballot initiatives? They would need to be funded in all 50 states that we, get the word out and messaging where the people would vote to get money out of politics, to take money, super PACs, but also just any kind of corporate funding of elections. Is that something that's feasible? Obviously, it's going to take organizing. It's going to take a minute. What are your thoughts on that? Because obviously the politicians aren't going to do it. Maybe the people would do it. Is that realistic?
A statute like that in this era would be considered unconstitutional. I mean, that's the problem, is that we have a Supreme Court.
Citizens United.
We have a Citizens United and Buckley v. Vallejo, like the entire, we have been, headed there. There was at one point a move to sort of like attempt to change the Constitution and do a constitutional convention. The problem is that when you open that Pandora's box, there's no way to limit that constitutional convention to that one specific provision. And when you're going up against huge hundreds of millions of dollars that is going to push back on that, there's a whole host of things they could usher in. But I do think that as a political matter,
a constitutional convention is different from ballot initiatives, but
the ballot initiative would be, I mean, I don't know if you could do it on a federal level, like the ballot
I was
initiatives
thinking by state by state. I was
state by
thinking
state, you might be able to keep it out of state races depending on what the constitutions are in those specific states. But I think it was North Dakota that there was a case that was brought that there was an attempt by the North Dakota Supreme Court to curb corporate spending in these races, and I need to go back, it's 5 or 6 years ago now, maybe longer, where the Supreme Court pushed back. But as a political matter, I think it was what launched Bernie's campaign in 2016 in many respects, and we can at least do that in the context of, let's say, the Democratic primaries. That's something that we don't need. You can set up, because the primaries are private, you can set up your own construction there.
Right.
And to have that type
of, like, there's political will in the Democratic Party to actually do that when most Democrats take corporate money.
I think it's minimal, but you got 15,000 people who just went into a Coliseum in Arizona in the middle, for what, there's
elections aren't until next year.
To just express frustration.
Maybe we start with Democratic primaries then with ballot initiatives. Then maybe it's about Democratic primaries. It's just like, how do we, and Matt and I were talking about this too. How do we ultimately, because we're so divided, at this point, the government doesn't, can I curse? It doesn't give an F, I'll just say that. It doesn't give an F about us, about working people, about citizens. They just care about the money. So we need to mobilize tens of millions of people to rise up. And we are so divided and we don't trust each other because so many of us, the anti-trans stuff, the racist stuff, like there's a lot of the misogyny. So to get people, the anti-immigrant stuff that is in the Democratic Party, there's so much trust that's been eroded. So it's like to get us to trust each other again so that we can actually come together as working people. And I say working class people, if your income is not produced by other people's labor, you're working class. Our actor strike and writer strike reminded me of that. No matter how much money you make, if you don't own the means of production, you're working class. So that's most of us. But they've divided us so much. And then so many individual citizens are so uncomfortable looking at themselves and critically interrogating the ways in which they've been complicit and indoctrinated into white supremacist and anti-Black thought or anti-trans thought or misogynist thought. I'm a Black trans woman who's constantly doing the work to try to divest of internalized transphobia, internalized white supremacy, classism, ableism. This is like individual spiritual work. And so many people don't want to do that. And so it's like, these are the questions that I don't have the answers to, but I think we need to start asking them so that we can come together around our common humanity, but we have to build trust with each other so that we can actually do the work. There's so much distrust on left of center for so many reasons, I think. Valid reasons.
Yeah. Well,
much to
I wish I
ponder.
had those answers right now, but I think it starts with asking the questions. Laverne Cox, thank you so much. We'll put a link to Clean Slate, and hopefully people will watch and spread around to their families, and it will.
We also have a documentary called Disclosure on Netflix that came out in 2020 that looks at the history of trans representation on screen, the first 100 years. There's footage from the early 1900s, and it really lays out and very familiar clips and films, and it manages to be really entertaining and fun. Everybody on screen is trans, and it really lays out how consent has been manufactured and the various tropes around how trans people have been represented, and how we can maybe, at least in our image making and and how we tell trans stories, can do better. Disclosure on Netflix. Right.
Check it out, folks.
Put a link to both. Laverne Cox, thank you so much. Really
Thank you,
appreciate
Laverne.
it.
I love all of you. Hi, Matt. Hi, Brad. Thank you, Emma.
Thanks, Laverne.
First time.